dying, and the white ethnics were hightailing. The mafia was flooding the streets with heroin of. The newly elected mayor was a skull-cracking cop who promised to be so tough on crime. They had both chosen to washes and liquor for Marvin Harrison and drugs for Pop, in a part of the city that remained, even in April of 2008, absolutely dark and extremely twisted. If Marvin Harrison had moved on to some better place, then there probably wouldn't have been a conflict to begin with. Pop wanted to leave Billy himself. It was his dream. He would take his girlfriend on vacations every weekend. He cooked.
Your husband turned out to be tougher prey than we're used to.
But Harrison would stay and dig deeper and deeper into the fiber of Philadelphia's underbelly. In 1994, Pop had gone to came out. He was a devout Muslim 6 years later. And guess what? Marvin Harrison was still there. He was a king amongst peasants, distributing small-scale charity beneath the media's radar. His wealth was creating such clout that it warped the hierarchy of his neighborhood. According to Pop, everyone sucks up to him, and I don't. I'm gonna see you in your place of business, and I'm gonna buy drinks. A week after Pop was banned from Marvin Harrison's bar, Playmakers, he would then be denied a car wash from Marvin Harrison's car wash. Then he would go back to the bar again and get denied. Marvin Harrison would say this to the police. I walked down and asked him why he was continually threatening me and coming to my businesses and harassing my employees. He said, I'm a grown man, I can do and go wherever I want and say what I want, and like I said, I will f you up and f your bar up. Now what? He puts his hands up and swung at me. He grazed me on my left shoulder and chin. I swung back and I missed. We wrestled and threw punches a little bit, and I then walked up the street back to my garage. I guess like 5 minutes later, he backs up the street in front of my car wash, gets on his phone and is saying, get your guns, you know what you're gonna get, Stan McRae. I'm gonna f you up, Marv, you ain't no gangster. I told him that I wasn't a gangster, but that he couldn't keep coming back to my place of business and threaten me and start trouble. He drove off down the street. I was inside the garage, and I heard gunshots like right after that. After the shooting, Pop got a ride to Lane Canal Hospital, 5 miles away from the car wash Marvin Harrison's name, and he would respond with one of his several aliases. Malik Tucker, he said. It was one of his many aliases. He got shot, and Pop would respond that he had been robbed. Soon, the cops at the hospital got a call from the cops back at 25th and Thompson, and there was a red Toyota Tundra full of bullet holes that was being towed there. The person who had called the tow truck was Pop's girlfriend. The cops knew that Pop was lying. They told him he'd better come clean. Pop grinned and told him to f off. The mood around Pop's hospital bed was relaxed, jovial. The cops had a professional appreciation for the purity of Pop's BS. You know who shot me, Pop said. Why didn't Pop blurt out the truth? He might have been scared. To be a witness in Philadelphia is no small thing, even if you're a 300-pound drug dealer. In December, the Philadelphia Inquirer reported that 13 witnesses or relatives of witnesses have been murdered in the city since 2001. But there are also two other theories. The most likely one is that Pop lied to the cops because he had shot back at Harrison with a gun of his own. And if this was true, then Pop was potentially on the hook for an attempted murder charge. Same as Harrison. No gun of Pop's had ever been found, but the casings were recovered from 3 types of guns. A 5.7, a 9mm, and a .40 caliber, and 2 fired 9mm casings were found in the cab of Pop's truck. The second theory is that Pop lied to the cops simply because he didn't want them to get in the way. often to get in the way. He might have been planning to resolve the dispute himself in his own fashion. The police would keep Pop in custody overnight to allow him to cool off and rethink his story, and the next day they would plug Marvin Harrison's name and date of birth in a
See, this is the part I gotta get to go. I'm getting my reaction. I got my OBS situation, my camera going. But this shit is buffering this shit.
In a state database of gun licenses, and a long list of guns came up. The cops already knew that some of the casings recovered from the scene of the crime came from this type of gun. Later on in that day, a bunch of uniformed officers, including several guys from the state attorney general's gun violence task force, drove to Chucky's garage, which was Marvin Harrison's car wash, in search of the 5.7. Harrison seemed to know that they were coming. He was just hanging out in a cheap aluminum beach chair before a full-size cardboard cutout of himself.
So, I want to do that. You see the screen. But how? Oh, I get it to where.
And he looked relaxed. A detective asked him if he was carrying a gun. Marvin Harrison said yes. He would swing his right foot up onto a pool table where he would show off a loaded .32 caliber handgun. The
Just on some testing it out type shit. Now, how is that gonna work? Is it gonna let me? Because I'm already streaming in PS4. Let's see. Trying to see if there's a delay in the camera shit on here, because I'm so used to the delay that you get with Live Me. Section 420, appreciate the love, ma. Thank you. God damn it, why this shit gotta be so slow like? Do I need something? I don't know what it is. Do I need to boost my internet? Do I need to get another memory card? Or how do I boost my shit to not buffer so much? Come on, Cuddy. See if this shit get to working. Going live on YouTube. Be able to do reaction videos. Or opinion videos, shall I say. Different, better name. Gotta come up with something better. Opinion. It's just hard for me to believe, even though I've heard the nigga singing with the shit, that it's a nigga living over there. Because I have not seen this nigga outside once. Whomever that is has made me aware of their existence for a few weeks now. And yet I have not seen this person. And I stay in the house because I don't like the bullshit outside and all the shit. But yet and still, I'm a nigga that still gotta get outside and move around and see what's going on and check my surroundings and all the shit. Period. And so there's no way that there can be someone like myself in the same vicinity and I'll never cross paths with this person. No. Like, niggas would have been walked past each other on some mugging shit, or what's up, bro, you want to smoke this blunt, or just some head nod shit. One of the three would have happened. Period. I ain't never seen you. I know you seen me. Even though I keep to myself and I be staying in the house. Nigga, I don't be staying in the house like that. I don't stay in the house because I'm afraid to see niggas, some nigga to see me, or for the white people. I just do not like the way people be acting when they see a nigga, like they scared and all the shit, and that just keeps me in the house because I just don't be wanting to deal with all that bullshit.
Nice city.
But I still gets out and moves around. This motherfucker I've never seen. Like, every time they leave out a back door or something. The motherfucking front steps is right over there. Your window's right there. I ain't never even seen the motherfucker looking out the window or none of that shit. Like, nigga, I hear some shit, bro. My windows is, my shits is up. They stay up. I don't even close them at night. I'm on the 3rd motherfucking floor. I ain't got to. So, it's just hard for me to believe that that's a nigga. It might be a African American male, but I think it's a motherfucker that feel like he gotta play nigga shit to be the nigga of the neighborhood. The neighborhood nigga. You can be that, bruh. You got it. You hear? Y'all can't hear it. Like, this motherfucker playing shit that I slap. So that mean you want somebody to think you a nigga. You listening to nigga shit. But how is you a nigga and I ain't? What the fuck you mean? Come on, Cuddy. This shit is bullshit. This shit don't want to let me function using my OBS. I want to go live on Twitch or whatever the fucking case is, and like, while I'm looking at shit, you can see what I'm looking at and pausing and listening to and watching at the same time. Just like we do in the video game. But this video game only allows you to do it for the motherfucking video game. And apparently I don't feel like playing a motherfucking video game. I really don't ever really feel like playing a video game. But it's the only way for a live me to be able to interact with something that I'm doing at the same time. Otherwise, you watching me watch some shit, or that's just... And then it's on my nerves, cause like, I'm only not slapping my shit cause I ain't feel like slapping nothing yet. But if I do, I'm naturally gonna want to have my slap up. But then I'm gonna want to have my slap up because, but then that shit sounds hella, you got 2 different apartments or whatever, playing different music, and everybody shit hella loud in a neighborhood full of motherfuckers who don't even listen to country on Whisper. These motherfuckers don't even listen to country on Whisper around here. Nigga, I don't never hear nobody music around here, no TVs and nothing. So I already know they's like lightweight disturbed by my presence. And now you got this motherfucker, whoever, across the hall, not across the hall, but in the apartment buildings next door, feeling like they need to compete. Or not even compete. Niggas just doing the same thing. Niggas love music. Niggas listen to music. This nigga listen to music all day. Like, I don't never hear nothing else coming out of that shit. Like, my shit, everything is always on surround sound. Nigga, I watch movies on surround sound. YouTube videos on surround sound. Nigga, my video games on surround sound. Whatever, on surround sound. I'm studio head. I've listened to music on headphones all my life. I like to hear everything. I want to hear all the sound effects and all the shit. So but I'm also trying to be respectful. I turn my shit off after 10 o'clock. When I see it's 10 o'clock, the volume comes down. I won't turn it on until a certain time in the morning or something, you know what I'm saying, 9 o'clock. And then I don't do it every day. My days off, that's my days off, and I get on slap mode. Listening to some music like I ain't listening to music all week. What's new, what I ain't heard, so forth. This motherfucker is just every day, or I leave for work, music on slap over there. Get home from work, music on slap over there. Sit like all day. Like, you not interested in, ain't no commercials on your shit. Like, you just got a subscription to motherfucking iHeartRadio, no ads, nigga. Alright, I gotta walk this little lady. This shit ain't acting right. I hate that shit. This is the shit. Like, it shouldn't be taking 10 minutes just to get a motherfucking page to load. To even find out if I can stream. It's bullshit, my nigga. My mic is picking that shit up. You don't even know. I'm that. Shit, yeah. I want to go knock on the motherfucking door and say, "What's up? Who is you? What's your name, bro?" Such. I already know. Oh, hey, how are you doing, man? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. It's my music. All this shit. I thought a nigga lived out here, bruh. Well, I mean, I am African American, but you know, like, I'm from here. Yeah, I know. Fuck, this shit ain't working. No OBS studio for me. Oh, wait, hold on. Alright, get my clothes out the dryer, lady. And take you for a walk. Or should I take you for a walk first, then go get my clothes out the dryer? I ain't asked you to come over here, partner. Just because I'm talking to you don't mean I want you next to me. What's up, sucker? No. But, come on, see now this shit don't even, god damn it, bro. I just need a new computer. See, I turned the OBS studio off and now this motherfucking shit load right away. So what the fuck is it? I don't have enough, what is it? I don't. I'm mad at myself because I went to school for computer tech. I'm mad I don't really remember none of that shit, but none of that shit probably matter anyway because that was shit 2002 and 2003. Computer systems and all that shit was so much different then. Hard drives, everything was different back then. Well, not different, but different. I still know how to do basics, but I need to reset this motherfucker and put new memory and boost like the CPU and all that shit so this motherfucker can function. This shit set up with 2 screens and everything, and I can't stream if I got the YouTube playing, or if I got the OBS, like it's using too much CPU, and the shit won't. But motherfuckers be doing this shit off a laptop. How? That's what I don't be getting, nigga. Motherfuckers be doing that shit on their phone, but I can't do this shit with my PC and all that other shit. That shit is weird, bro. You know what's gonna really piss me off about whoever this neighbor is when I do see the neighbor, don't be one of them niggas that don't speak. First thing you gonna do is have that look like you mad to see another nigga. You's a bitch. The whole time, yeah, that's why you see my windows open. I'm playing your music. You hear something come out, you playing your music. Oh, you okay? You's a bitch. It should be an automatic. Okay, I ain't fucking with you. You ain't got to be my homeboy and none of that shit. But okay, niggas is in the vicinity together. Shit crack off, you know. I got you, my nigga. You know where the yee. I'm on my way. But no. I'm telling you, niggas be weird, bro. Like out here, niggas be weird, bruh. These niggas be wanting. They want that negative attention, and also they want to be that token nigga. They want that that attention of, you know, the nigga of the neighborhood. Like, there's one thing to just naturally be yourself, and being yourself, you happen to fit stereotypes. But then there's another thing for motherfuckers to feel like they need to fulfill a stereotype. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they like that nigga shit. I'ma be nigga, hella. Like, I just naturally, this is me, this is what I do type shit. I don't know this motherfucker over there from nothing, but all I can do is assume due to the fact that I ain't never seen the motherfucker. How it's been this all this time, nigga? I ain't never seen you step out the door once. Nigga, to go to a car or to take a walk to the mailbox or to motherfucking go to the store, nothing. Nigga, like, never. Since I was... And a nigga like me gonna automatically take a spin around the block one time at least, because you want to see what's on the other street, nigga, or who live around this motherfucker, who's walking up and down the streets around this motherfucker, whoop-de-whoop. And I say that because I know the motherfucker ain't been living there. These people, whoever live there, is recent. They just moved in not too long ago. I be seeing some Caucasian females coming from that building over there. I be seeing all kind of other people be leaving from over there, but I ain't never seen no Negro, not no nigga, not even just a off-brand ass nigga. I ain't even seen no off-brand ass niggas leave over there, nothing, ever. So I'm confused. I don't know what's going on. Not wanting to be rude is what's keeping me from going and sitting on my steps and just looking over there in the window and being like, who the fuck up in there? All that's gonna happen is they're gonna turn the music down and close the curtains. Nigga gonna be like, what's up, bro? You keep looking at what you looking at my place for? Bruh, cause I need to know who the fuck lived there. Nigga, what do you mean what I'm looking at your place for? Cause, nigga, I hear nigga shit coming up out of there, nigga, but I ain't never seen no nigga around. I wanted to know what nigga live around here. What's happening? May I introduce myself? These white folks around this motherfucker be happy, so.
We got FBG Thug and we got FBG Cash Out now. On upon the Cash Out being released, he popped up, went to Atlanta, popped up in the Lenox Mall and got jumped. And it was kind of all on live, you dig? It was on live, you feel me? So y'all can go look that up if y'all ain't seen the video. But FBG Thug definitely jumps on live, but Cash Out, he responds to Cash Out getting jumped, but he never responded to FBG Butter. Now Butter have a baby with FBG Thug's sister. But if anything, you know, update on FBG Butter or Cash Out, you know, beef, I'll give y'all an update. Thanks for rocking with the long way for the get it next.
That's why they mad though.
Oh shit, yeah.
That's why they mad though.
Shit, I don't know why they mad around this
Man,
bitch.
the BB way, man. That
Let them hate.
They just acting crazy for no reason though. It's the season for acting crazy.
Look at him. Look. Now they want to bring up the mall. They be dick holding in this bitch.
That mall.
Nah, they need to go get their ass some track shoes if they gonna talk about it, right? Go get your man some track shoes. I know all they ass when they got a pair of Balenciagas after that.
So we ammoed up, so he better take his money back, bro.
All they ass when they got a pair of Balenciaga track shoes after that.
Oh, they ass is crazy, man. But we still out here, bro. We control this shit. No Xbox, no PS5, man.
BCO bitch ass.
Where you at? Let's link up. You know what's going on.
Where the fuck you at?
In the trap.
Okay,
in the office.
I know where you at.
FTL getting that red inky in that FTL. That bitch gonna pop out. They want an FPG out before we drop that bitch on y'all head tomorrow. Y'all ain't gonna know what to do.
Oh Jesus Christ! Why they pull shit? Motherfucker drop that bitch. Motherfucker drop that bitch tomorrow. Y'all keep playing.
We drop that bitch at 3 o'clock in the morning. You would get a notification to have to get up.
Oh Jesus Christ! Why they bullshit?
What on, family? It's your boy SNTV. Back at y'all with another Chirac Street Legends. And this episode is going to be about none other than Big A, a.k.a. A-Ski.
I don't got none of that shit cussing off. Big A from the fucking O. I have none of that shit cussing. Catch me on the O's.
Big A comes from that O Block set, 64th and King Drive, BDs. Big A is a legend and a martyr in O Block, and one of the main reasons why Big A is so well loved in O Block is because when Big A was alive, Big A was one of the O Block's top shooters. He was one of the ones that was putting in a lot of work for O Block, and this is the same reason why he's frequently dissed by his ops. Big A was one of the older guys from O Block, and he would mentor a lot of guys, a lot of the younger guys. And, you know, he came up around the time when, you know, J Munna and King Von and T-Roy, you know, guys like this were doing their thing in the streets. And this is actually one reason why he's so well loved by King Von, because they actually come from the same cloth.
I was riding with me, he was cruising down the trail, I hit the alley somewhere waiting.
You wanna get killed?
You ain't got a gun on me. I ain't trying to box right now. Who wanna get killed? Let us know now.
And you would also see Big A with people like Chief Keef, even after Chief Keef started blowing up, because one thing about Big A, you know that Big A always had it with him, and he was definitely gonna blow it. So if nothing else, Big A had a very big reputation, just like his counterparts. And he was known in the streets for going on hits. He was known in the streets for sliding a lot, for shooting at a lot of people, but I think that what he was most known for was the KI hit. And a lot of people say that he changed his name to Ask KI or Aski after he hit KI. You have some people say that people was already addressing him or calling him Big Aski before he even, did the KI hit. And his reputation grew fast because that KI hit was actually one of the biggest hits that took place between O Block and STL. Why do I say that? Because KI, even though she was a female, she was one of the most dangerous people that was over there on that STL side. Not only did she kill Odie, but she would always shoot at O Block members. She would shoot at 600 members, Front Street members. It didn't really matter with her. So after Odie got killed, KI was kind of like top priority for O Block. And specifically, KI and Big A, they would have words via Twitter. Big A would also call KI's phone, acting like he wanted to try to squash the beef, when in all actuality, he was really trying to set KI up. And he got his opportunity April 11, 2014, when KI tweeted out her location. KI was actually waiting to get up with the guys. It was Boss Trails Day, and they were waiting to get up so that they could celebrate. And KI tweeted her location out while she was walking down Eberhard, and she ended up getting caught on 65th at Eberhard. Somebody pulled up, hopped out, boom, 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 ended up killing KI. Turns out that this somebody was Big A, and it was no secret. He damn sure didn't try to hide it, and he claimed it.
We got kids now. We got kids now. Shout out our kids now. Shout out to the A now. You hear me?
Go back top, man. Look, fit from the old man. Uh-oh.
Look at that right now, man.
We're going to get some more.
This is my daughter right here. This is my daughter, Kyra. This is my daughter. My daughter now. She kissed daughter now. My daughter, hey, Kyra, hey. That's my oldest girl. That's my oldest girl. That's my oldest girl.
And he did this hit, and it became widely known, and Taekwon World vouched to get revenge for KI, and it was only a matter of time before they ended up getting Big A, because Big A was like the main target. And some 2 years later, in December of 2016, Big A was actually killed right across the street from O Block at Sammy's restaurant. Apparently, Big A walked into the restaurant with a couple more guys. He was in there ordering his food, or had already ordered his food and was waiting to receive his food. Some guys ran in, shot him in his head, shot two other guys, and ran out. Now, a lot of people say that Can't Get Right, Brick, and also KI's real blood brother, who I'm not going to say his name because I don't have to, because this is so widely known, is the ones who, had something to do with orchestrating the hit on Big A. Now, I think that one of the main things that we can learn about the death of Big A is that the universe never forgets. When you do something good, the universe never forgets. When you do something fucked up, the universe never forgets. And either way you want to cut it, whatever you do, it's coming back around. And I think that initially after Big A killed KI, I think that Big A was kind of, he was kind of more on point than probably he had ever been, walking on eggshells, made sure that he wasn't lacking. And I think by, a couple years going past since he did the hit, I think that Big A kind of got comfortable. I think that he kind of forgot about that. And what he failed to realize is that not only does karma not forget, but these guys that you out here beefing with, they never forget stuff like that. They never forget that. And as soon as they get the opportunity to get back at you, they gonna get back at you. Now, I feel as though Big A probably felt comfortable too because he was right across the street from O Block. And I'm pretty sure that he hadn't been in there long before, you know, the killers came in there and killed him. I heard that Brick spotted him, made the phone call to Can't Get Right and K.I.'s blood brother.
The Constitution guarantees the right to free speech. PowerWise guarantees the right to record speech clearly. Words recorded and shared on social media can change a million lives. Search for PowerWise lapel mic at Amazon.com.
Hi, I'm Tom from Bullet Safe Bulletproof Vests. Welcome to How Bulletproof, where we find out how bulletproof regular objects are. Today, jeans. How many layers of denim does it take to stop a bullet as well as a Bullet Safe Bulletproof Vest does? Let's find out. First, let's see how our vest does against 3 rounds for a 50 cal Desert Eagle. People ask if the back of our vest is as protective as the front. Of course, it's the same material. There's 1. There's 2. And there's 3. Go. That's 3 rounds for a Desert Eagle. Bullet Safe Vest. So we got 160 layers of denim, and we got 1 round for a 50 cal. There you go. It took over 120 layers of denim to stop a bullet as well as a Bullet Safe Bulletproof Vest can. So if you want to be safe, denim jackets aren't going to cut it. You need a bulletproof vest. I'm Tom from Bullet Safe. Thanks for watching.
Now I can walk you.
And that they came, and that, you know, they took care of business, and they left. Like I said, I think that Big A's biggest mistake was that he kind of got back comfortable. As far as I know, Big A didn't have a gun on him when they caught him inside the store, which is another indication that lets me know that, you know, he was comfortable in the situation that he was in. You know, he was getting his food. He was getting ready to go back to the O. He was getting ready to eat good, but instead he got caught. Never forget about the things that you do in this life, because the things that you do in this life, that's going to be the reason that karma is going to come back. And when karma comes back, she can and will be deadly. You can never forget about the dirt that you do. Always be looking over your shoulder. If you know that you done took somebody out of this shit, never stop looking over your shoulder. Because sure enough, there's a time that's going to come to where someone is going to either see you and try you, or try to creep up on you, or something. Especially if you do what you do in one location and think that you finna just be walking around here like it's all good. That's not finna happen. That's not finna happen. It's kind of like shitting where you sleep at. It's kind of like selling dope out of the house that you live in. It's definitely not a good idea, because eventually there's gonna come a time, like I said, to where it's gonna catch up to you. Never forget what you do. I don't care if it's been 50 years. I don't care if it's been 20 years, 30 years. I don't care how long it's been. Never let that slip from the back of your mind. Never forget that there's enemies out here who will kill you on sight if they catch you because of what you did in the past. It doesn't matter about you trying to change your life. It doesn't matter about you trying to separate yourself from the things that you've done. Nobody cares about that. All they care about is paying you back for what you did to their loved one or their family member in the past. That's all they care about. So you gotta watch what you do out here in these streets. And you gotta move like you know that you out here in these streets reckless. Out there that's willing to do the same thing that you willing to do or worse. Never forget that. This was the story of O Block Big A. Shout out to the SNTV gang. If you haven't subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. Hit that like button and make sure that you share. It's your boy, SNTV. I'm out.
Excuse me. Fuck was that being pulled up the bitch here?
So I don't know when or why she decided to do what she did, but that's not my fault, and I don't know how that equals I killed her. What happened after that? Yeah, I didn't never hear from her. I text her baby daddy as soon as I woke up this morning, like, hey, she good? You got her? That nigga like, no, I haven't heard from her. I haven't heard nothing. Have you? I'm like, no, I haven't heard. So I don't know when or why she decided to do what she did, but that's not my fault, and I don't know how that equals I killed her.
Hey, what's up? It's your girl Neek, and you're tuned in to Neek at Night. And tonight I'm going to be doing somewhat of a reaction video to this video that I've seen, and it kind of
See how this bitch get to do this? Like,
number one, I had a friend, like a really close friend of mine, die in this same way, and to see the woman who was at the center of it, the way that she talked about her friend and everything like that, it's just so disheartening. So basically what happened is a girl left her friend, I guess, on the freeway, and her friend ended up dying. And then the girl's explanation to why she left the friend to pretty much just die, she just literally had no remorse, no recourse, and it's just like I don't know, with friends like that, who needs enemies? I have no idea, but I'm going to jump into the reaction, but before I jump into the reaction, you know I have to plug my black business, which is neekatnight.com. So be sure to check out neekatnight.com for all your quarantine and chill needs. I have new pajamas that arrived on neekatnight.com. Be sure.
You just killed it. I wanted to hear the story. You could have did that shit at the end. Nigga, you don't be showing the video or the link to the real video.
What's up, family? A man who filmed himself confronting his wife when he busted her in bed with her boss is now facing jail time for unlawful surveillance. Sean Donis, 37, filmed 2 videos on his phone when he found his wife Nancy in bed with another man in Rockland County, New York in April last year. He told the New York Post that he had just used the Find My iPhone app to locate his young son's iPad when he spotted it traveling through Rockland County. Okay, let me give y'all the timeline of events here. This happened back in April of last year. You have the poor guy that's being cheated on, Sean Donis, who is trying to locate his son's iPad.
Or he put the iPad in the car to use it for tracking.
He suspects that his wife is cheating on him. So he uses this app called Find My iPhone. And he spots the iPad traveling through Rockland County, New York. It leads him to the boss's house, where he enters through an unlocked door.
That's where he fucked up.
He's filming. Oh, hell breaks loose. Dude's crying and stuff. This is by his own admission. He said he cried and all this stuff. And earlier this year, his wife files for divorce. Later in July, he's informed that he's been indicted by a grand jury for unlawful surveillance and felony burglary. He pleads guilty in August, but is due again in court later this month, September 20th. Wow. Wow. Okay, so what could he have done differently? Okay.
I don't know. I mean, he wasn't supposed to walk in and do a house, that part. That shit is legal. But it don't even fucking, like, the dude getting over on you because he got you facing charges and shit now. She divorcing you. You should have already been did that. Film her. Why did you feel the need to film? That's the problem with these camera phone ass niggas. Like motherfuckers want to record everything and put it into the public. Like, it's one thing to have, surveillance cameras up in your house and, you know what I'm saying, hidden cameras and all this shit to catch a motherfucker doing some shit in your house. All this shit. And even then, I'm not finna put that footage into the public view for you to see. That's none of your motherfucking business. Like, I don't need it. I don't need you to see it to prove it happened. If I have the proof that it happened and I'm saying it and let you know, then hey, I'm letting you know. Because I'm letting you know, but I don't have to let you see the proof that I have. Just understand that I can say what I'm saying because I believe what I'm saying because I got the film to prove it. But these motherfuckers is, I'm going to put you on live. I want the world to see. And the world don't give a fuck. A motherfucker will see that a bitch has just got a train ran on her by 80 motherfuckers while cheating on a motherfucker. And there'll still be another motherfucker that'll be like, I don't give a fuck about none of that. I love you. You're my wife now. And I don't care about your past. So, you know what I'm saying? So the point of a motherfucker doing that shit to try to like, you know what I'm saying? Like, even if it's some shit that a motherfucker, like Tekashi 6ix9ine, my nigga, is what he is and so forth. And all the shit. And this nigga still got, you know what I'm saying? Like, what he got. There's motherfuckers that Jeffrey Dahmer, my nigga. Nah, not Jeffrey Dahmer, but Ted Bundy. Who was a Ted Bundy ass nigga back. And he still, while in there, had motherfuckers hitting him like, oh, I love you, and you're beautiful to me, and all the shit. Like, there's motherfuckers who, all kind of, and all the shit. So, the purpose of needing to film some personal shit of another motherfucker doing some bad shit to you ain't gonna make them look bad to motherfuckers who do bad shit to other motherfuckers. You get what I'm saying? Like, it might look bad to motherfuckers who, oh my god, that person is not a good person and I don't do that kind of stuff to people, and but 9 times out of 10 there ain't that many motherfuckers like that exist. So motherfuckers is gonna look at it for the entertainment, like, oh, yo, dumbass, glad you caught her, or so forth, or damn, she was getting hit from the back, huh? All this shit, and then forget about it, and don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that video is gonna go viral and every single person living is gonna see the video, and when she meets motherfuckers, oh, I'm not trying to fuck you because I don't want to marry you. I don't want to date you because I seen that video of you cheating on your husband. Wally be like, hey, bitch, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can cheat on me, go ahead, let's get married. You can cheat on me because I'm gonna fuck on your bitches and all this shit. I don't even give a fuck about that. That nigga was a pussy ass nigga anyway. So, and not even in that sense, nigga. But I don't care about what you do. We can, you know, non-polygamous. All the shit. So, I don't know. This internet shit got motherfuckers doing too much with these camera phones. Everybody want to world star everything. For the sake of what? Because even if something gets 1 million views, how often does that 1 million view thing get viewed over and over by one person? You know what I'm saying? There's certain things that a motherfucker got on constant repeat, but like say if I watch a movie and it's a great ass movie, you think I'm finna watch it every day over and over? No. Kids may do that with Disney movies and shit like that, but full on adults, we might watch certain little shit as backgrounds. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nobody that's like, hey, I need to watch that video of that moment when that dude caught his bitch today. I didn't get to see it today. I haven't seen it in like 3 days. I need to watch that video again, just so I can remember who she is and I'll never date her. I don't know. This is ignorant. That's where he fucked up. Feeling the need to video tape it. Going in there like a bitch, crying, videotape it. You should have went in there mad like a man without a video camera, letting that nigga know he wasn't playing about it. You know what I'm saying, nigga? What you got me fucked up. You in here with mine, and to where that man would never even think to call the police to get you for burglarism. Like, nigga, you burglarizing me right now. You're in my second home. You right now. You breaking and entering. You're in my, yeah, nigga. And I get to defend myself from all intruders, and you are intruding inside of my yeah, did, and made that nigga understand. And you wouldn't be hearing no charges about burglary and all that shit, because that nigga know he was out of line, and you know what I'm saying, type shit. Maybe not. You might have caught a bullet in the head coming in that nigga dog. All the, so many different little things that could have been whatever. So hopefully you don't fuck with another bitch like that. This shit is for real. It's for real. I should have watched that video on this shit last night, but
now you start building businesses, black businesses, in their neighborhoods. Help building these black businesses where these black businesses.
It was like all respect for the profession was gone.
oh my God.
Like anybody can be president now.
Oh my God. Okay. When when Donald Trump became president, I immediately said, wow, he's the presidency now? He's the president now? How can being the president ever be taken serious again? Now, him being the president is like anybody can be the president. A motherfucking janitor can say, I want to run for being president. And what is the reason that they say he can't? Because apparently you don't have to have any kind of political ties and experience in order to be the motherfucking president. Period. That's what I said. Just as I seen the switch in the day before, like racism with prejudice, it was, the next day, nigga, oh my God, like, I knew I was a nigga. I knew I was a Negro. I knew I was an African American. I knew before, but the next day after Donald Trump becoming the president, like, I knew because other motherfuckers let me know. I cannot forget. They will not allow you to forget you are an African American. Now, I know you're proud to be black, but I just want you to know you're black, okay? Like, it became that immediately. I said it, thought it, felt it. This nigga becoming president meant, like, God damn it, there's no reason that anybody else should be able to be disqualified from running for president because you allowed him and he won. Kanye West has announced that he is running for president. And I'm guessing this is serious. And Willie D just said exactly what I thought. What, 4 years ago now, I guess? Yeah. That's crazy.
Like, I know y'all out there. What's up, Mark? That boy done stepped into manure. One big super dummy. Absolutely, Mark. I'm here for.
Not that I don't support Kanye West and all that, but like for real, man. Like we had Jesse Jackson. He ran for president. And he did not win. Then we have Barack Obama, and he won. We need another Barack Obama. We don't need Jesse Jackson, but we need a real, true African-American political leader that stands for us but like, we gotta take it back to the true essence of what a president is. Period. I don't give a fuck who the president is. There's gotta be a motherfucking person that is qualified to be the president. Not just because you're Kanye West. Because you're Jay-Z. Like, nigga, if Jay-Z thought he could run for president, I would. What? Nigga, I don't want to see Beanie Siegel, nigga, nobody. Nigga, Dr. Dre. You niggas is rappers. I don't give a fuck how much I can agree and relate to what you speak about on your music. I don't give a fuck how much I can relate to. We have been through the same struggles and so forth. Don't give a fuck about none of that. Now when it comes to who the fuck is gonna run the country, my nigga? Like, what? I might want Jay-Z to run the record label that I'm signed to, but I don't want you to run the country that I'm... nigga, what? Lil Wayne, nobody, none of that shit. None of that shit. X-Ray, Tupac, nigga, if Tupac was alive, no. Do not run for it, no, nigga, you are not the... I don't give a fuck how much political intelligence you have. No, you are not. You chose to be a rapper. You chose to rap about what we go and speak for the news for us. Which only a small percentage in our own community can actually relate to when it comes to the actual relation. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, say at 100% of a neighborhood, Mike can relate to the topics of a certain artist because they all live in this neighborhood and going through, but then there's only a small percentage of like 20% or 30% out of that 100 for that neighborhood that can relate to the exact of what that motherfucker's talking about, because not everybody in the neighborhood is active in the situation. Like, it's, you dig what I'm saying? Like, there's a neighborhood, it's one street that motherfuckers, it's not every single, it's 3 or 4 streets. There's only like 10 motherfuckers from that street and 20 motherfuckers from this street. But there's 200 motherfuckers that live in the neighborhood. You dig what I'm saying? So everybody can relate because they know the 10 motherfuckers and the 20 motherfuckers and see and all, but not everybody is involved in that shit. So therefore, back to the fact that taking it from the Kanye West, using Jay-Z as an example, or Dr. Dre, or anybody the fuck else, just because you can speak for the masses of the little percentages of all the neighborhoods and have some political intelligence does not mean you are the person fit to be the president. No. Just because you got to go and talk to the president, Eazy-E got to go and sit and have dinner with the president. Pac wrote a letter to the president as a son, but God damn it, you are not the president, though. And that's just real nigga shit. And any real nigga that's like, yeah, them niggas, yeah, that nigga need to be the president, that's the nigga that you don't need to listen to. Because that nigga ain't thinking logically about the, like, real, this where shit like, I'm mad I ain't hearing what he's saying. I'm seeing these comments is going up because they still watching it. Willie D is live right now, but I got it on pause because I don't even need to hear what he's saying in order to, and I don't even need to, I do want to read these comments to hear, and I want to hear the Kanye West original video of this nigga announcing this shit, but I don't need anybody to agree with me that because I know that there's enough intelligent motherfuckers in this world. I hope. I can't say it because Donald Trump won. Nigga, Donald Trump fucking won, bro. And I'm gonna sit here and say, nigga, Kanye West ain't gonna win. I can't say that. I can't say that. He could win. I can say that is not. That's not motivational to me. That's not inspirational to me. It truly is not. It's not. What, just because he didn't make murder music when he was rapping, he's fit for the job? Is Common fit for the job? Is Nas fit for the job? Is Talib Kweli fit for the job? Is Lord Jamar fit for the job? Nigga, is Eminem fit for the job? None of these motherfuckers is fit for the job. That's not. That's a bad look to me. That's the same to me as a motherfucking truck driver deciding to go and be the president. That's the same as a motherfucking getting fired from McDonald's and then deciding they gonna go be the president. That's like the motherfucking owner of McDonald's, nigga, the main motherfucker himself, nigga, the main motherfucker of Jack in the Box, the main motherfucker of fucking, put any billionaire in the motherfucking world you want to put, nigga, just decide, nigga, I'm gonna run and be the president. And then they do. Like, after music, Kanye West went into fashion. Bitch, we talking about, we don't need to be fucking with Gucci, black-owned businesses, and all the shit. You just made a deal with Gap, which already niggas ain't never really been able to shop at Gap unless you small, skinny niggas, them slim slenders. But nigga, anything is above a 36, you ain't getting no jeans, boy. Anything above a 1X, you ain't getting no shirt, boy. Always. It's crazy, bro. Fuck. Like, if he wins, if Kanye West was to fucking win, what is to stop anyone else from running for presidency? It becomes nothing but a popularity contest. It has nothing to do with credentials and actual intelligence and integrity and the like, I could understand the start of it. Like, if George Washington was the local, you know what I'm saying, rapper, fucking cello player or whatever the case is, and all this shit, and also was dibbling and dabbling in his political intelligence, like, they chose the local cello player to be. But as time grew, the qualifications changed. They just wasn't picking cello artists now, and motherfuckers who've been on TV, Like, motherfuckers had to do some work in the county and, you know what I'm saying, be a mayor and had something to do with the Senate stand, nigga, or some shit. All that shit. This shit's crazy, nigga. The world.
For the work. I'm here. James Corden for president. Who is James Corden? Big Red 69. Why continue to mute R. Kelly when we see the setup? Unbelievable. Free R. Kelly. Free R. Kelly. Daryl Giles says Sir Mix-a-Lot just announced he's running too. Is that true? Let's see. Sir Mix-a-Lot. Not true. Not true. Unless he just announced it on his
I don't want to hear Killer Mike running for president. I don't want to hear T.I. running for president. I don't want to hear motherfucking Big U running for president. I don't want to hear motherfucking Jim Jones running for president. I don't want to hear Rick Ross running for president. I don't want to hear Diddy running for president. I don't want to hear Reverend Run running for president. I don't want to hear Mace running for president. I don't want to hear 50 Cent running for president. Motherfucking Lloyd Banks. I don't want to hear Tony Yeager. I don't want to hear Sauce Walker running for president. Sada Baby running for president. Motherfucking Mac Dre running for president. I don't want to hear Drake running for president. Tory Lanez is running for like, nigga, I don't know. Nigga, when is your next album? And shut the fuck up. Oh, you in a movie? When is coming? I don't want to hear, nigga, I don't want to see Tom Hanks running for president. I don't want to see Tom Cruise running for president. I don't want to see motherfucking Nicole Kidman running for president. I don't want to motherfucking Cameron Diaz running for president. Motherfucking nigga Clint Eastwood running for president. None of you niggas, none of y'all, nigga, none of you. The nigga who played nigga James Bond, no, sit your ass down, nigga. The nigga that played the president in a president movie, no, sit your ass down, nigga. Like, Colin Powell, okay, run for president. Some other nigga up there run for president. Oh, you have been, and yeah, run for president. The winner of America's Next Top Model Male Edition, no. America's Next Top Model, no, don't. Like, oh my fucking Lord, my nigga. You just won your 6th spelling bee. You running for president next year. You just got in the Guinness Book of World Records for doing the most of whatever the fuck you did. You running for president next. You learned your ABCs after 55 years. You just congratulate. You running for president next? Okay. You just got hired as a school guard, the hall monitor. You president You running for like next year. Bitch, you just ran a train on. You just got a train ran on you by 700 niggas. Your goal was 646, and you hit 700. Go, girl. But you what? Anybody? No, can't shut everybody. Sit their ass down, God. Bitch, I need you to go through the process, okay? I need you to motherfucking start as a CEO, make it to an Asifa, staff sergeant, detective, move to the FBI, move to the mayor, senator. I need you to climb some. I don't know where the ranks and all that shit, but like it needs to start on that. It needs to come from that path of a motherfucker's life. Like they had to start in that shit somewhere, nigga. They was in school as the hall monitor, nigga, and the class valedictorian and all that shit, and like they just like climbed the ladders of all those little and made their way to presidency, nigga. Not all that political shit. That ain't my, nigga. We over here, nigga. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. I'm mopping shit. Yeah. I'm gonna wash a window. I'm gonna sell. Oh, but I don't agree with that. You know what? I'm gonna show y'all how it should be done. No, that's not what's. Like, can a motherfucker just go and be the motherfucking colonel? And like if Colin Powell was, I know he's been, but like say back when he was working, like he got fired, and now they need to fill the position. Nigga, can I go apply to be the colonel? I ain't been in the army. I'm not in the army, and I ain't been through none of that. Didn't go to none of the wars. Didn't sit and talk to nobody about nothing. But I think that I should be the next colonel. It's not okay for that. Presidents, same shit. So fuck.
Social media or something.
And yeah, I'm lightweight pissed that it's Kanye West that feels the need to say that he's running for president. Cause that just gives me a distaste for this nigga, in my ability to now take him serious, because I don't think there is no one in the music world that I can think of that I feel would be right for that position. Because this isn't just about me. This is about every single motherfucking human being in America. It's not just about the Negroes. It's not just about the niggas in the hood. The niggas, like, and niggas like me. If I was to become the president, I wouldn't, for one. But I already know there will be a lot of nigga shit attached to my presidency. Just from me personally being it. No matter how much I elevate, progress, gain political intelligence and all that, and able to think outside of the box beyond, it's still just gonna be some nigginess to the base and foundation to anything that I do, because I am that and come from that. So yeah, I'm little stick, big stick, bruh. No, you can't. You could be the big homie in the hood, but bruh, nah, you not the right nigga. Like, I know what you be. The shit you told me, and now you went. No, you can't be. No, no. Don't be the president, bruh. You gonna have everybody killing shit. Sorry. I didn't know what he said.
Yeah, perhaps he did, but there is no media outlets picking it up yet. Serena says, I'm speechless. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, it's good. You know, every day above ground is a good day. Some are better than others, you know? Eric Browley says, if America put another idiot in the White House, then I know for sure our days on this earth is ending in 2021.
Oh, my mama. I'm sorry. I can't support that. I just can't support it, because it's like I gotta think outside the box of being a nigga. I gotta think outside the box of being from the hood, and gotta think along the scales of human beings and the people, period. Like, and how the shit that goes on, it needs to be handled appropriately in the way that it's supposed to be handled. And no matter how much niggas feel underhanded about the shit that we feel needs to be fixed, we still don't have nothing. I don't know shit about the shit that don't need to be fixed. You know what I'm saying? The shit that don't affect me and the shit that ain't got shit to do with me, I really don't know shit about that. So how can I come over and take control over that and then be the reason that I fuck around and fuck that shit up and change it because I don't understand it and don't know nothing about it. And I just want to change the shit that goes on for me and mine. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, shit needs to be corrected and all the shit, but some shit, I don't even know what the fuck I'm supposed to think, because shit's crazy, Cuddy. to even know. I haven't watched to see if it's serious. The fact that Willie D is talking about it and so forth, like it must be fucking serious. And I hate to even know that because I don't want to hear it's a joke. I don't want to see him lose. But I don't want to see him win. I don't know why he felt the need to feel that he needs to step into the... I don't want to see Jay Prince, nigga, talking about he's running for president. DJ Khaled, motherfucking Mega Fresh, nobody. America by unifying our vision and building our future. I'm running for president of the United States. Your name is Kanye West and you going by Ye. We gonna call you President Ye? Are you gonna resemble and reflect the moves of Obama? Therefore, you have to erase in your whole statue of the nigginess that you have concreted. Niggas in Paris. What? Yes. Oh, I hope it's not serious. Let's see. That's my song, good. I ain't gonna lie. See, motherfuckers listening to shit like that. It can't be nothing that I be lit. I don't know. But I definitely want to get some songs to skate to. A new playlist. Maybe we won't. It'll be. Active Shaw, appreciate the share. Just now seen it. My apologies for being late to that. But man, no. This nigga. I hope it could turn out to be that nigga faking. maybe after you hear everybody's comments and thoughts, like, nigga, you tripping, I was just playing. I wasn't serious. I was just joking. He threw that out there. He trying to see if he gonna get some support. Like, oh, okay, they fucking with me. Yeah, I'm about to be the president, my nigga. Oh, they ain't fucking with me. I was just playing, bruh. I was just playing. Me, the president? Come on now. I was just joking. I just wanted to see what y'all was gonna say. I hope that's the case, Cuddy. Because, bruh, if he really run, that's the crazy shit about it. The possibility is big for that nigga to win. Because of the want of getting that nigga out, shit being different, and all the shit. Motherfuckers just like the niggas that come out of the woodwork and like, oh, he's serious? Like, yeah, fuck it, we're all voting. We're not letting Donald Trump win again and all the shit. And he'll fuck around and win. And then we got Kanye West as the motherfucking president. And then what? Say he get assassinated. What does that say? He doesn't. What does that say? Shit gets worse. What does that say? Shit gets better. What does that, like? There's just so many different angles for that. Shit gets better that says that anybody can go in there and fix shit. Shit gets worse that says that, duh, the fuck you let the nigga get the he don't get assassinated again. Anybody can be. He does. Oh, so y'all assassinate him, but didn't assassinate this nigga. All kind of like, yeah. Alright, I want to go skate. I need to put my skates on and listen to some slaps and enjoy myself and all the shit. But I'm not taking my dog, so before I go, I'm finna walk her. Let her run around outside for a second. And bring her back in. And then I need to shower and shave. Get dressed. It's already 3 o'clock. You easy.
police officers take an oath to protect and serve communities all over the world. They put their lives on the line every day to make sure citizens are safe, and more often than not, they're regarded as heroes. In some cases, however, law enforcement officers are committing crimes, and those crimes are being covered up by those in power. Corruption is often swept under the rug, but in these 5 cases, it was exposed. Number 5. On December 2nd, 1975, the Montgomery, Alabama Sheriff's Office received a call reporting a robbery at a local grocery store. The caller stated that an African-American male wearing a red ski cap, blue jacket, and jeans had just demanded money from the clerk and fled the store on foot. Officer Daniel B. Foster was dispatched to the case. Upon arriving, he spotted 32-year-old Bernard Whitehurst, who immediately began to run when he spotted the patrol car. Whitehurst, who was wearing a brown and white jacket and brown fedora, was repeatedly told to stop, and when he continued to flee, Foster began chasing him. Over the next 30 minutes, more officers arrived to aid in the apprehension of Whitehurst. It was alleged that Whitehurst then fired a gun, prompting Foster to shoot Whitehurst twice in the chest. The injuries were fatal, and Whitehurst died behind an abandoned house. An autopsy was never performed. The medical examiner based his report on the statements given by officers on the scene, noting the cause of death to be gunshot wounds to the chest. Police were familiar with Whitehurst, yet his family was never notified of his death, and his body was embalmed. Conflicting statements given by the officers who witnessed the shooting raised questions about the events. Some officers reported that they never saw a gun in Whitehurst's possession, while others claimed that the weapon was just a few feet from his hand when they approached his body. A civilian claimed that they heard an officer yell to Foster that he'd shot the wrong man. Despite Montgomery County insisting that it was an open and shut case, District Attorney James Evans had doubts. 6 months after Whitehurst was buried, Evans demanded the body be exhumed in order to perform an autopsy. During the examination, it was discovered that Whitehurst had been shot in the back, not the chest as originally reported. Over the next several months, it was found that radio logs associated with the shooting had been deleted, and the gun Whitehurst allegedly had in his possession was planted. 3 police officers were ultimately indicted for their involvement in Whitehurst's death. Only 1 case was presented to the jury, and this resulted in a mistrial. Attorney General William Baxley proposed that no additional charges be filed in the case if those suspected of corruption took and passed a polygraph test. Officers and officials who refused to take the test were forced to resign. Instead of taking the polygraph, the 3 officers suspected of perjury resigned. 5 more officers followed and chose to abandon their careers in law enforcement as well. The mayor, who passed his polygraph, as well as the director of public safety, also resigned. Despite evidence that could have led to a conviction in the murder of Donald Whitehurst, no one was ever held accountable. Number 4. On July 27, 2014, Desmond Logan began training at the Chattanooga Police Department in Tennessee. 6 months later, he was patrolling the streets. In 2015, while on duty, Logan picked up a woman who was walking to a relative's house and told her she was under arrest. Instead of taking her to the police station, he drove her to a deserted parking lot. He forced the woman into the back seat of his patrol vehicle and sexually assaulted her. The victim immediately called the sheriff's department and reported the incident and was directed to a local rape crisis center where she was examined. The detailed report of allegations against Logan was entered into Chattanooga's internal police department system, Blue Team, but it was later removed. With an outstanding reputation, Logan was then hired by the University of Chattanooga that summer. With no knowledge of the assault, Logan was assigned to patrol events on the college campus. On January 2nd, 2016, Logan asked a woman for a ride to his patrol car after one of these events. Instead of leading her to his vehicle, Logan directed her to an empty parking lot. He then pulled out his stun gun, using it on her leg, and demanded that she engage in sexual acts before exiting the vehicle. The incident was reported to the university and he was fired, but the police department was never notified. On June 11, 2018, a woman was arrested by Logan and transported to the Hamilton County Jail. While being booked, she explained that before Logan brought her in, he drove her to an empty parking lot and raped her. Her story was dismissed at first, and it wasn't until 3 days later that she was transported to a nearby medical center to be examined. Police Chief David Roddy held a press conference on June 16th to inform the public that an officer is being investigated for sexual misconduct. He claimed that the most recent incident was the only allegation against him, even though reports had been filed dating back to 2015. An anonymous officer came forward after the press conference and stated that Roddy was unaware of any incidents before June of 2018 because Assistant Chief Edwin McPherson and Captain Pedro Bacon deliberately concealed that information. A second officer came forward and said that Logan's history of sexual misconduct was well known within the police department, but no action was ever taken. During the investigation, emails were discovered between McPherson and Bacon detailing their involvement in protecting Logan. Logan was arrested and took a plea deal in federal court on September of 2019. He pled guilty to 2 deprivation of rights charges that have a maximum prison sentence of 10 years each. Because sexual assault isn't typically a federal crime, it will be up to the state of Tennessee to prosecute him for the actual acts if they choose to do so. Logan was scheduled for a sentencing hearing in February of 2020, but no further information has been released. McPherson and Bacon currently are being investigated for their role in the cover-up. Number 3. Devontae Miller was just 19 years old on December 28, 2016. In the early morning hours, he says he and his 2 friends were walking through a Whitby neighborhood when they were confronted by off-duty police officer Michael Thorold and his brother Christian Thorold. The brothers began to question why the teens were in the area, and when Miller and his friends walked away, the brothers chased them, leading to a brutal attack. Michael and Christian claimed that they confronted the teens after catching them breaking into their father's truck, and they were only trying to apprehend them. Devontae was chased by the brothers into an area between 2 homes. Michael allegedly hit him with a steel pipe before beating him so severely that his left eye would later have to be removed. A witness, Toronto Fire Chief Jim Silverthorne, heard a commotion outside of his bedroom window and saw Michael and Christian attacking Miller. By the time Silverthorne made it downstairs, Miller had broken free momentarily and was banging on his front door for help. Silverthorne saw Michael force Miller to the ground, and he called 911 to report the incident. The 911 dispatcher informed him that the young man had just been caught breaking into a vehicle, and that officers were already en route responding to a call Michael had placed just minutes before. They dismissed his concern that the incident was getting out of hand. Officers arrived at the scene and arrested Miller for theft, possession of marijuana, and assault with a weapon stemming from allegations that Miller was the one who brandished the pipe. He was transported to the hospital to assess his injuries. He suffered from multiple fractures in his nose and eye socket and spent months recovering. Michael and Christian claimed they were acting in self-defense, but Toronto police failed to notify the civilian watchdog, which investigates police involved in injuries and fatalities. It wasn't until months later that they were contacted by Miller's attorney requesting a review of the case. Because there are 2 very different accounts regarding the events leading up to Devontae's injuries, the case was taken to trial. In January of 2020, an Oshawa court heard closing arguments and has set a date for April to determine if the brothers are guilty of aggravated assault and obstruction of justice. Number 2. Just before 10 p.m. on October 20th, 2014, Chicago police received a call to investigate a young man who was carrying a knife, slashing tires, and breaking into vehicles. 2 officers arrived at the scene and witnessed Laquan McDonald acting erratically, still holding the knife in his hand. The officers were not equipped with tasers, so they pulled their vehicles in front of McDonald to prevent him from fleeing the scene and requested assistance from an officer with a taser. McDonald then proceeded to puncture the tires of one of the patrol vehicles before walking away. McDonald was told repeatedly by officers to drop the knife, which he refused to do, and he was still holding it when Officer Jason Van Dyke arrived on the scene. Within seconds, Van Dyke shot McDonald, and after the first bullet was fired, 15 more followed as McDonald lay motionless on the ground. Initial reports stated that the action taken by Van Dyke was within guidelines of the department's use of force because the officer was in fear for his life due to McDonald threatening him with a weapon. The death was ruled a justifiable homicide. Dashcam footage was released to the public that did not correlate with what the officers on scene reported. McDonald never raised the knife to threaten Van Dyke, and he was walking away from the officer when the first shot was fired. Inspector General Joseph Ferguson looked into the incident and found that up to 16 members of law enforcement say they may have been involved in an attempt to cover up McDonald's murder. 2 officers at the scene made statements that they heard Van Dyke tell McDonald to drop his weapon before shooting him, but it was later discovered that they would not have been able to hear this request from where they were standing. Additionally, 4 officers had failed to follow police department regulations regarding their in-vehicle video and audio systems. The Chicago Police Department attempted to blame the lack of dashcam footage from these vehicles on the patrol cars facing the opposite direction or technical problems initially, but it was discovered that there was evidence of tampering and deliberate dismantle later on. A lieutenant was at the scene the night McDonald was shot and improperly discarded witness statements and went on to fabricate police reports. While under investigation for misconduct, he chose to retire. Ferguson recommended that 11 officers be fired as a result of this investigation. This included Deputy Sheriff David McNaughton and Chief of Detectives Eugene Roy, who approved false police reports after viewing the contradictory dashcam footage. Both men also retired before facing punishment. 4 officers who witnessed Van Dyke shoot McDonald were terminated for obstruction of justice and making false statements. They were, however, not held legally responsible for their involvement. On October 5, 2018, Van Dyke was found guilty of second-degree murder and 16 counts of aggravated battery with a firearm. He was sentenced to 6.75 years in prison. Number 1. The Rampart Division of the LAPD serves the communities west of Los Angeles. In the late 70s and 80s, there was a dramatic increase in violent crime in these areas. Chief Daryl Gates formed a special unit called Crash to combat this issue by infiltrating local gangs. Officers assigned to work for the Crash unit modeled their appearance and mannerisms after gang members to gain the trust of criminals, but some took it too far. Officers not only participated in the theft of money and drugs on the street, but also murdered innocent people. In one instance, a man named Jose Saldana was shot and killed in an apartment building hallway. Crash officers planted a gun at the scene and left the man to bleed to death, claiming that the murder was in self-defense. Officers were recruited to the Crash unit and initiated by team members. The new members were tested for loyalty by being forced to plant evidence and were shadowed by an experienced member at all times to ensure that they didn't report the activity. The corruption within the Crash unit wasn't a secret, though. While many members wanted to be transferred out of the unit due to the behavior, some officers at the precinct wanted to be transferred in to partake in the illegal activities. Because the Los Angeles Police Department was seeing a decline in violent crime since Crash was organized, little was done to remedy the situation. In August of 1998, Officer Rafael Perez was arrested for stealing 8 pounds of cocaine from an evidence locker. To avoid the lengthy prison sentence, he took a plea deal which shed light on more than 70 officers, including supervisors, who either committed corrupt acts or knew what Crash was doing and allowed it to happen. Only 24 officers were determined to have committed any sort of crime. Half of them were given suspensions, 7 officers were forced to resign, and only 5 were terminated. Perez was sentenced to 5 years in prison for stealing the cocaine, which he planned to sell on the street after replacing the contents of the evidence locker with Bisquick. The Rampart scandal goes much deeper than what is described on the surface and plays a big role in why the LAPD has a less than favorable reputation. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you like this video, be sure to click that like button. Also, don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell to keep up to date with all of our future uploads. But I've been Ty Knotts, and I'll catch you guys in the next video.
We're going back to our roots with this video to look at some creepy and sometimes unexplained behavior. We've tried to find a mix of footage from a good old-fashioned moving dog to a far more serious stalking location that resulted in a man's death. So without further ado, here are 5 creepy videos that will not only send shivers down your spine, but should also give you something to think about as you drift off to sleep tonight. As always, hit those likes, sit back, and enjoy. John Lang. In 2015, a man named John Lang started uploading videos to his YouTube channel, Lang Marine, that documented what he claimed was stalking and harassment by various City of Fresno authorities. He believed he was being targeted because of comments he had made on the Fresno Bee, in which he criticized the way Fresno PD and Fresno Fire utilized their budgets. He also claimed he had uncovered corruption on a license plate scanning scam that was unfairly targeting Fresno's poorer residents in unethical and possibly illegal activity that was motivated by profit. The Fresno Bee is a daily newspaper serving Fresno, California and surrounding counties in that U.S. state's central San Joaquin Valley. Lang was commenting on online articles through what he understood was an anonymous comment system using the username John21. However, John claims that the Fresno Bee employee shared his and other logon data and other IP address information with a Fresno Sheriff Sergeant, who then used the information to retrieve names and addresses of the posters in order to maliciously track down, stalk, and harass them, and he himself had become a target. Lang stated that he had complained to the news outlet on several occasions about the confidentiality breach but received no response. He claimed that he was the victim of a prolonged harassment and intimidation campaign in which various local authorities lurked outside his home. Lang videoed the activity on CCTV cameras rigged up outside his house, and he started uploading the footage to his YouTube channel. Several of the videos show vehicles, including Fresno PD, pull up outside his house, and on one occasion, he claims they started to condition his dogs to their scent to avoid being attacked. One shocking video shows a van pulling up outside his house with a thermal imaging camera to check if he's in. Lang also claims his neighbours are in on it, and on one occasion tried to keep him in their house, while the police tried to get into his property. Other videos show undercover Fresno Sheriff personnel checking his driveway and giving him early morning wake-up calls with sirens. Lang claimed, "We often came home from work to find his front door lock, printer, and 2 computers had been tampered with." He believed his neighbours, along with their corrupt police associates, were conspiring to set him up for crimes he didn't commit, and were trying to enter his home to plant evidence. Over the course of the next 6 months, Lang continued to post the alleged harassment videos, and claimed that less than 8 hours after he commented on a Fresno Bee article, there would be a Fresno PD K9 unit parked right in front of his house. He also alleged Fresno Garbage was also working with the police to frame him. Now, you might think this was all the ramblings of a paranoid, possibly unwell man, as we did initially. However, in one of his last uploads, he posted this. Then anonymously, 2 days later, on January 17, 2016, he uploaded a video with the following comment. "4 days after this video, John Lang was dead. He was found in his burning house." This was what was reported in the Fresno Bee. To suicide, where it was revealed Lang had 3 superficial, self-inflicted stab wounds to his chest and no cuts on his back. This contradicted initial reports by law enforcement. It was also concluded he had started the fire himself. As you can imagine, Lang's death has caused some online controversy, especially after it was revealed that 5 days before he died, Lang left ABC 30 reporter Corin Hoggart a Facebook comment saying, "Corrupt Fresno cops are going to try and kill me this weekend, possibly tonight. This is no joke." We have to admit, it all sounds a bit strange. If you want more information on the case, Lang's YouTube channel is still active, and there will be a link to it in the description box. Ghost walks through traffic. A good old-fashioned ghost video that's been doing the rounds. Now, we do not show so many of these lately, as we're stockpiling them for the October Creepy Marathon month, but we thought this one was worth a look. The first part of it was picked up on CCTV cameras outside a shop in the Philippines on June 20th, 2018. The male apparition appears to walk straight through oncoming traffic. Take a look. 13 hours later, what appears to be the same apparition shows up again on surveillance footage from the same store. You can see it emerge closer this time, lurking ominously near to an unsuspecting delivery man. The spooky sightings have baffled staff at the shop, and the owner, Michael Fortin, said, "I couldn't believe my eyes. I thought these things only happened on television. It seems that a shadow is looking at the delivery guy." The grocery store is located right in front of the town plaza, and locals believe the spectre is the spirit of somebody with a grudge, and those that have viewed the footage are now wary of walking past the area, as they can sense something in the air. With all these types of videos, there is one of three things it could be: a hoax, a weird shadow, or the real thing. What do you think? Poltergeist activity. This video is a collaboration between YouTubers The Urban Project and Moxley's Crazy Adventures. The pair are urban explorers and paranormal enthusiasts. In these videos, they are both in an abandoned house that apparently was built on land owned by the Brocklehurst family, who were silk weavers during the 19th century. The house is a large 14-bedroom property set in around 1.6 acres of land. Although they do not specify where it is, we're guessing it's near Macclesfield in north of England in the UK. The house is now located as Sally's house, although no one seems to know why. The guys explore the house, both filming separately, walking through the various rooms that still have items of furniture, paintings and household items that indicate either a family once lived there, or it was some sort of care facility. As they walk, it is apparent that there is a lot of noise in the house. You can hear things falling and an array of weird noises. Both of them agree that there seems like a presence there, and they are getting bad vibes. Throughout the house, the walls are scrawled with graffiti and references to Sally, a lot of them saying, "Sally in the woods." As they are coming to the end of their exploration, they come across police tape, indicating there may have been a crime committed there. Moxie has been using a spirit box in various rooms, and a muffled woman's voice can be heard. As he sets the spirit box up, in what they think is a treatment room, this is what happens.
Tell you what, these spirit boxes, you know, they frighten the life out of me. Just because of the random jibber jabbing that comes out of them.
Is there any spirits in this room of us? You want to make the presence known?
You was getting a better response when you was asking about Sally.
Yeah. Is Sally in this room of us? Gone. Who's gone? Tom. Who's Tom?
Yeah.
Mate, that's good.
That's just
me. That just go off the side,
mate.
Bye.
Now that's pretty creepy, but there's more. As they make their way out of the house, they return to the kitchen area where the piano is, and again Moxie sets his spirit box up, and this is what happens.
What did she say?
Never. Who's the male that keeps passing over Sally? Matt.
Sally, are you happy that we're here? Oh, hell, Mox.
Get out.
Mox.
Okay, goodbye.
Mox, just get out to the living room a bit. We just get out of here, mate.
Matt.
Sally, are you happy that we're here?
Get out. Okay, goodbye.
Now if that's genuine, that is pretty creepy. What do you make of it? Mr. Fred, we looked at this footage and thought it was too good to be true, but there's a fascinating backstory to it, so we thought it was worth showing. In August 1943, after being captured by the Nazis in the Tunisian campaign, the first American prisoner arrived at Stalag 2B, a German World War II prisoner of war camp in Poland. One of those prisoners was allegedly a ventriloquist before he was conscripted, and whilst being held at Stalag 2B, he made a ventriloquist doll named Mr. Fritz. After the camp was liberated by the Russians on the 28th of January 1945, Mr. Fritz and his owner went back to America, and presumably, after his owner's death, Mr. Fritz ended up in an antique shop in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, before eventually ending up in the UK, where he was acquired by collector Michael Diamond from Liverpool, England. Michael travels the country with his weird collection of dolls, taxidermy animals, spiritual props, skulls, ancient weaponry, and Mr. Fritz. However, when not in what is called a freak room at Michael's family home. But after the door of the cabinet kept opening at night, Michael decided to set up a GoPro camera to see what was going on. He filmed over 2 nights, and when he reviewed the footage, he was shocked at what he found. Take a look. Mr. Fritz can clearly be seen blinking and moving his mouth, despite nobody being around. Michael has no idea what was causing the movement, as there was no one in the room, no windows open, no airflow, and the cabinet door had a latch on, so shouldn't have swung open. The incident unnerved the family so much that now Mr. Fritz's cabinet is secured with a chain and covered in a blanket. Now we're not sure what to make of this one, but we do still find this a little creepy, and the story of how Mr. Fritz came about is fascinating. What do you think of this one? Now, before we get into the last video, we want to let you all know that we just uploaded our Jonestown Murderous Minds documentary onto Patreon. It's only part 1, and part 2 will be up very soon. But if you want to check out the Murderous Minds documentary, then click on the link in the description or in the comment section to become a Patreon. Now, we know times are very rough around the world, and we've been doing this even before the coronavirus outbreak, but we offer all of our content on Patreon for free to those who email patreon@topfives.co.uk. We've also uploaded a guided meditation for anxiety that we uploaded to Patreon as we didn't feel it fit on this channel. We've allowed that to be viewed for free. So just click on the Patreon link in the description and you'll be able to listen to that. Now, let's take a look at this last one. Doorbell Camera Ghost. This footage was first uploaded to Reddit by user Altadam on February the 20th, 2020. It was captured on a door camera in the middle of the night in Georgia, USA. Not a lot else is known about it, but it kind of speaks for itself. Take a look. That looks quite convincing. However, judging by the Reddit comments, some are not so sure, claiming it could be a spiderweb or a creature of some sort. Now that is possible, however the movement appears to indicate something bipedal walking. We are pretty sure this footage is not a hoax or a setup, but whatever it is, paranormal or not, is open to debate, as a number of things crossing the camera lens could have caused the image. The poster addressed the question about why the garage door was open, saying it was not a garage, but an enclosed porch. It certainly is interesting footage. So what do you think it is? Let us know in the comments. So that's 5 creepy videos and mysteries that will send shivers down your spine. We hope you've enjoyed and are staying safe. And as always, we'll see you in the next video.
In early medieval France, the Count of Anjou became enthralled by a mysterious woman. They married and had several children. But the Count grew concerned because his wife always left church before Mass was celebrated. One day, he ordered his knights to stop her. But she pulled free and flew out through a window. The Countess of Anjou was never seen again. According to this legend, all 15 Plantagenet kings of England were descended from the demon Countess of Anjou. Her blood flowed in their veins. And over the centuries, this provided an explanation for the fierce temper, the bloody family feuds, and the brutality of the Plantagenets. Richard the Lionheart himself once declared defiantly, "From the devil we came, and to the devil we will go." In the medieval world, all politics was family politics, and the Plantagenet family dominated England for more than 300 years. Through some of the nation's most famous and infamous kings. King John, Henry V, Richard III. They were driven by dynastic ambition, striving to expand their power beyond their French homeland. In the process, the culture and politics of the British Isles were transformed. England's distinctive system of justice was established. Parliament was born. And the great Gothic cathedrals transformed the landscape. The Plantagenets developed a new style of warfare in their attempt to claim Scotland. They conquered Wales and half of Ireland. And their great royal castles hammered home their power. When the Plantagenets won the Kingdom of England, it was shattered and lawless. Under their rule, it was transformed into one of the best governed states in Christendom. But their story is one of intrigue, conflict and violence. They fought their enemies, but also turned on each other. Sons made war on fathers, brothers betrayed brothers, powerful queens conspired. The future of Western Europe would be shaped by this extraordinary dynasty, this devil's brood. The story of England's longest reigning dynasty begins here in Anjou, western France. 12th century France was dominated by its great barons rather than by its nominal king. And these fertile farmlands of the Loire Valley were the domain of the Count of Anjou. In 1128, an enraged princess arrived here. Her name was Matilda, and she was the only surviving legitimate child of King Henry I of England, and his acknowledged heir. Her father had commanded her to marry a 15-year-old boy, Geoffrey, the eldest son of the Count of Anjou. Matilda was outraged. She was 26 years old. She was the granddaughter of William the Conqueror. She was the widow of the mighty Holy Roman Emperor. She always called herself Empress. Geoffrey was the heir of a mere count. Matilda was notoriously willful, but in the selection of a husband, she had no say. Princesses were a powerful tool used by Europe's medieval dynasties to expand their territories. King Henry hoped that the arranged marriage at Le Mans Cathedral would produce a male heir, who would ultimately become Count of Anjou, Duke of Normandy, and King of England. Things didn't go according to plan. Both Geoffrey and Matilda were proud and quarrelsome people, and after a tumultuous year they separated. But this was, above all, a political union, and a reconciliation was soon imposed. Matilda rejoined her teenage husband and performed her royal duty, giving him 3 sons in 3 years. This ended any doubts about the succession, and also laid the foundations of a powerful new dynasty. Le Mans Museum contains the only surviving image of Geoffrey of Anjou. It once adorned his tomb. This plaque contains one of the earliest examples of heraldry, that system of vivid symbols through which the ruling families of Europe were beginning to proclaim their dynastic pride. The distinctive pattern of blue and white on the inside of Geoffrey's cloak is called vert, representing the winter pelt of squirrels. And the golden lions on his shield were adopted by his descendants as the royal coat of arms, and ultimately became one of the most familiar national symbols of England. Geoffrey was an energetic, intelligent man with golden red hair. By all accounts, he was handsome and known as Geoffrey the Fair. But he also had another name. It comes from the Latin for the broom plant, Planta genista, Plantagenet. No one knows for certain why Geoffrey was called Plantagenet. One theory is that it's because he wore a sprig of the plant in his hat. But in any case, for over 300 years, none of his descendants bore the name. Kings don't need surnames. But it's proved a useful label for historians to describe that long line of monarchs who descended from Matilda and the young Geoffrey of Anjou. 15 Plantagenets would be crowned kings of England, but they had to fight to win the throne. Henry I had named Matilda his heir, but when he died in 1135, the English throne was seized by Matilda's cousin, Stephen. The Plantagenets fought back. Geoffrey led a successful invasion of Normandy, which had been part of Henry I's dominions, while Matilda crossed the Channel to claim her crown. This started almost 2 decades of civil war. Government virtually collapsed, and England descended into a period of bloody conflict, often called simply the Anarchy. The Peterborough Chronicle describes England's fate as the Plantagenets fought to secure their birthright. God and his saints slept. Every powerful man built his castle and filled it with devils and evil men. They grievously oppressed the wretched people of the land. They tortured them for their gold. When the people had no more to give, they plundered and burned. winter of 1142, the war turned against Matilda. Her cousin Stephen besieged her here in Oxford Castle. Her garrison held out for 3 months, but with their supplies running low, they were close to surrender. One wintry night, Matilda wrapped herself in a white cloak. Camouflaged against the heavy snow, she slipped out of a side gate. She crossed the frozen river in front of the castle and managed to pass unseen through the ranks of Stephen's army. Matilda trudged for 7 miles through the frigid night. She eventually made it to the safety of Wallingford Castle. Now she was free to continue her struggle. For another decade, civil war ravaged England. The fighting could only be brought to a stop when her eldest son came of age, a male heir, a direct descendant of Henry I. Matilda's son Henry was a charismatic young man who'd inherited Matilda's determination and temper, along with Geoffrey Plantagenet's red hair, intelligence, and boundless energy. Henry also inherited his parents' claims to the English throne and much of northern France. As a young man, he was granted Normandy. Later, he inherited Anjou. He then expanded Plantagenet territory again through a profitable and unexpected marriage. This is the Great Hall of the Ducal Palace in Poitiers, home of the court of Aquitaine, that vast and wealthy principality that encompassed a quarter of the French lands. The Duke had an only child, a beautiful and well-educated daughter called Eleanor. When she was about 15, her father died unexpectedly. Eleanor of Aquitaine was now the greatest catch in Europe. The King of France, Louis VII, snatched the prize. But Louis couldn't hold on to Eleanor or Aquitaine. The king was a pious man, but his new queen was ambitious and worldly. Eleanor once said, "I've married a monk, not a monarch." And there was another problem. The French king needed a son, and Eleanor gave birth only to girls. After 15 years and 2 daughters, Louis persuaded the church to declare the marriage void. The great heiress was once again available. Suitors circled, eager to obtain her hand and her lands. But Eleanor was headstrong and independent. She was determined to marry the man who could help her fulfill her own dynastic ambitions, Henry Plantagenet. Eleanor sent word to Henry to meet her in Aquitaine. As she made her way there from Paris, Eleanor had to evade kidnappers who wanted to marry her forcibly and lay claim to her lands. Henry and Eleanor married in a hastily arranged ceremony in Poitiers Cathedral. This was a scandalous marriage. Henry was 19, Eleanor around 30, and Eleanor's union with the King of France had been annulled only 2 months earlier. The French king had been outmaneuvered by his ex-queen and Henry Plantagenet. He was humiliated by the scandal, and he'd also lost half his territories. By inheritance, by conquest, and now by marriage, Henry had built up an enormous conglomeration of lands in France, and soon he and Eleanor would have 4 sons to secure the future of the dynasty. But the French king never forgave the Plantagenet upstart. The Plantagenets were still fighting for their birthright in England, but but the dynasty was thriving. A decade after Henry and Eleanor's wedding, this cathedral was completely rebuilt in the new Gothic style, sweeping across France. Structurally stronger pointed arches allowed these dramatic soaring vaults and vast windows. Henry and Eleanor graced the new cathedral with the gift of this wonderful east window. It's one of the oldest stained glass windows in France. The royal couple are themselves depicted on it, along with their 4 sons, presenting their gift to God. It proclaims the piety of the Plantagenet dynasty and their family solidarity. His sights on winning the greatest prize of all, the English crown. Crossing the Channel with by nearly 2 decades of the civil war between Stephen and Matilda's supporters. His arrival persuaded many barons to join the Plantagenet cause. Henry's and Stephen's armies confronted one another here at Wallingford Castle. These few mounds and walls are all that remain of one of the mightiest fortresses of medieval England. Stephen was besieging the castle, and Henry had come to relieve Matilda's loyal forces. The armies faced one another across the river. A contemporary chronicle, The Guest of Stephanie, describes what happened next. It was a terrible thing to see so many armed men with drawn swords, ready to kill their relatives and fellow countrymen. And so the chief men on each side shrank in horror from civil war and the destruction of their kingdom. Because the 2 armies refused to fight, Stephen and Henry were forced to talk. According to the chronicles, they met outside the castle, one on either side of the stream. And eventually, they came to an agreement. King Stephen would continue to rule, but he recognised Henry as his lawful heir. The very next year, Stephen was seized by a terrible pain in the gut and a flow of blood. The king was dead. The negotiations that began here would lead to more than 3 centuries of Plantagenet rule in England. On the 19th of December 1154, Henry II became the first Plantagenet king of England. This French-speaking monarch now ruled a vast empire that stretched from the Scottish borders to the Pyrenees. Henry's first priority was to restore peace and order. He tore down hundreds of the barons' castles. Then, to extend Plantagenet power across the country, Henry turned to the law. This manuscript, which is more than 800 years old, is one of the treasures of Balliol College, Oxford. It contains a text known as Glanville, the earliest guide to the workings of the English law. It was written during the reign of Henry II and is one of the foundations of the English legal system. These are its opening words. Royal power should not only be adorned with arms to fight rebels and hostile peoples, but also with laws to rule its subjects in peace. Henry inherited a complex judicial system where cases could be heard in a variety of local courts. In order to concentrate power in his own hands, Henry introduced swift and consistent royal justice, as set out here in Glanville. Henry established central courts at Westminster and sent newly appointed royal justices on a circuit around the country. These circuit judges would meet regularly and agree to follow one another's decisions, thus ensuring common practice throughout England. A distinct method of lawmaking emerged. Laws now evolved through precedent as well as royal decree. Disputes over land were important in this agricultural society. Traditionally, they've been determined by trial by battle, in which the opponents exchanged blows to resolve the issue. Only the king could summon a body of men to give a verdict on oath. So royal justice could offer a new, non-violent alternative, something not available in the baronial courts: trial by jury. Every free man can retain his right in his tenement and avoid the doubtful outcome of a duel. When the 12 knights have been chosen, they are to be summoned to come to court to swear on oath which party has the greater right. This legal revolution was motivated by Henry's royal and dynastic ambitions, but it laid the foundations for the common law, the system that still governs legal practice and procedure in England and in the United States to this day. And Becket's murder shattered his reputation in France. Henry struggled to hold his sprawling empire together. He had limitless energy and was never in the same place for long. King Louis of France once said of him, now in England, now in Normandy, he must fly rather than travel by boat or horse. The French king was always eager to stir up dissension in the Plantagenet family. He was still furious about Eleanor's marriage to Henry. Complicating matters was Eleanor herself. She may have been Henry's queen, but she was not always.
Safe to say, I'm gonna go get it in. I'm gonna try to go get it in on these skates of mine. So I am gonna disconnect with y'all, cause y'all got my phone and I need it. But these checks, check, and nothing. I need mobile deposit those. But anyways, that ain't none of y'all business no way. I really wasn't telling y'all. But hope everybody have a blessed day. I'm finna get the fuck about this house. Go get it in on these skates for a second. See the difference? White, you looking rough, white. Yeah, get up out this house and go get on these skates for a little while. And feel this sun on my face. First and foremost, I gotta find a location that I can get it in that ain't nobody gonna bother me and try to interrupt my time. I want to take my dog, but she don't know how to behave. When I come back, me and you gonna go to the park and fetch the ball. Let her just run. But shit, everybody else, I hope y'all have a blessed day. Happy Sunday. And all that good shit. Hope you see your loved ones. Speak to your loved ones. Let your loved one know you love them. Hope they let you know they love you. Hope you get the fuck up out the house and off these motherfucking phones and go do something with yourself. If you happen to be in the vicinity of where I'm at, get your skates and come skate with a nigga. I think I'm taking my little tripod and broadcast my skate session from my other phone, from my other account. Hopefully you following me on there. If not, hopefully you come across it and see it. And I think I'm gonna do that. Fucked up shit is y'all ain't gonna be able to hear the music though, cause I'm gonna have headphones on. But shit, you be able to watch a nigga getting it in. Y'all have a good day. I'm getting out of here. Tired of sitting here. 656 GMB. Get at me. Go. Go. No. Go. I love you. I'll do that. I wish I had a girl. If I had a girl in my life, you could go, because you could sit and chill with her and shit if she wasn't a skater.
Take control of your cloud with Dell Technologies. Accelerate time to market by up to 15%. Boost developer productivity by up to 28%. And reduce risk 13% on average. Let's make total control real with Dell Technologies Cloud.
A sommelier searches for the perfect wine. But I hear a different calling, the call of a schmear of cream cheese. For I am a sommelier. I practice my craft at Philadelphia. Here, we use only the freshest milk. Cat one, go, go! And the finest ingredients.
What is this?
Until perfection is achieved. It's ready.
Schmears!
Philadelphia, schmear perfection.
Let's go to the description. Let's go to the description. Let's go to the description and get ourselves some
Geico Insurance, who helps you with insurance for your auto, home, boat, or motorcycle and can help save you hundreds. Geico Insurance. For years, Geico has helped people save money on their insurance, and they can help you too. Whether you're buying your first home, getting married, or welcoming a little one into your life, Geico will be there to help you through all your major life changes. So head to the description now to see how much you could save today. And now, on with the show.
After seeing all that damage and how much it costs, you're just clamoring for some insurance, right? Right? Well, lucky for you, this video is sponsored by Geico, and they're some of the best insurance guys in the biz, covering both home and auto. They'll be there for any of your big life changes, buying a house, getting hitched, and deciding to go back to superhero week. You know, we have links in the description to find out more.
Hot dog hotline. All dogs 100% tasty, 1000% delicious. Onions.
Thanks, Tungus.
You put relish where?
Try the new Tapatio dog. Get a second for $1. AM PM. Too much good stuff.
Tungus!
Yo, this thing is insane.
Bring it on.
You ready? My girls have a way of getting into mischief.
So do I. You consider yourself a hero? Yeah.
Weddings.
Leave me a message. Or don't. Do me a favor. Don't text me. It's gay.
Ha! If you leave Phil a text message, it's quote-unquote gay. Phil's hilarious. I sometimes call him when I know he can't answer, just to leave a voicemail, just to tell him how much I want to make love to him for that epic text messaging takedown. Also, Bradley Cooper plays a douchebag in every movie he's in until he co-stars with Jennifer Lawrence cliché.
And you never walk away from the table when you're on a heater.
You do if you're getting married.
Dude, we have all the context we need to know that this is a bride waiting on her groom, so this expositional bickering isn't accomplishing anything, except for making me look at Jeffrey Tambor wearing like 3 shirts and no pants. Also, wearing your watch on the inside of your wrist. What is that, man? Who are you trying to impress? Are you trying to disrupt the concept of telling time or some bull?
We're getting married in 5 hours.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Seriously, who the schedules the bachelor party for essentially the night before the wedding anymore? That is some freshman rookie level bull. And Phil's married, so he should know better. Also, starting your movie 3/4 of the way through, so you can do a "you're probably wondering how we got here" cliche. Guess what we're sitting? The Rio. They're getting measured for the tuxedos 2 days in advance. What is this, a shotgun wedding or something, where everything has to happen super quickly? And does anything about this family scream that they would leave standard wedding preparation until the last minute? Zach Galifianakis. I don't care what happens. I don't care if we kill someone. What? Movie comes dangerously close to turning into very bad things, and that would be, well, a tremendously poor event. You gotta love how this Mercedes product placement also includes a banner, just in case you couldn't figure out what make this car was.
Remember, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Except, ironically, the movie What Happens in Vegas. That's an example of that should have stayed there and didn't. Whenever you're committing a crime with your student's field trip money, it's important for you to pull out a big envelope that says Vegas on it and remove all the cash inside for some reason while inside the classroom. Also, Jackson, Maine is charging them $90 goddamn for a trip to the Griffith Observatory. Even a cursory Google search will tell you that's free, and the planetarium is only $5. I could maybe buy that the students are this dense, but the parents that forked over this cash fell for it too? All of them? After all this public criming, this asshole sticks all the envelopes inside his bag anyway, and then he folds an exposed amount of cash in his right hand as he leaves the classroom. How has this guy not been caught already?
I'm not supposed to be within 200 feet of a school. What? Or Chuck E. Cheese.
Haha, and Alan is a sex offender. I can't wait to root for these characters when they get in deep during their fun Vegas trip. They seem like really awesome people who deserve the best. Also, why is Doug in the pickup line for the student, especially right by the front door? He really should be more than 200 feet away from the school in the faculty parking lot or something.
And don't forget to use it. I can totally tell when you forget your hair just looks thinner.
Here's funny actress Rachel Harris being reduced to playing an unfunny asshole for her mercifully brief screen time. If you're going to hire someone like her, maybe give her something funny to do. Just a suggestion. Also, one of my favorite parts of this movie is how much likability and agency they give the female characters. I mean, you can really tell that the filmmakers just get women, you know?
They are mature, actually. You just have to get to know them better.
Aging doctor.
You know, Todd Phillips is right. In this woke culture, how can we tell a joke as funny as this anymore? This bit where Stu says his friends are mature and that notion immediately gets shot down when he's called a homophobic slur couldn't have worked any other way. There's no other thing these friends could have said or done to make that joke work. Roll crap. I know they're going to Vegas, but do open container laws not apply here?
You want to explain it to them, Alan?
Guys, my dad loves this car more than he loves me, so yeah.
Is Alan named after Alan Ruck from Ferris Bueller's Day Off? Because it sounds like the same situation Alan Ruck had in that movie. They go on and on about this car throughout the movie, but by the end, the condition of the car doesn't matter at all. In fact, it's completely forgotten.
Am I alright over there, Alan? Yeah, you're good.
Why the f*** would you trust Alan's judgment on whether there's a car in the lane you're merging into? Have they operated like this the whole way? How are they not dead already? Also, who doesn't at least sense that there's a giant semi-truck in the next lane? Especially in a f***ing convertible. I know there's no passenger side mirror on the 300 SE, but you're not Batman, and your head does f***ing turn.
You can't go to Vegas, but she can a bellhop on a Carnival cruise line.
Let's see, how many cliches can we knock out here? Expositional arguing, check. Inappropriate conversation in front of a complete stranger because boys will be boys. Got it. Eating snacks in line to purchase snacks to further show that your character's a huge butthole. Bingo!
Dr. Price? Stu, you're a dentist.
Phil and Stu are pretty good buddies, for some reason. So how has this not come up in conversation before? First off, what is taking Stu so long to get ready? Sure, he's talking to Karen or whatever her name is, but he also just got out of the shower. Second off, what kind of friends are these that walk into your bedroom unannounced while you're getting dressed? If anyone should be giving attitude, it should be Stu.
She beats him. That was twice, and I was out of line.
Swear to God, I'm getting sick of the crass and clueless that passes for humor in this movie, so I'm gonna add 20 cents here to cover it. Doesn't mean I definitely won't go to this well again, but I think 20 covers us so far.
He's in denial. Not to mention she f***ed a sailor.
Hey, he wasn't a sailor. He was a bartender on a cruise ship. You know that.
Yeah, didn't you guys just talk about this? You guys are acting like there wasn't a whole scene in a gas station just before the Kanye West and T.I. Rihanna songs transported us to Vegas. We get it. Stu's girlfriend is awful.
Guys, I'm standing.
Just blatantly said this to you at the gas station 6 minutes ago.
Ooh, let the dogs out. Ooh.
From there, the movie uses this as an excuse to play that goddamn song during this hallway scene. I hope spending the money to play this overplayed song yet again for something so trivial was worth it, assholes.
You're not really wearing that, are you?
Wearing what?
The man purse.
Oh, sure, the man purse is what sucks about Alan's ensemble. Not the undersized shirt with the head on it and the trees growing out of it. It's the man purse that's objectionable.
We're going up, guys.
You were clearly just going down. Also, Todd Phillips plays a smarmy asshole in his own movie cliche. Also, even though going up is a total surprise to the rest of the wolf pack, it is pretty clear that Phil pressed the up button a minute ago. But nobody noticed that? You know for a fact Stu would have noticed that and asked him why he pressed the up button.
Look at the view up here.
Okay, look, it's nice and all, but didn't they have a very similar view from their villa just a few floors down? I'm not saying it's not cool, I'm just saying this is a total overreaction.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Jägermeister. I know the movie has to go over the top with the debauchery last night, but there's no way in hell they did this much damage to the villa. Hell, the trip to Mike Tyson's house alone would have taken up a significant chunk of the night, let alone the strip club and all the other. I'm not saying they couldn't get super wild, but I am saying the props department wanted their moment to shine in this shot regardless of the believability. So wait, everybody set up the champagne bottles to be knocked down, but nobody tried to bowl them over? Even if someone threw a gutter ball, those champagne bottles were getting knocked down one way or another. Jesus, for a party that was clearly out of control due to alcohol and hard drugs, they sure drank a ton of Monster during this thing. Also, that's a load of balls that someone completely whacked out of their mind somehow stacked in a neat pyramid. It makes one wonder, was the crazy party the result of roofie lace mayhem, or was it the overconsumption of energy drinks? Okay, look, we find out later that they stole this tiger from Mike Tyson. Thankfully, he's tame enough that he didn't eat anybody. And how did they get a tiger through the Caesar's lobby? Not only that, but they used a valet. So, did they take the tiger out and just sneak it past 100 people and onto an elevator?
Hey, bro, you mind putting on some pants? I find a little weird I have to ask twice.
Of all the that's going on right now, this is what Phil finds a little weird.
Hey, Phil, am I missing a tooth?
You'd think years of being a dentist and sticking your tongue in the place where your tooth should be would be enough confirmation, but I guess this maxes out the comic tension for your audience. I know Phil is up and everything, but how does he not notice the hospital bracelet he's been wearing all morning? This mystery is somehow dumber than the one in Dude, Where's My Car?
After the Hard Rock got blacked out, it was like emptiness.
Okay, so we're being assholes to this movie, but Zach Galifianakis is really great, infusing an annoying character with some truly funny moments.
Doug could be in the hospital, he could be hurt.
Yeah, but why do they have to go to the hospital at all? They have the information on the bracelet, so they could save a trip, call over to see about the problem, bada bing, bada boom, mystery solved. Also, speaking of wasting time, the f*** are they planning to do about the villa? Checkout time at Caesars is 11 a.m., and they were only staying one night. Phil said they woke up at 10, then they found all the suite, went to the pool for brunch, and now they're getting the car from the valet. So they should already be late. Housekeeping should already be in the suite, and the hotel kicking them out in short order.
Is that the mattress from Doug's room?
Alan can spot that particular mattress from this far away? Sure, it's possible he put two and two together since the mattress was missing from his bedroom, but does anything about this character make you think he would? Also, it's a good thing that Doug has superhuman strength, the ability to throw a mattress off the roof of Caesar's palace onto this statue near the valet parking. Otherwise, this movie can't have its Dr. House moment. moment later. She may have an amazing rack, but she clearly has no spatial awareness, considering she just casually strolled right in front of this moving police car.
I already told you. He came in here with a mild concussion, some bruised ribs, no big deal.
Sure, doctors routinely let former patients and their buddies not only walk into the clinic, but into the exam room during an active checkup. If I was this poor bastard, I'd sue their dicks off.
Okay, here we go. Patient named Phil Wennick.
Phil just paid God knows what for his doctor to go over his chart with him, when he could have easily gotten that information for free.
Best little chap, you know where that is? I do. It's at the corner of Get a Map and Off.
Dr. Veep is clearly a terrible physician, but he'd be excellent at cinema sins. What to do with the baby? My guess is you just didn't have the baby during the shoot that day, because if Alan has one of those special harnesses, why would taking the baby inside the chapel be that big of a problem?
You don't remember nothing.
It's funny how everyone reacts in complete shock when they hear the guys don't remember what happened last night. People black out from regularly drinking in, Topeka every night. This is Vegas, and everyone can clearly see how up these guys were last night. Hell, I'd be surprised if they did remember something, considering the description of their condition.
I'm a school teacher. I got a family, okay? I'm all for secrecy, but I'm not going to torch cop car.
When did Phil become a model of stability after he's been talking everyone into breaking the law from the beginning of this trip? Torching a cop car is the line that he can't cross because he's a school teacher? How did these assholes know to go to the chapel to find Phil and everybody? Were they just driving around hoping the people they're pissed off at were out and about and got lucky?
Where is he?
When questioning your subject, it's best to start with the pronoun game to maximize the confusion and thus knock him off his game.
What the is going on?
Roughly 90% of Ed Helms' post-hangover dialogue is some derivative of what's going on.
We call this place Loserville.
What are these kids even doing here? Can't be a school trip because Phil clearly said
Good weekend, Budnick.
when he left yesterday. So these kids are just volunteering en masse to come to tour the police station on a Saturday?
You want to stay an extra night? The wedding's tomorrow.
I guess Tracy is the most complex female character in this movie, but all she does is mildly question the idea of her fiancé staying in Las goddamn Vegas until the morning of their f***ing wedding day. Girl power!
The good news is we found your Mercedes. We picked it up at 5 a.m. this morning.
So if you had the Mercedes, then you knew who owned it. Then there would be a phone call to Jeffrey Tambor, who would have told you all the people he knew who were in Vegas, and you would have found out Stu's credit card was registered at Caesar's Palace, and why did it take you so long to arrest these assholes?
Look, the point is, I think we can work out a deal discreetly, of course, man.
B. Coop offers a deal to these cops, and not only does it works immediately. See, it's funnier because it's in the balls. Get it? Get it? Balls! Balls are funny! Laugh, you puppets! Balls! Boy, sure is awesome that nobody fears a lawsuit in this world. A bunch of dudes can just steal a cop car and then go free after getting punished by a bunch of school children. I can't see anything that could possibly go wrong during any part of the scenario, because as we all know, anything justifies a comedic solution to a problem.
In the face! In the face!
With this line, Todd Phillips creates something even more annoying for frat boys to shout at parties than "it's so good once it hits your lips."
You see? It'll be all right.
Any positive reinforcement this early in the movie is a definite penalty for premature celebration. Of all the unsolved mysteries, I'd like to know who was screwing in this car last night, and they go to great pains to show that Mr. Chow is not well endowed. So who filled this Magnum up? Oh, come on. This car was impounded. You don't think the cops would have checked the trunk? Are you serious? Also, he's been in this trunk for what, 16 hours or so? In hot-ass Las Vegas? How'd he survive that?
You gonna on me? Nobody's gonna on you.
Jesus. I gotta be honest and say this is the funniest movie I ever hated.
Last night on the roof, before we went out, I slipped something in our Jägermeister.
I know it's hard for Alan to admit this, but if he were going to, it would have been well before now. Also, by the way, much like how Ambien doesn't cause racism, roofies aren't known to make people try to tigers, marry hookers, and kidnap Asian kingpins. These assholes made a ton of noise coming in here. Now I know that In the Air Tonight is a loud rocking song, but it's not that loud and rocking or a song. How did Tyson even know they would come back here? Has he seriously been sitting here waiting all day in the hopes that the tiger nappers would show up and be willing to return it, just if he punched on them? Hell, at this point, they haven't even looked at the security footage. Also, of all Alan's been hit with today, this deserves the biggest he survives this.
That's Doug's?
Yeah, Doug. His wallet and his room key is in there.
Just because Doug's wallet and room key were in the jacket doesn't mean that Mike Tyson and his bodyguard could find out what room they're in. He didn't pay for anything at this hotel, so even if they went to a really loose-lipped concierge, they wouldn't have been able to tell them what room he was in. Electronic key cards don't usually have a room number on it, and anyone who's ever forgotten their room number coming back from eating 2 bowls of Skyline chili knows this very well. You think this hungry tiger wouldn't already be at the door after smelling that steak? I don't care how tame he is, that would have gone crazy. Unless Stu had to walk through a freezer to get to the bathroom, there's no way that steak is the same as that one. Sure is amazing that neither Stu's ultra-paranoid girlfriend nor Doug's at least semi-suspicious fiancé have even tried to call since they left the wedding chapel. Was Phil's story about being comped an extra night that convincing?
So, if you guys know if there's gonna...
The very idea that this same thing didn't happen during their blackout is a bunch of bull. Damn, this bus driver's committed to getting to the next stop on time. He also knows his supervisor would never believe he was hit by a driver of a vintage Mercedes being attacked by a tiger. Why, that would sound as absurd as having your clearance sign stolen by a group of street toughs that went on to assault you in an alley. Man, this security footage can frame, zoom, enhance, and edit like a champ, despite being in black and white and looking like a student film that was run over by a lawnmower.
No, wait, man, where you get that cop car from?
We, stole it from these dumbass cops.
The Mercedes was found by the cops at 5 a.m., when presumably these guys stole a cop car from the cops who were impounding the Mercedes. The valet ticket back at Caesars says they got back at 5:15. When did they have time to go to Mike Tyson's place, steal a tiger, and bring it back, especially since the bodyguard told them it was a 40-minute drive? Even if we believe they left the Mercedes in the middle of Las Vegas Boulevard an hour earlier than that, if we're being charitable, they still couldn't have made that drive. Remember, also, that Phil was in the hospital at 2:45 a.m., so they somehow left the hospital, went to Tyson's place, stole a cop car, stole a tiger, and got back to Caesars by 5:15.
You know, I just have to say, I have never seen a more beautiful, elegant, just regal creature.
Check it out, Stu! This tiger.
Sometimes the simple things in life deserve a send-off.
I got a guy in L.A. who's great with interior.
Geez, these gangster guys sure do find the cars they want to find whenever they're driving at any given time of the day. Also, are we supposed to believe there was this big collision in the middle of Las Vegas and no cops came to check it out?
Well, apparently, you guys met at a craps table late last night.
So if Phil and the gang stole this guy's money, how the f*** did they manage to drive around Vegas for hours without these guys finding them? Because they've found them twice with no effort so far. Why would there have been a problem earlier?
Why, when I come after you guys, he starts screaming like crazy and throw me in a truck?
Did he also strip you down completely naked? Or was that a byproduct of the heat? Seriously, how did you survive that, man? Also, man, it's really weird hearing Ken Jeong speak in this outrageous stereotypical accent after hearing him in stuff like Knocked Up and Community. Punching your poultry! So you're telling me these three, after all they've been through today, hatched this plan, recruited Jade, brought her up to speed, and found this table at this place and time, and it worked? I can't explain it, but Phil flipping off the security cameras while Alan destroys the blackjack table is awesome. I mean, he and Alan would probably be taken to a back room with Alec Baldwin and get beat with a baseball bat, but there's something so brazen about this, you have to respect it and laugh. I think I'll remove a sin.
And 100, 200, 300, 400. Oh, with all this, that's $82,400!
Which you would know already because you had to go to the cashier to change out your chips, and they would have told you the amount there. I understand the relief, and there is a bag over his head, but even disregarding clothing, Mike Epps is 6 foot motherfucking 2, and Justin Bartha is 5'8". That is definitely enough of a difference to notice that this ain't the right guy.
You know him?
Yeah, this is the guy that sold me the bad drugs.
So the liquor store guy who sold Alan the drugs, who just happens to be named Doug, somehow got mixed up in their night in Vegas? Them right?
Roofling, there you go with that word, roofling.
Yeah, I don't understand why they use that word either. The name is Rohypnol. I guess you wanted to have your easy connection to roofies and the big revelation about Doug being on the roof here in a minute, but still could have gotten there without changing the actual name of the drug. And there's nothing more fun for me than slowing down a movie during a scene like this to show not Bradley Cooper getting tackled by not Ed Helms. It's not a real mistake or anything. You'd never notice this at normal speed, but I'm sinning it anyway because I was raised right.
You remember when we saw Doug's mattress impaled on that statue?
Yeah, it's because we threw it out the window.
No, impossible. You can't open windows in Vegas Hotel.
Well, that Stu lays out the whole reason why Doug is probably on the roof. The kind of reasoning that surely would have hit Caesar's staff as they pried the mattress off the statue. Can't open windows in a Vegas hotel room. Somebody would have had to have been like, did he throw it off the roof? And someone would have checked the roof. And even if they didn't want to check the roof because of that, surely someone went to the roof in the last 24 goddamn hours.
We can't drive there. The wedding starts in 3.5 hours.
You know what? We can drive there. We can make it.
How would Phil not know this? It would be close, but 3.5 hours is totally doable. And he's the risk taker, right? I feel like these characters just flip roles from scene to scene just to keep them interested.
Listen, Jade,
Not wanting to be married to Heather Graham anymore. Holy talk about a hooker with a heart of solid gold. This poor woman's been married, then abandoned, then used for a blackjack ruse, abandoned again, and was implicitly asked for the wedding ring back. And she's cool with all that. Damn, that went off without a hitch. Has the tuck shop delivered at high rates of speed between Vegas and LA before? Because this handoff has the precision of Jack getting off the bus and speed.
Sorry, MapQuest took us on a really crazy route.
MapQuest.
can you forgive me?
Husband and wife.
She does. She does. I think I'd normally give a send-off for the Dan Band because they're hilarious, but geez, we saw this in Old School, and that's always going to be the appearance we love. But mainly, why would anybody hire this band for their wedding? Especially someone like Tracy, who seemed to be one of the saner characters in this movie. I know Phil said he was married, but this being the first time we've actually seen his wife and kid is really up. Also, are we supposed to believe that Phil's learned some big life lesson in this movie? Is he a changed man? He still stole all that field trip money and is still a dick, right? But this movie is making out like he's so thankful to be back and he's really going to be a changed man after this. I'm not buying it.
Since you that waiter on your cruise last June. Boom!
Told me it was a bartender.
Oh, you're right.
This has been hashed and rehashed 4 times in this movie, and every time Stu's had to correct people on this matter, so I find it hard to believe he didn't remember bartender when it's probably been on his mind for a full year. Here's the problem with how awesome these stills from the credits are. They would be such a better movie. Carrot Top, easy sin. I know Alan is dumb, but Phil asked if the reason for him going to the hospital was in these pictures, and there's no evidence of what happened at all. There was a fight with Wayne Newton, but it looks like Stu was the one fighting. Then there's no evidence of how they ended up at Mike Tyson's place. They were on top of the roof at Caesars, then, like magic, they were at his house.
You see the blood on the ear? That was definitely a bite.
Quiz! Did you know that CinemaSins has 2 more channels? Music Video Sins and TV Sins. If you, for whatever reason, like our snarky style, you'll probably enjoy even more ridiculous bullshit over there. Okay, that's it for now. Back to the outtakes.
You're a stripper, don't you get it?
I'm a dancer.
I'm here for the gangbang.
There was evidence in this room of excessive consumption of almost every type of drug known to civilized man since 1544 AD.
Where's my freaking phone? You listen to me. I need this, okay? My wife, my job, my kids, every day is exactly the same. Oh, I go golfing on Sundays. But I hate golf. Don't blackball me, Mitch, please.
Excuse me. Yep, those are my boobs.
You can't just do that. You can't just tase people. Don't tase me, bro. Don't tase me. Oh, jeez.
You know what you wanted. Now exit my burger hole, boy.
It's me. I've got Jesse inside, and he's coming for me right now. He knows I'm alone. I'm guessing he's got backup.
How many guys?
I don't know.
Where are you?
Partially. Indian reservation west of town. Get a pen.
Go. Where is Doug?
He washed away in a storm. His grave isn't there anymore. I told you, but you were drunk.
This is the first film I could think of that used the new Disney-fied 20th Century Studios instead of 20th Century Fox, and my objection remains the same. It's the 21st century, you dicks! I can't tell if the opening of this movie wants to be There Will Be Blood or the Tom Waits section from the Ballad of Buster Scruggs.
It was in all the papers at the time.
Harrison narration.
In this realm, Buck was king.
Okay, but he just licked that ice block, which I assume is headed to a bar or restaurant to be chopped into ice and served in drinks that people suck into their stomachs. Groceries. Look, I'm just going to add 30 cents right here and now for how fake the dog looks. Somehow they decided a good dog trainer was more expensive than a CGI dog. They might have been right on sheer cost, but they were way wrong in the end result and how much that end result would cause people to make fun of the movie rather than praise it.
Stop!
But if he's headed for the most powerful man in town, shouldn't the buck stop there? This ad for dogs is like 200 words. Do you realize how expensive that would have been?
Buck, go with the girls.
Buck's already shown that he could give a rat's ass about following orders, but he understands this pretty complex command and does it? Jesus Christ, what might be a fun visual about a large, enthusiastic dog, in my view, looks like child abuse. You can have your fun visuals, but one of those girls just had her pancreas punctured. It's Call of the Wild, not Marmaduke, right? Is he a rhino? I read Call of the Wild in school, and I do not remember all the parts about him being the size of a small horse. Is that Bradley Whitford? Get out. Also, there is no way this feast doesn't end with the dog everything up. See, this is a Brady Bunch episode, you lazy twits.
He was less attentive to his master's commands
Hey, Buck. I got a kid for you.
than he was to his own instincts.
Rates this right before the dog gets dog napped. Buck's instincts are so good, why'd he eventually go into the wagon?
He answers to the name of Buck. He'll bet you fine price where he's going.
I just realized this is War Horse for dogs. Also, dog napping. Also, I was thinking about how much this story has in common with White Fang, and then I did a little Googling, and the same guy wrote both books. He's famous for writing the same book 2 different times. Just one more to get to the E.L. James trifecta. How the hell did his collar fall off? He didn't even get into a physical altercation with the dudes. You're telling me that all the shenanigans Buck's gotten into today have left this unperturbed, but hopping up into a wagon knocked it clean off? That train's traveling forward in the left lane. Must be a British train.
Buck had no idea where he was, where he had been, where he was going.
So pretty much like Tommy Lee on the Girls, Girls, Girls tour in 1987. Oh, great! We end this sequence of rampant animal abuse by showing that there's zero hope for this heroic hound, at least in the short term. Welcome to Fox Disney Pictures, where dreams come to die.
Skagway, Alaska.
Gesundheit. Buck could jump out of this bitch any second if he wanted, and the entire movie has suggested he would want to. I know Buck is smarter than the average bear and all, but I'd like to know how smart. At times he's an absolute dunce, not understanding anything going on around him. But now he's able to understand a heavily French-accented hiker when he vaguely tells him to run up toward the camp. I'm not saying dogs aren't magic, because they are, but this dog is Albus Dumbledore. This is the worst-looking dog sled team I've ever seen. This is the Mighty Ducks of dog sled teams. I feel like using an icicle as a military meeting map pointer is a little too Alaska. This mushing sequence goes on for some time. It's like if all the pratfalls from Private Pyle's training and Full Metal Jacket were inserted as a montage into one frigid sequence.
Buck felt it cold. He'd never known.
How is frantic the narrator and the main human character in this movie? It's not like he's here to see what Buck is experiencing, or even what happened on the journey up to Alaska at all. Using a pine cone as a pillow. Being a dick? It's not that big of a deal. Give a dog a fish, he'll eat for a meal. Teach a dog to fish, and he'll end up being exploited by evil humans and made to do it on command for profit before dying an agonizing and protracted death, because this is a Hollywood movie about animals.
Doing the work of a sled dog brought Buck confidence.
A confidence he somehow didn't have before he was kidnapped, tortured, and sentenced to several months of indentured servitude. It's a wonderful dog. Why does there have to be a villain dog? I get the general and overall odds Buck faces being up. Why does a fellow dog have to hate him and get all emo on his ass? I want to like this movie, but the screenwriters make it impossible. A dog or any creature sitting this close to the fire will rapidly get too hot and move away, unless they are computer animated, of course. As Buck goes to gnaw on his earned bone, we pan out to show Rufio and this sled team staring on in jealousy, plotting some Kingslayers. I hate Rufio dog. Many minutes of dogfighting, none of which is noticed by the humans in whose care they're in. Buck finally dominates the husky jerk, and I can't even feel good about it because this movie had to set this with the backdrop of the Aurora Borealis to be poetic or something. What a weird name for a dog. I guess it's better than swallows.
Just because you pull good don't make you ready to lead.
I disagree.
I think they know something you don't know.
There's nothing I don't know.
That's literally impossible, Dick.
Fine, thank you.
This movie is Warhorse for dogs. The movie makes a big deal about Buck's first time leading being super fast, but he's huge. And also, they're going downhill. Never yell yeehaw near snowy mountains. What is this, Indiana Jones? There's a huge push for these assholes to get to this town on time. But what does that even mean? What happens if they show up a couple hours late? Does the town completely empty into the frozen tundra of the Yukon? Do they have better to do than sitting around drinking bourbon in a saloon and waiting for the mail to arrive?
See, Beck, we don't carry men, we carry lives. We carry hope, we carry love.
And probably some disease. Also, you got some of the postmen in my Call of the Wild.
I wish I'd found the words to express how I felt before the silence became unbearable.
Too late. The Ball of the Wild.
And as I am, there may be no home for me in this world.
As Patriot Games continues to blather on, it's time for a dog eat skip.
You're late.
It's just that it's my son's birthday.
Should have come where we were taking.
What is this f***er's obsession with time, especially now that they've stopped? He's right there with a letter in his hand. Their mail route, we later learn, takes 80 days or more. What's a few seconds? These people wouldn't be cheering about the mail if someone told them that the mail would eventually become full of junk, ads, bills, and Hallmark cards. Intouchables tells Buck that there's a mighty journey ahead, and just looking at the timestamp, I can confirm he is correct. This dickhead is so obviously evil that he literally has a mustache he can twirl while laughing maniacally. This section where Buck gets sold to evil, greedy people who mistreat the dogs goes on for too long. And I'm adding another 10 cents for making me feel sad for a CGI dog.
What am I going to do with you?
I don't know. Keep him as a pet? Have him run errands for you? John makes it sound like having Buck around would be such a burden, but does he really have anything else going on? And yes, I know that's the eventual plot, but that's what makes this line so silly. I'd maybe buy that Buck could track John to the saloon by smell, but how the f*** did Hal find him? Especially at this very second. This movie is boring. God almighty, the dog is going to understand alcoholism and cure it. And look, I know dogs are smart and can bring you a beer or mourn a lost friend, but they're not f***ing this smart. Wouldn't it have been nice to see that the actual responsibility of taking care of Buck and being his friend is what led John away from alcohol? That the dog gave him a purpose he never had? Instead, this movie has the dog literally bury and sit on the alcohol to keep John from drinking. Also, this is not a good message for alcoholics. This dog is a band-aid to this character's alcoholism. He says, let's go on a trip, a real adventure. You might even call it a last crusade, but that's only if you're involving an aging former action star and sex symbol in your movie.
They could go.
This whole movie acts like the dog can understand English, and it's infuriating. How in the ever-loving hell did the super impulsive dog from earlier in the movie not jump out of the boat to catch a fish? And don't tell me he's learned discipline. All he's learned is that some humans are trash and others are good. Don't at me. Damn, once Alaska thawed, its thawed as... I mean, aren't they headed northwest? And when they left, there was snow on the ground at their house. It's been like one day. Okay, I'd be remiss if I didn't give the movie a little credit for being a pretty genuine depiction of a man-dog friendship, because I'm an animal lover and a big old softie, so take it off before I change my mind. Interestingly, this is what my college girlfriend said that night we finally going this long down river before hitting any rapids until now. Also, they survived this without any falls, too. Well, that makes two movies I loathe where Harrison Ford survives an impossible trip over a waterfall. This dude's murder boner is so turgid that he comes all the way back to town to f*** with John. And when he finally does break into his place, it's been after days. Why didn't he come after him the night he accosted him in the saloon? John says, we come and go, don't we? Rest me for a room, Maggie. Fuck. Talking with your mouth full. I'd give all the sins back to this movie if they walked in on a bunch of decomposed hobbit carcasses right now. Wouldn't that be an epic post-mortem troll from Jack London against J.R.R. Tolkien? Also, I don't care how long it's been abandoned, breaking and entering. Hell, you just nearly killed Buck, you idiot. Did you not recognize the trap as a trap when you took it from the inside of the cabin and put it outside? Did you not warn Buck about it? He speaks English, you know. The dog is helping him center the horns, as dogs do.
Fairy tale's true.
So, why did the previous occupant of the cabin abandon this literal gold mine? Movie has way too much time for this romantic subplot tacked on to the end. Oh, you say it was part of the book? Well, look up our company motto, baby. No one will be seated during the scene where the dog watches the wolves hunt a boar. So this lead wolf from the Hot Wolf's pack falls into the rapids while hunting a warthog, and we're supposed to care why? As a contrivance to get the Hot Wolf to fall in love with Buck? This is as convenient as Ethan Hawke accidentally-ing himself upon that assault on a teenage girl in Training Day. Holy the pack let Buck keep that and take it back to John? There are a bunch of those wolves, you know, and they are wild animals, hence the name of the movie. So why would they allow this?
This journey seems to be leading Buck to his destiny.
Damn, presumed innocent presumes a lot about Buck's character. He doesn't know shit about what the dog has been through before he saw him in the sled team. For all he knows, this motherfucker's microchip. Okay, look, this is a gas fireplace posing as a campfire. Notice the specific deliberate plumes of fire. Notice the 4 angled logs, none of which look burned, even though solid flame is coming from beneath them. Remember that you're watching a movie that spent so much on a CGI f***ing dog that a real fire is probably somehow more expensive than a gas fire. I can show you the world, shining moonlight with bare threats.
World's a dangerous place. You never know what's coming.
Crawley shadowing. There you go, kids. If you want to quit drinking, forget AA and just get you an oversized, stubborn CGI dog spying on your dog's date. Wait, what?
How far he has traveled to find his home. How far I have traveled from mine.
Oh, shut the f*** up, Grizzly Man. John Encino Man's his dog here, telling him to go, but for his own good. And it's a f***ed up manipulation by the filmmakers. Why? Buck knows what's up. He's understood English all movie, as well as nuance and human nonverbals. You're telling me he needs to be told to go right now? F*** you, movie. You just wanted to make the humans cry. Yo, Hal has to have a homing beacon on John like Boba Fett had on Han Solo for this to be possible. Asshole tracked him down across the Yukon, where no one in the world had been, and found his exact location? Does not compute. Sweet, the antagonist dies a fiery, painful death. It's like Midsummer, except with adorable CG animals. But also straight-up murder. Thank God a human dies in this movie instead of the dog. Seriously. I hate dog movies because them always die. There's even a website dedicated to it. Given how often it's happened recently, though, I guess someone should start a DoesHarrisonFordDie.com. I was trying to give you some space to mourn your two-legged friend, but now I'm beginning to feel neglected.
There is a place in these mountains where a new breed of timber wolves wolf roams.
Okay, I believe the earlier narration was John making up about Buck's background, but this is from beyond the grave. Does this bear ever move? He's been in the same spot since they got here. And hell, Buck's had time to procreate. Go hunt somewhere else, not so, gentlemen. Clearly, the judge back in Santa Clara did not listen to Bob Barker, who was alive in the early 1900s, mind you, to help control the pet population and have your pets spayed or neutered.
Hey, Travis, what you doing with that gun?
Did you know the CinemaSin writers have podcasts? Check out Sincast and Behind the Sins by searching for CinemaSins wherever you listen to podcasts.
Men searching in the Arctic had found a yellow metal. Gold.
You see, Mr. Powers, I love gold.
What's really going to bake your noodle later on is, would you still have broken it if I hadn't said anything?
Actually rooting for this girl. She's got so much heart. You think of all the pain and the
Tequila is my lady.
Please get me out of here.
Get out.
Yeah, get me out. Get me out. Please help.
Anything off the trolley, dears?
Is somebody there? Mr. Marbles?
Iceberg, right ahead. This is my boomstick.
Is that you?
Chewie. We're home.
Hey, baby.
Is the target Gerard Butler? Who just said target is on the move? Everything is so dark and close up that I have no idea who's doing what. I wouldn't be surprised if this turned out to be a training exercise. This guy gets a message. Somebody I think is Gerard Butler is sneaking around. Somebody with a gun here. Trigger finger. I think that's Gerard Butler, but I'm not sure. Gun shooting in the darkness. Another guy fires back. Some dude appears to get hit with a bullet. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm sure everyone who made this movie thought it was exciting. Also, why does this movie look so much like Saw? It's got a tone of sepia mixed with tobacco remnants. I guess we could just call this the Lionsgate sheen. Coherence is a thing, guys. How does this bad guy compound have one isolated dude wandering around that Mike can easily beat and move on to the next thing? Doesn't anyone remember the buddy system? What happened to the buddy system? Stairs, excitement. And to nobody's surprise at all, this thing was a goddamn training exercise. It's a cliche as old as time. Cave drawings depicted men running through the woods and getting attacked by a bear, only for the next drawing to show the bear hugging that man and telling him what he did wrong so he'll learn a lesson. I now add 25 sins for wasting our time. There's no way only one of the people in the exercise would have a paint gun, right? If that's true, then why did no one Mike shoot over the last 3 minutes have any paint on their gear?
Mike, this course, nobody makes it that far.
Fun back and forth banter. Clearly old friends, probably war buddies. Roll cast with Danny Houston. Yep, he's the bad guy.
I bought it for next to nothing from Uncle Sam. Turned Sailing Global into a 5,000-acre Disneyland.
Cool. I hope you improve that Indiana Jones ride, because the original one is kind of...
Hey, the f*** asshole.
I sure am glad this guy decided to make a big stink about something Mike did in the training session, even though I'm sure he's used to being roughed up in these things. It'll make him that much easier to identify when Mike finds out his buddy is behind all this. Also, with an obvious henchman assholing harder than he needs to, if you just replace Houston and Kid here with Guy Pearce and Sam Hugan, would you realize you aren't watching Bloodshot?
Well, if I can get a contract for your special ops to train here, finally get me out of the red.
Banking on the government to get you out of the red.
Hey, when are you in D.C. next?
After Wonder Woman? Probably not for a super long time. Unless they want to resurrect my character like they did Chris Pines. Whenever I see that Piper Perabo has replaced Rhoda Mitchell in something, I like to call that situation a rowdy Rhoda Piper.
You said it was from a car accident?
I understand the need for Mike to hide the fact that he's a Secret Service guy when he's talking about his injuries, but why can't he just say he's in the Army or something?
That's all for today, folks. Thank you very much.
Mr. President! Mr. President! Is the asteroid still headed for Earth? Mr. President!
Half these guys aren't even American. It's not the same fighting for money as when you fight for your flag.
doesn't approve of non-Americans working for the government, casting Tim Blake Nelson in the role. Yep, he's the asshole on the inside, partnered up with Danny Houston. This movie isn't even trying to deceive us. To be fair, unless you cast Glenn Close or Morgan Freeman in the role, the vice president is always the villain. Breaking news, Russian troop movement. I haven't seen a more obvious protagonist is going to go off and get framed for the murder of the president of the United States and not be able to finish this important conversation with his wife cliches and serving cowboy. Mike tells the president he must really love fishing because it's so very cold. He also likes disrupting the lives of several people and wasting taxpayers' dollars on the extra security every time he does it. Also, fishing. It's really getting harder and harder to think of a 2019 movie that didn't have drones in it. Also, I realize there's some inside involvement, but there are plenty of people surveying the area that aren't trying to kill the president. So not one of these goddamn people saw a suspicious vehicle that could mount a drone strike. There are even multiple aircraft flying all over the goddamn place. Random SWAT guy has fallen. Totally get that they're setting up Banning to take the fall, so I get why they're not attacking him. But I don't understand why they don't just go ahead and kill the president instead of wasting their time on these randos. I see that this movie ported its fire effects directly from the Hunger Games. This is just a bunch of whatever. I don't know how action directors get into an editing bay with their editor and decide, I want a fraction of a second of this and a fraction of a second of that, and all this stuff I worked so hard on to film for weeks will be condensed into 5 seconds. I'm trying very hard to pretend that this helicopter is real, but that opens up the possibility that the gnomes biting my ankles are real. The last time I thought that, I nearly went bankrupt buying the special socks that cover up gnome bite wounds. Foot fetishes.
I, Martin James Kirby, do solemnly swear.
As Kirby gets sworn in as the acting president, this movie cuts to dead bodies. Who the edited this? The people behind the Sarah McLachlan Dogs in Cages commercials?
Maybe you can explain why I found your DNA in the van.
This whole plot suggests that Mike drove a van full of drones to some remote lake and then, I guess, Ubered back to be with the president before he went on his fishing trip. I feel like this is something that would be relatively easy to check to see if they can find evidence of such a van driving down the street at any point from Washington, D.C. to bump McGee Lake. I feel like there's more to an investigation than this, like common sense.
How about that he has seen 4 different doctors in the last 6 months, paying each one of them in cash. Did you know about that issue?
How did they already know about that issue? Based on the visit with the doctor we saw earlier, Mike was giving out false information. I'm sure they would have found out about it eventually, but not this quickly.
This perfectly planned, Mike, didn't he?
Seriously, even if Agent Thompson 100% believes Mike is behind this, the fact that she can say this was perfectly planned without laughing is sinful enough.
Now, if that's the case, Leah, that means somebody paid him to do this. If you can help me find that person, it would help Mike's case considerably.
Agent Thompson is laying out all the evidence she has for both Banning and his wife without arresting either one of them or even reading them their rights. She might be the worst cop in movie history. Doug Fackler now looks like an amazing police officer in comparison. What the f*** is wrong with you? You tell him, Mike. Everyone here knows you're a law-abiding citizen. So you think Mike Banning tried to kill the president using drones and has a wealthy backer. But you didn't think bringing more protection was necessary when taking him to prison? You put a guy in a van with 2 U.S. Marshals with only 2 cars tailing them like he's Dr. Richard Kimball, even though Mike and his buddy took out 452 Secret Service agents just yesterday. The past 30 seconds of this movie has basically been a semi-dark screen with barely perceptible fighting movement. I hope Mike is winning. Wow, Mike must have night vision to be able to identify this guy in the dark and remember he was the one who yelled at him at the training session earlier.
Banning is Secret Service. He knows how we do this. He knows all our tricks.
Agent Thompson is giving Mike a lot of credit for knowing how things work, for someone who just accused him of basically not knowing how things work.
And I don't want to hear anything about a subpoena at this point because I really don't give a We'll deal with that later.
Agent Thompson must be under the impression that it would be super difficult to get a subpoena in the search for the man who was wanted for almost killing the president. Instead of just getting them, which would be easy under these circumstances, she decides, okay, we'll leave it up to chance. You don't know it's Tim Blake Nelson yet, but why is it disguised in general? Both parties know who each other are. Are they afraid that someone might be listening? Makes sense, but these two guys... conversations we see in this movie.
And you said you were going to make it look like his team rescued him and disappeared with the 10 million.
The other guy on the end of the line, who is definitely Tim Blake Nelson, says the other part of the plan at the lake was to make it look like Mike's team rescued him and then disappeared with $10 million. The only problem with that plan is, wouldn't it have required Mike and his team to disappear after the attack?
High Mountain Militia, don't move.
I get his face has been all over the news and is attached to an attempted assassination on the president. So yeah, maybe these rednecks with guns would recognize him. But once again, it's dark. Why would they even be looking for him? As far as they know, he's still in police custody. There's no way that escape already made the news. I see that Angel Has Fallen is also going to take from the Taken 3 Bible by having its wrongfully accused protagonist get away with a ton of actual crimes just because he's innocent of the other. Mike survives this, and even so, isn't even hurt. That's because Mike's adrenaline also has a big... The movie narrates for us what happened because it too realizes we can't see in these nighttime scenes.
What time did the police call in the semi-crash? Scanner traffic pays at 417 AM.
Clearly Angel has fallen, found that Timothy Oliphant talks around with computer scenes from Live Free or Die Hard a little too exciting, so made theirs less so. Other acceptable old crusty dad choices in addition to Nick Nolte would have been Joe Don Baker, Gary Busey, or Wilford Brimley.
How the did you find me?
Nick Nolte is playing the reclusive asshole father of our main character. Maybe my theory is correct, that they just took the unused sequel script to Ang Lee's Hulk, changed Banner to Manning, and hoped no one would notice.
You'd like it if I did, wouldn't you? Dad.
Oh, for sake. Next thing you know, we'll be going to Samoa to find The Rock's brother, and Jason Statham's brother and sister. You know, assholes that didn't exist until a movie series needed them.
Why did I think coming here was a good idea? I know you had time to kill, but Jesus.
Mike is chalking up his father's ability to dig a tunnel long enough, wide enough, and big enough to escape through to the fact that he had time to kill. This movie. Mike's dad apparently set up a backyard full of explosives just in case any bad guys showed up, which is fine. But why didn't he build a bunker or a deer blind or something where he could blow people up and not be exposed? Sure, I'd get my rocks off too, standing in the middle of a clearing and blowing guys up, but I'd want to do it where I could see and hide from the enemy.
Okay, you stay here.
Really? Just gonna run off without asking your father if there's any more explosive devices you could trigger?
Are you kidding me?
What exactly is Mike so pissed off with his father about here? Looks like Clay is doing a much better job of disposing of the enemy than Mike is.
Pull up that wire. What wire? In the f***ing leaves, where else?
Clay tells Mike to pull on a wire, and he's like, what wire? And then he's like, in the leaves, and there are goddamn leaves everywhere. Yet Mike finds the wire in the dark anyway. I'm also wondering why Mike's dad can't just do it himself, since he's probably been waiting for this day for over 40 years.
Just stop with all your big brother.
Big brother shaming.
You think it's about the money, Mike?
I do, because you literally asked Mike at the beginning of the movie to get the president to outsource some contracts your way because your company was not doing well financially.
She got an engine. She likes the tires.
Do you think Nick Nolte has ever just given a simple yes or no answer to a question? Because I seriously don't think he has. I'm sure Morgan Freeman doesn't mind, but watching one of our very best actors play a role where he's in a coma for most of it, this is not my idea of fun. It's like watching Jodie Foster in Elysium all over again. Also, this entire scene is about how President Trumbull might wake up later. Definitely not now, but sometime in the future. So, put that in your memory caps. This scene will be important later when he does wake up, and you'll feel smart because you paid attention. Look, I know Mike didn't want to put on a disguise because it would make him look guilty, but I really don't understand the point of him standing around in the open, hanging out, especially since he was accosted by a militia earlier. And yeah, that militia was terrible, but why go through the grief of being recognized?
But don't you underestimate me for a second.
What? You mean Tim Blake Nelson, the vice president, was a surprise bad guy all along? Who could have seen that coming? Why the need for a surprise that's this unsurprising? You could have avoided tons of bull. Certain scenes would have had more suspense, and their plan would have made a lot more sense if we just saw Wade and Kirby plotting at the beginning of the movie. Also, the vice president being behind an attempted assassination of the president is so cliche, 24 only used the storyline 3 times.
We snuck around the back to avoid the press and police.
These guys snuck in through the backyard. Nobody expects people to come through the backyard. Are you seriously telling me there isn't a camera guy in a tree somewhere who didn't just see these 2 dudes walk in? Not one cop? The backyard? Get out of here with your backyard. Nolte ex machina.
Michael Jameson. Manny.
Clay gives Coyote Ugly a rundown of Mike's full name, where he was born, and his mom's maiden name. And that's enough for her to trust the non-Robert Redford Jeremiah Johnson.
Do you remember where Mike Banning was at Thompson? Was Mike killed?
Yeah, no need to answer that with Mike was by me saving my life, or 1,000 other things that would have Gentry on the phone shouting Mike's innocence. The movie has dragged everything else out. Might as well drag this out as well.
Mr. Jennings, I'm Helen Thompson.
I'm wondering, if you're investigating a war contractor company that might have killed 18 Secret Service agents and almost the president, would you show up with just one partner and a helicopter pilot? This seems kind of dumb. Agent Thompson had the least satisfying story arc for a character since Jack Black, and I still know what you did last summer. Note to movie law enforcement, if a company buys more than one of these Chevy Suburbans, they are likely bad guys. Mike's entire plan here is to take a Secret Service guy hostage, run into the hospital, and hope Trumbull has the mental faculties to remember that he saved him on the lake, all so that he can tell everybody that it's not safe here. I think a simple phone call might have done the same trick, but that wouldn't have been unnecessarily exciting.
This stupid thing has crashed 6 times in the last hour.
This nurse makes a remark about the computers crashing on the 6th time it happens. And thank God she does, because Mike is within earshot to get suspicious about it. I'm guessing the 2nd time it happened would have been plenty annoying enough, and the 3rd time would have been grounds to call the IT department, but no, the 6th time is when computer crashes start to get annoying. Also, I'm wondering why the bad guys even bothered to wait this long to do all this shit. One of the biggest threats to their entire plan is Turnbull waking up and telling everybody Mike didn't do the drone attack. They could have done this way earlier when Mike was on the lam. In fact, with hacking skills this amazing, they probably could have come up with a better plan than the drone attack to kill the president.
No, we can't wait for Marine 1.
My question is, why isn't Marine 1, or at least Marine 2, already parked on the top of the hospital, or at least a nearby building?
Sir, if Trumbull is awake, we're going to need his authorization before proceeding with any kind of strike.
You should have needed some authorizations prior to Trumbull waking up. Kirby has been acting president for, what, day and a half at this point, and he's initiating and getting approval of a full-out war against Russia? This is easily the movie's biggest flaw. And this is a movie that would have us believe Piper Perabo and Gerard Butler have chemistry.
The transfer of power back to a president has never happened in our nation's history.
1985, Ronald Reagan and George Bush would disagree.
There, backstreet.
I know that you want the president to be in a secure vehicle, but why put him in the most obvious presidential car during a terrorist attack? Why isn't he in a Nissan Sentra? The windows on this thing aren't bulletproof, so why did they need the fancy car? Either take the car Mike stole to get to the hospital, or steal another car. Mike was innocent of trying to kill the president, remember? He can steal whatever car he wants. God damn it. Joker. Also, this has to be like the 18th movie Morgan Freeman has been in where the hospital blows up. Seems like a good time to point out this movie had a budget of $40 million, and this was the best shot they could get in this scene.
Take us, Will!
God damn it. I don't know why that's so funny, but it's really funny. As we watch Mike one-manning it once again, I'm wondering who the Secret Service has who could replace him. There's not one other guy around who's willing to do this die-hard, and they clearly need someone to do that when Mike is gone. And it actually would make this movie a little bit better if there was actually another guy trying to be like Mike. Man, this final sequence is kind of fun, and it shows some of the no-holds-barred approach to action that made Olympus's Fall work so well. It's also the only scene in the movie that's lit worth a damn. Too bad the rest of the movie is a f***ing slog to get through. Team runs into a room that you think is where their targets are, but their targets are actually someplace else cliche. The shot isn't nearly as cool as you think it is. Where's the goddamn aircraft from the beginning of the movie? It could be effectively used to fight the bad guys in their helicopter. But I guess we've got to see Mike run by a big glass window trying to hit their gunner. Even 1987 Schwarzenegger would have said, that's dumb. This works? Mike Banning survives this? You decide. I just can't with this. So wait, is Mike dropping this gun because it's out of ammo? Or is it because he wants this final fight to be more sporting? Man, someone should take this guy to a hospital. Wait. I'm not sure if this moment is supposed to be sad, uplifting, or thirsty, but I have a crying boner. This lion's bullshit is far and away the worst use of animal metaphors since the whole bear thing from the first few Friday the 13th movies. Now all the planes show up. They cut this picture from a 2017 G20 summit off at the left so you can't see Donald Trump, and they replaced some other guy with Morgan Freeman. And mainly I'm wondering, why couldn't we have just replaced Trump with Freeman? It would have been symbolic, image-wise, and name-wise. While alone together in this room, Trumbull accuses Kirby of being a crook, and I know Kirby isn't likely to kill the president here, but why take the chance? And sure, the Wire's Cedric Daniels is just outside, but Kirby might have switchblades in his shoes. You didn't think about that, did you?
Why did you think you couldn't come to me with this, after all we've been through?
Trumbull wonders why Mike couldn't tell him about all the medical he was going through, and he's totally right. It's the kind of thing you only keep secret if a movie villain wants to use it against you later, honestly. After the movie is done, the movie isn't done.
Our goal here is to increase your powers of control.
What the f*** is this movie? End up movie skip!
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
Did you know the CinemaSin writers have podcasts? Check out Sincast and Behind the Sins by searching for CinemaSins wherever you listen to podcasts.
Who the hell are you?
Bad guy.
Okay. I'm with you fellas.
But you don't enjoy it? I like being out in the woods.
No, I enjoy it, but I'm missing dance class for this.
What the?
We lost power. Brake, steering, everything. We lost 9 minutes.
Now I have a machine gun. Ho, ho, ho.
Thompson.
Hello. Do you want to play a game?
What you doing there?
You see, that's Big Brother for you. I have smoked. You are not going to fail me. Do you think I was just blowing my own bagpipe in that meeting? You must put those boys in the
War. It's fantastic.
Seconds of Luxogos.
Long ago, the world was full of wonder.
Narration.
And that magic helped all in need.
And no one ever used it for harm or deceit or abused it for power. because that's just not something people do. Signed, Walt Disney. Okay, Houses Made of Mushrooms is a 100% ripoff of the Smurfs. If Gargamel shows up, I'm going to add 1,000,000 cents. Hell, if a cat shows up at some point, I'm adding 500,000 cents just out of pure spite.
But it wasn't easy to master.
Movie is now making a point about how magic was hard, and so people invented light switches. And that's probably making a great point about the peril of taking the easy way, but here's the thing. It's also bull. We see plenty of magic spells later with no easy parallel. They're telling me that this world could shrink and enlarge things at will, or turn themselves into other people, and they were like, nah, it's too hard. I'd rather drink a milkshake. I'm not saying no one would be sucking down a milkshake, but I am saying that there were plenty of people who would have stuck with it for a chance to make a bigger milkshake, and then drink it while in the form of Daniel Day-Lewis. Also, the movie suggests that this world gave up on magic because it was hard to master, and science was easy to master. To that I say, science is hard as bitches. Try it once and you'll see. And even when magic does have a parallel, it might not make sense. Who is trading free personal power of flight for the absolute nightmare that is flying commercial? Yes, I'd like to trade my ability to fly for a crowded cesspool of disease, noise, and pen up anchor, please. And could you also make sure it takes 2 hours of screening and groping to board, and that there's only one tiny shared receptacle for when I need to evacuate my bowels? This whole premise of this movie is a lie and deserves all the sins. Holy f***ing... Would you look at the size of this room? Who cares what's in it? That room is ginormous. I grew up sharing a bedroom with my brother the size of a large closet. This fool has 600 square feet, all to himself.
We don't have much food. I still have to go to the grocery store. Hands off, mister. Those are for your party tonight.
So she planned ahead for the party in regard to groceries, but not her family's daily meal needs?
Your birthday's a day to try new things. Be that new you.
I thought that was New Year's. Birthdays are for self-loathing and calorie bombing. Any mother of 2 boys worth her salt would definitely get involved once horseplay resulted in wasted food. Wrestling with your mom.
You could definitely learn a lot from Quests of Yore. You want to play?
Quests of Yore is obviously supposed to be a version of Dungeons & Dragons, but isn't the whole D&D thing about imagining a fantasy world? In this world, D&D would basically be the game of life. And do you know anyone who gets together to play Life? Burgershire, now serving second breakfast. Get it? This is an LOTR reference, dweebs.
This was my dad's. Lightfoot? Weldon Lightfoot? Yeah.
Holy coincidence, Batman. Not only does this guy happen to be in the Burgershire restaurant right at this second, but he also sees the sweatshirt and then also happens to have known dude's daddy in college? That is some bullshit.
Your dad was a great guy. So confident. When he came into a room, people noticed.
But also, when Al Capone walked into a room, people noticed too. So recognition alone doesn't mean regarding moral character. Well, learn to drive, be like dad, and invite people to a party are all pretty harmless looking. Unless your dad is Rusty Nail.
And I was wondering if you wanted to come over and get down on some cake.
Look, however much heart this movie has at the end, and I've been told it has some, this opening 10 minutes of exposition and setup is a snooze fest I'd expect from Illumination, not Pixar.
What up, dudes? I'm not having a party tonight.
Adolescent practices their important social situation speech ahead of time before completely botching it in front of the ones they were trying to impress cliche. I get that Barley is supposed to be reckless, but this van is swerving back and forth at high speed with no one driving it. The situation would have caused at least 3 pedestrian deaths at this point.
Ooh, whoops. Sorry. Just file those.
Joking about having dozens of parking tickets. Look, I hate the asshole parked illegally the one time I see him, but if I knew he had not only gotten a ticket then, but had also gotten 3 dozen other tickets, and none of them meant anything and he never changed, then I would be voting for parking reform and maybe worse. The movie is now double expositioning us by reading the same letter it narrated to us at the beginning of the movie.
Back to life? That's not possible.
Well, it used to be, but people got bored with trivial things like bringing people back to life because they're apparently just that lazy.
Rebirth. Tomorrow's sun is set. One day to walk the earth.
Spelling mistakes.
Only once is all we get. Grant me this rebirth.
Later we find out that magic only works if you speak it from your heart's fire, and that the higher the spell level, the more difficult it is to summon the strength for it. Yet here, Ian just mumbles some lines without even holding the staff, and because the story needs it, the magic is ready to pop. I'm just saying I learned pretty early on that if you want the magic to happen, step 1 is actually holding your staff. Tonight, the role of Barley will be played by Quentin Tarantino.
He can't hear us.
Duh, he has no ears.
A person can only do magic if they have the gift.
I'm pretty sure this very movie told me that magic died out because it was too hard and science was easier. So having the gift is some bullshit. Discount Magic the Gathering is about to save the day.
This book is for a game.
I told you, everything in Quests of Yore is historically accurate. You said it right. It's just for any spell to work, you have to speak from your heart's fire.
Oh, for crying out f***ing loud. We will find out in a second that this is basically a Chuck E. Cheese with hundreds of customers. So where is all the traffic? Why is there just one glowing light on? Is it because the joke is more important than accuracy? I think it's because the joke is more important than accuracy. How did they attach a top half dad to the bottom half dad? Shouldn't the top half fake dad be toppling back down the hill? There's no sewing or fastening here. Also, Mount Doom, another LOTR joke. I thought Pixar movies were all about making Pixar in jokes.
Might you have the real map?
Yeah, it's over there.
I'm not sure if I'm sinning that apparently every quest ever started with the same exact map to a single Phoenix gem, or that the exact quest these two need just happens to be the quests that you have displayed on your wall and for your children's menus. But either way, that's some bullshit. Sorry, seasonal allergy.
My days of sending people on dangerous quests are over.
So there are still creatures living who were alive during the before times? This communal magic amnesia makes less and less sense the further the movie goes. She won't let them take the map because she thinks that constitutes her sending them off on a quest. And she's worried about getting sued and losing her tavern. That's the reason they can't have a piece of paper off the wall that anyone could just take a picture of and follow the, hey, why don't they just take a picture of the map? Was this costume made of marshmallows? Why does it melt like this? Well, to be fair, that could also be used to spell nap investor, spa inventor, or Venus porn. So, you might need to check out Philip Grimm, Ancient Rome, or the video you filmed that one time of yourself masturbating in the mirror.
Expressway is a little too obvious. On a quest, the clear path is never the right one.
The f does that mean?
We take an ancient trail called the Path of Peril.
Considering you just found out about Raven's Point and all your previous adventures have been on a tabletop game, how did you have this information right at your big blue fingertips?
Your boys are in grave danger, but I can help.
How do you even know that? As far as you know, the map burned up in the fire and they don't even know where they're going. Jeez, characters in this movie are near omniscient. This head was at the center of the fire as the building burnt to the ground, but had enough comedic sense to crawl itself outside just for this moment. In college, I took a girl on a date one night. We drove up to Chicago, an hour away, had a fancy dinner, saw Fiddler on the roof someplace, and on the way home, my car broke down on the highway at midnight in 33-degree weather. Not my best moment. So the tow truck driver dropped us off at Waffle House, and one of my suite mates drove out and picked us up at 1:30 in the morning and drove us back to campus. Then the next day, the same roommate drove me back to where the car was in the shop, and I had to get money from my dad via Western Union because I was broke. My point is, only in the movies do cars break down at super inopportune moments during important trips. My story was the exception that proves the rule. What's worse is that this car didn't break down. It ran out of gas because the gas dial's broken, which Barley knows and yet forgot to plan for. Barley is the worst.
Is there a magic way to get gas?
Yes, it involves a magical fruit. There's even a whole song about it.
Elbows.
What?
Elbows up. No, it's too high.
Man, f***ing elbow position cannot be important for the spell. And it's not funny, so why is this bit here in the movie?
Hey, I don't need you to carry me. I'm a grown man.
Is this comedy?
The center of its power. And only one weapon forged of the...
Jesus, historical lore-spewing Christ. This movie just keeps making up as it goes because it knows you don't care as long as you laugh a few times and you cry at the end.
Got in a little tax trouble a few years back. But don't worry, I know just where to find it.
The Manticore is about to pull an OJ, and the sin is this movie making me use the phrase pull an OJ.
Put it in all for onward.
Roll D20s. I mean credits. This is my least favorite chase scene of all time. And, of course, this chain grabs his arm because movie whips and chains automatically hold on to anything they wrap around.
Put it on, chain. Got him.
They hear this. So he blasts the air and the sprites all go flying, but Tiny Barley doesn't. Then Tiny Barley lets go and flies out the window, but Ian catches it. And I'm beginning to think this movie has no stakes whatsoever.
I think the spell is wearing off.
And thankfully in the most comedic way possible.
You can disguise yourself to be anyone you want. Disguising yourself is a lie, so you must tell the truth to get by. As long as you don't tell a lie, the spell will be fine.
God damn it, this movie just keeps making up new rules and new loopholes every other scene. And because said loophole rules create physical comedy, I'm expected to laugh. It might be the laziest Pixar script since Cars 3. And yes, Cars 2 was a worse movie, but it's a more original story. Cars 3 is just Cars all over again.
Answer every question with a question.
Now we're stealing from 40-year-old virgin.
That guy's not all there today.
Yeah, he does seem a little off.
It's Weekend at Bernie's! It's Weekend at Bernie's! Pixar has now stooped to stealing visual jokes from a movie released in 1989.
It's not easy being a new parent. My girlfriend's daughter got me pulling my hair out.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Pixar Disney's idea of LGBTQ representation. Hooray? Topless dancing in public.
Oh no, here he comes.
We know that partial pops can't see or hear, so how exactly did he dance directly over to Barley and grab him with his foot as if he knows exactly where he is?
Just do one thing my way. You really think this path of peril is the best way to go to the mountain?
No, it can't possibly be. It's longer and windy and has the word peril in its name. So, of course, yes, it's the best way to go. Me. She tells the importance of the sword to the pawn shop owner before finalizing the sale, which causes the price to go up instantly. Like none of these fools have ever seen Pawn Stars. Not only is this bumper conveniently dropped where Colt sees it, but it also magically disappears, so he doesn't run it over when he follows the path.
Bottomless pit. Whatever falls in there, falls forever.
How do you know this? Sure, you played your Quests of Boar game or whatever, but you had no idea this was even here.
Just say Bridrigar Invisia.
God damn it, this guy knows fucking everything. This movie is literally go a few minutes, get info from Barley. Go a few more minutes, get info from Barley. Go a few more minutes, etc. Now they're stealing the invisible bridge you need to step out in faith on from the Last Crusade.
Believe with every step.
But he did believe with that step. He was excited and confident. Maybe he meant concentrate. Maybe he meant focus. Maybe he meant the story needed another fail so the tension could amp up. The Centaurs drove cars in this world, and those cars would be designed with doors that work for them, right? Like some sort of Ford Centaurus. So wait, there's a farm out here? And how did these cops get here from the other direction? Kind of makes that whole bridge thing a little pointless, huh? And now they are even on a paved road. I'm guessing it wouldn't have taken too much to drive around that chasm if there was a paved road this close to the other side. Not to mention they are now spotting a raven from this main road. This is one of the most non-hidden quests of all time.
Arcane lightning.
You said that's the hardest spell.
I forgot that part, but I'm sure it happened. And the point is that this movie has given me so many spell rules I no longer know who to trust. I'd give all the sins back if it went like the movie Sideways and the van immediately wrecked and did no good. This works. I mean, this works. This is a Dude Perfect video snuck into a movie. Only in real life, Dude Perfect can do multiple takes. And in an animated movie, they can just draw the victory from the get-go. I like how he had to run all the way up under this bird statue before he could know which way it was pointing.
This is actually kind of cool.
But also impossible. I'm not saying cheese puffs wouldn't float. I'm just saying that in liquid and at that speed, that puffy cheese phallus would disintegrate faster than a non-important MCU character before Endgame.
Oh, we'll get to them fast. We'll get to them so fast.
Wow, now the movie is ripping off the drank too many energy drinks gag from the Yes Man. And it felt stale even in that movie.
Come on, pixie dusters, let's take to the sky!
Really? No retaliation on the people who just splatted one of you on a windshield? Earlier you just got your bikes knocked over and you went all Mad Max Pixie Road on them, and now you're cool with attempted manslaughter? Good to see they have time to slow down the Cheeto Express for some magic lessons and eventual heart-to-heart conversation, when just moments ago they were in the ultimate time crunch and speeding down this cavern. I guess the time pressure is really only on when the movie needs it to be. This 2 minutes and 13 seconds will translate to 15 minutes and 7 seconds of movie time, because magic?
It's some kind of puzzle!
This movie Indiana Jones is so hard, I'm surprised they don't end up barely making it through this closing door or have to reach back under just in time for... Mr. Lightfoot saves the day, because he doesn't need to breathe and can stand on the button underwater and keep the quest going. But who makes a quest like this? Nobody knows they'll need something heavy when they get here, and the room is required to fill with water so you can reach the next spot. The only reason this quest is like this is because it seems really clever that they can use the no-face dad this way, turning a negative into a positive.
No, this doesn't make sense. We took the path of peril.
You know, it doesn't make sense that in all these years with all this construction, no one has damaged or discovered this underground river or this booby-trapped tunnel to the surface. Damn it, Pixel. How did you sneak that whole brother as surrogate dad message up on me like that? And here come the emotion. Damn you, Luxo Jr. and your mystical power over my tear duct. Why does the curse on those who seek the Phoenix Gem immediately start killing the nearby school children, and not those who started the curse? By the time the red evil is transforming itself into a dragon via concrete slabs, I'm tuned way the fuck out on this bitch. Guessing that by the end the heroes win, order is restored, and my college girlfriend loves me again, right?
What do you want? The gem? Fine, take it!
Suggestion. If you're ever being pursued by a mystical curse attached to an ancient relic, don't try to fool it by tricking it with a cheap imitation. Real mystical curses see right through that. Trust me. Also, premature celebration. Manticore Ex Machina. The finale of this movie is a ripoff of the halfway point action scene in Goblet of Fire, which is to say that the finale of this movie is not very original.
I never had a dad, but I always had you.
Sweet, but what is the super grumpy dragon doing during this minute-long brotherly love moment? Apparently there's a little-known dragon code that you can't attack when there's bro bonding taking place. This pile of rubble landed with not one, not two, but 3 convenient plot-based peepholes. Plot holes? Watching Ian watch his dad interact with and hug Barley makes me realize Ian got kind of a deal here. I know the movie makes Ian okay with it, but that's bullshit. Ian should get to see his dad.
What did he say?
He just kept repeating, "Don't let me die again, don't let me die again. Why did you waste all but 60 seconds of my time? I'm so scared, don't let me die again." Something like that.
He also said he's very proud of the person you grew up to be.
Based on what? We literally had no conversation or awareness of Ian as a person that entire time.
Jello? Why does he want Jello?
Because he's comfortable with Jello.
Did you know the CinemaSin writers have podcasts? Check out Sincast and Behind the Sins by searching for CinemaSins wherever you listen to podcasts.
I have been fired! Swamps of despair.
What about the ROUSs?
Rodents of unusual size?
Are you telling me you're the owner of the Bubba Gump Shrimp Corporation?
Yes, sir.
we got more money than David Crockett.
Merging in traffic.
Whatever you do, keep your hands off the wheel at all times. Ah!
Did you catch up to the boys yet?
No, not yet.
Why couldn't I take a cab? For $6, my whole life could have changed.
Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
Think he can feel the vibrations of the music, and he's dancing.
Like in Footloose, the movie?
Exactly like Footloose. Is it still the greatest movie in history?
It never was.
You didn't file your paperwork last night.
We can jump this. Quest and X only means one thing. X marks the spot. Oh, and he told me to give you this.
Brothers don't shake hands. Brothers gotta hug.
Rose, we're going, we don't need Rose.
Remake of The Exorcist? Why did they keep the weird archaeological dig at the beginning? Also, seriously, this opening sequence makes it look like the gym itself will be a super important factor in this movie. Like it's going to have actual supernatural abilities or dance around when faced with positive emotions like the pink goo in Ghostbusters 2, but much like all that Howard sells in his store and the hype over this movie, it's a big fugazi. Weirdly enough, this is the quietest part of the movie. Dude has a headlamp and his buddy next to him with his headlamp and his flashlight. Is the giant hand torch in the mouth really a necessity right now? 2001, a gym odyssey. Sometimes when you get on Pornhub, you want to see close-ups, but sometimes your curiosity takes you too far. Yep, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. This movie just took you on a path through the inside of Adam Sandler's ass right at the beginning. Thought we were sinning it mostly because at no point did we see the head of Rob Schneider. If this is going to be a sequel to Funny People, I'm out. Dude, even if the movie is saying Howard is impervious to the after effects of the anesthesia for the colonoscopy, he'd at least be walking a little gingerly right now. Well, Lakeith Stanfield gets second credit in a prestige film. Oh yeah, I forgot his character is super marginalized and borderline forgotten by the end. This guy slaps Adam Sandler for bringing him a water when he said he didn't want one. I sure hope Sandler learns his lesson and doesn't lock this guy in a hot room later in the movie. I know that sounds like a really specific situation, and it's a 1,000 to 1 shot it'll never happen, but trust me, we shouldn't trap this guy in a hot room.
Come on, shut up. Soap opera.
I agree. Considering how scuzzy and chaotic this movie is, I'd call it the opposite of a soap opera. Like, this is a grunge opera. It should have been scored by, like, an Alice in Chains album from 1992. Okay, what the hell is this scene? Is Howard's girlfriend operating a brothel out of here? Was it just a dope party that went all night? Is the movie interested in telling us anything about Julie's character, other than the fact that she's completely and perplexingly infatuated with Howard?
No! 10:30. It's time to wake up.
In Julia's defense, she's fully awake. Might be in bed still, but her ass is awake. And I mean that literally. Can we all agree as a society that using the word extra like this will be outdated in 5 years or so? 20-year-olds are going to be using this term in 2025, and kids are going to think they're 50.
Is this guy the weekend?
What the f*** is the weekend?
I don't know for sure, but if Loverboy taught me anything, and they have, everybody's working for it.
Turn around.
Mike Francesca.
You gotta shut that door. It's KG, huh? That close?
Door shadowing. No one will be seated during the Howard shows Kevin Garnetti blinged out Mogwai part of the movie.
And Kevin was just telling me looking for some watches.
Right.
That one that you got that crazy ass deal for?
I want for 16.
I know Howard is just happy to get KG in the store, but what was he thinking about selling to Garnett? What does he have in the inventory that he's highlighted besides the Furby? How is he even keeping this showroom afloat?
What happened? Your street goons in there, they attacked me, man.
Okay, this movie is packed to the gills with anxiety. You've got Kevin Garnett outside looking to make a purchase, but he's also flirting with Howard's girlfriend. You've got Lakeith Stanfield pressuring him about the watches that he wants Howard to sell for him. Then an important and probably illegal package arrives, and this guy is complaining about the goons who came to the store and roughed him up. If I wanted to be anxious during a movie, I'd watch Basic Instinct with my mom on her birthday.
Well, what did you say to piss them off?
Listen, Garnett's crew came in here, they took a look around, they see these guys, they're like, yo, who works here, who doesn't get out? I said, these guys don't work here.
That was stupid, you shouldn't have said that.
I've watched this scene 4 times now, and all I hear is shouty, shouty, shout, yell, yell, holler, shout, yell, which is the entire tone of this movie. Of all the ways to ship this rock, why'd they choose the inside of a fish? I'm sure they're trying to hide it and everything, but why a fish? Are they sending a Sicilian message or something?
Holy I'm gonna come.
What, does this rock have a script inside where you get to film in Hawaii again? Howard is able to pull up the exact History Channel video he needs for the visual aid to his story in no time. And it doesn't even appear to be a YouTube video. He's got this immediate access via random phone in 2012?
Took me
17 months to get this thing.
But Howard just said,
I'm watching TV like a year ago.
Why would he estimate on the ideology of the plan and then get super specific about how long it took him to get the actual stone?
This is old school, Middle Earth.
You know the problem with this movie? The talking. Every character says the same thing in a slightly different way over and over and over again. And sure, that may be how people talk in the real world, especially in these circles. But it doesn't mean I want to spend over 2 hours watching that shit on screen. How are we doing this again? You already tricked me into looking at the inside of Adam Sandler's ass earlier. If this time we end up inside the ass of John Lovitz, well, I'm swearing off movies forever. Also, don't you hate it when you have a transcendental experience when looking into a rock and it shows you a slideshow of your achievements right alongside the suffering of the Ethiopian people?
It's not for sale. I can't sell it.
What a rock tease.
Would you show me something if I couldn't have it then?
KG may be an evil talking basketball player, but he would be excellent at cinema sins. Howard takes a half-ass selfie where he's barely in the frame when there are like 10 people in this room that could have taken the picture for him. Of all the stupid he does in this movie, this is probably the worst. Talking on a speakerphone in public.
It's Kevin Garnett's 2008 championship ring.
Nonsense. Everyone knows that no Boston sports team has won anything in like 100 years. If they did, could you imagine how insufferable they would be?
I'm going to give you $25,000, but I want an 8% vig on the ring.
Even if I could understand what's being said as these characters are talking over each other, only a degenerate gambler would have a clue what the hell a vig is. Look, I understand he has a lot of money on this, but this is the beginning of an NBA game. It's possible the beginning of an NBA game is more boring than a middle school soccer match. If this were the fourth quarter, I might give a about whether he's going to win his bet. But he's getting animated over the most inconsequential part of the game right now. Stuff that won't make or break his wager. We didn't even get to see if the Celtics won the opening tip, which is part of the parlay. I mean, of course I looked it up and found out that they did, but it's a sin regardless.
You! Yes!
Hey, you know this guy? The guy that overreacts to every play during a game, whether it's because of a bet or fandom or whatever? Yeah, that guy is the worst, right? Well, welcome to this movie's idea of a protagonist.
You sleep.
You know, for a guy that's obsessed with this game, Howard sure is leaving all opportunities to watch it. Hell, he could have watched the whole thing on his phone in Benny's room, or finished that out with Eddie in his room. None of this matters because he's going to find out that Eric Bogosian stopped the bet. Anyway, part of the parlay that Howard gave the bookie was Kevin Garnett blocked shots. Since this is based on a real game, we can see that Howard got the Celtics to cover. Celtics halftime, Garnett points and rebounds, and the Celtics opening tip. But the one he did not get was the blocked shot one. Kevin Garnett didn't get a single block in that game. The only way he won this bet is if he bet against Kevin Garnett, and that was not the spirit of this bet at all.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Well, he did say he was going to come. I just didn't think it would take him this long. And in a cab, no less. Closet sexting. Closet sexting? Dude, if you're going to try and be sneaky about this weird approach, can't you turn your phone to silent? How does she not hear that?
I just hit so.
Premature celebration. And given the way his girlfriend is dressed, along with Howard's advanced age, I'm going to throw in premature ejaculation just for good measure. Also, I maybe understand Howard not calling his bookie right away, since it's late, but he goes an entire day without checking with Gary on a huge bet that he actually hit. You don't think a money-hungry like Howard wouldn't be at the restaurant early in the morning to collect?
This is the last straw. Get out of here. You haven't been returning my phone calls?
These guys, man. Who are they? What do they mean to the overall story, except to remind us that Howard's into it with a few more people? All it does is make me want to listen to a Paul Simon album.
Oh, Garnett got it. All right, Garnett's got it.
Well, why did Damani even bother meeting up with Howard if he didn't have the opal with him? Maybe he was afraid to tell Howard about it because Howard is a douchebag, but nothing about their relationship so far has shown that Damani is scared of him whatsoever.
Okay. Call him right now. He's in practice.
Does Damani really know the daily habits of Kevin Garnett this well? And even if he does, why are they practicing at 9 in the morning, the day after a night game? What kind of sadistic coach is Doc Rivers? Howard text bombs Damani because Howard is a loathsome asshole, but some of the texts he sent Damani. I mean, that's just his name. And listen to what? Why do those require their own unique texts? This is a waste of a text bombing, man. He's bought tickets to a high school play just so they could keep an eye on Howard. Why wouldn't they just be outside waiting by his car or something? Or did they really want to see a high school production of The Three Little Men in the Wood that badly? After Howard pushes Phil into the lockers and the other guy grabs him, Phil has a clear-cut path to beating the out of Howard if he wants to. But Phil allows him to bite the other guy and get away somehow.
I told you how things were going to go if you didn't start to behave.
Sure, and Arno has every right to teach this asshole a lesson. But why pull this at his daughter's play? It's not like Arno is a seasoned thug who wants to make a statement. He's part of the goddamn family. Why not hit him at the shop or the love nest or while he's on the street?
Who said that?
Adam Sandler does put in a fantastic performance in this movie, but there are times when he's shouting where it comes dangerously close to sounding like Bobby Boucher.
Congratulations, Arno! You
does.
There's so much anxiety in this movie that they had to change the title of Mel Brooks' High Anxiety to Dead Calm, and Dead Calm had to change its name to Being in Nothingness. You know, Idina Menzel didn't have much to work with besides shrewish housewife who's sick of her husband. She kills this performance. This look tells it all. Disgust, pity, remorse, fury, and I've seen this before, all rolled into one. I'm gonna remove a sin for the one character that I actually root for in this movie.
Hark! Who goes there?
Plays. Seems like sorry to bother you could have said that in the first place. It didn't require a drive all the way to Philadelphia and ghosting him to get that message across.
I was very proud of you tonight. You were beyond incredible.
Yeah, you told me like 5 times already.
Kids. So Howard sees Julia at the show and starts to get jealous. But did he know she was going to be here? Were they supposed to come together? What the f*** would Howard be doing at a weekend show all by himself anyway? Why is this sequence? Way too many minutes of the weekend performance. I swear to God, if the movie just showed the movie, it would be at least 30 minutes shorter.
I said no touching.
Julia sells some drugs to the Weekend, who's famously anti-drug, by the way. So, is she a dealer? A part-time hooker, madam? Does anyone have any defining characteristics in this movie? Look, I understand that this movie is trying to make us believe that this woman really loves Howard. It doesn't make sense, but whatever. But did we really need to see her entire 45-second walk back past the club? Then we see 31 seconds of Howard walking after that, followed by an entire minute of him finding a pillow to sleep at the office overnight, something we could have figured out if the movie had just cut to him waking up in his pink shirt from the night before. This movie has a lot of merits, but the runtime is blown up by scenes like this. Furthermore, I could see that the movie maybe wanted to give you a chance to rest before Howard gets into possibly one of the most anxious scenes of the movie, but it's been relentless so far, why stop now? This scene here is so riddled with anxiety that it should come with Xanax for anyone who watches it. It accomplishes exactly what it wants to do, but much like Avery Bradley in that NBA game we saw earlier, it is pointless. Everybody ends up getting in the store, and Kevin Garnett ends up giving him back the stone, even though Howard can't give KG his ring back. The doctor calls Howard about his colonoscopy, but the results are clean. The only thing that happens is Damani pours vitamin water into a fish tank. That's the only consequence of this madness.
Just offered you $250,000 for rock, dummy.
Actually, he offered $175,000 in cash. Sure, he mentioned the 4 courtside seats, but that really doesn't matter, considering Howard lives in New York and Garnett's going to be traded next year anyway. I'm no safe expert, but shouldn't this be a little harder to open?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Man, this is Howard.
Only a real asshole would put his GI doctor on speakerphone at this point to talk about his real asshole. Hey, remember one of the many people who had problems with Howard earlier in the movie? The guy who quit during one of those super anxious scenes? Yeah, I don't either. Is this scale with its bonkers number output supposed to represent something? That Howard is losing his soul? If Sean Penn taught me anything, that only supposed to weigh 21 grams. And that's less than half a pound. So this metaphor is a lie.
This is a KG, huh?
Damn, how did it get to the last 15 seconds of this game already? Just a minute ago, there was 5:41 left, and I know that no extra time has passed because these two guys have been talking uninterrupted about the Knicks the whole time.
It's anywhere from $1,000 to $3,000 a carat, and it's 600 carats.
Whoa! I know Howard runs his mouth and all, but why does he keep doing this in front of Arno, whom he knows is the most dangerous enemy he could make right now? This is like Beavis and Butthead levels of stupidity.
This is Mom's bat mitzvah dress. It still fits her.
I don't doubt that Idina Menzel is in terrific shape, but if she's the exact same size she was at 12 years old, there are many anatomy and developmental problems here. And later, she says she was overweight as a kid, but ain't no way that dress would fit an overweight kid.
Face is so stupid.
Feedback from test audiences during the lead-up to Little Nicky somehow makes it into this script. Directors of Good Time insert the male lead of Good Times into this movie, but only give him a cameo as neighbor 33F. I feel like John Amos deserves better. It's at this point that Julius set Madonna's Rain to be played when Howard walks in, and I can't help but think a better and similarly random option would be Milli Vanilli's Blame It on the Rain, or Guns N' Roses' November Rain, or even Nelson's After the Rain. Hell, even Rihanna's Umbrella would be more appropriate. This is a great scene where Howard takes out the trash and the recycling. What's hard to figure out in this scenario is where do you put the grown-ups to? It seems like trash, but it is also recycling. Is there a hotline you can call to find out?
No, get her out of the meeting. It's an emergency. I want to speak with her. Call her on the phone, please. Thank you.
This works. Seriously, who wouldn't boot Howard's ass out of this lobby right now?
Well, Oscar's wrong.
It usually is. As difficult a character this is to play, where nobody is going to like you, Adam Sandler definitely deserved an Oscar nomination. It sounds like I should take a sit-off for his performance, doesn't it? Okay, I'll do it.
We can either pull it or carry on as is.
Tilda Swinton is not pictured in this scene. Seriously, what gives? Was she off filming another weird-ass Jim Jarmusch movie and couldn't be available to show up on set? I want my Tilda.
Try 160. 160 now.
Dude, I know KG is interested in this gem, but he's spending a lot of time in New York City during a playoff series between Boston and Philadelphia. I think even Phil Jackson would tell Dennis Rodman he needs to get back to the team facilities at this point.
Hello? No one on the phone.
Eric Benosian. Weren't these guys going to rough Howard up even more than this? They couldn't wait until they got somewhere private to give him a serious beating. I know that Arno is protecting Howard from getting killed, but he took a worse beating during the high school play part of the movie.
You're my home. You could come to me.
To each their own, but I really don't understand why Julia is in love with Howard. He's like 25 years older than her, he's an awful person, doesn't have any money, and knows gangsters. He's terrible, treats her like he's an awful person, and he sucks. She can get a Kevin Garnett or a Weekend, and she's pining for this schlub, even getting a tattoo of his name on her ass. Jesus.
Everything I do is not going right. Everything I do is not going right.
Hey, big guy, settle down. Jack and Jill was a piece of shit, but you did do Punch Drunk Love, showing proof that you do have some taste, even though you seem to frequently ignore it.
Do not let him in. Understand me?
You know, the real poetic justice in this movie would have been one of these unimportant characters being one of the people who end up killing Howard over a debt. But there are at least 2 red herrings in this movie that are basically just here to give the Safdie brothers some more anxious moments to jerk off to.
Paid $100,000, okay?
So you doubled your money.
For $165,000? I don't want to cast aspersions, but that sounds like the new math they teach you in the NBA instead of college.
And I'm not a athlete. This is my way. This is how I win.
You mean having inside knowledge of the team you're betting on? Sounds like Pete Rose circa 1987. I guess this is a statement on the fact that NBA players bet on themselves and influence outcomes based on gambling odds. And the fact that Garnett is in this movie validates that. So explain to me why I'm supposed to be excited for the lead to come back later this summer. Okay, KJ, I need you to give me your this is f***ed up face. Really lean into it. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, Adam Sandler and the Safdie brothers must have studied Worm and Rounders for this character. He is so goddamn infuriating, and this is what the movie wants him to be. Everything you expect from protagonists. Is there anything redeeming about him? This movie really puts us in a bind, because the intent and the execution is there, but it can be very hard to watch at times. This is when ADR goes too far. Play it again! You see? Was that necessary? Again! This is totally the sound I'm going to make the next time Chris or Barrett asks me for a narration redo.
She's at Mohegan Sun.
She's at Mohegan Sun? Or going to Mohegan Sun? Because there's no way she's at Mohegan Sun right now. She just left. Why would all these assholes leave? Do they all need to go to the casino to track Julia down? You've got so much of a head start that by the time they get there, she definitely would have already made the bet. So what did they do then? And why wouldn't someone stay with Howard? The ending of this movie is intense, for sure, but it's also built off one big-ass contrivance. Man, Phil must really be in a hurry to get trapped inside this stupid room. Close the door. Does he care if the door gets closed now? Has to stay here while the game is going on. Why can't he just win the bet and pay Arno later? Why do they have to be here? It works great for your shocking finale, but it does terrible things to logic. And yes, Howard is not a logical person, but I'm sinning it anyway.
I have nobody to spend it with, nobody to enjoy my life with anymore. It's horrible.
Who the is this guy? I guess he turns out to be okay, but do we really need an extra scuzzy character thrown into the end of this extra scuzzy movie?
Feeling this.
This is exactly the way the audience feels at this point watching the movie, and that is not a good thing. A bunch of footage of a game in which any casual NBA fan will know the outcome, yet it's somehow used as a device of suspense.
Okay, I bet on the Celtics, specifically Kevin Garnett.
Okay, 2 good bets. Celtics are winning, and Garnett's got 9 7s.
Julia tells this random dude what she bet on Kevin Garnett, which could mean anything, but he seems to know that the bet is points and rebounds because he indicates as such during his mansplaining. It's funny that during this halftime speech, Doc Rivers is telling everyone to look at KG while he examines the black opal. Everyone remembers all the stories after this game where Kevin Garnett's teammates were like, KG was looking at this weird Ethiopian rock and he got power from it. It inspired us to go out there and whip the 76ers once and for all. It won't help against the Miami Heat later, but man, was this ever a special night. Howard's character is such that he doesn't recognize the temperature of people around him, so he's going to let 2 psychopaths back into the room because he thinks he's safe now. It's a fitting end to his character. He dies happy because it would have been all downhill from here. There's no way this guy could make $1.2 million hold up. First, I hated this because it was stupid for him to let these guys back in, but now I understand that everything fits perfectly. Hey, God, I'm sorry, but I haven't been this happy to see a movie character get shot in the face since Virgil Salazzo in The Godfather.
Amy, he was naked and drunk, okay? I'm calling the police.
I guess Amy is describing Howard as naked and drunk and is referring to the night of the high school play, but why is calling the police on her mind right now? Oh, fun. We get to take a trip through a bullet wound at the end of the picture. It's like the asshole of Howard's face. Also, a full minute of bullet wound traveling.
Man, you must be out of your fucking mind if you think I'm gonna get in this dirty ass trunk.
If you're feeling like you need a pick-me-up after watching Adam Sandler hustle his way through Uncut Gems, let us introduce you to the soothing balm that is Mubi.
We're all together right now. We're all so comfortable.
Mubi is a curated streaming service that will take you through a journey that'll get you super excited for cinema.
Holy shit, I'm gonna come.
Well, maybe not that excited, but it's pretty f***ing great.
Oh my god!
And there's exciting news. Beyond adding a new film every day to their curated lineup, Mubi has gone bonkers and launched a whole library. It's a new section allowing members to revisit and discover hundreds of films that have... And it is available to Mubi members at no additional cost. It's awesome.
I wish I could kiss you.
Every film on the platform, including the library, will have Mubi's take, explaining why they chose the film and why it's worth your time. I'm telling you, this is a cinematic streaming service like no other.
I've been telling you. That's why I wanted you to see it.
And you can totally join in on the excitement. Try Mubi free for 30 days at Mubi.com/CinemaSins.
No.
Yep, seriously, that's a whole month of great cinema, including access to the amazing library for free. Sign up right now to start your cinematic journey with Mubi. We love it as much as Howard loves high stakes.
This is me. This is my fucking way. This is how I win. I told you I'm walking.
I'm walking here! I'm walking here! So you will listen to every damn word I have to say!
Can't call him right now. He's in practice. We talking about practice. Not a game, not a game, not a game. We talking about practice.
Are you too good for your home? Answer me!
The keys are in the trunk.
Say that again.
I said the keys are in here.
Hark! Who goes there?
Dayman.
Ah, fighter of the night man. Ah, champion of the sun. Ah, you're a master of karate and friendship for everyone.
I see you in a big rush to come over here, huh?
So you heard that I was in a car accident and then decided to stop off for some juji fruit?
Listen to me. What's your name, sir?
It's anywhere from $1,000 to $3,000 a carat, and it's 600 carats.
Whoa, that's over $1 million. You don't actually think they spent $20,000 on a hammer, $30,000 on a toilet seat, do you? I want the Joker.
From one professional to another. If you're trying to scare somebody, pick a better spot. From this height, Paul wouldn't kill me.
I'm counting on it.
Another sequel to The Ring? Samara crawl through the Sega Genesis this time? If so, she's going to be pixelated as 22 golden Cheerios circling your logo will not deter my hatred of this 48-second waste of my life. It only makes me hungry, and I don't want to get up to snack. Jesus, Sega, you think you have enough clout to sport a long-ass Marvel-style opening logo at the beginning of your movie? I have to say, that's some chutzpah. Especially for a system whose second-best movie adaptation is... what is another Sega game adaptation? The House of the Dead? Holy... you guys should not be leaning into this self-serving logo this hard.
So... I know what you're thinking.
Wow, you knew that I was thinking that starting your movie at the end, only to rewind and show how I got here, and actually start the movie a few minutes later was a cheap and lazy storytelling device? Also, Sonic the narration.
And I never had to catch a school bus because I could run across the entire island in less than 2 seconds.
True, Sonic can go wherever the hell he wants on this island, which makes me wonder, who else besides his maternal figure and the butthole arrow guys live here? That's a pretty big island for just a few people.
Also, there was no school. I know, pretty sweet island, right?
Education shaming.
Sonic, someone could have seen you.
No one saw me. I'm too fast.
If Longclaw doesn't want anyone to see Sonic run, maybe rethink the structures of this island that are very clearly tailored to Sonic's powers. Who else is going to zip through a loopity-loop or rocket up this ramp without dying?
You have a power unlike anything I've ever seen. And that means someone will always want it.
Mentor character spills super important shit about main character's powers, but only on their deathbed cliche. Also, maybe Longclaw should warn Sonic about accidentally shedding his hedgehog needles, because this ends up being the only way anyone can access his unlimited power.
Never stop running.
What a mixed bag of mixed messages to be sending this adolescent alien hedgehog. Don't run because they'll find you, followed by never stop running so they don't find you. I think the takeaway lesson for the kids watching will be that adults have no clue what the f*** they're doing, so find a magic portal and escape whenever whenever you can. Why does every parent have to die in an animated kids movie? Did Walt Disney's disembodied head have a secret meeting with his staff and any future directors of animated films and threaten them with his evil psychic powers if they kept one alive? I know Sheriff Tom is kind of half-assing it these days, but what a shitty hideout for a speed trap. Anyone coming from the side of the sign would easily see the front of the cruiser and slow down, and there's no way he can get a radar reading on anything until it does cross the sign. Not to mention his nose is sticking all the way out in the freaking road, so he's endangering any approaching motorists. If the radar gun can comfortably sit in the window and function perfectly, why go through all the trouble to aim it at all? Grab a Sudoku book and wait for the beeper to beep. Better idea, wiggle your wangle. Also, okay, even at 296 miles per hour, Tom would be able to see Sonic approaching and running by. Especially on a flat stretch of road like this. That's fast, but it ain't that fast. 296 is IndyCar fast. You can clearly see them shits during a race. Hell, if he couldn't see him coming, he could sure see him going since he's looking right after him. And thus begins the magical blue MacGuffin that fuels a decent chunk of this movie. Why does Sonic only shed this one quill this entire movie, and presumably his entire life, within easy finding distance of the local sheriff? Only God, fate, and the screenwriters can sort that shit out. Also, Tom clearly went to the Fantastic Four school of picking up potentially alien things with your bare hands as soon as you come across them. Sure, he's no scientist, but he is a lawman, one who just went through a rigorous application to be an actual police officer. This is implying that the turtle wants to go fast. Turtles are down with being slow, man. Haven't you ever heard about the fucking tortoise and the hare? Or at least seen a Comcast commercial? Wait, even if he can run fast, when did we ever get the indication that Sonic could speed read? And sure, maybe he's just blowing through them since he's read them before, but that's just bad comic booking. According to Sonic's handy-dandy map, he's visited a lot of unsafe planets, which is confusing considering Longclaw clearly told him that she was sending him to a safe world, and I guess that means Longclaw probably deserved to die. This whole sequence of staring at the map and then using a ring to solemnly look at another world makes no sense. First off, he's wasting a ring, one of the rings that we were specifically told were his most prized possessions. Second, we learn later that all you have to do is think of a place and the portal will open. Sonic somehow possesses previous knowledge of the Mushroom Planet and all the planets listed on this map. Where did this knowledge come from? The movie skips right over that and asks us to fill in the blanks.
My favorite person is the Donut Lord.
Jeez, starting at the end of the movie, parental figure dying, primary character narration, and now a cop eating a donut? I feel like without Jim Carrey, this movie would literally annihilate the cliché-o-meter. And we just got that thing fixed after the brutal beating it took from the Emoji Movie. I understand he has to keep hitting, but this is starting to get legitimately creepy. I don't care if he is an alien hedgehog. He's also a hormonal teenager watching a beautiful woman do yoga from behind.
There is one person in town who's actually onto me.
One person who is on to blue streak zooming out of my ass in broad daylight, Sonic. At this point, the entire town would believe in the Blue Devil, and his legend would have advanced to the point where parents were telling their kids to go to sleep or the blue streak will zip out of the darkness and steal your toys.
He calls me the Blue Devil.
I almost caught him last night.
I gotta say, I do agree with his blind hatred of Blue Devils for some reason. I can't put my finger on it.
Please, 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 please. Yes, Keanu! You are a national treasure.
Sonic the Peeper is loudly talking to himself on the other side of the window. And if he's hearing the movie this clearly, how is no one hearing him? How is the dog calm?
Dear Thomas, we have reviewed your application to the San Francisco Police Department.
You see, in movies, good or bad news can only be delivered by reading a mailed letter aloud in front of nervous family members.
Okay, one of those.
Apartments for rent I found on Zillow.
What a weird product placement, man. This is like if Tom just whipped out an obviously labeled White Claw to celebrate the job placement.
It's going to be tough to leave my hometown and all my friendships.
Even if I hadn't seen this movie before, I would definitely know this speech is a fugazi. God, I really littered this entire fucking movie with obvious moments like this that take it from being truly awesome to just being watchable.
What do you think, Sergeant Sprinkles?
I think your sunglasses are going to be nasty and your donut will taste of metallic paper clips. Get a friend. I guess this kid has the same shine as Jacob Tremblay's character in Dr. Sleep. Hope he doesn't have to walk 2.5 miles home through a cornfield. I hear that's pretty dangerous. Envy. Hey, that's an actual cine sin. John Doe even used that shit. Wait, so no one turned the lights on after the game? And they left all this equipment behind? Did the commissioner of this little league go out for a bender after a nail-biter of a playoff game or something? God damn, the people who run this league are dicks. Kid from Green Hills hits a 3-run walk-off dinger to win a playoff game, but no one could be bothered to update a scoreboard afterward? He even pulled that shit on a full count. You're telling me they won't even let him snap a selfie of that shit after the game? Sonic gets sad and runs around the bases until he causes an EMP. No, I totally remember that being part of the original game.
I can't believe you're bringing that freak into this. Neither can I. But we have no choice.
You know, the whole we have no choice bullshit in every movie, but especially this one. This man suggested bringing the 5th and 6th Regiment, whatever the fuck that means, 30 seconds ago, literally offering another choice. Just say you want to find an excuse to introduce Jim Carrey's next eccentric character, and let's get on with it.
And tell him his men report to me now, blah, 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 blah.
Isn't this information that Bennington would immediately check out? Robotnik is spouting all this bullshit, but it's not like he's actually shown he's in charge of anything. All he did was flash a barcode at the Major, for fuck's sake. In other words, this works.
Do you see anything useful in this image?
Nothing at all, Doctor.
Besides a fully formed footprint near the scene of a cataclysmic event that disabled a quarter of the country, you don't see anything useful in that?
This guy is something else.
Or girl. I mean, we know it's a guy, but at this point it could be a girl or an it.
Mushroom Planet, here I come. Oh no, they're right outside. I gotta go somewhere else.
The fact that the enemy is right outside is the very reason to activate the portal ring and go through immediately. Good plot device, God. Someone forgot to read the horrible list of side effects when they took a massive overdose of their 4 reasons pills. Side effects include irritability that lasts the remainder of the film, an immediate feeling of dissatisfaction, an overall growing lack of respect for the writers of the film, and an increasing lack of interest in source material.
What you doing?
Just coloring with JoJo and Rachel.
You are coloring. JoJo is clearly playing with Legos, including building this massive spaceship, and she's working at a much higher grade level than you.
The only apps on my phone are the ones that came with it.
In the Olive Garden.
Because when you're there,
Your family.
Mother, these weird-ass product placements. Now they're saying the exact catchphrases from the commercials? Are they going to start singing the Liberty Mutual theme next? I'm adding 30 more cents for this weird product placement.
Meow?
I don't know, I think he'd look less threatening if he had a giant set of teeth. I demand that the effects team go back now and fix the design so I can watch the Sonic of my dreams, damn it. Sonic isn't fast enough to dodge a fucking tranquilizer dart. It's not like he doesn't know what guns are. He's been here for 10 years. 10 years! This bag is such a shifty little bitch. Sonic pulled a ring out of it, didn't close it, and yet as it falls, the bag is clearly clamped shut. But earlier, when it gets knocked over by wee ping pong ball, all the contents came spilling out for narrative convenience.
So hold on, Laura. You can talk.
Yep, because not much has changed since it spoke to you in the shed a few minutes ago. You know, when it read San Francisco off your shirt right after clearly exclaiming, ow, after taking a dart to the leg.
Is this your mothership? I'm not in the mood to get probed.
Why does Tom immediately assume Sonic is an alien? Sure, he can talk and doesn't look like most animals or humans, but he's got pretty fucking animal and human-like features, and is even wearing shoes. Why wouldn't you think he's at least from a weird part of Earth, like Ohio?
But you have to help me.
No, I don't. Why?
Well, my legs, which normally would be classified as lethal weapons, feel like spaghetti.
Well, everything about Sonic, his speech, arm movements, and brain power have returned completely to normal after the tranquilizer, but his legs won't work? That's such lazy screenwriting that it might have been a leftover from a recent Star Wars script.
You're from the power company? Oh, you must know my buddy Spencer. We play softball together. Spence. He's a good man.
Even as socially awkward as he is, there's no way an actual genius like Robotnik would fall for an easy trick like this. Holy shit, now this movie's ripping off E.T.? Has it no shame? Why are there multiple scanners up in the attic? It's a pretty big house, right? Not to mention that there's a lot of land outside that the perpetrator could have escaped to. They need a hard target search, damn it. They should be checking every gas station, residence, warehouse, farmhouse, henhouse, outhouse, and doghouse in that area. God damn it, another movie with armed drones. Bad Boys for Life and Spider-Man Far From Home have taught me anything, it's that I hate f***ing armed drones.
Can you believe Amazon is going to deliver packages with these things?
Topical humor that will be outdated by the time this movie hits the basic cable networks.
I just saw a guy race out of here and thought that you should stop them.
Nice opportunity for Jim Carrey to chew scenery, but they can't have gotten far, right? And aren't there only like 3 roads in this town? Couldn't they be pursuing Tom and Sonic right now instead of Robotnik wasting time being a smarmy butthole?
Okay, pal. Out you go.
So you're telling me that Tom assaulted a government agent, escaped certain death with the help of Sonic, loaded up in the truck and absconded with what he thinks is an alien creature, drove all the way out of town, and once the alien tells a perfectly plausible alien story, he tries to kick him out of the truck? The kind of reaction is this?
So, as I crashed into the cold, dark water of the Pacific...
Okay, look, I need to know how fast Sonic is. Montana's a big state, but even if they're on the far west side of it, it would be at least 400 miles each way to reach the Pacific Ocean, and radar previously clocked him at 296 miles per hour. But he did this at least 800-mile journey in seconds. Just let us know what his powers are, movie. We can handle math, I promise. Also, Sonic seems to know an awful lot about our world, which means he'd know about the internet and Google Maps and all that. So why can't he ask Tom what the pointy building in San Fran is called? Look it up on Tom's phone, and boom! He's there and back in seconds, and I'm gonna have to watch the rest of this movie. All in favor?
I'm wet. I'm cold. There's a fish on my head!
I could buy that he's cold, but there's no fucking way he's still wet or that the fish would have stayed on his head during the journey, considering the speed he was going.
Stay in the car. I don't want anybody seeing you.
Great idea! Sonic has been shown to have incredible patience and the ability to do what he's told, and there's no reason whatsoever to take him to the phone booth with you. Come on over to the wild, can't-resist temptation party, where all lead characters are lured by excitement and danger. You'll know a CRT party when they conveniently appear out of the window when all was quiet moments ago. You right in the ear, Tom. Not only did you not lock the doors or set the alarm on your truck while you went to do your business, you didn't even f***ing roll the windows up. You really think this alien hedgehog is going to follow the stern warning with all these escape possibilities?
What can I get you, fellas?
Playing off that this is a kid in a mask is ridiculous. Sonic's blinking eyes are as large as the waitress's lady lumps. Why does no one freak out about this?
Well, he's actually 43 years old and suffers from a very rare skin disease that makes him look like that.
Also known as the Scooby-Doo in obvious and terrible disguise defense, which has worked a shocking amount of times.
And now that I'm leaving Earth forever, I guess I missed my chance.
But why leave Earth forever when there are so many places to relocate? He could stay anywhere on Earth and start over. New Delhi, Whistler, Eggendorf, Churchtown, Branson, fucking Missouri, for all I care. Okay, first off, no one notices this bullshit. This bar is full of belligerent large drunks, and no one notices the supersonic dart throw or the damages to all those Corona extras. Also, how in the ever-loving shit does this poor lady survive this? She should be full of more holes than Sonny Corleone at the fucking toll stop. I don't care that the movie's ripping off a bunch of other movies that do this supersonic sequence, but I do care that there's not enough time to take a selfie with this asshole. The speed at which Sonic is traveling would mean the aperture would be relatively open for this entire stunt, not taking a full photo this quickly. Also, here's one of the main issues with this scene in general. Sonic creates this Rube Goldberg trap for everyone in the bar except Cyclops, like he's done this hundreds of times. Like with Quicksilver and X-Men, we figured he had pulled some of these pranks before and had honed his craft. Do we think Sonic's ever done something like this? What a waste. In spring of 2020, these dudes would be selling for $3,700 apiece.
Oh, wait a second, did we even pay our tip? It doesn't matter!
You. It doesn't matter. Your server made a special case to get you into this bar, then got shot full of darts, then had all her customers annihilate each other. Hope you're happy when she can't make rent, has to pull her kids out of school so they can start fencing watches on the street, and only then they can have a lukewarm dinner of macaroni and cheese once per week. Damn it, if only we had motor vehicles we could use to chase these bastards down this incredibly straight road. Ah well, let's head back inside and hit up another round of Appletinis. And suddenly we have two bucket lists, as this clearly is not the same one that we were shown 2 minutes ago. This is a massive continuity error, all because we're supposed to catch feelings about Sonic wanting a friend. I just want to know when he dressed up like Elvis, or why calling into a radio station is still a thing.
Thomas Wachowski, accused of committing an act of domestic terrorism.
Holy sudden volume increased news position, Batman. This TV has such perfect timing, it has to be on the plot to frame Tom.
Judging by the quickest route to San Francisco, the approximate speed of their vehicle.
Hang on, how the hell did Robotnik know they were going to San Francisco? Even though they threatened the big dude at the bar, he didn't know where the hell they were headed. Maybe there was a deleted scene that showed someone in the bar who knew, it. They just didn't give any thought to this, did they?
I'm gonna move to San Francisco, become a street cop.
Tom is clearly delusional. He's a fugitive now, and there's zero chance he'd be dreaming of the streets of San Francisco. He'd be crushed that his dreams aren't coming true. I mean, if he were real, which he isn't.
Mayhem.
Wait, how did Robotnik set up this enormous tank at some rando California entrance ramp so quickly?
I was wrong about you. You're not the Donut Lord at all. You're more like the Jerk Lord.
Have you accusing someone of not being a hero while they are actively keeping a harpoon vehicle safely on the streets so you stay alive? Oh, sweet. It's that vintage Sonic maneuver where he blew it up by rolling into a ball. I actually think that's part of the game, but I honestly don't remember, since I was either too young or too high when I played it to remember the details.
If I don't make it, just ditch me. You seem good at that.
God, adolescent Sonic is almost as big of a dick as Teen Groot from the Guardians of the Galaxy. I feel like all these machines were exceptionally easy to kill. Like, if this actually was a video game, we'd be set on the beginner level, for sure. Not only does Tom do nothing to stop this laser-armed drone from cutting his car in half, he keeps f***ing driving.
Sonic!
So what's wrong with him? He just passes out until they get to San Francisco, then magically wakes up and is fine again. Bombs do weird things to characters in movies, man. Sometimes they'll blow your arm clean off. And sometimes they'll just knock the wind out of you for several hours, even from the same distance. Why would the quill be lighting up like one of those glow sticks you get at raves right now? I thought it only responded when Sonic got all hot and bothered. Right now he's firmly on ice.
No, I am calling the FBI. I am calling the CIA.
Jesus. Really hates Tom. And thus begins a hilarious vintage Jim Carrey sequence, which wouldn't look out of place during his stand-up heyday back in the late 80s. And it's so good to have this off-the-wall Jim Carrey back that I have to remove a sip. Having said that, this is totally a Jim Carrey sequence, having almost nothing to do with Dr. Robotnik as a character, except that he's also harnessing the power of Sonic's quill. So, as endearing as this is, I'll probably just go back to watching old-school YouTube videos of Carrey's stand-up instead. does Rachel do that she can afford this huge-ass house in San Francisco? I'm not doubting she can and does make serious bank, but have you seen the prices in San Francisco? She'd have to be Elon fucking Musk to be able to afford this kitchen alone.
Jojo, untie your mother. Jojo!
I know they had to get the sister out of the picture, but these bungee cords wouldn't hold an unruly third grader, man. Not that I've tried or anything. I'm just estimating.
I have human smelling salts in my human first aid kit.
First off, why does Maddie, a veterinarian, carry around a human first aid kit that's accessible at a moment's notice? Second off, who the has fucking smelling salts in a first aid kit? That kit's for like gauze and antibiotic ointment and stuff. Does she also have an adrenaline needle in there in case Vincent Vega brings an overdosed gangster's wife over to her place in the middle of the night?
So you won't hurt your feet anymore.
And that's the story of how Sonic received his iconic shoes. Forget that at any point in the movie he could have stolen them from the town along with all the other stolen shit or whatever he rummaged from the garbage in his cave.
No one's ever given me a gift before.
Oh yeah? What about your mother, Figure Longclaw, who literally gave up her life for you to be safe? That's not good enough for you?
Is there anything you didn't hit?
Why did we let the alien drive?
Why indeed? What purpose did this serve to the story at all? Tom drove them all the fucking way from Montana, but leaves it up to Sonic to drive through San Francisco? Which, by the way, is impossible in the best of circumstances.
No good. You need a special key to get to the roof.
It's almost like the movie creators thought we'd forget that in the first minute of the movie we saw Sonic's scalability.
How much longer? I can't breathe in here.
Do you have your child in that bag?
Just to be clear, nothing ever comes out of this child in a bag moment, meaning the two adults who think they have discovered a toddler inside a bag do not report the incident, but rather slink away into the background like the cowards they are. Look, I know we're playing fast and loose with the rules. I don't really know the security situation with the big pointy skyscraper in San Francisco, but I guarantee you it is not that easy to walk out onto this roof without anyone noticing. This faux goodbye takes so long that they could have had time to send an invitation to Dr. Robotnik via snail mail, have him RSVP, show up for some tasteful yet evil formal attire, then gather up his troops to meet them all at this location. He didn't prep all that shit ahead of time? Hell, this is as dumb as how long it takes for the Death Star to warm up before it fucks up a planet. Sonic goes in and out of consciousness more than Logan at the end of his movie. Why doesn't Sonic follow his friends through the portal? He throws the portal ring in front of him and below his pals, and they fall through the portal and he misses it? Did he run around the portal? Or we assume it closed instantly? And if so, can anything in this movie follow its own goddamn rules?
So, here we are again.
Yes, back at the annoying crutch of narration. Thank God someone walked into the editing booth and said, "Whoa, that's the same spot where we started the movie. Let's roll that rad narration back, bro." Robotnik should know better than to cause Sonic to do his Super Smash Bros. Ultimate pose. Jeez, now he's gonna reignite that long gestating Sega Nintendo feud. Me, they're killing more innocent city dwellers than the Avengers.
Lost visual contact.
Dr. Eggman relies so heavily on his robotic superiority that I find it impossible to believe he doesn't have an energy sensor diddly-whopper on his dashboard that would give him the upper hand throughout this entire chase sequence. Why in the goddamn hell would Sonic lead him back to Green Hills? Sure, the menfolk are tough and the women are true and stern, but what about, like, space? Can't Sonic survive in space? Can he lead Robotnik to an entire other world before now? Why does it have to be Earthbound? And why the hell does it have to be Green Hills?
Tom?
Oh yeah, Sonic is dead again. Bummer. I guess, I don't know, clap a bunch and see if he comes back to life. I honestly lost track of what does and doesn't harm him at this point. Also, now would be definitely a very good time to mourn the not real death of Sonic. You know, while a crazy man has a weapon that can blast holes through Deputy Pew Pew and McChainsaw. No, take your time. We'll wait.
He was my friend.
Oh my God, the power of friendship brought him back to life! Sweet. I mean, I don't know why he had to go all supersonic to send Robotnik to the Mushroom Kingdom, especially considering all he needed was a ring. But given the circumstances, I guess I'll celebrate like Doc Brown at the end of Back to the Future. The solo Sonic baseball game earlier may have been the most genuinely emotional moment in this entire movie. So the greatest sin by far is Sonic excluding a high five from his plot-dominant bucket list.
We can never go back there.
I mean, are we? Because it kind of feels like we're home right now.
The first clear up that hole I'm a terrorist wanted by every government agency in the country thing. Does anyone care about that?
You act like you've never seen a fight between an intergalactic space rodent and a robot with a doctorate.
A surprisingly clever line coming from a man who can barely remember to breathe and swallow.
No second-best animal friends allowed in my room.
And so the nasty roof people live happily ever after with Sonic in the attic and the family dog, who apparently can climb the attic stairs to get to the family. Nothing makes sense, nobody cares, movie is over. Oh, it's not over. And so the insane villain lives off hallucinogenic mushrooms, convinced he will find a way to return to Earth for revenge. We all know that won't happen until he's gained 75 pounds and looks like an actual egg, and it turns out that is difficult when you have the psilocybin runs. This movie is nowhere near epic enough for 3 endings. Okay, fine. And so, fucking Tails shows up for those dense enough to not realize that this movie is riddled with nods to a sequel. And hopefully in that movie we will find out how the fuck he managed to get a pair of red sneakers just like Sonic's. The fucking end.
likeness of that foot will haunt my dreams forever.
Did you know the CinemaSin writers have podcasts? Check out Sincast and Behind the Sins by searching for CinemaSins wherever you listen to podcasts.
This is the island where I'm from. It had everything. Sandy beaches,
Geeks, Sherpas, a Jamaican nurse wearing a shower cap.
Tommy, that's a big thing.
I did it! I did it!
Congratulations, you played yourself.
The future is now! Soon every American home will integrate their television, phone, and computer.
You're crazy. I like you, but you're crazy.
Listen, Mr. Doctor.
Mr. Doctor,
It's strange.
baby, who am I to judge?
Road trip? Whoop whoop!
Really? I'm very badly injured. I think my legs might be broken.
All right, Eggman.
You want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
Who the hell do you think you are?
Star-Lord.
Earth that was.
Post-apocalyptic narration. Post-elliptication?
The central planets formed the Alliance, ruled by an interplanetary parliament. We're just trying to show them how.
Jump scares, what every space western thrives on. Purple guys, keep purpling. So the glass is bulletproof, but not gun-banging proof? What's the point of that?
Stop. Backtrack. Stop.
Man, this movie gets away with 3 separate openings prior to the main title, including 2 false opening reveals. That's ballsy.
Do you know what your sin is, Doctor?
If he doesn't, I'll be happy to point it out for him. Also, a tip from a professional, he's got more than one. This paralyzing rabbit punch pinch is some bull, but it ends up being super important in at least 2 scenes of the movie. It's like the Vulcan nerve pinch, only stupider and dumber and more idiotic. The ship is named Serenity and blah blah blah, but if the show's called Firefly, then why wasn't the movie titled Firefly? You're just adding unnecessary confusion to the mix of what is already movies IMF. We're calling Star Trek movies Enterprise. Also, Papyrus font. Use the same font James Cameron used for Avatar subtitles, and 50% of small businesses started after the year 2000 used in their logos and on their websites. If the shakes are this bad, some of this food should be flying off the table. Also, that's a lot of food being left out that no one is eating. They don't need to worry about the ship exploding. They should have all died from salmonella poisoning already, if this is how they treat their food storage. It's fun to have them speak Chinese every now and then, and I know because I watch the show that Chinese is the main language out here in the verse, but still, give a guy some subtitles maybe. These moments really only work for the Mandarin-speaking browncoats in the viewing audience. This is all one shot! Man, it looked pretty rad in 2005 on the big screen. Bummer. Also, considering the last 5 minutes have been intermittent with talk of how the ship might crash, the decision to yada yada over how they fixed that problem seems a bit on the simple side.
I'll be back where you can spit. Well, not that you spit.
Firefly had many great running storylines, but the Kaylee Simon will they or won't they subplot was not one of them. It's unfortunate they decided to carry that into the movie. This psychic nonsense goes on for some time.
What's going on?
Serenity is a really good movie and a great transition from the TV to the big screen. However, it does commit the cardinal sin of trying to cram every damn thing from the show into the movie, whether it makes sense for it to be there or not. The Reaver's insertion into this film feels about as organic as a Big Mac, and they try and tie them into the story later, but that too.
See him? Zoe, take the wheel. Anybody see him?
How did they not see them? We just saw them all land in the middle of town, so this area should be swarming with them. Killing a guy twice in 10 seconds. This Reaver ship goes from right on their ass to a ways behind, then back again.
Sure would be nice if we had some grenades, don't you think?
Maybe, but it's more out of character that he didn't defy Mal and bring them anyways. It's as if he knew he would have the chance to make the joke later if he left them on the ship. Why are they wasting bullets? There's zero chance they can take the Reaver ship down with a pistol. They got Jane by the leg here, but they don't do anything else for a long time, giving Mal time to save Jane.
River, I swallowed a bug.
This movie is funny, and I'm taking a set off for the funny. I mean, the show is this funny too, but most of you slept on that. Where did the Reaver even come from? There was clearly no one in the part of the Reaver ship that crashed.
Hey, Southpaw! Hey,
I'm a hairspray from riddling with holes, Doctor.
this unnecessary conflict.
Mule won't run with 5.
That seems dubious. You had all kinds of guns and extra ammo and boxes of stolen money. And yeah, she says they could have dumped the money, and he disagrees, but my point is that thing could have held another person and the money, and did in fact hold all that while the dude was hanging off the side of it.
I got a crew. Ain't been paid. And oh yeah, powerful need to eat sometime this month.
Then maybe don't waste the insane feast that was shown earlier.
These Reavers, last 10 years, they show up like the bogeyman from stories.
Bogeyman. So she says a silent goodbye here, and then the crew goes to give the stolen goods to the boss that hired them. Then they will get their cut, and then they can give River her cut. But they apparently just took some off the top of River and said goodbye to the Tams, and that just doesn't seem like how it would work. Whatever. The Tams aren't going anywhere anyway, and we all know it, but I'm still miffed at the sloppy explanation of events here.
River, do you want to stay with them?
It isn't safe.
No, but it does seem more practical than just wandering around hoping to find someone else who won't turn you over to the Alliance for whatever bounty is on your head. Topless dancers.
If I truly wanted someone bad enough, wouldn't be a thing the verse could stop me from going to her.
Tell that to Inara.
Okay, first of all, I know the movie tried to sneak a little Inara stuff in there with him watching the video about her, but man, this line has no punch if you never watch the show. Second of all, Mao is too smart to set himself up to be owned this hard, and he would never make this brag. The biggest single sin in the whole movie is that River wanders into the very bar where Mal went to do business, in all that huge port we saw, and she wandered in without Simon. Would Simon leave her alone on the streets? And before you tell me that she's psychic and I know that already, but she just said it's too dangerous for the crew if she remains around them, so she would not wander willingly into the same bar they were in, goddammit. This is more convenient than that time I wanted granola and Matthew McConaughey showed up at my house unexpectedly. Where the f*** have you been, jackass? Yeah, I mentioned that in the last sin, but it's worth mentioning again. Also, how did River even get a hold of a gun on the floor if everyone had to deposit their weapons in the lockers upstairs? Also, can I just say casting someone named Summer as the character named River is a pain in the ass to work around as an asshole on the internet. Keep saying Summer when I mean River, and since I'm an asshole, I'm going to send that
You guys always bring me the very best violence.
He's Mr. Universe, though, right? Guy tapping all the signals? Why did they even have to bring this to it? Why didn't he find it on his own? Look, cinematically, this wall of screens is awesome. But from a practical standpoint, for someone that tracks all signals, this is f***ed up and impractical as hell. Look at all the different angles these TVs are turned to. And at least half are playing things already playing on another screen on the wall. This wall of screens is a lie.
My love bot. It was a very beautiful ceremony.
Movie has time for this. Also, love bots.
I've been seeing this code pop up all over the last few weeks. It's Alliance, and it's high military.
Mr. Exposition. Sudden Shepherd.
I wasn't born a shepherd, man. You have to tell me about that sometime.
Maybe in the sequel. Sequel.
River, you look tired. I think everybody's a little tired by now. Why don't we all lie down?
What happens if the student bucks? We all we all take a nap.
Oh. I guess we're having something of a...
Eavesdropping. I realize this is some kind of religious situation, but all those candles and all those curtains, this religion worships house fires.
We locked onto Serenity's pulse beacon the moment you hit Atmo.
Did he really just say Atmo instead of atmosphere? Because that's Obno.
Advice from an old tracker. You want to find someone? Use your eyes.
Or your nose, though, right? And ears. If you only use your eyes, you aren't tracking, son. You're just play-acting some childhood Rambo games.
No offense, Doc. I think it's noble as a grape the way you look to River.
Noble as a grape? The show is mostly Western speak with a bit of a twist, but noble as a grape? Why not? I think it's honorable as a pigeon. Or honest as a rock. There's fun dialogue, and then there's absolute gibberish.
Mal!
This is as good a place as any to point out that the main character in this movie is named Mal, which in half the languages on Earth means some form of bad or evil.
Wish like hell you was elsewhere.
I was.
Damn, this is like the third time this movie has had someone storm off and then the remaining character finishes their thought quietly to themselves. It's a Joss Whedon staple. I think the dreams are the best part of this movie. Serenity would now like to pause its programming to advertise the soon-to-be-released Serenity trading cards. Collect them all, trade with your friends, everyone live in Serenity together. I guess that's not cool, but if anyone deserved the throat punch on this ship, it's probably Simon. Almost want to give a sin back, but I'm me, so. Man, that is a yada yada and a half to go from opening the shaft opening to arriving in the main hallway. Jesus. Remember John McClane? Half the tension is being inside the tiny crawl space with him.
How can it be there's a whole planet called Miranda and none of us know that?
Kaylee would be goram amazing at Cinema Sins.
Shepard?
And of course, Shepard is still clinging on to life here so he can get some last words in with Mal, because movie.
I killed the ship that killed us. Not very Christian of me.
In 2020, that actually might be considered the Christian thing to do.
I look to be buoyed by many more sermons for you, Slick.
This is a death that means a lot more if you watch the show. Otherwise, you're just like, bummer, dude, but you're not emotionally affected.
I don't murder children. I do.
Just broadcast this on all channels, man, and be done with it. Video evidence matters.
If your quarry goes to ground, leave no ground to go to.
But how could the Alliance know every place Mal's crew is hidden in the past? And if they do, those are terrible hiding places, and they should have been captured by the Alliance a long time ago.
I believe in something greater than myself. A world without sin.
Come on into my living room, evil dude who hates sin. Let me make you some tea. Do you like finger sandwiches? Can I give you a hand job? The entire crew raises objections to Mal's plan, and he pulls a gun, and they all go quiet. When people reminisce on Serenity, they never seem to talk about the plot point where Kaylee has to skin her former friends' bodies and attach them to the ship so they can travel safely through Reaver space, because it's f***ed up. Why are the Reavers even in this goddamn movie? The heroes of Firefly, Serenity, basically ripped off The Walking Dead when it comes to clothe yourself like your undead enemy to get through the ranks of your undead enemy. The comic, I mean, but then The Walking Dead show came along and ripped off Serenity's ripoff. Ripception? So none of the Reaver ships wonder why Serenity is going to the planet? Because it doesn't appear any of the other ships are going to the planet. Seems like that would raise some sort of a red flag, no matter how much red paint and skeletons adorn the outer hull. This is the first time in this movie they've considered a planet might not have breathable air, so of course it has breathable air. Also, main character takes off helmet without enough data only to find out the air is breathable cliche. They are finding corpses and empty buildings and a mystery, but can we just take a minute and acknowledge that Frank Lloyd Wright would have had a field day designing buildings out here in the verse?
Oh, Mayor, machine be in Sherto. Please, God, make me a stone.
Because many people in their hyper-anxiety-filled states often speak a foreign language and then immediately translate it in English.
The ship's banged up all to hell.
And it has been here for, we find out shortly, 12 years. So how is the power still working?
These are just a few of the images we've recorded.
It looks like the Sarah Paulson recording was queued up to the exact part of the story they all needed to know. That was nice of all the people to set up for future visitors, you know, right before they died horrible deaths.
It's the Pax.
You misspelled pox.
The G23 Paxilon hydrochloride that we added to the air processor.
You didn't misspell pox.
The people here stopped fighting, and then they stopped everything else. They stopped going to work.
They did? And what was up with that office filled with corpses at their desk?
Reavers. They make them.
Reavers don't kill people. Unhealthy drugs, mass-produced and pushed into the atmosphere, make Reavers that kill people. Also, Soylent Green is people! Once more with feeling, I do not need to see characters throw up on screen.
Parliament buried it. It stayed buried until River dug it up.
So this whole mission is based on the idea that River psychically pulled a secret from a Parliament member that went to view the research project she was part of? Wouldn't the Parliament member have to be thinking about the exact thing for her to grab it? And if not, how many other things would have been buried with it? For her to be able to pull out this one nugget of info and then be able to bring it to enough of a rational state for Mal and crew to figure it out seems pretty improbable.
Somebody has to speak for these people.
Mal goes all George Clooney at the end of Three Kings, and it's kind of cute.
So now I'm asking more of you than I have before.
More than the part where he asked for them to help him skin people and attach their skeletal remains to the ship, because that seemed like a f***ing lot.
Buster's not even changing course.
So why haven't you shot Serenity down yet?
Target the Reavers. Target the Reavers.
This is a great moment in this movie, but how was Serenity able to stay ahead of all these Reaver ships for the amount of time it took for them to get to Mr. Universe? The operative takes a shuttle to the surface, and regardless of how big that planet, moon, whatever is, there's no way he ends up close enough to our heroes to f*** up their plans. And yet he does. No one passes out from this sh**. They all survived this.
Watch out.
Oh, I mean... Also, I know this is a Joss Whedon thing. He likes to kill the characters we've grown to love. Miss Summers, Cordelia, Agent Coulson, Shepard from earlier in this movie. But that doesn't make it any less sh**y or sinful. Did anyone else forget Inara was still with them? Just me? Carry on.
No.
Sigh. Guy should definitely be dead, somehow survives long enough, or does computer tricks with his sex robot enough to give our hero pertinent information cliche. God damn it.
They destroyed my equipment, but I have a backup unit.
Of convenience.
Spent so much time on Serenity ignoring anything that I wanted for myself.
Movie has time for this, which it doesn't, and neither do Kaylee or Simon. The Reavers in this climax feel so much like the vampires in the best episodes of Buffy, or the Chitauri in the Avengers. My point is, maybe Whedon does his best work when the heroes are facing a rabid horde of mindless kill-eat drones. That's great, Mr. Universe has backup equipment, but why would he make it so goddamn difficult to get to? This looks more complex than a Bond villain's lair.
There are a lot of innocent people in the air being killed right now.
Said the guy who earlier said he had no issue killing innocent children. Inara turning into a sudden Legolas here at the end is one of the movie's funniest jokes. This chain-based final boss battle is confusing as mostly because I have no idea where any of these chains truly connect to.
gonna get in.
No, lady. Why aren't they already in? So if River could do this the whole time, then why the wasn't she already? For the second time in this movie, Mal will last a lot longer against this guy in a fight than he should.
I'm sorry.
Here's this scientifically questionable one-punch paralyzing move showing up again. If this were possible, my brother and I would have paralyzed each other every other week when we were growing up.
You should know there's no shame in this.
This is such a great moment, but if the nerve cluster was severed, as Mal will say in a bit, then how would he have felt this or even known what the operative was trying to do? Did Mal just grab the blade of the sword with his bare hands? Because I think Mal just grabbed the blade of the sword with his bare hands.
I'm going to show you a world without sin.
This is a great gesture, but would it really change anything? You'd have just as many skeptics as you would believers. And if the Alliance is that all-encompassing, they could just as easily concoct something to dispute all this. Also, where exactly is this even broadcasting? And if anyone is not around a screen to see it, how do they find out about it? I'm not saying Mal shouldn't have done what he did, but I am questioning if when all is said and done, he even changed anything. I'd say it's 50-50 at best.
Stand down. Stand down. It's finished.
What? In the future, gravestones will have holographic videos of you or you and your spouse's awkward home movies, because the future is a f***ing hellscape. Glad we found out whether or not Kaylee and Simon got to bone, because that was crucial. Aw, ew.
Your Broadway about Miranda has weakened our regime. They are not gone, and they are not forgiving.
Wait, did they really think a sequel was happening?
Storm's getting worse.
We'll pass through it soon enough.
Ugh, can we call a moratorium on the super obvious Storm dialogue that's supposed to be symbolic or whatever? God, it's so stupid. I did a supercut of all the times in a movie where someone says Storm's coming or Storm's getting worse. That would be a long-ass video.
Serenity now! Serenity now!
Make sure you click that bell icon.
Sellouts.
But clicking the little bell icon is how you make sure you get notified every time we release a video. So click it.
Sellouts.
We got the primary buffer panel coming.
I'm getting it all she's got, Captain!
Didn't lie down.
I'm sensing a powerful mind.
Doors open, beds made. Welcome home.
Forward! Get through!
Mine should have hit us.
Should have hit me.
Be sure next mealtime to ask for your cupcake in a cup.
What is this thing? I mean, there's no useful purpose for there to be a bunch of choppy, crushy things in the middle of a whole thing.
You've always taken care of me.
That's my secret, Cat. I'm always angry.
Tommy, that's a big thing.
38 seconds of Universal jacking off to itself. Back to the Future 3 knew that you'd spend over an hour in the box office line only to discover that Firebirds was sold out. And in case that happened, the movie wastes time showing you what happened in the previous Back to the Future movies. Or if Back to the Future 3 just happened to be your first Back to the Future experience 6 months after the last one came out. The Atomic Kid is in fact a movie. However, it was released in December of 1954. And yeah, movies had fewer prints, so they had to travel, and they were in theaters longer back then. But there's no way they were showing The Atomic Kid almost a year later when they could be showing 1955 hits like Lady and the Tramp or Mr. Roberts. I still don't know why the original Doc Brown scream couldn't be used. Maybe Robert Zemeckis hated that scream and wanted a better one for the 2 sequels. But to anyone who knows the first Back to the Future inside and out, this new scream is like ear scabies. A full minute of credits over a real estate listing. Also, 1990 still seems way too modern to be seeing ZZ Top with a featured song in a movie.
Hey kids, what time is it?
1955 alarm clocks.
Calm down, okay? Just calm down. It's me, it's Marty.
This is a very small moment, but it's so good. Marty's trying to explain what happened, Doc's disbelief, and the accidental organ accompaniment. Take us in off, you creative bastard.
Actually flew. Yeah, we had a hover conversion done in the early 21st century.
Wow, look who's taking partial credit for the DeLorean's ability to fly. What's this weed anyway, Marty?
I actually end up as a blacksmith in the Old West.
Pretty heavy, huh?
You know, heavy. That's a word I've been known to say. I delivered that line with no self-awareness at all.
And please take care of Einstein for me.
Isn't this letter just future information that 1955 Doc Brown from the original movie said he didn't want to know? Marty doesn't have a choice, but you would think Doc would fight him on reading the letter at least for a few minutes before giving in.
Einstein
He's your dog, Doc. Einstein. It's what you call your dog in 1985.
It's all right, Copernicus.
Man, you guys went a long way to set up whatever you were trying to set up with this dog named Copernicus. I guess 1955 Doc thinks it's hack to call your dog something too obvious? I don't know. This is one of those scenes that come off super weird in the sequels.
It was when I was 11 and I first read 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Then I realized that I must devote my life to science.
The movie inspires Michael Crichton's book Sphere, which of course led to the movie Sphere, and you, movie, for making me remember that exists.
My initials! Just like in Journey to the Center of the Earth!
And why wasn't that written out in a letter? Seems like the exact hiding place would have been a good thing to include.
One of the circuit fails says made in Japan.
That's racist.
What's wrong? What's wrong, Copernicus? Come on.
Oh, you. Did Doc teach Copernicus how to read? This dog has more intuition than when Einstein knew to freak out about an approaching van a mile away in the first movie. Also, good thing they decided to make this tombstone super descriptive so Marty knows exactly who killed Doc in the past.
Doc! Doc! Come here! Quick!
The news that you've been dead for 70 years cannot wait 1 minute longer. Although the filmmakers never intended for anyone to read the articles on this newspaper, they severely underestimated the boredom of people in 2020. This is one of those pre-processed articles that dominated movies for years that talk about some sort of economic plan in vague, uninformative ways and have nothing to do with the headlines.
Buford Tannen was a notorious gunman.
Look, Thomas F. Wilson is great and has provided the first 2 movies in this franchise with a fun antagonist. But the idea that a Tannen from 1885 would also be involved in the lives of Doc and Marty is ridiculous. I think everyone would have been fine with the movie having a new villain this go-around. We've been perfectly fine without Crispin Glover.
Do you have any relatives here back then?
The Browns didn't come to Hill Valley until 1908, and then they were the Von Brauns.
I'm pretty sure that the Emmett Brown on the tombstone is the one and only Emmett Brown, but even if it wasn't, why does the Brown on the tombstone have to be a relative? Brown name is pretty common. Just because Doc's immediate family wasn't in Hill Valley doesn't mean some other Brown family wasn't there.
Great Scott, it's me.
God damn it, did Doc say Great Scott as much in the first movie as he does in this one? Or is it just more annoying now?
Clint Eastwood never wore anything like this.
Clint who?
That's right. You haven't heard of him yet.
The movie is a dick to Revenge of the Creature.
Okay, I think we're about ready. I put gas in the tank. The future calls apart.
Why are they in a rush? They do realize that unlike the situation with the clock tower, they don't need to rush, right? 1885 isn't going anywhere. Don't be Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, movie.
I wrote the letter on September 1st, so we'll send you back the very next day.
Why not send it back on the 1st or 2 weeks earlier? Doc has been there for a few months before he writes the letter, so why give themselves such a short timetable to work with? I know they wanted to do this in the middle of nowhere so that when Marty went back to 1885, the chances of running into anyone would be low. But why did they have to do this inside a drive-in? They could have done this anywhere near here on a road late at night with no traffic, instead of finding a drive-in that just happens to have the perfect length or getting a DeLorean up to 88 miles an hour. Gotta hand it to these Native Americans, man. None of them even flinched that a machine like this has appeared out of nowhere right in front of them. It's like they were expecting it.
The cave!
Of convenience.
The cavalry!
But at least some of them had to have seen Marty. Not one person stops and finds out who the he is and what he's doing out there. This arrow was in no way lodged in the DeLorean before Marty backed it up into the cave. And not one of the Indians shot an arrow at the car when Marty was driving away from them. Marty is going to outrun a bear here, and somebody didn't do their research.
Maggie! Fetch some water, we got a hard spawn here!
You mean Marty just fell right into the old McFly property mere minutes after arriving in 1885? And before some of you start saying, well, that's the reason why they picked the drive-in, because they knew it was so close to the old McFly home. Remember, Marty was worried that it would take too long to walk to Hill Valley from here, so neither he nor Doc had any idea this is where the old McFly place was.
Mom, is that you?
God damn it. This! Why do we have to keep churning out the same familiar moments? And how many times is Marty going to think he's awakened from some strange dream after all the stuff he's already been through? Okay, so is it just the slightest bit disconcerting that Maggie McFly looks so much like Lorraine Baines? I know they have to figure out a way to put Leah Thompson in this movie, but maybe not in such a way that the McFly-Baines family tree doesn't fork at all.
Eastwood? Clint Eastwood? It's almost as if connected to us.
Do these assholes really not see the similarity between Marty and Seamus? At least acknowledge it. I know you don't know that Marty is your great-great-grandson and time travel is possible or whatever, but damn!
And you peed on me.
Now that Marty's been peed on and he's stepped in a pile of horse, this movie can officially start. I don't care what happens now, I've gotten my money's worth. The way these movies are, I'm surprised it's not one of Lou's relatives from the cafe behind this bar, played by the guy who played Lou.
You want Seamus McFly?
Yeah, Seamus McFly has a mustache. No way he cut that off. He also has different hair color, but the no mustache part is what really gives it away. Also, the Back to the Future movies are teaching us that bullying is genetic, as is unoriginality.
You're Mad Dog Tannen.
Is he just now getting that? Can no one tell almost twin-like resemblance of people they're acquainted with in this movie. Also, Mad Dog gets the whole spittoon dumped on him and somehow doesn't throw up. As an usher who had to clean up a sold-out auditorium for the Luke Perry film 8 Seconds, I can tell you that Mad Dog's restraint is impossible. Marty runs out of a drinking establishment pursued by a tannin, and I'm going to add 100 sins for the constant f***ing repeats. Marty McFly went to the Prometheus School of Running Away from Things, which is disappointing, considering how many times he changed directions the last 2 times this happened. Surely he doesn't need a skateboard for every escape.
September 7th! That's this Monday! Now I wish I'd paid him off!
But you still could, right? Or at least give it a shot? It's a better option than just waiting around and hoping for the best.
I thought maybe she was a girlfriend of yours.
Marty, my involvement in such a social relationship here in 1885 could result in a disruption of the space-time continuum.
Your mere presence does that. Like, if you really cared about this you'd have found a cave and stayed there. But you're like running a business in Hill Valley and interacting with people on the daily.
I don't know, Doc.
This franchise is 67% Marty yelling over the sound of loud noises. So why did Doc have clothes that were in Marty's size? Maybe I don't want to know.
Just the fusion powers, the time circuits, and the flux capacitor. The internal combustion engine runs on ordinary gasoline. It always has.
Weird that you never mentioned that before. In the first movie, when Marty asked you if it ran on gasoline, you told him that you needed plutonium, suggesting that the plutonium actually replaced gasoline for the car's fuel. When Mr. Fusion came along, you famously said, "I need fuel," and threw a bunch of garbage into it. Every context clue about the fuel of that car has shied away from gasoline until now.
24!
Soyuz, Marty! Be the fastest horse in the world! Won't run more than 35, 40 miles an hour!
Then why did you even bother trying this?
Bartender says that's the strongest stuff they got.
Try it, Marty.
I get that the horses could have dragged the DeLorean back to town, but how in the hell did they get in Doc's barn without anyone in town seeing it? Just gonna yada yada over that, I guess?
It'll take me a month to rebuild it.
Doc, you're gonna get shot on Monday.
Why is that necessarily so? Why can't you rebuild the car somewhere else, hiding away from Mad Dog? He doesn't need to know where you are, right? What's weird about this movie is they look at certain events as inevitable, like it's the lightning strike at the clock tower. You can prevent this. Whoa, when did Marty become an expert at riding horses? He's riding this one like a pro, like he's been doing it for years. Also, what are the chances that Claire's wagon just happened to be riding past this out-of-the-way spot near this ravine at this very moment?
Clayton Ravine was named after a teacher. They say she fell in there 100 years ago.
Yeah, but why was the ravine renamed after her? Claire is a brand new school teacher with absolutely no history with the people in Hill Valley. Seems weird they discover her body and think, let's call this something else in her honor. This stranger did so much for us.
That she was supposed to go over in that wagon. Now I may have seriously altered history.
It's kind of crazy that you didn't realize that when you volunteered to meet her at the train station before Marty showed up. Any interaction you have could alter history, not just huge life or death ones.
According to my calculations, we'll reach 88 miles per hour just before we hit the edge of the ravine.
But it looks like there's a little bit more straight track behind the DeLorean, so why not back it up a bit so you're not cutting it so close? Do time machines also need dramatic timing to work? Pretty sure even in 1885, ZZ Top was dated.
Where'd you learn to shoot like that?
7-Eleven.
Glad to see the 90s movies following the 80s movie tradition of if you're good at something in video games, then you could do it in real life.
You gentlemen will have to check your firearms if you want to join in on the festivities.
However, if you want, you can buy a Colt revolver inside this festival for $12 if you start feeling weird without your gun.
Have fun!
Great, but don't Buford's men have to turn their weapons over as well? Because I'm pretty sure only Buford actually did that.
Maintain discipline at all times. Remember that word, discipline.
I wonder how excited the marshal would be to learn that all his teachings led to a future line of public school principals.
Last time I used it, fella, took 2 whole days to die.
Movie thinks we'll be fooled that Doc will be shot on any day before September 7th, so that confrontations like this will seem meaningful.
What's wrong, dude? You yell!
I don't have anything to say about Marty's trigger words, chicken and yellow, only to say that I hate that they made this part of Marty's character.
We'll finish this tomorrow.
Tomorrow we're robbing the Pan City stage.
And I guess when that happens, nobody here is going to say anything? Why would you openly admit this? Don't tell me it's just because they're dumb. That's a lazy excuse.
You could have just walked away and nobody would have talked to less of you for it.
Why the f*** does Seamus care? Yeah, he thought he felt a connection with Marty, but he let him spend the night in the barn for one night and then took him into town the next day. Ironically, there's no relationship here. Whether Marty gets into a duel with Mad Dog or not doesn't affect these McFlys at all.
Sure, and I hope you're considering the future, Mr. Eastwood.
Have I made a comment about these awful Scottish accents yet? Wait, they're supposed to be Irish? That's even worse.
You've read Jules Verne.
I adore
more, Jules Verne.
So do I.
You know what they say, nothing makes those panties drop quicker than a few well-timed Jules Verne quotes.
Great Scott. I know, this is heavy.
What happens to us in the future? Do we become assholes or something? I know we were told that the train wouldn't come through till Monday morning, but what if it comes through at an earlier time? Or a different train comes through this track that wasn't scheduled? What if some 1885 hobo wanders onto the DeLorean and starts stripping it down? They're leaving a lot to chance here is all I'm saying. Because if anything happens to this car, they are royally
What are you going to say to him? I got to go back to the future?
Audience reactions to Back to the Future 2 somehow make it into this script.
I don't know, maybe we can just take Clara with us.
I caution you about disrupting the continuum for your own personal benefit.
The very fact that Clara is alive is problematic to the continuum. It's actually better for you to take her to 1985 because then she can't change anything that's already happened.
How far does the 8 o'clock train go?
Way to make Clara a part of the finale movie. She's so distraught over Doc f***ing Brown that she's ready to drop her school teaching job after only a couple of days.
10 minutes. Why do we have to cut these things so damn close?
Marty would be futuristic at CinemaSins.
Well, something inside me told me I should be here. As if my future had something to do with it.
It doesn't.
Everybody, everywhere, will say Clint Eastwood is the biggest yellow belly in the West.
So that's how Rick Dalton got all those roles in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
I've never seen a man so broken up over a woman.
It was so remarkable, I really felt the need to loudly talk about it on this train. There is nothing more upsetting and memorable than a man's broken heart. I had to leave town immediately. It's a good thing Buford didn't shoot Marty in the face, because what would Marty have done then? I guess die, but seriously, this plan was pretty... All of this is just pale imitation. When George punches Biff in the first movie, it's a man standing up to someone who's been a bully to him and will be all his life if he doesn't stand up to him. When Marty does it here, it's Marty beats Biff, part 72 of a series. Add to that another of the Tannen clan getting manure poured all over him again. There was a time the third movie was considered the best sequel, but this one left out the real stakes that drove the action in the first two.
You're under arrest for robbing the Pine City stage.
Jesus, why wasn't anyone there to prevent that? They admitted they were going to do that.
Look!
Oh wow, they changed history to the point that the cemetery itself isn't even in business anymore.
Range!
Considering that they're going to hold up a train, why the f*** did Marty give Seamus his gun? How the f*** did she know they'd be anywhere near here? Did she just ride around hoping to find them and luck out?
Input the destination time! October 27th, 1985, 11 a.m.
Why would you go back to the future at 11 a.m. on active train tracks? Why wouldn't you do this at like 3 a.m. so that you'd better avoid the possibility of a train hitting you when you get back to 1985? 11 a.m.? Is Doc trying to kill Marty? That would be the best murder ever. I mean, Jesus, who is this woman? She's a school teacher, but she's got badass horse riding skills and can chase down a train to boot. She has the arm strength to hold on to the train when it gets a sudden burst of speed. That's the power of love, man. Huey Lewis would be proud.
We just passed 45, Doc, go for it!
Why does Marty continue to talk into the walkie-talkie even though Doc is not holding his where he can hear it? Also, we will find out in a minute that Doc still does have the walkie-talkie. But where the f*** is he keeping it? This works. That's exciting. You can barely see the coffee machine in the back of the studio while they film this green screen shot. Wait, did Doc Brown or Clara tell everybody that Clint Eastwood died in the ravine? Because there's no body, right? Look, you can tell me the train is this close to the car, but you can't tell me that Marty got the DeLorean's awkward wing door open in time to get out before the train hits it.
You got fired.
I get that Jennifer's confused about whether she had a dream or an actual experience, but I'm more confused about where the driver's seat headrest came from, since there clearly wasn't one when Marty got into the truck back at his house. Oh, I get it. He turned the other cheek. He didn't race. But did he have to do this? This is pretty dangerous too, right? This is the incident that apparently sets Marty's life in a tailspin in Back to the Future 2. Rolls-Royce guy probably wins the case because Marty and Needles were drag racing, and that's clearly wrong. The Rolls-Royce guy is a dick. Why the did he drive into traffic like that? Are there stop signs in Hilldale? I don't think there are, actually. It's chaos! Wouldn't this entire fax, paper and all, disappear? Also, what happens when someone removes themselves from a time period to go to another one? Back to the Future 2, 2015 Biff says he remembers when he saw the DeLorean fly off and disappear at the end of the first movie. But Marty disappeared with it and was no longer in 1985. Yet there was still a middle-aged Marty living his life in 2015. The Einstein experiment in the first movie proves there was no Einstein for a full minute. So who was that middle-aged Marty? The only Marty that it could be is the one that experienced both Back to the Future 2 and Back to the Future 3. The one that finally gets to drive his truck with Jennifer like he planned to do since the end of the first movie. But the Marty that experienced Back to the Future 3 is the one that doesn't get into drag racing competitions with the bass player from Red Hot Chili Peppers. So how does the Back to the Future 2 middle-aged Marty exist?
You're right, there's not much left.
I can see the authorities were super curious about the DeLorean that got smoked by a train about an hour ago. They put their top men on it. Are they even going to clean this up for the next train? This is going to be Doc Brown and his new time travel train, but how the did he get all the railroad crossing to power up? Also, Doc figured out how to make a time travel machine out of a train, which may be the most dangerous goddamn vehicle to time travel in. Not a lot of mobility on a train if you re-enter some place where another train is headed your way, but Mr. Glass will be pleased when the inevitable crash happens. Also, I guess it's a good thing that Marty took Jennifer back to the train tracks at this exact moment.
That's all I had to come back to Einstein.
Wait, when did you get Einstein? Didn't you just come back? Did you already show up here once, get Einstein, go somewhere other than 1985, then come back again? What the f***?
It means your future hasn't been written yet. No one's has.
Except that they could travel to the future in this train time machine and see that it has indeed been written. Maybe not the way it's been revised, but it's still been written. If this train flies, then why the f*** did he re-enter on a train track? Did he know Marty would be here at this precise moment? Just what the f*** is the ending of this movie? Also, I guess there's no reason to keep this flying time travel train a secret, huh? When Marty arrived earlier, there were tons of people around this railroad crossing, but now, ghost town.
We got ourselves a new courthouse! Hot time we had a hanger!
Make sure you click that bell icon.
Sellouts.
But clicking the little bell icon is how you make sure you get notified every time we release a video. So click it.
Sellouts.
I'll have, ice water.
Hey, look, mister. We save hard drinks in here for men who want to get drunk fast, and we don't need any characters around to give the joint atmosphere. Is that clear?
What's your name, dude?
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Let's finish it right now.
We can't keep him past 4.
I will keep you here until 4.
Marty, the future isn't written.
The future's not set. There's no fate but what we make for ourselves.
I understand, because you know I'm partial to the writings of Jules Verne.
Are you making some kind of list or something?
No.
Did you call up my friends and ask them what I like and what I don't like?
No.
Is this what love is for you?
You thought wrong, dude.
Your gunfighter's dead. Old news.
All I want is to fight on the top of a train! Is that too much to ask? Just a hold up!
I'll be taking these Huggies and, whatever cash you got.
Clara! Climb out here to me!
I don't know if I can!
You can do it!
1 minute and 5 seconds of 4 different company logos, all with their own grandiose musical themes, and the logo plague rages on undiminished. I believe you mean Disney's Amblin, Steven Spielberg's Roald Dahl's The BFG. Establishing shot 1-2 punch of a double-decker bus and Big Ben, and yes, I know it's actually called Elizabeth Tower, but here's an extra sin for reminding me cliche.
It was the witching hour.
Near orphan. Everybody at the orphanage apparently argues about what time the witching hour starts, interspersed with arguments about whether a hot dog is a sandwich, and whether Die Hard is a Christmas movie. God damn it says Yanny, not Laurel. The Post date places the movie in September of 1983, yet somehow the movie will stubbornly refuse to give us a single Rubik's Cube, Cabbage Patch Kid, or Return of the Jedi reference.
You're bladdered, the lot of you.
One part of this sin is for the fact that we don't use bladdered enough. The other part of this sin is for the drunk shaming. Also, I'll add another sin for making just as much noise as these bladdered folk are, just to tell them to stop making noise. Freeloaders.
Never go to the window.
This little asshole was badgering some drunks for making too much noise a minute ago, but now she's reciting some sort of mantra in the middle of all the sleeping kids. What? A giant? Those aren't even real. If the big friendly giant is this careless and visible, I'm going to go out on a big friendly limb here and suggest that his big friendly ass would have been outed many times before now. You can't possibly notice everybody and hide from them, even if it is 3 a.m. Case in point, this works. Several people in the cars approaching this spot on the interstate just saw a goddamn giant. I don't care how dark it is, there's enough light to see it. This movie may be whimsical, and you might be rooting for the giant not to be seen, but facts don't care about your rootings. At this speed and as haphazard as BFG is being here, being Fabioed in the face by a seagull is the least of Sophie's problems. We're talking NFL-level concussions on a trip like this. OMG, this OTT BFG POV is NFG, so PTSB ASAP. The BFG hangs Sophie in her blanket on this branch, and we see her head poke out, and the shape of the blanket at the bottom suggests that she's standing up right now. The amount of space between the branch and her head shows that she's going to need some help if she's going to reach it, since blankets are notorious enemies of feet. But help she gets from the movie itself, because now her head is directly underneath the tree branch and she can easily reach it. Man, I go a long way to prove that I'm an asshole. This 12-year-old girl pushes a giant's window out, and I'm certain that even a human-sized window of this sort would be difficult to open for a child. And how is this not locked? Come on, man, you didn't even have to do that. This is pure dickery on your part, and it turns out you're not even that big for a giant. BFG. I can think of 2 things wrong with that title.
Flesh up eater, bone cruncher, man hugger, meat dripper, gizzard gulper, maid masher.
It's time for everyone's favorite new game show, Names of a Giant or Things Dude Bros have nicknamed their penis.
And then there would be a gigantic look-see giant hunt for all of the boys.
Yeah, but where would people look? You jump through some sort of cloud portal to get to giant country.
Most likely on the telly bunkum box and the radio squeaker.
Well, it's true that I've never heard a better description of TV than the telly bunkum box. I'm finding all these giantese words pretty cumbersome to have honestly developed this way. He speaks English. Why wouldn't he just say telly or radio? He pretends it's because he gets words mixed up, but the actual simple words are right there inside the complicated ones.
Those giants, they would swallow you up like a piece of pumpkin fry.
It's pumpkin pie, not pumpkin fry. And giraffes are giraffes.
This giant warns Sophie about what would happen if she were to escape, but all she can do is correct him when he says stuff wrong. Don't you hate it when you're just trying your best and there's somebody keeping score of everything wrong with you?
With throbbing veins and burning skin, eyes wild and heavy.
Is Nicholas Nickleby a porn? Because I think Nicholas Nickleby might be a porn. Also, reading. I know this is a dream, but I find it hard to believe that this giant would eat a human being without chewing or tasting it. You might as well drop firewood into your mouth if this is the way you enjoy things.
It's fitting the wrong way.
Sophie would be precocious at CinemaSins. I mean, reverse bubbles causing flatulence is one thing. Reverse bubbles causing neon green sphincter ignition fart rockets is completely another. Also, man, when Steven Spielberg reduces himself to fart jokes, he's not content with just a mere crackling tooth. This fart has to be rocket power. Well, Sophie has put herself in quite the pickle.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Cucumber. Also, of all the gross things in this movie, somehow breech birth from a pus pickle isn't the grossest.
Too hot, too hot, too hot.
I imagine as soon as he opened the furnace it was too hot, but apparently it took until you got mere inches away for you to feel that way. And what about the BFG? His hand is practically touching that flame. This assortment of clothes, combined with flesh lump eaters asking if he had another petipoo, indicates that there have been many other bean babies in this situation. And if we don't get the skinny on all their gruesome deaths, I'll feel cheated. Okay, so the BFG sets up a little bedroom for Sophie here, puts her blanket, book, and glasses in there for while she gets into her dry clothes. He immediately goes over to check on her, grabs her, and puts her in the bedroom, where there are suddenly jars full of dreams everywhere. These assholes weren't in here when he set this place up, so where did they come from? I demand answers, fantasy movie. This dream is invents a car that runs on toothpaste, and I'm just wondering, why was that dream considered collectible? Do you know what would happen to the ozone if we drove cars that ran on toothpaste? I don't either, but I'm mad about it. What is it with movies thinking that one of the things that wakes people up is sneezing? Have you ever sneezed yourself awake? And if so, would a firm branch to the base of your nose have stopped you? How would you be able to use natural grass as a blanket like this, especially on rocky terrain? This giant straps a car with Sophie in it and uses it as a roller skate. She survives this. Movie perfectly encapsulates life in Florida. In case you're wondering where to file this movie in your collection, file it in the slow-motion CG face-planting nutshot section. Now, how in the f*** did the BFG know them were right there? This is a pair of tiny glasses in the middle of a grassy, muddy field, and it's raining. Oh, if only the giants weren't scared of rain. They'd go ahead and beat the BFG up, take the kid, and eat her, but no, that would be too sad. Also, why does the blanket necessarily mean there's a human here right now? The giants have numerous human possessions around here. Wouldn't this blanket have Sophie's scent on it even if she wasn't here?
Someone called me the big friendly giant.
Oh, I've been saying something completely different. Weird, both this movie and the first season of Stranger Things came out within 2 weeks of each other. Stranger Things is a Spielberg homage, and both of them have upside-down worlds. I don't know who stole from who, but I'm sitting it and asking questions later, goddammit. No one will be seated during the animated Mark Rylance tries to literally catch a dream with a butterfly net part of the movie.
It's on your bottom!
Because of course it is. You see, I am not invested in these dreams enough to care whether the big giant catches them or not. We don't know what they're supposed to do or why he spends his time catching them and storing them in the Goonies part of his house. Even if they explain this afterwards, a little prep goes a long way, and this movie hasn't prepped me for the importance of them at all.
It is a golden fizz wizard.
Little known fact, the Golden Fizz Wizard is the nickname I got freshman year for my ability to pee in the sink without getting out of bed. You can try to convince me all you want, but no one's going to make me believe that this wasn't an ad for the new Transylvania McDonald's, but they had to nix it after the Dracula attacks. John Lennon? Also, what kind of dream is that? Is that a dream of her face? Are dreams like self-portrait etch-a-sketches now? Roald Dahl did all the drugs, huh?
It be a struggle, Humper.
Guys, this movie came out in 2016. Do we really need to use that term? They prefer Alabamians.
Big friendly giant, I'm going to call you BFG.
Roll credits. Also, there are some people who call him Tim.
Lords don't have mothers or fathers.
But according to the Grind humor, they do have testicles, so what exactly are those for?
Us joints is mostly just going on and on and on, like whiffsy time twiddlers.
Yeah, this movie goes on and on and on like a whiffsy time twiddler too. I don't mind a bit of atmosphere, but Yandre the Giant here is about to put me to sleep. I'm trying to figure out if it's creative or dumb that a giant blows dreams through a horn into people's houses, thereby giving people dreams. I think I'm going to settle on dumb. Stories about storks bypass basic human reproduction to be kid-friendly. I'll be damned if this story's going to bypass a product of REM sleep. Good thing the entire family is a bunch of mouth breathers. Also, studies show that humans swallow about 8 balls of light in their sleep every year. That's not nightmare fuel. I don't know what is.
And he's having a long, chittery chat on the phone with the president.
So much so that the kid has to lie down on the table to get into the proper talking to the president position. Also, listening to the play-by-play of this dream is about as interesting as when one of your buddies tries to tell you about one of their dreams. It's far more interesting to them than it will ever be to you.
Somebody's Silkies is crying for their darling.
Look!
BFG had to walk all the way over here and push a tree branch out of the way to see these giants. How the f*** did Sophie see them?
BFG?
God damn it. Ever since Sophie decided to call the giant BFG, she's been saying it every time she talks to the guy. There's only 2 of you. He'll eventually figure out you're talking to him.
We'll stop the giants. We'll make them go away forever.
And this is exactly what Bill Belichick said at halftime during 2 Super Bowls, and we all know how that turned out. Jeez, what time is it where nobody is driving around or walking around London? The last time we saw the city was 3 a.m., and there were people everywhere that the BFG had to dodge not to be seen. Oh, this giant just tore down an empty shelf on the Boulevard of Broken Dreams.
This be my work! This be my work, boys!
So your work is dreams, which means your field is DreamWorks. Leave it to Spielberg to slip a DreamWorks reference into a Disney movie. Man, humans must be crack cocaine for giants. Considering they are so small, there's no way that they need them nutritiously. They could eat cows or elephants or even blue whales and get pretty much the same stuff, but in greater portions. What is it about eating humans that has these idiots so hungry? Where does she get the strength? I know it's a nice thought that standing up to bullies would turn the tables like this, but in the real world of giants, these guys would absolutely destroy him within seconds of poking them with that hot poker. Pretty sure the big friendly giant would be the dead friendly giant by now.
Or speaking the most terrible Wiglish.
Well, I think you speak beautifully.
Sophie suddenly wants to compliment the BFG on his speaking skills, even though just 5 seconds ago she was correcting him on something where she understood him perfectly. It's at this point I've got to ask, what does it matter if he says things in the wrong way? It fits his character perfectly. It's like slang at this point. Sophie needs to keep her goddamn mouth shut.
The Queen will dream that giants, all 9 of them, are in England.
Oh wow, they're about to pull off a major feat, stealing from Inception. And I'm going to go ahead and say that it's also stealing from the scene in Dumbo when the mouse whispers to the carnival guy while he's sleeping to cast Dumbo in his act. So this is basically Dumbception? Look, I'm not opposed to this Top Chef Dreamscape edition, but this is some detailed dream storyboarding. I'm just not exactly sure how any of it would work. Does it mean somewhere last night some giant prepped a cocktail of aardvarks, strawberry shortcake, and Lizzo for me and then added a couple drops of water? Well, I guess as long as this guard can't see the BFG, then nobody else on planet Earth can see him. The only visible part of that giant right now is contained in the frame, and nobody on the outside of that frame can see that because they don't exist. Nothing exists beyond the frame. There's an open window into the Queen's bedroom? What?
Giants. Horrible. Man-eating giants, no.
So far, everybody that they put dreams into have been really helpful about doing something that shows that it worked.
Let me get your teeth.
That just happens to be immediately ready in the middle of the night, even though you have awoken unexpectedly.
Was the flesh lump eater and the gizzard gulper.
The dream came with its own cast credits? Did they stand and announce themselves? How would she know these crazy specific names?
A giant put you there?
Just think, the Queen probably never believed in giants in her whole life, and now because of a dream, a coincidental newspaper, and a kid on a windowsill, she's ready to drop all her preconceived notions. 3 adults let a child climb back out onto a second-story ledge, even though they don't believe her story, because Spielberg needs his faith of a child moment. Also, while Sophie tries to get the BFG to stop hiding, I bet if she jumped out of the window, he'd show up. Seemed to work last time. The Union Jack that's flying here should only fly over the palace if the Queen isn't there. When she is, it should be the Royal Standard flag on the pole. The movie doesn't know how to England correctly. I swear the design of the BFG looks so much like the fake CG Scrooge that every time he opens his mouth, I have to expect Jim Carrey's voice to make an anachronistic pop culture reference.
Giants, Boris. Man.
Considering she follows this by talking to Nancy about Ronnie, we can assume she's calling world leaders, and the Boris is supposed to be Boris Yeltsin. The problem is, Boris wasn't elected until 1991, 3 years after Ronnie ate his last jelly bean at the White House. Having this meeting inside instead of outside only makes sense if your top priority is physical comedy instead of common sense. Nearly a full minute of breakfast serving, followed by 2 whole minutes of breakfast eating and coffee drinking.
Was it black stuff?
BFG calls coffee black stuff before a single drop has left the container. Unless X-ray vision is a little-known giant power, there are grounds for us in here. I guess there's a slight chance these 3 would be this soaked, but I'm pretty sure the dissipated liquid would not be steaming, especially considering it wasn't even steaming when he took his drink. Also, it bears mentioning that the Queen and this movie are having a swell old time here, despite her just finding out that giants are eating the country's children.
A little gift for your majesty.
Hell, are they going to get Mickey to kill the giants already? I heard he killed 7 with 1 blow, so might as well let that brave little tailor go ahead and do it instead of wasting time with all this breakfast. So around the Faroe Islands then? My point is that if you think there's an undiscovered island between England and Iceland that hasn't been mapped or charted, you deserve to be fiddlewonkered in your arsehole hole. Also, if it's that far off the coast, there had to be some sort of water transport to get there. Your giant stride length may be girthy, but it ain't that girthy. Is the Queen really going to drink this without someone tasting it first? Hi, that's the farting. Now I can see that this 7 minutes inside Buckingham Palace part of the movie wasn't a waste of time at all. Oh, I didn't even realize that the pilots in this movie were going to Exegol.
What is Sophie's dream?
This scene is actually pretty good, just feels oddly misplaced here in the middle of the climax of the movie where they've already wasted all this time. Just looking at how much time is left in this movie, I'm pretty sure these giants aren't going to be much of a challenge.
Adventures will come and go. But in the end...
Giant skip! I'm sure this is a beautiful moment of some sort, but knowing this movie, I half expect this to turn into a pull my finger joke.
Sophie.
Did Sophie really decide to do this on her own without discussing it with BFG first? Why? Was there a time constraint? Was he not listening to her? There's absolutely no reason why she did this other than movie needs to get on with it, and I already blew 16 minutes on breakfast, so that ship has sailed. Atlas shrugged. Man, if dream distribution was this easy, then why was BFG worried about not having his dream horn? Wait, you can force dreams on people who are awake? Those aren't dreams, BFG. Those be spells. Deus Ex Choppercut. Also, I can't be entirely sure that dream thing worked. I guess the English military was the backup plan in case it didn't. I just feel completely cheated that the dream thing was a total wash. It did jack for this finale. Are they trying to feed them or humiliate them? Because this is the worst possible place to drop these, considering at least 90% of them will land or roll into the water.
The Queen sent them off with snozcumber seeds.
The Queen shows mercy to plants by giving them a lifetime supply of snozcumber seeds. But can you plant anything here? This is just a big rock.
Morning, Sophie.
Is this Sophie's heart's desire, though? I mean, I'm sure she's fine, but I'm not sure the movie really ever gave any insight of what her exact hopes and dreams really were. It doesn't feel like the emotional groundwork was ever done for this moment to fully land. If only the movie had given her a crisis, or a moment of decision, or some sort of choice for Sophie. What would you call that? I'm sure it will come to me.
I could see the scattered pages of the book he was writing.
And the giant who wrote the story that you just watched turned out to be Bilbo Baggins.
I'm Pickle Rick!
Make sure you click that bell icon.
Sellouts.
But clicking the little bell icon is how you make sure you get notified every time we release a video. So click it.
Sellouts.
You can read.
Austin.
What have we here? Wait a minute. Oh, it's a human.
I find them.
Hold still.
I eat them up.
I drink your milkshake. I drink it up.
He slimed me.
On the outside, it's long on the inside.
It is very small outside. It's just in here it's big.
Was the boy scared?
Yeah, in the end.
I'm not.
You will be.
There's a small girl standing on the windowsill. Is there not, Mr. Tibbs?
They call me Mr. Tibbs.
Your Majesty, I is your humbug servant.
Humbug.
How about that queen, ladies and gentlemen?
Your cape, sir.
No capes.
A minute and 3 seconds of goddamn logos. In case you confused it with Mombasa, Alabama. There are like 6 satellite TV receivers in this alley alone. Either Kenya is more connected than I thought, or else this is a dead giveaway of a hideout.
That's what we fight for, guys.
You mean they fight so you can come home to a beautiful woman? Because you're the only one that appears to have anyone waiting for them. There's more fiery lens flare here than JJ used in all 2009 Star Trek, but still, people joke about JJ and lens flare. Granted, nobody saw this here movie, so it's not like this was going to be the one to change their minds. I'm just saying, he was in Kenya, then helicoptered to a base, and his lady was there, and then they drove to Italy? Do I have that right? This is so fake and obviously short-lived and fake, and I'm gonna go on a good old-fashioned skip. Okay, sweet lord of fire, this is some dangerous-ass candling in this room, which seems to consist of 82% flammable materials.
I don't like the scars. I just don't like the stories they tell.
Considering 6 of those stories are Fast and Furious films, I'm with you, Jim.
I always come home.
Why does Ben feel the need to have a catchphrase or repeated phrase in his movies like family, quarter mile at a time, no following, nothing like fresh powder, or they say most of your brain shuts down during cryo sleep, or I am Groot? He says I always come home about 52 times in this movie.
Just saying, at some point, your body can't do this forever.
That's when you take supporting roles in crime dramas, or find a mediocre sitcom that can last at least 5 seasons so you can retire on the syndication money. They left those candles burning all night long? First off, that is clearly a mirror, and this assassin is an idiot. Second off, the mirror rays reflecting off of is in the corner of the bathroom, and he is standing right by the doorway on the exact same side as the mirror. At best, it would be catching a reflection of one of Ray's arms. Furthermore, the gunman is coming from the center of the room and probably wouldn't even be able to see this mirror. Regardless, this scene is a mirror of lies. The movie has the balls to steal the bare feet action from Die Hard, but not the balls to steal the all-the-way naked action from Eastern Promises. But then has the balls to steal the slammed head toilet breaking thing from The Matrix and Terminator 3 Rise of the Machines. And I still don't understand why we couldn't get a Gambit movie before a Bloodshot movie. Crime going down in a meat locker cliche? That's a radio, and not a tape or a CD player. So how did they even know Psycho Killer would be the song that was playing when they did turn it on? And how were they able to time it up so perfectly with Martin donning his coat and the beginning of his approach toward Ray? I know all this is fabricated, but god damn it, Ray doesn't know that, and they shouldn't want him to spot the sin of the scene.
I swear I will find you and end you.
Vin Diesel's contract negotiations somehow end up in the script. So he's still alive? Didn't he get shot in the face, though? Where's the face wound? Oh, yeah, it's all fake. F you, movie.
Project Bloodshot.
Roll credits.
Awake and cognitive. This is phenomenal.
Well, I already did a cliche sin, but this is definitely a Guy Pearce playing a villain cliche.
And my colleague, Katie.
Katie.
Initials, Katie.
Jesus, this is like the line between Taco Bell and Taco Bell. Pointless and ageless. Katie and KT are so close that the distinction is the asshole.
Your body was donated by the U.S. military.
So it's Universal Soldier, but with a deeper voice?
You have been given something that nobody else has.
A third testicle? A passport to the moon?
Second chance.
Oh, that's what you meant. You think no one else has ever been given a second chance at life? What about the Universal Soldier? What about Neo? What about Lazarus, that dude from the Bible that Jesus raised? What about Jesus?
Come, I'll show you.
You better come take a look at this cliche. Oh, that's 3 cliches already. I can't keep counting them, though, because that'll get wicked annoying. So here's 10 cents for all the cliches.
May I?
Yes, sir. The hell, Doc?
To be fair, you were the one who said, yeah, sure, without knowing what the you were agreeing to. So the nanites healed his injury, but why wouldn't the nanites have healed up his scars as well? Because he still has those.
Your mouse had just died.
Admittedly, some of the early results were suboptimal.
Then why store them or show them to this guy? Aren't you trying to convince him to join your team?
Sadly, everything about you is classified.
Man, imagine this being true and you went with, I always come home as the catchphrase instead of my is classified.
This is our rehab facility.
Thankfully, everyone here is working out right now, so I can introduce you down the line.
She now breathes through a clavicle-mounted respirator. makes her totally immune to inhalants.
Even we? Bummer.
When you're done with your nap, we'll be downstairs doing our jobs.
Man, that is some aggressive assholing right out of the gate. I feel like the character description in the screenplay was simply dial the dickishness up to 11 and keep it there for the remainder of the movie. 13 seconds of Vin trying to act like he's having a moral dilemma. Guy trying to find his strength limitations decides to punch a potentially load-bearing beam instead of doing something with all the tons of weights behind him. Instead of this making him look hella strong, it makes the film's production look hella weak. Not sure if it's the fault of the props, the filming, or the acting, but it's probably all of them. Point is, it looks like he's lifting giant chocolate-covered Ritz crackers glued to a single pretzel rod. Water sports.
You're up late.
Yeah, I couldn't sleep.
Since we soon find out this is how the scenario always goes down, what happens if Ray actually sleeps through the night or doesn't go down to the gym? Holy shit, Bloodshot's brain is made up of COVID-19 cells, and the movie was released on... Holy...
What are you waiting for? Go and get him.
But since we find out soon this is all an act, and Dr. Harding is having Ray assassinate these people that are involved with the project, why is there such a rush to get KT and crew out to fetch him? Also, everyone in this room knows this whole thing is a charade, so why is Dr. Harding acting at all in front of them? Could just be reciting this stuff off of a script at his desk. Do they even need this many people involved? Seems like a lot of overhead here, not to mention a much bigger chance of loose lips sinking the payday ship.
His nanites are scanning the global search platforms.
That is technobabble of the highest order.
Wait, hold on a second. You used my tech and scraped a criminal database. That is beyond illegal.
But how did Ray know how to do this? He's realized his situation for less than 24 hours, and he already knows how to use the nanites to his advantage? And yeah, I guess this could be something Dr. Harding has embedded in his makeup, so he'll do his bidding, but this seems overly complicated. And when you realize Dr. Harding has willing assassins already on the payroll, I start to wonder why Ray is needed at all.
I'm sending Tibbs and Dalton after you.
They won't stop me.
I'm just glad I get a chance to learn their names. Tibbs and Dalton, Tibbs and Dalton, Dibbs and Bolton, Bibbs and Colton, Fab and Blanston, Deb and Barr, Geronimo and Husk. Holy shit, I already forgot their names. He downloads information on how to fly a private Gulfstream airplane, but this is decades after The Matrix did this same thing, and it takes way longer in this modern movie to actually download the data. In case you confused it with Budapest, Alabama.
And he pinged them one at a time, all 9,000 of them.
Why?
To find the 5 moving in a convoy.
But once again, how would he know that Toby Kebbell was in a car? Could be at home masturbating to really sketchy anime for all Ray knows, or literally anything else, but it's most likely the masturbating to anime thing. Movie dares to ask the question, what happens when a flower truck crashes in a tunnel while 2 factions of assassins square off?
Flower.
And seriously, it's crazy how important flour is to this terrible sequence. Like, for a fact, after watching this, Vin Diesel requested flour over and over until the director was like, okay, give Vin some flour. And I'm sure Vin sat back at the world premiere watching this thinking, that's what we fight for, guys. And then he realized that was a line he said earlier in the movie, and how everything in life comes full circle when you're this awesome. And then he came all over the inside of his rented tux, and then he started thinking about how much he was going to have to pay the tux guy to not sell the suit with the encrusted Vin Diesel sample or post about it on Instagram. Also, look, flares makes sense for light, and this movie wants some snow-type action effects, but the fact is, flour is flammable as and the flares or the gunfire that follows would definitely start a flash fire in this tunnel full of flour. I beg you not to test me on that flour's flammable as claim. I plead with you and absolve myself of all legal responsibility if you try lighting flour on fire. I mean it. I don't even know, man. I have literally no idea what just happened then. That editing was so quick, even the MCU is making fun of it.
Wait, what's that?
Oh, we did not see that. Did he even call this guy? He literally just pulled the phone out of his pocket. Didn't even dial or push a button. No one be seated during the he beats everyone's ass, but we hyper-edited it so that it will be believable because, let's be honest, it's not very believable scene.
You gotta get in, Kenny.
Not a chance.
What? Maybe that glass is bulletproof, but those doors are still just doors. He appears to have had no issue taking out everyone else. But sure, whatever you say, no-name hired henchman, you hold on to that last pair of misplaced manly monocles, and we'll see where that gets you. It's like Terminator 2 saw the nanobot baby face in the Matrix Revolutions, and the two of them had a baby that cries all the time and gets bad grades in school. Literally no way he timed this correctly. I'm pretty sure there's more slow motion in this movie than there was actual movie. And yeah, that might not make sense, but neither does this movie, so suck it. Dalton, who hates Dom Toretto with an unreasonable, unknown passion driven by the script, somehow has total access to the tablet and room that houses his equal, who is also his enemy. This is quite literally never explained. I get that this is supposed to show Dalton comes in here and has done this several times, but this room is in pristine condition. Clearly they have some kind of cleaning crew or someone who comes in here and takes care of it. So there's no way that the other pieces of gum wouldn't have already been scraped off.
I may be an asshole, but you're the toy soldier.
Is that an insult? Isn't an asshole worse by far? Is this a trick question?
There it is. That look.
Dumbass catches on too late.
But he's not catching on to anything. You flat out told him what the deal was. He had no reason to believe anything was amiss prior to this encounter. They can change his memories of the interrogation and his girlfriend's assassination, changing who the killer is so they can get him to go off and kill that person. And that is an interesting premise undone by a super boring movie. Vin Diesel is something, but he's not charismatic.
Everything we do here specifically serves a purpose. The training, the alcohol, the nightmare.
I know.
Fine, but how did you figure out that perfect storytelling formula to make it work without it taking decades of failure? Also, why go through all that trouble? Wouldn't it be easier to wake him up, explain what they've done for him, and give him a fake file about the person that killed Gina? Even if he doesn't go for it the first time, knock him out and go through it again. All of this rigmarole seems too complicated for its own good. While KT is resetting his bedroom and she pauses to be sad about this coin, I'd like to point out that she was fine with all this up until now. Remember, when he killed Koba, that wasn't the first time, even though it was our first time. Later, he sees flashes of all the people he's killed, and it's a bunch. So I guess my question is, what was her number? How many people did Ray have to be tricked into assassinating before she thought it was immoral? 6? 7? 13?
You know what else everyone knows? 6 inches is not a lie.
Weirdly, movie goes flat Earth here and bucks the hard science. I said hard, which says that the average male erect penis on Earth is 5.16 inches. So 6 inches, while not huge, is definitely more than average and would therefore qualify for his story beat about someone taking the whole 6 inches. This montage of everything that's already happened before can eat my ass.
So, do you think I could get some kind of RST tech installed on my body?
This guy with his tiny...
Doc, how are you talking to me?
Oh my god, this guy. Such a relentless dick.
But wouldn't that be everyone's reaction if someone's voice just started pounding away in your head? I'm okay with this guy being an asshole, but give him more interesting things to be an asshole about. Also, Relentless Dick is A, the name of my college grunge band, B, my general sexual philosophy, C, a spicy Albanian cola drink, or D, the nickname I gave the private investigator looking into my polygamous lifestyle, looking into my alleged polygamous lifestyle.
Multiple ballistic impacts.
Abdominal nanite plus is active.
Worth repeating here, how did you replace his blood with nanites but still fulfill all the needs his body has for, blood? They have god-level camera views on this place, which makes you wonder why they need Bloodshot to do the killing. Like, find some assassin or armed service guy who wants a medal or a promotion, but using dead soldiers you revived and turned into super soldiers with nanites seems kind of moot when you have this level of surveillance capability.
Whoa, someone's been stress eating.
Fat shaming.
So he's an IT guy.
We're not IT guys, man.
To be fair, you just called yourself,
He's a techie just like me.
So IT guy seems more than fair.
He's the first guy to figure out a stable bidirectional neural interface.
Oh.
He's so good, I used some of his open source code in this program.
Wait, you used open source code in my billion-dollar prototype?
Whatever Guy Pearce's name in this movie is would be excellent at CinemaSins.
What is that thing?
You mean the thing that's huge and has been open on Barris's desk for the last minute and a half and you're just now noticing because you're a terrible bad guy? That thing?
I have to charge it, and so charge it.
Wait, why wouldn't it already be charged? If it hasn't been used yet, wouldn't it just be plugged in somewhere? I mean, maybe a noob would forget this, but not a techie.
Can he hear me? He's muting you.
How is he muting me?
Seriously, and can I mute all of you for a bit? This movie is exhausting in its averageness. So, when do bullets take him down, and when do they just bounce off of him? Because when the guys were shooting him in the tunnel, he initially went down, so how is this any different? This is a very concisely edited memory dump, even though I'm pretty sure they said they wiped his memory out every time, so what's up with that, yo?
I heard them talking.
I heard them talking.
No one could figure out why each kill was like a vendetta. Like it was really personal.
Probably because it didn't need to be, but the villain has to villain in the most complex and ludicrous ways in the action movies.
So just reverse engineer the work of dozens of scientists, billions of dollars, and a decade of genetic coding.
Movie realizes how insane its plotting is and then decides to double down. He just typed Gina Garrison and got one fucking hit, and since we find out she's remarried and it's been 5 years, why would she still have his last name?
Now remember, he's one of us.
Was. Now he's a problem.
I hate to agree with Dickhole McDickerson, but he's not wrong. When was Ray really ever one of them? He was kept in the dark by them, and they essentially controlled his every move. Best case, he's their servant.
Now we finally get to use all this.
Why have you never gotten to use all this before? This feels like a super dumb loose thread. They are an evil assassination corporation using enhanced super soldiers to kill their enemies. And they have programmed him with the memory of his real former girlfriend. Like, why didn't they kill Gina just in case this very thing happened? Why didn't they just program a fake-ass former girlfriend in his memory to avoid this very problem?
One minute. Are you okay, Ray? Can I... one.
Kids. No need to be covert about this, I guess. Not like they're trying to keep a billion-dollar prototype protected and or secret.
Eyes are in the sky.
So glad the 2019 discovery that Hollywood has zero clue how drones work is continuing into 2020 films. Seriously, we'll be looking back on films like this in 25 years like we do movies like The Net now. This guy spins an entire 360-degree circle before riding off after Ray, who they are pretty urgently trying to catch. So Ray goes to the right, Outlander goes by to the right following him, and Knifey on the motorcycle turns left? Like, how many reports of Superman with iron legs are there going to be after this event? Do they have an MIB flashy thing?
It's not good for you.
Since she had the knockout smoke handy, why didn't she just blow some on these guys and not waste her energy fighting them?
What is this place?
The Matrix, A Wrinkle in Time, a meeting with the Supreme Intelligence. I can't always know what you're stealing from. Man, for a guy that can implant memories, this here is taking forever to render.
What, like when it's taken away from you? Not knowing when it's going to be taken away from you. Is that what you mean, Ray?
I love how this movie gives you random reminders that Guy Pearce is Australian. It's a nice touch. He sounds like he just wandered onto the set of a Muriel's Wedding remake. Are there no trash cans in this fucking building?
I wouldn't have to send him after Wiggins if you had done your job.
And we find out this was KT's plan all along, to make sure that Ray got re-nanited so they wouldn't kill him. But if she's trying to save Ray's life, that is quite a gamble. She failed to kill Wiggins, but how could she know they wouldn't just send her out again? Or send out Oscar Pistorius, the prosthetic leg assassin, to finish the job? She couldn't have known they'd re-nanite Ray, but thank God they did.
Okay, start the sequence. We'll alter in real time.
You thought you could lock old Wiggins out of his own code?
Almost a full minute of a Wiggins-Eric keyboard fight.
20 quid, he just said, oh Jesus. 20 quid. I need real friends.
Lamorne Morris is definitely a bright spot in this movie. Remove a sin. You have even more kill gadgets you've held off using so far. This is a very cool use of this character's abilities and gives Asa Gonzalez a killer moment in an otherwise wasted role. It's too bad the rest of the movie couldn't follow this one scene's energy and ingenuity. 20 quid says in the sequel we find out this is Tony Stark tech, and that Dr. Harding was humiliated by Stark at the same conference Mysterio attended. Also, sequel. I was wondering why this building with all this secret, expensive tech would have a large glass elevator system, and clearly it's so if there's ever a fight in the shaft between two He-Men, it would look a lot cooler. If Wiggins can hack into KT's breather to keep Guy Pearce from killing her with it, why can't he hack into Knife Dude and Iron Spider Bro and, like, shut them down the way they shut down Ray earlier? Movie takes an hour and 35 minutes to Bloodshot. It's really odd that Dr. Harding is moving in real time and Ray is in cool motherfucking slow motion walk mode.
If he doesn't stop, I won't be able to bring him back.
But he does, so absolutely none of this sequence has any consequences. And I just can't give a fuck about anything this movie has to offer. Ray survives this. Is that money? Post-it notes? Half this thing looks like a medical trailer, so what's up with all the weird paper storage for probably money?
You don't gotta keep refilling the gas tank. Not at all.
Nothing like a big convenient movie bow to wrap your now invincible superhero up in right at the end. If Vin ever was able to get another one of these made, it would be hands down the least consequential action movie ever made. Yay?
Back to formula.
Well, I killed all the old merch in a ritualistic bonfire, and from the ashes rose a new merch enterprise. Grab a cloaca, cast a stone, or do the cliche fan thing and sip yummy out of a sexy mug. Enter code DING for a discount because you are amazing fans and we appreciate you. Now, up and go get your sweet new swag. Link below or find our store at cinemasins.com.
What do you want?
I want to win a bagel.
You must get Neo out! He's all that matters!
Look who it is. Who's that?
Damn it, Gina!
They call me Mr. Tibbs. That's perfect.
Boy, you are in for a show tonight, son.
6 inches is not a lie.
The inches we need are everywhere around us.
Can he hear me?
Are we on box?
What is this place?
You did good, Ace. Thanks to you, those insidious shapeshifters will threaten our borders no more.
Revenge is what makes a man like you exceptional, Ray.
You thought this was gonna be a street fight? You're goddamn right it is.
Okay, start the sequence. We'll alter in real time.
We'll do it live! Fuck it! Do it live! They're breakdance fighting.
Movie opens on what seems like 30 minutes of dialogue-free hot Chinese longshoreman action. Crates are moving, baby, and they were boats. And they're docked. What the f*** is this rando shooting at? He wasn't on deck when all this went down between Lee and Sang, and he has no clue what's going on, let alone who he's shooting at. If the bad guys escape arrest, this asshole should be fired without a severance package for inappropriate discharge of his weapon. Holy it's blonde miles from Lost.
I will sorely miss the unshakable support you've given the Royal Hong Kong Police.
Oh, so it's the last day of British rule in Hong Kong, and there are international politics and diplomatic retirement ceremonies, and goddamn, anything that doesn't involve Jackie Chan in the opening of this movie is as boring as the trade agreement scenes in Phantom Menace. So Lee, the lead detective, led the raid on the ship, captured all the baddies, then showered and changed into a nice suit, then drove to wherever this is to whisper the good news by interrupting a state dinner? That's as impossible as it is ridiculous. Unkeepable promises. Lee didn't even know he was going to run into Su Young, so does he just carry this around in his pocket, ready to give it to a special person at a moment's notice?
Don't be late again.
Chris Penn, playing evil gangsters in 90s movies for his entire career. Also, Chris Tucker's excuse for being late was that he wanted to do this transfer of explosives in the back of the diner, which makes all the sense in the world, even though it was bullshit. Why are they doing this out in the front parking lot, in front of God and everyone?
I'm gonna blow his head all over the freaking parking lot!
With that trigger discipline, I'm surprised you haven't already. So, Chris Tucker allows 2 cops to get shot because he's trying not to blow his cover? What a terrible undercover officer. How did he ever even qualify for this kind of work? I'm sure Cobb is trying to disable the cop car here, but he does remember there's a ton of C4 in the trunk of his car, right? Man, the LA Chinese consulate looks an awful lot like a regular-ass LA mansion. This looks like one of the places Vincent Chase lived in Entourage.
No problem. Just rush hour.
First off, rush those credits. Also, is this trained assassin seriously closing his eyes as he shoots these fools? Is he scared of the recoil? Or is he trying to show off like Michael Jordan did for Dikembe Mutombo at the free throw line in 1991? Long before it was even accredited, Su Young clearly attended the Prometheus School of Running Away from Things. Lamp, 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 lamp.
I would like one of my people to help.
No, he's told no and the movie ends here, right? Do ambassadors get to make demands about American investigations?
He's already on the plane. I trust you will treat him with the same courtesy as you have shown me.
Okay, politically, dick move, bro. Also, asking forgiveness instead of permission.
You know, this is why nobody will work with you, man. But you're the only cop in the department without a partner.
Expositional chastising. Chastisation?
I work alone. I don't want no partner. I don't need no partner. And I ain't gonna never have no partner.
Partner shadowing.
Dangerous out there. It's safer for you to be right here behind the desk.
That's racist.
Well, it's a disgrace to me.
Philip Baker Hall's negotiation to be in this movie ended up being his appearance in this movie.
2 officers were shot. 1 man lost a pinky.
You could show me only this clip and tell me it's a Bad Boys movie and I would believe you.
This is an FBI operation and I don't need any help from the LAPD or some Chungking cop. You got it?
Why'd Warren go through all the subterfuge to make Carter feel important if you were just going to drop this about how useless he is like a minute later? Okay, I guess I can get behind the traditional East Asian music being played during Jackie Chan's scenes. What a gong sound when it cuts to him. It really is amazing that a director like Brett Ratner wouldn't have more cultural sensitivity to his characters.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Funny bit, even after all these years, but Carter already asked Lee twice if he spoke English, so this question is completely unnecessary.
And now, Mr. Rice-A-Roni.
Well, definitely racist the way he meant it, but Rice-A-Roni, as everyone knows, is the San Francisco tree. We're in LA right now.
I'll be right back. You might see one of your cousins walking around here. I'll be right back.
God, it's been a while since I saw this. Is the whole movie Chris Tucker being racist and we just laugh because it's not real racism? Tell you what, I'm just going to add 20 cents for the casual racism and stop mentioning it. This is a long shot of the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and I haven't seen one sweaty cosplayer busking for tips.
Hey, kids, get back in here. Sit down.
Well, thank God that cab was empty, right?
I like to let people talk who like to talk. It makes it easier to find out how.
Jeez, imagine what Lee would think if he sat through an entire CinemaSins video.
This is the United States of James Carter.
They seriously named his character James Carter? Jimmy Carter?
I'm the president, I'm the emperor, I'm the king.
Those are all different things, man, though some modern-day world leaders also struggle to tell the difference between them. Chris Tucker decided that if he was going to make it in this industry, he needs to follow the exact dialogue model of Will Smith. Later in the movie, he's going to punch someone while yelling, "Welcome to Earth," even though it will have nothing to do with the movie itself. Not watching the road.
I just left my cigarette.
This cigarette weed!
Remember 1998 when there were still draconian marijuana laws and states were still able to arrest and prosecute for small amounts of weed? It's hilarious to think that any of the states would do that these days. Putting a lit joint in your suit pocket.
Man, I know what you do, man. And the only reason why I ain't busted your ass because you my cousin.
Nepotism.
What's up, my
Man, I'm kind of angry they convinced Jackie Chan to say this for laughs. It played okay in 1998, but it doesn't hold up so much today, man. This is making me cringe. Look, I'm always down for a Jackie Chan versus the world group fight, but this dude that just threw him didn't hear the offensive language, right? He just saw Lee do what he needed to do to get out of a chokehold. So what's his beef? Jackie sinks the 8-ball prematurely here, which is bad luck. You might think I'm going to send the Daily Market sign, but I considered someone named Daly, like John Daly, might own it. And I googled and found a store named this in LA. So instead, I'm sending the fact that this store specializing in milk, meat, and Mexican food has a huge rack of Please Steal Me toilet paper rolls outside the store in an area of town where they cage up the store at night. Even if he knew he had to sneak in here to get to his boss, did he really need to kick so much ass in the process? Everyone here is a good guy, whether they work for the consul or the FBI. Giving himself up and demanding to speak to the consul would get us to the same place we are now anyway, no? The fact that Carter is allowed to continue this conversation without anyone confiscating the phone and taking over is ridiculous.
I just want to be able to tell the consul who is responsible for his daughter's death because he talked too much.
Sure, Carter has a motor mouth, but he really hasn't said much besides repeating the instructions since Sang told him not to sing, right?
We got it. 620 South Broadway, downtown.
God damn it, I am so sick of the FBI or the police or whatever the being totally certain they have the correct trace on a bad guy's call, then sending everyone to that location because there are no other possibilities the bad guy could have employed. Oh no, the incompetent agents led by the incompetent agent in charge got blown up because they didn't listen to Lee. This comes as an absolute shock to anyone who's ever seen an action movie before. Why do evildoers have to walk right out into the nearby open right after the evil is done? This makes as much sense as John Malkovich hanging out in a DC park dressed as the hippie homeless guy after he calls Clint Eastwood in the line of fire. No one will be seated during the foot chase between two martial artists that is weirdly shot like it's part of Tim Burton's Batman. This would be so much better if they'd cast someone else in this villain role. Look, I love Ken Leung from Lost, and he's a very good actor. Seeing Jackie Chan battle his stunt double is a little disingenuous. Not like Keanu Reeves wasn't fighting the actual Mark Dacascos in John Wick 3. Ah, and here's a falling down while running away cliche, only it's the villain instead of the hero. But still a sin, of course. They both survived this without any long-term injury, which is a miracle. I know they think this car tried to run them over, but are they sure it's Sang's gang? Like, he just shot at a random car in this alley, right?
I'm sorry about spreading all those rumors on Christmas about us sleeping together. I'm sorry. What?
See, this is what I like to call an easy joke, aka the Family Guy joke. It's a sudden shock delivered via a throwaway tone, and it's literally only for the audience. No one inside the movie enjoys this or thinks it's funny, except maybe Carter, and it casts her character as a sex object instead of a scientist just after she helped them. I'd say Carter is misogynist, but then the movie was directed by Brett Ratner, so maybe there's blame to go around.
I don't care about him, I don't care about you. I care about the little girl. Give me the name.
This works. These two buttholes finally get some actionable intelligence about the kidnapping, and now they decide to stand around bonding over Edwin Starr instead of at least going into the restaurant to see what's going on. Carter says something about scoping the place out. They're doing jack other than building a paper-thin rapport that's supposed to make us believe they're close for the rest of the movie. Well, at least they're having fun. Also, I guess Carter left the radio on and the keys in his Stingray while they dance their way down the street. Sure, sounds perfectly safe in central Los Angeles.
Take the money to the alley behind the Fuzhou restaurant in Chinatown.
So basically, they would have gotten the location of the bad guys anyway if they just waited for the call, right?
Some greasy You ain't got no better food, like some chicken wings, some baby back ribs, some fries or something?
Even the dumbest, rudest asshole in the universe wouldn't pull this bullshit on this poor bastard.
Your daddy was a policeman?
15 years LAPD.
My father was also a policeman.
And friendship.
My daddy wants to arrest 15 people in one night by himself.
My daddy arrested 25 by himself.
This goes on for some time, and I continue to ask, why are they not approaching the goddamn restaurant? Has anything about either of these characters shown that they're this excellent at self-restraint? Letting a customer smell someone else's food before delivering it to the table.
有人在下面找侦探。
Carmine Falcone is going to be Tony Montana levels of paranoid. Why not keep the view of the monitors accessible at all times? Especially on the night of the big drop-off after you've kidnapped a young child. I'm glad Lee doesn't drink the poison tea, but regardless, look at that big-ass spot on that cup. It's obviously not clean and would have made him sick anyway.
What you tell it? Why y'all so quiet?
Carter is dense as all movie long, except for scenes like this where the movie wants him to be double dense as So Lee calls this guy around the corner who's carrying a tray of food. Then next we see it's Lee in the uniform with the tray of food completely intact. Now how do you assault and subdue a waiter and steal his uniform without the tray ever falling or the food spilling? That is impossible. Here's the problem. If they were just going to off Carter without asking him any questions, why haven't they killed his ass already? And once Lee saw him go upstairs, what took him so long to get up there to help? God, there's so much wasted time in this sequence that I'm convinced Brett Ratner realized halfway through filming that he only had a 45-minute movie. Like that f***ing gun was going to play any part in this action sequence. This is the opposite of Chekhov's gun. This is like Spock's gun.
Watch out!
Accidental ass kicking. This somehow happens.
Come on, this way.
Is there a reason that they're running from the feds right now? Couldn't they use their help?
No
Go down
longer on
there.
this assignment, Carter. Case closed.
Those two things do not even mean the same thing, and the case is not closed.
It's a little too late for apologies.
Hang on, was the FBI seriously just going to give the $50 million to Sang in exchange for the daughter? Were there any tracking devices in the money? Did they have a dye pack in there? Was there a strategy at all besides paying the ransom and tucking tail? Everyone acts like Lee and Carter royally screwed things up, but show me what better plan there was, man. The kidnappers call again, give proof of life for Soo Young, and only raise the ransom from $50 to $70 million. Given how bad things got messed up, I'm calling this a win.
What about...
Ah, yes, the 90s, where Hollywood had yet to learn that there is no dial tone when someone hangs up on you. I have to say, they've gotten better at avoiding this recently, so this is a nice little bit of silly nostalgia.
No hot leads.
I swear to Christ, these are the most incompetent FBI agents since the ones that guarded Frank Pentangeli at the end of Godfather 2. They haven't done jack this entire movie unless Sang has told them to.
I was egotistic, I was inconsiderate, I was self-centered.
He's also magic, considering there's no way this call is this clear while he's driving down the freeway in a convertible. What? His former partner, who hates him on the LAPD, is able to get him sneaky clearance on the tarmac at LAX as a baggage guy in a matter of minutes?
My advice to you is pay the money.
Yeah, but you're a bad guy. Wait, do they not all know that yet? Holy once again, the FBI is just paying the hell up with no contingency plan. John Tao might as well pull a Dr. Evil and ask for $100 billion at this point. Show them a video of a nuke going off, then bada bing, bada boom, he's Scrooge McDuck. Yo, they know what Sang looks like, and he's got a very distinctive style. How is his picture not on every agent's radar right now, let alone the fact that he's in the building?
Have all the agents hold their positions.
All right, everybody take care of holding your positions.
Hey, if there's one thing these agents know how to do, it's stand still and do absolutely nothing. So I think you guys are in good shape. The subtitles here say, titty, 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 get them titties out of here. And while that might be what Chris Tucker said here, it's still sinful even as regular-ass dialogue.
And then in one fell swoop, it was taken away from me.
I bet even actors who play villains get bored of monologuing their plans to the entire team of good guys at the end of the movie.
Don't move.
He threatens to blow up the ambassador's daughter if Lee moves, so why does Blondie think shaking an Uzi at his face is necessary? Do you ever get annoyed when you see someone smoking a cigarette when they're filling up their car with gas? I sure do. So imagine the rage you'd feel at this asshole who's currently horking down a Marlboro Red right next to 6 blocks of C4!
Yes, just give me a second.
Sure was nice to have that one scene where we see Tanya, a regular LAPD detective, just happen to be training for the bomb squad. This is Los Angeles, only 4 years after the bus. Is Keanu seriously not around? So from what I understand, this is one old guy, a dude with an Uzi, and a couple other waiters versus around 20 trained federal agents. And the former is winning? She goes roses are red, violets are blue before cutting a wire. Is she guessing? He fights these two guys for, like, forever, while no other good guys or bad guys notice or participate. Which is crazy because this is a huge open room. Yeah, about time we got to the point of some vintage Jackie Chan fighting, where he's not only beating ass, he's trying to save all the ancient art. This almost makes this movie watchable as hell, and deserves a send-off. That old bastard climbed all that way up this super tall ladder while lugging the heavy-ass suitcase full of money. They both drop their guns to do fisticuffs, only then they both draw other guns to try and shoot the other guy. And my question is, if Carter was fine shooting this asshole, why didn't he just shoot him as soon as he saw him? Why go through the charade? Look at that tiny ladder tunnel. Gentile Wilkinson does not have the ability to carry that suitcase through this tunnel ladder unless he was doing it with his toes and climbing only on arm strength. God damn.
Oh man, I'll be right back. I was just playing.
But why? It's not funny. You're literally risking his life for a joke that isn't funny to anyone watching, and definitely not to anyone inside the movie. What happened to the detonator anyway? That sure did just disappear as soon as Carter drove in here, right? I know they didn't want to set off the bomb right next to them, but they could have blown up Lee when he was pursuing Juntao way up in the rafters, right?
I think this belongs to you.
Yep, because it was such good luck the last time she had it.
We were just coming by to tell you what a great job you did yesterday.
And we figured the busy ticket counter at the LAX airport would be the perfect place for this conversation. Also, how the f*** would Carter be allowed to go on vacation the next day? He has like weeks of interviews and paperwork after all that. Many minutes of outtakes, but very few involve Jackie Chan stunts gone slightly wrong. That's the we stay for, damn it, not Chris Tucker flubbing his lines.
Make sure you click that bell icon. Sellouts. But clicking the little bell icon is how you make sure you get notified every time we release a video. So click it.
Sellouts.
You
want a piece of me? You got it!
Sometimes you think you have true love, and then you catch the early flight home from San Diego, and a couple of new people jump out of your bathroom blindfolded.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. You can't change anything. Your maniac Iraqi buddy shot Linus.
Sure, we're too old to change the world. What about that kid sitting down, opening a book right now in a branch of the local library and finding drawings of peepees and wee-wees?
Shut down all the garbage bags above the detective level, will ya? This is flaming Flacco!
Here's Johnny.
A gun? In here?
Hop inside my mouth if you want to live.
They say, if you want to tell a story right, you gotta start at the beginning.
Narrating. Also, you've probably been kept awake many sleepless nights wondering if narration is a sin. Is unreliable narration a sin removal? And no, it's not. I'm just saying that if the sperm Harley Quinn came from didn't detach its tail when fertilizing the egg, this might explain a lot.
So I threw myself into my work, became a psychiatrist. That's when I met him.
So, I guess when Harley went to Arkham to do a psych evaluation on Joker, they just let that asshole wear his purple suit?
Mr. J, my Joker.
You're gonna need to be more specific than Mr. J. That could be Jared, Jack, or even Joaquin. All we know is that it's not Heath, and leaving him off the ledger is certainly a sin.
I take payment in kind.
All hyena dealers are rapists. Also coming soon to Netflix, Hyena Queen, Murder, Mayhem, Madness, and the fantabulous exploitation of any tabloid trash we can show you to keep you subscribed. Think of the memes. This guy clearly sees Harley lunging at him, his mouth agape in surprise, but did the rest of his body not react to this? Wouldn't you almost involuntarily brace for the impact and not have your legs in such a vulnerable position?
Call me dumb. I have a PhD, mother.
Weird, I don't remember Harley being this much of a potty mouth in Suicide Squad.
Okay, fine, so I hadn't told people about the breakup.
Does Harley really have to tell anyone about the breakup for it to get around Gotham quickly? The movie seems to believe the only way anyone would find out that Harley and Joker are Splitsville is if Quinn spilled the beans herself, but that would have made it around Gotham almost instantly. While Harley explains that being Joker's girlfriend lets her do anything she wants, I'm wondering why she has to steal this other woman's drink. Can't she just order one for free? Maybe it's not as much fun, but even though her arrangement is an abuse of power, this is an abuse of an abuse. This montage is on for some time. Also, purse purging.
Even when I did try and tell people, they didn't believe me.
Except the conversation you are now overhearing isn't about them not believing that you broke up. It's about not believing you won't go running back to him. It may seem like a small distinction, except the movie wants to use the same point to both say people don't know what happened and that they do know but think she's powerless to stay that way. Those things are 100% contradictory.
Some people have the Eiffel Tower or Olive Garden. The Joker and I?
Olive Garden is where you take people to break up. In fact, even suggesting a date there would lead to a long conversation, in which you assure them that everything is solid, you don't want to break up, stop being silly, and so forth. So that time you decide not to break up with them because you feel bad. But the second time, there won't be one, because your significant other will have broken up with you for taking them to Olive Garden. Why the f would she throw the necklace out and not just keep it in the truck she's about to aim into the chemical factory? Also, the symbolism of Harley blowing up Ace Chemical, the place where she and Joker officially began, isn't lost on me, but why couldn't this have been an Olive Garden? This movie starts off pretty much like a 90s rom-com, and I'm wondering during that whole title change if they ever considered Can't Hardly Wait. Were there a bunch of black cats lying around at Ace Chemical?
Based on 80s cop shows, she's always saying cheesy like
there was only one shooter inside.
Is one shooter inside cheesy? Seems like pretty straightforward cop describing the scene talk to me.
Our ballistics check for a bullet in one of those parked cars. Did I stutter?
I know this movie has a men treat women like trash theme and everything, but last time I checked, this is some clear insubordination. Not to mention the fact that Rosie Perez seems like the kind of person who would rip your heart out if you failed her. I'm not buying this underling's bull.
Detective.
Yeah.
Found this necklace.
And rather than following procedure and keeping it with other evidence, I wandered around with it until you showed up so you could put the pieces together fast and move quickly to the next scene. Also, Harley threw that thing a metric mile away from Ace Chemical before she jumped out of the truck. What possessed this guy to snoop around there?
Harley Quinn and the Joker broke up.
What?
This was their spot.
So, this is just a well-known fact that Joker took Harley here and that's where their relationship started? Even so, would you consider a place where they went one time to be their spot? Also, the amount of times people in this movie jump to correct conclusions about things on the slightest of information is astonishing.
Is that a snot bubble? Ew, gross.
Oh, I've changed my mind. Peel it off.
As if we needed any further evidence this guy was a psychopath. What exactly is the point in showing that the smallest thing can set him off when he just cut off people's faces? Littering. Jesus, does Harley go to the sandwich place so often that they knew she'd be here? If so, why not wait for her before she gets the sandwich and arrest her then?
And what's worse, every person I ever wronged now felt free to come and take their pound of flesh.
Birds of Say. The everlasting narration of one Harley Quinn continues. Look, I get it when movies make narration a personality choice of the film, but at least use it to tell us things we don't already know. The whole first 15 minutes was about how Harley is now public enemy number 1. Quit re-narrating us. Also, does everybody know where Harley is going to be at any given second? How the did Roller Dummy know she was running through here? And that was a good air conditioner. Also, the grievance is that Harley broke her nose playing roller derby. Then maybe you don't play roller derby? I mean, what a punk ass. What do you mean, finally? You've run into 3 people in like 30 seconds who mostly want to kill you. Get a room. Okay, so Hyena Dealer's brother gets shot and he swerves the van into the other lane where there's another car coming. But when it cuts to the next shot, that car isn't there anymore, and somehow the keys to my car just disappeared.
Fine. It was dumb luck. But still, that felt pretty great.
Breaking the fourth wall with your narration and breaking the fourth wall by talking to the audience on screen are 2 different things. One can be done artfully, the other should usually be saved for Adam Sandler movies.
A penny.
Oh, sure, it's a bunch of bull that Harley is so enamored with a penny that she picks it up just before she's about to fight, and it just happens to save her life. But we find out later that Huntress was aiming for this dude. How'd she know Harley would get out of the way? Why didn't she wait for a better time? Montoya's new shirt is awesome, but are we really saying that the shirt from Lost and Found that says I shaved my balls for this was any cleaner than what she was already wearing? While it seems ingenious to encode your bank account info inside a diamond, I feel like a post-it note inside an awesome safe in a secure location does pretty much the same job.
But you gotta find her before someone else does.
Canary plays the pronoun game so that Montoya will have to ask who the she is.
She's a pickpocket. Her name's Cassandra Cain.
She just happens to be in the same police station you're in right now. If this were a movie, that would be unbelievable. Movie continues to follow the anti-hero paint-by-numbers rulebook by downgrading Harley's violence. What about Harley Quinn's character makes us think that she would be using beanbags here instead of just taking on the precinct with a real shotgun? Sure, she likes the colors and glitter, but who can have both? Also, the inability of any of these cops to get their guns out and take care of this threat as she just saunters around reloading at will strains even this movie's credibility. Is this just another one of those action scenes where the hero wins because everybody else is unskilled and stupid? Because I hate that.
Where can I find Cassandra Cain? Hold up. I'm telling this all wrong.
You'd think admitting that would make it okay, but it doesn't. Sure, Canary can sing a glass to death, but what about all the other glasses in the room? Did former professional psychiatrist Harley Quinn really spell that word, psychiatrist? And did the booze only first kick in when she tried to spell mercenary? Jesus Christ, does every dude suck in this movie except Sal the sandwich maker? Okay, so dude man punches Canary in the stomach, and then she kicks the other dude in the face, and I'm all for that. But the other guy was still grappling with her before it cuts to Harley's cheerleading for a literal second. When it comes back, Canary has somehow gotten into a great position to do some sort of 180-degree kick, and this fight scene is a lie.
What she didn't know is that driving Mr. Face Gilly Pants was gonna put her right in the crosshairs of my favorite little piggy.
Man, this narration is doing a lot of the expositional heavy lifting so far. It's almost impressive enough not to sin how it's a blatant shortcut. Almost.
Your predecessor and I had an arrangement.
Oh, really?
He told me that there was a shipment coming in. A diamond?
So how does that work? Sure, you had an arrangement with the previous driver, but that's probably because you made a deal to keep him out of jail. Why would you tell Canary about the stuff you know? Wouldn't you risk her telling Roman and everything up? If you aren't going to arrest her and give her a deal, then what the are you doing?
Why don't I own the crossbow guy? You should own it. I mean, I like crossbows.
Who's going to tell you that he transitioned from hilariously chewing the scenery to overperforming like he's a precocious 7-year-old hemming up lines in their grade school presentation of Who Owns the Crossbow Guy?
Look at his little ears. His little haircut.
Yeah, he's 1,000 years old, and now he's just an ornament in my living room.
If this movie isn't careful, I just might start hating this guy.
You, I have something I want you to pick me up. Something super duper important, okay?
Okay.
I'll go with you.
Roman sends Canary to get the diamond. I don't know why he can't just pick it up himself, since it's super duper important. So Victor takes the diamond from Canary, and then she says that Roman told her to hold on to it, but he didn't. All he did was tell her to pick up something super duper important, and he rushed her out of the place. I guess he could have called her on the way, but I'm not going to dignify that with belief. Also, I know criminals in general aren't very smart people, but goddamn, you're going to pull out a rock this important in broad daylight and admire it? Cassandra somehow doesn't recognize one of the people who lives in her building, then claims she only makes money off white people. And And does Canary somehow look white to you? Plus, you gotta love Canary's foreshadowing that lasts all of 15 seconds. I understand that we're supposed to believe that Cassandra is the pickiest pickpocket to ever pocket things picked out of pockets. But there was no way he's treating this cargo so casually he wouldn't notice her make this close-up move. First off, it looks like this make money off dumb rich white people comment didn't have one kernel of truth to it. Second off, this angry store owner thing with the cops seems entirely too convenient to the plot, since it happens right after she steals the diamond. And all this happens near Victor so that he knows Cassandra is the one who stole it. This all happens in a cop car and nobody notices. Also, isn't it standard procedure to search someone you arrest for any kind of weapon or stolen property before putting them in your vehicle? Especially considering you're arresting this girl for being a thief. By the way, this is a Simone Biles level of gymnastics to make her real name fit the character name. I could buy Edward Nygma at least. One of the grievances is voted for Bernie. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say Harley Quinn did not bother voting in the Democratic primary in 2016. She was too busy being in jail and doing Suicide Squad. Also, there are other things in here, like stole the remote and changed the channel, and I'm wondering, when did Harley Quinn have time to hang around Roman enough to do that? Did she spend a lot of time at his house?
Gonna do that thing where you open up a weird-ass case of torture devices while inexplicably detailing your master plan and how I don't fit into it.
Well, looks like Harleen would be fantabulous at CinemaSins. This definitely isn't the same card she was writing on earlier. The crossed-out mercenary isn't the same one. The lines under Harley Quinn are different, but that crossed-out psychiatrist is amazingly accurate.
You want this diamond back? I'm your gal.
This I'm gonna find your diamond thing actually works. Why would Roman believe a word she says? He's been dying to kill her and finally has his chance, but he actually entertains this idea? Margot makes musical moment, manically mimicking Madonna's material, mocking Marilyn Monroe's masterpiece, and momentarily murdering the movie's momentum. Best friend, and suddenly this movie has turned exactly into Moulin Rouge. Ewan McGregor is here, and Margot Robbie is Australian. Need I say more?
Hey, I know that guy.
Pointing out your own Easter eggs. And in just a second, Harley will simply beat this machine to death, and it'll give her access. I know we're watching a fantasy world, but does everything have to come so damn easy? I know this is a solitary holding cell, but did they really put a 13-year-old kid in the same place as all these other criminals? Conveniently timed door malfunction is conveniently timed. If someone you know suffers from one-at-a-time-itis, please seek medical attention immediately. Delaying treatment can lead to long-term complications where loved ones are powerless to attack a story's protagonist until the person currently fighting them has finished. For treatment, please call ahead and schedule an appointment. Can't take you all at once. Together we can end this horrible disease.
Who are you guys?
I'm not sure why she's confused. These guys look exactly like the type of guys who would f*** around with a Harley.
Keep the kid alive!
Only in a movie does someone unload an entire automatic weapon in the direction of a target that they then say to keep alive. The problem with nearly every fight scene in this movie where Harley is kicking all the ass is that people with guns keep getting too close and allowing themselves to be thrashed. For as ridiculous as it all is, the fight choreography and stunt work in this movie actually work really well. And when it seems like Marvel could learn something from DC, that's absolutely going to remove a sin. Then these assholes start shooting and empty their guns into this giant pallet of cocaine. These people are professional mercenaries, right? They've done this before. Cocaine power! How many times is the movie going to show us someone's legs getting savagely bent the wrong way? Hyperextend me once, shame on me. Hyperextend me twice, sin on you, or something. This is what I'm talking about. This dick went in close for no reason when he has a gun in his hand. Stop making it easy, you apparently cliched biker guy ordered the extra flammable beard oil in his last dollar shave order because that frizz just went up like sparklers.
Does she have to keep running?
I think a better question is, why did she help you earlier instead of running immediately? You know what's weird about this scene? I didn't see one place where cars could come in and out of this evidence room. Yet the very next scene shows Harley on the road, so there must have been one. But considering all the cars are parked here in this one spot, you'd expect there to be an obvious vehicle-sized door somewhere, but there isn't. So what? One of the mercenaries spotted a van with mattresses on top of it and said, that's something Harley Quinn would drive, let's go chase that.
What's that for me, boy?
Making a kid an accessory to murder. Also, it's pretty clear Cassandra throws the dynamite out of the van and it either hits the hood of the other car or misses completely. They drive for another 3 to 4 seconds and then the dynamite blows up. And all I've got to ask is, why wasn't the mercenary already past that? Cassandra has a $500,000 bounty on her head and some asshole already found them driving around in a van a minute ago. But sure, we have time to buy a whole cart of groceries. And the whole point of them going here was to get some laxatives, but those appear to be pretty far down on the list. Peeps! Okay, look at all the cart that Harley is stealing. But in the next shot, Harley and Cassandra are carrying a couple small bags and a bag of dog food.
She's been ordering number 32 with extra chili for many years.
Lesson number 2. You always want extra chili with number 32s.
Fascinating.
Nothing gets a guy's attention like violence.
DC's marketing meeting memo somehow makes it into the film.
Give me number 32. Mild.
All right, Mary Elizabeth Winstead is in this movie. Or at least she was about an hour ago. Thanks for the reminder, movie.
Yep. that Bertinelli.
Valerie?
One day she comes home to find her whole family in the living room.
Is this the recreation of the Kaiser Soze story Verbal tells in The Usual Suspects? Whoa, movie, this room was lousy with bad guys. How exactly does one sneak her out of there with no one noticing?
No, Dance.
If this movie isn't careful, I just might start hating this guy.
Arlene Quinzel, this is Gotham Police.
The subtitles say this is an officer outside the door, but the movie itself never really confirms this. If it is a Gotham police officer, why aren't there more cops here? Didn't she just attack an entire police station, break someone out of jail, and escape? If it's not a police officer, well, what's the f*** is up with knocking on the door? After this guy fires a bomb in her window, we don't ever find out what happens to the man outside the door. He could have died, I guess, but he basically just disappears from the movie.
Sold me out.
Wow, Sal the Sandwich Maker really is the only good man in this movie. But considering this movie's motif, he probably spit in that sandwich off camera.
Quit judging.
He can't. He's a beaver. Damning things is in his DNA. Why is this only a thing just now? Also, we've seen Black Mask to be a villainous scum without his mask on over and over again in this movie. So exactly what are we supposed to be feeling about him putting on the mask in this moment? It means exactly nothing to us, but the movie is treating it like somehow it's about to get real. When I'm just feeling like what's real is about to go to... Did Montoya really come here armed only with her fists? She did see what Harley Quinn was capable of back at the police station, right? I don't know why Victor didn't just kill her when he had the chance, but that's movie villain for you. The inherent need to tell people that they're going to get them is better than killing them itself. Villain has tattoos or scars that show how many people they've killed cliche. I know why every single person in this scene is here except for the Huntress. How the f*** did she know where to go? We interrupt the climax of this movie for more Huntress backstory.
Yeah, I think you should see this.
I think you should come take a look at this cliche.
Roman killed your whole family looking for that rock.
Weird that the girl who spent 15 years of her life looking for revenge and knew the names of some of the underlings who killed her family never figured out Roman was behind all the killings. Birds of Prey movie waits the entire movie to finally Birds of Prey. I'm sorry, did they spray paint these guns while they were hanging here? I'm not sure which is more insulting, that you think this looks believable or that you didn't think I'd be smart enough to get the joke without the obvious outlines. This is a cool scene that makes going back to the Killing Joke Carnival worth it. Too bad there aren't more scenes like it.
What?
You are so cool.
Agreed. Winston is great in this. If the movie had used her more before now, I might even take a sin off, but instead I'm adding 5 more for not using her enough. And them's the breaks. Holy, did this movie just turn into The Purge? The most amazing part of the final free-for-all is that somehow none of the bad guys brought guns in. I know, right? Especially roller skates. By the time I get my skates on, the birthday party's usually half over and I've missed the reverse skate. Laces. Seriously, how do any of these ladies not realize Black Mask is out here waiting? In what world would they think they are able to just saunter out of this place? In the history of stupid what the f***, the complete obliviousness of the peril waiting outside here takes the cake. The stupid, moronic, idiotic, dumb cake. So we knew Canary had a powerful voice that could break glass, but in a movie that's filled with realistic fighting, this superpower just comes out of nowhere. This seems totally out of place.
Whitney! What? Whitney! Okay.
50 Shades of Prey? Also, I don't know how Huntress hears Harley over all this motorcycle noise and through her helmet, but she does. Ewan McGregor. Roll Predators. Here's 5 more sins for littering.
You hear that? If you ever come back, we'll kill ya!
You just woke up from a nightmare. You forgot to grab your original CinemaSins merch before it was gone forever. Cold sweats, leaky eyes, unloved. Well, I'm here to tell you that you still have time. Not much. Minutes, probably. Go snag your severely discounted swag and live your loveless dreams before your nightmares come true. Click below or find the link to our store at cinemasins.com.
Who sold you to Humble Pie for $50 in a case of beer?
Let's all just have a big pee party.
The Hungarians knew Soze was tough, not to be trifled with, so they let him know they meant business. Soze looks over the faces of his family, then he showed these men of will what will really was.
Cuz, I ate it, okay?
Even this dream team doesn't include Isaiah Thomas. But unlike some writers here, I'm actually happy about that. Why is this a sin for the movie? I don't know, and you don't know either.
What's wrong with weird? The world needs weird.
The last 4 years disagree with you.
Now, give me a non-inflatable hug.
I've never seen a mom who's gonna die immediately after this scene more than this one. 14 years later? Then why should I give a fuck about what I just watched? Also, I always wonder why movies will pick such a random number of years like this. If the movie started off in 2005, for instance, I guess this would make sense. Or at least they gave us a specific age for Walter. But the movie did neither of those things, and so now I have to wonder why 14 instead of, say, 15 or 10.
Man, it's cold. Hey, fellas.
Why has this guy not been riddled with bullet holes already?
I'm just going to take his gun, and I'm going to toss it to that snowman.
Yeah, but there was no snowman there just a few seconds ago, and not nearly enough snow to make one, unless snowmen come prefab these days. Also, there appears to be another guard knocked out over here. We can even see his leg sticking out from the other side. That wasn't there before either. Also, Jesus. True lies Christ. Can we please stop doing variations on this Schwarzenegger shtick?
Rats with wings.
Four pigeoning. Wait, is this movie saying that now that he's thrown his cufflink drones out into the air, this was the first time they could track his location? The drones identify the assassin, and for some reason back at the base 4 live feeds open up to show video of the drone, or video drone as I call it. Anyway, there is only one drone as of this moment, so these feeds aren't live, they're just videos that show the drone's capabilities, but they are very convenient exposition for the audience.
I fly solo.
Oh, okay, good. You're fired. The end.
Is your objective?
Did they really not give him his objective before he started this mission? Why does this out-of-the-way place in the mountains have a giant aquarium? How did Lance access it? Suck it. I wouldn't dare play Lance's theme music here, but let's just say it makes me miss the subtlety of LL Cool J's Deepest Bluest.
You know how you can tell when you're the world's greatest spy?
Starting. Lance Starting.
Everyone knows the name.
I would argue the opposite.
Hey, you mind giving me a hand?
I'm not saying Will Smith's lines aren't funny here, but I am saying I all of a sudden miss the subtle comic nature of Wild Wild West. Oh, thank God there was an aquarium in here, and thank God there was an electric eel in it, and thank God that electric eel just happens to be on the floor right then and there.
Take again, Solana.
I don't know why I don't just go ahead and kill him. There are no more electric eels to bail him out. He shouldn't be able to get past 70 Yakuza either, but you don't have a reason to leave him before they get the job done.
You want to do it the hard way? Let's go then. Let's do it the hard way.
I don't know if that's the route you want to take, Big Willie. I mean, you get Michael J. Fox, but you also have to share credit with James Woods. The Gong Show. One tiny cufflink serves as a fucking rocket launching device that shoots this gong through the roof, shooting Lance head first into a roof at a high rate of speed, and manages to shoot him perfectly into the helicopter so that he can grab the briefcase. Even in a cartoon, there's so much bulk to count here that I'm going to add 1,348 cents, the highest number I can think of right now. We wouldn't dare play the music, but I do want to point out that this is a kid's film doing a parody of a James Bond opening credit sequence with a song lyric that says, "Call me if you want to get freaky love." Lance drives past the reflecting pool towards the Washington Monument. The camera submerges through the reflecting pool, straight down where we see the secret spy base Lance works at. In the background, we see the screen that is definitely underneath the Washington Monument, but when Lance arrives, he somehow shows up in an elevator on the Lincoln Memorial side of the reflecting pool. Also, I can't help but think that this asshole got the briefcase, flew back to Washington, D.C., and somehow put that very sensitive case in his personal car and drove through the most touristy D.C. area there is to deliver it. Don't secret spy places have secure locations to land planes and deliver sensitive equipment? So why did the security alarms go off for this woman? Doesn't the system know the difference between person in the booth and person going through the flap doors?
Never wash that hand again. I feel stronger. Like, I legit feel stronger.
I was thinking no one could be this stupid, but then I noticed the purple sweater, so... I'm A, finding it hard to believe that leftover glitter in his suit would still have the ability to create not one, but 3 cat faces, and B, there's no f***ing way someone this full of himself is wearing the same damn suit he had on the other day in Japan. Even if it's only been 1 day since that mission ended, he would have changed at least 3 times by now. I've never understood why these scientists working on these extremely deadly weapons are never wearing very much protection. A couple of them have protective eyewear, but where are the bulletproof vests or some variation on a hazmat suit? I can't even begin to imagine what the fatality rate is in this place.
You used it.
How the f*** does Walter have a job here? This lab is obviously dedicated to building lethal gadgets. You can't just get hired at a job like this and not be told what's expected of you. There's no way they would have tolerated him building a kitty glitter bomb using taxpayer money.
This is a vile waste of taxpayer dollars.
Space Force.
What? Wait, no. Please don't fire me.
Can Lance even fire Walter? He's just an employee at this company in a different department, right? He's not Walter's boss.
Please tell me you have an explanation.
A surveillance camera in Tokyo picked this up 2 hours after your mission.
So you had this evidence the whole time, but you waited until Lance took his victory lap through the lobby and scolded Walter instead of simply arresting him when he got back to the States. Also, I'm going to assume this is a body cam and not a surveillance camera. And yes, I'm nitpicking that because the character that sounds like a Scottish Karen Gillan should know better.
That sounds plausible, and not like something you just made up.
Wouldn't it be more plausible that the outfit's top agent was being set up than that he had randomly out of nowhere started working for the enemy? I mean, there's obviously enough evidence to bring in Lance for questioning, but why would they really come in all hard and fast like this?
Did you see that coming?
Oh, so you knew they'd put digital handcuffs on you and that you could time your EMP perfectly for this moment? Racing towards the lowering door and getting there in the nick of time cliche. Also, you. So wait, this place is on lockdown, but the elevator is going to operate after these doors close? I guess Killian knows for a fact that Lance wasn't arrested by the agency, and that still pretending to be Lance isn't going to backfire here. He finds Walter on this digital Rolodex thing, and his identification shows he's been fired, but I don't remember Lance telling anyone that he fired that guy. He just told Walter he was fired. Also, if this thing is hooked up to a network, wouldn't Internal Affairs be able to trace him? Or at least shut down this card's capability of accessing the network? So after his mom died, who took care of him? We find out later that he graduates MIT at 15. So what's the backstory on all that? It sounds like you want the emotional resonance of his mom dying, but none of the character building. Man, that place must be covered in pigeon when Walter gets home.
Well, can I offer you a drink?
I know Lance is desperate to get his name cleared, but I'm not buying that his high-class ass would ever just take a drink from someone, not knowing what it is or if the person holding it had already drank some of it. Also, Walter's convenient invite for Lance to have a drink when the movie needs him to drink the pigeon-changing potion is convenient.
In precisely 45 seconds, you will transform into a pigeon.
This will actually take nearly 2 minutes.
Inserting rectal thermometer.
I'm not an expert of pigeon biology, but since Walter is standing in front of Lance, where exactly was he going to insert the rectal thermometer? Also, does Lance's pigeon body have an embedded bow tie? Because I think Lance's pigeon body has an embedded bow tie. None of these agents notice Lance's obvious car and do nothing to contain it. Seems like that might be the job that you'd do first, or at least simultaneously since you have so many agents.
Activate auto drive.
Man, that pigeon potion Lance drank was precisely calculated to allow the drinker to keep their vocal cords. I guess if we're going to accept that it can turn people into pigeons, we have to accept the vocal cord thing too. But I'm not gonna.
He was behind us.
I mean, it's not like Lance is driving around in a Corolla. You can sense that car before you even see it. It's so conspicuous. You guys are assholes for not noticing.
Oh, we're the good guys. We can't shoot the other good guy.
Walter has a point. And how would firing on the agency help Lance's cause to prove himself innocent?
Activate weapons.
What?
Deactivating weapon.
If this car only responds to Lance's voice, why the f*** is it obeying Walter? Oh, I see that the giant trucks with enough clearance for cars to go underneath it have arrived just in time for this car chase.
I got this.
They got the steering wheel maybe, but who's controlling the gas pedal if the automated system shut down? How's this car moving? I would say they survived this, but this car survives this. How can you be an amazing sports car built like a tank? No scratches, no dents, nothing. When exactly in all this commotion was Walter able to play Tetris? I mean, did this agency give Lance full autonomy? Or even if they fire him, they can't do about him flying a jet whenever he wants?
I just found out that number 1 and number 2 both come out of the same place.
It's called a cloaca.
Don't tell Chris from the Sincast that, or he will reveal the secret to everyone. Kermit the Frog hasn't been the same since.
Fact! You should have kept your seatbelt on.
Movie steals that character kills someone, but it turns out to be a fantasy thing from, well, a lot of movies. But considering the subject matter, I'm going to say it steals from True Lies again, in case you confused it with Playa del Carmen, Wisconsin.
It's a regular old bird.
Considering Walter can hear Lance when he speaks at this level as a pigeon, why can't everyone else nearby?
You know who needs a wingman? That couch.
Not a couch. I mean, I guess most people don't pay that much attention to birds, but he's obviously not invisible. He can still be seen, and someone would notice a pigeon pecking away at their workstation. Even if you were cruel enough to slam a pigeon with a keyboard on top of your workstation, would you? Seems like a pigeon would be easily shooed away, right?
Maybe night-night.
God damn it. Every single cartoon does this. It's like you're writing a screenplay, and the little paperclip from Word is like, it looks like you're writing an animated kids movie. May I go ahead and put in the part where the main character screams in slow motion? And the answer is always yes. You don't deny Clippy's advice. That f***er sacrifices virgins if you refuse. Did Walter have a copy of Kimura's room key too? Because he would have needed one to go up to the penthouse and, more importantly, open that door.
Walter, I need a funnel, jumper cables, and a Nickelback album.
I agree that's cruel, but can we move on from the Nickelback jokes and just update them to Imagine Dragons or something?
I'm gonna science all over your face.
Damn, movie inserts my Mark Watney hardcore fanfiction into the script.
Kimura, what's your biggest secret?
I peed in the pool.
This guy is a Yakuza boss, and that's his biggest secret? The truth serum is a lie.
Are you pulling?
Of course I'm pulling! Why aren't you pushing? Just put your weight behind it.
Could both of these characters just trade stupidity every other scene? Walter knows that a pigeon isn't going to do when moving a heavy, rubbery, deadweight Kimura.
You and Beckett are wanted for treason.
Why is Walter wanted for treason? For all they know, Lance kidnapped him, and Walter called them and told them Lance was at his house.
Sorry.
Who the f*** is this guy, and why is he getting arrested, and why isn't that officer helping the other officer? So that's who Deep Throat was. You know, a pretty good portion of this movie is characters staring at each other or something for comedic effect.
I watch good people be taken every day, but you wouldn't know nothing about that.
You'd be surprised.
I wasn't, in case you confused it with Venice, Estonia.
Long way from home, Walter. Kimura talked.
All these agents are just going to look past the fact that a fucking pigeon just raised his hands. After this movie, the company that makes these handcuffs doesn't have a government contract anymore, right?
Throw me off this road!
Oh, come on. Walter is Mr. Peace and Love and don't hurt people. And he just throws Lance off the building, confident that it will all be okay because he talked to the screenwriters beforehand. You know, this guy's mad, but he ain't nearly as mad as he should be. I guess between this and Spider-Man Far From Home, a Lego Movie 2, and A Dog's Journey, 2019 was the year of the all-seeing, all-powerful drone. How did this motherfucker catch up to all this madness? How did he know to be driving along this ledge? You know what? It's a cartoon. I probably shouldn't be so critical. I can't say that with a straight face.
Well, we're going to have about it in a minute. Yeah, I'm going to let you have this moment.
So many things here. First off, premature celebration. Then we have the bad guy. I want to know every step he took to get to this point in the movie. Ultimately hiding behind a small stone structure with the idea that he was going to clothesline Walter. Was that always his plan, or did he just get here and think, I'll pull out the old clothesline trick? Finally, I want to know why Walter chose a path where he needed to drive so closely to this little stone structure. Look at all that space he has. The clothesline shouldn't have worked at all.
Oh, I'd love to have some fun.
Are there any cops in Venice? Where's Marcy? If Walter can catch up to Lance and all the pigeons on a motorcycle, then Marcy and her crew can catch up too.
Breadcrumbs?
So the pigeons are only aware of the breadcrumbs when someone says breadcrumbs? Also, is this movie saying all pigeons can understand English and not just Lance? The Dr. Dolittle headaches are returning. Also, the main reason these asshole pigeons weren't helping before was because, like normal pigeons, they weren't about to go after breadcrumbs when there were two people in the way scaring them off. And that should still be a consideration for these dicks, but hey, someone said the magic word. Wait, did this submarine just go down into the water? How the f*** did nobody see them? And how is this boat not on lockdown?
Look, everything is coming up, Blaine.
I guess I understand how ears would be helpful in interrogations, but what does he bring to the table in the field? But why would Walter have Lance take the antidote in this small sub? His transformation to the pigeon was pretty drastic. I think he would need to be in a bigger and less enclosed area.
But we're a team. You said so yourself.
And you did your job.
Oh, yay! It's the insanely irrelevant and forced conflict near the end of a kid's movie cliche.
Go home.
Shouldn't he at least tell Walter to wait there? Because I'm pretty sure Lance doesn't have a ride home. I know these are computers, but how the f*** are all these drones managing to miss Killian, Lance, and each other in tight quarters as they fly by? This is totally fake. That teardrop is clearly CGI.
I'm taking everything from you.
Including the kid you met a day and a half ago. Holy, did this just turn into a John Woo movie?
Inflatable hug.
Yeah, Inflatable Hug doesn't explain how he survived a drone attack of that magnitude. Walter might as well have answered with, I jumped out of the sub in time, because if these drones are as advertised, where they never stop until their objective is complete, wouldn't the drones have known he didn't die?
Almost there. You're doing great.
Walter's going to solve this problem with drones, and it's going to go a long way toward proving the theme of teamwork. But I seem to remember Lance having a cufflink that worked as an EMP earlier that could probably get the job done as well. I know these assassins are powered by atmospheric energy or some but that energy is just being converted to electrical power, something an EMP could defeat, as it was just for the handcuffs and never could be used again. I just want to point out that this plan required a pigeon to vomit on cue. Also, how did they get the pigeons to do what they wanted them to do without Lance still being one? How could they have communicated any of this to them? Wow, this movie somehow just turned into Trolls World Tour. I haven't seen that movie yet, but I'm guessing it's this.
Oh, this is bad.
You guys do know that the only thing protecting you is the reflecting pool, and whatever piece of glass is holding up that reflecting pool, right? Isn't it time to go deeper into the building? What are you all out in the lobby for? These drones came from the North Sea. Don't you think the U.S. government would have known about them? They flew over a whole ocean, and Washington is packed with military. How'd they even get this far without some resistance?
Lock this place down.
Yeah, no. Did it take this long?
Scream team.
Well, what we got to lose?
Yeah.
I don't give a how many appropriately timed gadgets they give DJ Earhead. You will never make me believe his character shouldn't have been cut prior to animating.
Nice shot.
Socio-pigeon.
I call it 50 Shades of Yay!
It's nice they threw in a joke for all the 6-year-old E.L. James fans. Now that the signal to deactivate the drones has been sent, why don't they all drop out of the air at the same time? I just really hate the purple sweater guy. That's the sin.
It's okay! You can't do this alone!
I am not alone!
The other pigeons that are supposed to be helping me are only coming in when it's dramatically convenient to do so. This movie has a different definition of what causes a fatal head injury than I do.
Sterling, you're a bird?
Hey, Marcy?
That's why I couldn't find you!
That's what she's taking away from this?
I leave nothing unless my man Walter's on the team.
I think she's talking to Walter.
Really? Because when she first got on the screen, she directly addressed Lance and didn't say a word to Walter.
People, this is some very innovative vomit.
Make sure you click that bell icon.
Sellouts.
But clicking the little bell icon is how you make sure you get notified every time we release a video. So click it.
Sellouts.
I fly solo.
I'm a leaf on the wind.
Hey, don't take the loss so hard. I mean, you did great.
You will always remember this as the day that you almost called Captain Jack.
I told Bill that if they move my desk one more time, then I'm quitting.
This has to be wrong.
I go into the face-off machine, get a whole new face. I turn up. They never notice me.
He stole the assassin, and he scanned my face to frame me.
That sounds plausible, and not like something you just made up.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Now, sink into the floor.
Wait.
I can hardly feel my legs!
I have no legs!
There's no good guys or bad guys. It's just a bunch of guys. Lance!
You, Lance, answer!
And you had all these fancy toys that just went boom.
Just get those wonderful toys.
You see the name of the person who directed Home Alone 3, Never Been Kissed, Big Mama's House, The First Scooby-Doo, Yours, Mine, and Ours, Beverly Hills Chihuahua, 2 Smurf movies, and Snow Dogs. I forgot what point I was going to make. What? I mean, yeah, I know he was on the first one too, but what?
Here we are, folks, on the red carpet at the grand opening of the Coulsonian's Criminology Museum.
Coulsonian.
Folks, this crowd is going crazy over Mystery Inc.
Pat O'Brien. Good God, the 1960s hand-drawn Scooby looks more realistic than this.
We have you tattooed on our chest!
The guy on the left is extremely excited about his Angela from The Office tattoo. Locating your fans by smell. Also, the movie seems to be continuing the extremely unfunny running gag from the first one of weed references where there is no, well, weed. Okay, I agree that Tug on My Chew Toy sounds like a dirty adult-themed joke in a kid's movie, but what body part on a dog could you reasonably say represents a chew toy? Penis is the obvious answer, but who has a rubbery penis? And chew toy as a euphemism for vagina is goddamn weird. Anyway, try saying Tug on My Chew Toy the next time you're about to get laid. Let me know the failure rate in the comments below. Also, we know Scooby-Doo isn't the only dog in this universe that can talk, since Scrappy-Doo was in the last movie. So why can't all dogs talk? Or why can only Scooby and Scrappy talk? Ah, suddenly I'm Frankenstein's monster.
Mystery Inc. is proud to donate the costumes of criminals we've unmasked in the past.
But would Mystery Inc. own said costumes? Wouldn't those go into police custody and then eventually be part of the criminal's estate proceedings, or really anything other than into the hands of Mystery Inc.?
Like the Black Knight Ghost.
Our very first case.
It was your very first episode, I grant you, but it was not your very first case. In that episode, you already had a mystery machine. You were already a fully formed illegal teenage crime-fighting unit. Nobody once said anything about that being your first mystery.
We've also donated the costumes of some of our more ridiculous foes, like Chickenstein.
Paying homage is fun and all, but could they at least try to make Chickenstein look more like the original creation?
Image is everything.
Yes, image is everything.
Subscribing to the teachings of Andre Agassi. Also, Scooby had it right the first time. Rimage is everything. I encourage everyone to get someone you love to do it to them.
But on the positive side,
You'd pave your driveways for free.
This is supposed to be a stupid joke, but when a movie like this, full of unironic stupid jokes, are mocking those jokes, well, something glass houses, something Lily Sobieski. Person walking confidently falls down cliche, although this may be the worst fall ever filmed. You can literally see him jump before he falls. It's like Seth Green did it one time and he got up laughing and said, I can do that better. But the entire film crew was already filming the next scene by the time he got up.
Oh, chickens! Grab those ropes!
Why can't you grab those ropes?
It's just a costume. It's just a costume.
Yeah, but you realize this can't be just a costume at this point, right? Which is really all this team is trained to deal with. So they should be calling them real Ghostbusters at this point, and give all three of us that have been writing fan fiction about that team up what we want.
We tied it. Let go.
All three smarter people in the group believe this. Okay, Shaggy grabs a pan to block the fire from burning him, but there were no pans to grab before they were dragged onto this table. Scooby grabbed a bowl, which makes sense because they were dragged through a salad bar, but the pan is a lot.
And this time, you'll be the ones on last. As the buffoons you truly are.
Does Mystery Inc.'s reputation really depend on this one mystery? Sure, Velma, just grab the smoking, glowing piece of evidence. I'm sure tampering with this isn't a big deal, and certainly not your safety. Those pale in comparison to proving how observant you are.
He stole two costumes. The Black Knight Ghost and the 10,000 Volt Ghost. Why?
I don't know, Fred. It's like he knew that those were two of the only ghosts you had mentioned to the audience.
We always face the press after we've unmasked the creeps. We looked ridiculous back there.
I mean, yeah, you look pretty ridiculous, but I don't see why anyone would make a big deal out of it. The situation was pretty ridiculous. Do people really expect you to look like superheroes when a pterodactyl is flying around a museum?
Are seen here causing untold damage to Coolsville's hottest new tourist attraction.
She just called a criminology museum a hot attraction. How did the news get these camera angles?
Fred Jones, leader of Mystery Incorporated, had this to say.
Little old Coolsville can solve its problems without us.
My guess is that no discerning viewers watch this news show, because even out of context, they'd see all the people in the background cheering Mystery Inc. Even the news and the Running Man wouldn't be this shameless. Also, did the news flip the footage? Fred was looking to his left when he said this before, but now he's looking to his right.
From this day forward, we will no longer be our goofy selves.
Wait, are you saying you're aware that you're goofy? You've been doing this on purpose?
Let's kick this investigation up to an 11.
Taking this as Spinal Tap's name in vain.
Scooby! Those so don't go with that sweater.
Really?
Well, I suppose it's possible Daphne walked over here and sat down in the time it took Scooby to say those two words. Everything about her posture and demeanor suggests otherwise. I mean, how do you go from this to that in 2 seconds?
Alas, what are these strange markings?
Words. Sigh. These guards get scared of an obvious guy in a costume who isn't at all frightening. I mean, is your costume any good if people can simply see your face? Is there one kids movie out there that doesn't have a fart joke of some kind? Is there a rule written in the books for every studio that if there's no fart noise or joke in your kids' film, we're not buying it?
You think Jacobo's behind this?
Impossible. 3 years ago, he attempted a prison escape. His body was lost at sea.
Oh, his body was never found, so therefore he couldn't possibly still be alive.
Scooby-Doo, what's your conclusion? Funny.
Guys, I'm going to add 100 sins for all the forcible sighing this movie makes me do.
Then again, creepy is my middle name.
This movie must have hired Shaggy as the continuity person. The gang survives this.
At 7 p.m., the owner will be home to set you free.
Then why bother rigging the doorbell to trap people in the basement, especially since they can't get into the house in the first place?
You want to buy a box of cookies?
Excuse me. Have you heard the good news?
How are there this many people who ignore no trespassing sign and want to visit this creepy mansion? Also, if this guy is so concerned about trespassers, why is it so easy to get past the gate?
The last good thumbprint should still be there. So, a little blush, a pore strip, and voila.
Yeah, I could simply say this works, but I feel like I should point out that this is the third cage that came down here. How the f does Mr. Wickles get this many visitors to the point that the third cage has a fresh fingerprint on it? Since there's music playing here that I can't play, let me explain that Shaggy is now singing Do the Clue Dance, Do the Clue Dance, and the sin is for somehow making Shaggy 10 times dumber and 100 times more annoying than he is in the original series. Daphne the Black Knight Slayer.
Find a creature's weakest point. Take the angle between the current position of the sun.
Joke is, this complicated formula that takes forever to solve is going to lead to Velma kicking the Black Knight in the nards. Has to be the most elaborate setup to a kick in the balls since the Game of Thrones finale.
Right in the tables.
That means these balls are flat and don't even have the shape of balls, effectively making them surfaces. Also, a fart joke and a kick in the balls. If we get a joke about someone being old and gross, we'll have hit the kids' film cliche trifecta.
Unobtainium alert! Unobtainium alert!
I'm not hot.
Did this movie just turn into She's All That? Because a woman wearing glasses who is super hot but doesn't think she is because of the glasses, mixed with a Freddie Prinze Jr. and Matthew Lillard appearance, automatically turns a movie into She's All That. I mean, this movie is a Sixpence None the Richer song away from being sued by Miramax for stealing the idea they stole from Can't Buy Me Love. I mean, this movie grinds to a halt because a hot chick who doesn't think she's hot wants to impress Seth Green, and I will never forgive this movie for that.
If they spot us, they're gonna invite us to a weenie roast. One where we're the weenies.
I'm not normally one for giving advice, but I feel sorry for you because of your brother's huge, hideous nose deformity.
This movie has tried this kind of misdirection several times to be funny, and I know that in a kid's movie anything goes, but that does not change the fact that the curvy Silver Surfer is the only true Silver Surfer. Now, am I right or am I wrong?
Hey, doll. You want to dance?
Are we supposed to assume this woman is so insanely stupid and horned up that she wouldn't realize this is a dog dressed up as a human? Or are we supposed to believe that she knows it's a dog dressed up as a human and is still horned up? Because neither of those options are great avenues to explore. Health violations.
That's not Scooby-Doo. That's S.D. McCrawley.
Just making a note that since they've entered the bar to this point, the movie has endured an approximate runtime of 7 hours.
And that's Stu's beatnik best pal, Shaggy Rogers.
It's dumb you guys didn't notice already, but if I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, I'm really hoping you figured this out because Scooby got exposed and not just because Shaggy lost his stupid hat. Shaggy and Scooby escaped this.
Well, that was my outfit, I swear.
God, I hope they paid Linda Cardellini $20 million for this movie.
Mystery Inc. is currently investigating the 2 stolen costumes.
Does Coolsville have any other detectives? When the museum was robbed the first time, did the Coolsville police even bother starting an investigation? Or was it implied Mystery Inc. would be on the case? Oh no, this criminology museum is nothing without the costumes from some low-rent criminals sent to jail by teen detectives. How will Patrick ever recover?
I'll go with you.
No, I have to figure out what's going on.
Wasn't the whole point of Patrick joining Mystery Inc. to try and figure out what happened on the previous night? Even with more costumes stolen, how has any of that changed? At the very least, they now have even more to figure out together. Also, regardless of what's going on, what human male is leaving a smoking Linda Cardellini dressed like that? Someone who deserves a sin, that's who. Patrick. This might be the best visual gag in the movie, which would normally require a set-off. The only problem being, this might be the best visual gag in the movie.
Velma's the smart one. Fred's the leader. All you are is a pretty little face.
Alicia Silverstone is clueless. The Daphne from this Scooby-Doo doesn't even resemble the TV series Daphne. She carried a grudge with a fingerprint lock, and she had cruel intentions with a sword and an axe earlier in the movie. Any Harvard man knows you can't change characters from simply irresistible to small soldiers and then act like they're still a blast from the past. That's simply some excess baggage you just can't crush. I'm crying, it's so crazy.
Why are you doing this?
Because it's my job to unmask those who pretend to be who they're not.
They should have just canned the charade and named her character I'm the Villain.
Patrick. Shaggy. Scooby.
How the did Patrick get here from the museum so fast? He was just there a minute ago, uprooting and killing bushes for stealth traveling purposes.
I mean, regarding whether the evil masked figure could have gotten his randomonium from here at the mines.
Isn't that why you came here? To find out? How would Velma know this offhand without looking first? And wouldn't you ask this before coming here?
Young man, we're investors, and we're listening to his pitch.
9 at night or whatever the time this is. To these assholes, I'll take cabs. There was nobody out front when Wiggles got here. Then the mystery machine showed up and there are still no cars parked out front.
Summer camp for kids where they can have an authentic mining experience. They can dig for 18 hours straight.
Camp slave labor.
You don't eat stuff that glows.
This scene contains nothing that glows.
Here, try this, Scoop. It looks medicinal.
Presidential health advice.
Find the right Radiant record.
So this stuff can not only make monsters, but it can turn people into animated beings? Forget taking over Coolsville. Sell this to the highest bidder and purchase Coolsville, or do whatever the f*** you want with your billions.
Hush now, buffoon.
This is a highly combustible synthesis.
Thank God Scooby took the potion that made him intelligent so he could fix this. But that convenient convenience also prevents us from having to watch any more of this nonsensical transformation sequence, but I still had to watch it, so... Also, why would a potion that makes an animal smarter also give it gray hair and glasses? Is it a cliche potion? How did it even create glasses?
That was almost exactly like my freshman year in college.
College? How does Shaggy still have sleeves if he didn't have them when he became instantly ripped? If anything, they should have been Incredible Hulk tops his body, and those pants should now be shorts.
Mine are 49er.
Captain Cutler.
Wrong! Jay Cutler was a Bronco, a bear, allegedly a dolphin, and spent some time as a Cavalieri, but never a 49er. Based on how these movies present Shaggy and Scooby, I'm starting to question the believability of them still being alive.
Captain Cutler!
Excitement? It's a good movie and all, and it has some amazing fight sequences and stunt work, but seriously, The Matrix for making me have to watch horrible carbon copies of it for years to come. Man, Sony and Marvel are going to be pissed when they find out Warner Brothers stole Venom and Electro and combined them into this movie is that it involves actual monsters being created. Sure, there is a human monster behind it all, but despite all the spooky aesthetic, the biggest appeal for Scooby-Doo has always been the mystery solving, right? On occasion, in a couple of the incarnations, they have thrown in real ghosts and goblins, but those were always the least appealing. No matter how many past villains and Easter eggs they throw at us, this film just doesn't feel very Scooby-Doo.
Hurry up, gang. We need to find Shaggy and Scooby.
And to do that, we need to get in the van and drive away from the mine where Shaggy and Scooby are.
Let's rip it, Scoo!
With a trash can lid on that terrain? Yeah, Shaggy is dumb, but what's worse is he's right. Also, since when have any of these ghosts been murderous? You'd rather risk your life going down this hill than interact with these golden axe. I'm not upset that Shaggy and Scooby timed their garbage pail sledding to coincide with the Mystery Machine's arrival here. What I'm upset about is that anyone inside the Mystery Machine knew they were coming.
Are you guys okay?
Sure. As long as you define okay as in massive agony.
We should get back to headquarters.
Or a hospital.
Move that worthless piece of tin! Unlike some of you, I have a very important meeting!
What is it about Coolsville and their busy work schedule past midnight? You'd think a town called Coolsville would have work hours from like 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. or something, with regular parties and fellatio. I had no clue 2016 Ghostbusters ripped off Scooby-Doo Monsters Unleashed, but here we are.
Turn in, Mystery Inc. Your reward. We'll let you live.
That's diabolical and all, but even if someone were inclined to turn in Mystery Inc., how would they? That's 4 people on a large dog, and many of these people driving around clearly didn't bring their handcuffs or portable prisons. Would there really be this many people upset about museum costumes being stolen and whether Mystery Inc. is to blame?
Sorry, you're canceled.
Ghost Monster understands the concept of how television shows work.
The old high school clubhouse. We should be safe here.
Except for all the snakes and other poisonous things that have probably taken up residence in it.
Freddie, are you okay? Do you want to talk?
Talking's for wimps.
And for better screenplays.
This is the most our faultiest screw-up ever, Scoo.
Actually, it's not, like, at all. There is literally zero they or any of Mystery Inc. have done that has made this situation any worse.
Still works.
How is that possible? Daphne just said they hadn't been there in years. Are we really flashing back to when the Scooby-Doo gang played in the park? This movie feels like it could have been 35 minutes long. Also, who took this picture? And did said person just run off with the camera? Because the gang just goes back into playing instead of retrieving it.
Maybe. Well, just maybe.
We can reverse the current, and therefore reverse the monster-making process.
So Fred is also a science genius? Because I'm trying to understand why Velma couldn't just finish that thought process. It was her idea, after all.
And instead of creating monsters, all the monsters throughout the city will be destroyed.
Fine, Daphne, but just because you get it doesn't mean you helped. The song that is playing during this scene is so bad Shazam refused to tell me what it was. So then I went to Google and found out it's called Monsters by Mark Provart, and the sin is discount Blink 182.
I'll tell you one thing for sure, Scoo. They don't need our help to figure it out.
They never do, so how is this new information?
This is tied for the most terrifying day of my life.
I was what?
Every other freaking day of my life.
This movie has many, many issues, but Matthew Lillard is giving it his all here, and it's borderline infectious. Just because this movie doesn't deserve a sin-off doesn't mean Matthew Lillard can't have one removed, or at least that's what I'm going to go with, so I can live with myself after doing this. Considering all the ridiculous stuff that Scooby can do in these movies, it would seem less sinful if he could drop. But I thought this asshole was at the news station just moments ago. How the f*** did he get here so fast? And as we've seen, Coolsville is a decently large city. It's at least Vancouver size. Also, is the horse a monster? Or when the Black Knight ghost was created by the machine, did the horse appear as well? Randomonium is aptly named because the results are seriously random. These assholes are going to joust. End of sin.
Taste the pain, Mr. Glowy Ugly Thing.
Is she going to try and fight the electricity?
I'm afraid.
Movie has time for this, which it does not, and neither do Fred or Daphne.
He does that when he gets nervous.
But when is he not nervous? If this is true, this whole movie should just be one big fart. I guess it kind of already is. Are we still pretending these skeletons are scary? Why isn't it obvious to at least Velma that these skeletons are not a real danger to their quest?
You and Scooby get this to the Monster Hive.
Us?
I'm with you, Shags. Wouldn't it make more sense for the two of you to distract the skeletons, and then Velma, who knows what the she is doing, could get the control panel back and hooked up?
We're robots. I mean, we tried to be heroes like you guys, but we're not, okay? We're just not.
I always wanted to be like you guys.
That's the ticket, Velma. Shaggy is too stupid to realize that you're lying. I feel like for the remainder of this movie, I could just keep saying, this works. So I'm just going to go ahead and tack on 20 cents for the last 20 minutes of what I'm sure will be a lot of ridiculous
Take this, Daddy-O. It's a real gas.
Scooby-Doo.
My glasses. I've got to consider contact lenses.
Why are you so blind now when earlier the new sexy you came down the stairs without glasses?
Velma. Lose something?
The only reason Seth Green is a creepy in this movie is because the movie needs him to be a suspect, and you'll forget about that stupid story Velma told about the real bad guy being dead.
And all the facts say that you're the evil masked figure.
What does your heart say?
Wouldn't the better reply be, I'm not the evil masked figure? Cannibalism. Are you serious? Are you saying that flashback with the frisbee earlier was foreshadowing? Okay. I also partially blame this scene for inspiring Now You See Me too. Good to see the Scooby knows how a fire extinguisher operates, but was completely clueless as to how a van worked earlier. It's not the best thing to remind somebody of Batman and Robin when you make a movie, but this movie is so terrible it doesn't even matter. Alicia Silverstone is in both. That's not a criticism, just a statement of fact. This fire extinguisher seems to follow the movie gun rule of never running out of bullets. Taint.
If our hunch is correct, the evil masked figure is... Heather Jasper Howe.
Do you realize that you say who you think it is before you pull the mask off? I mean, everyone knows it's Heather now.
When I realized she was the evil masked figure, he quickly changed into her costume.
Weird. You didn't even make that accusation until he was long gone. So how would he know he needed to cover for her? Also, if he got dressed in the van, how did he run out into the media circus outside, through the museum, and all the way to the goddamn roof without one person seeing him? Even if you didn't put the mask on, people would be wondering why you're dressed that way, and why you're holding a giant mask that looks like the evil masked figure's face. There has to be a lot more to this mask to turn Tim Blake Nelson into Alicia Silverstone. But mainly I'm wondering how he got hired on at a news station and rose through the ranks so quickly. Sure, Alicia Silverstone is cute, but how'd he snag a top reporter job in the amount of time it took him to do this plan?
You were a dude this whole time?
Of course. Don't cough.
But we cuddled.
Yeah, so if Tim Blake Nelson looked like Alicia Silverstone, she could prove to me she's Tim Blake Nelson and it wouldn't matter. But more importantly, why did they even stick that joke in here? I'm glad Mr. Wickles turned over a new leaf and he wasn't the bad guy. He did pitch those guys a park where minors would be minors for 18 hours a day for free. Also, several people in this shot are former criminals who hate Mystery Inc. What's changed? Why are they suddenly happy just because they solved this mystery? Ruben stuttered states the movie horribly. But anyway, I guess Ruben got off a little lighter than Justin and Kelly. Goddamn all American Idol winners who won early on appeared in terrible movies.
One where we are the weenies.
We're saying goodbye to your favorite CinemaSins merch designs forever. Well, because I'm not a heartless bastard like some people think, I discounted the f*** out of the store for a couple weeks. Links below or at cinemasins.com.
Hi! We love you!
This Everclear is kicking my ass.
And this time, you'll be the ones unmasked.
You are the ones who are the ball lickers.
Hey!
You guys want to see my...
Wolfman's got nards!
What's with the personal attacks? As if.
The snozberries taste like snozberries.
Check out my pecs, little man!
Well, he gets a little bit bigger.
I'm gonna stay this way forever!
Forever.
This Schwarzeneggian oath almost destroyed us.
Watch a few movies, take a few notes. It was fun.
he slimed me.
That's great! Actual physical contact!
But why did she do it? Because.
That's not your mother, it's a man, baby!
Look, neither Sony nor Jerry Bruckheimer give a good goddamn that we hate these 54 seconds of logos. Hell, if they ever see this, they may make the logos even longer because us, right? But this is my world, and I'm sending the fuck out of these 54 seconds of logos.
Mike! What the hell are you doing? It's called driving, Marcus.
Marcus isn't used to this after, checks mouth, 24 years.
I'm about to throw up. That is hand-stitched leather. You better drink it.
It's not a Bad Boys movie if Marcus isn't about to do something gross in Mike's fancy car. Sigh. Guys told me this one was good. The fact that none of these assholes on the sidewalks are the least bit curious or perturbed by the massive and dangerous high-speed police escort happening in the middle of South Beach tells you a lot about the strength of the weed in that area. Don't worry, I've already booked my ticket.
Hey!
That sin's on you, Mike, for parking in front of a hydrant, prick. So the joke is that they weren't running from the police, they were escorts, because Marcus's daughter was having a baby? Do you know how many fools they nearly killed? How is a helicopter not a better option than several cop cars and cycles and a dozen near accidents? Jesus. Oh, it's the guy she went out with in Bad Boys 2, whom our two heroes pulled a gun on and berated all for fun. That date went so well, she went on to have a kid with him. The only world in which this makes sense is the one where the movie wants to score cheap laughs and the audience falls for it. Caged heat for life. I mean, if you're pulling a Hannibal Lecter, do you really need the witch part? And also, this is exactly a fucking Hannibal Lecter, which is a bull ripoff, especially for a goddamn Bad Boys movie.
El espíritu de tu padre ya está libre de las rejas que lo encerraban.
So he was a prisoner?
Este fue el último regalo de tu papá antes de que muriera.
So he was a prisoner that could gift pottery to outsiders? How did he gift it with the instructions to break it? You're going so fast on Papa details, I'm not really sure if he's a criminal or an amazing undercover officer.
Tu padre encontró la forma de esconder millones de dólares antes de ser encerrado. Aquí están las coordenadas para que los busques.
Just don't be fooled if Jesse texts you and claims to have found the money and even sends pictures of the money on fire.
Él muere al último.
So, it's a Revenge Against Mike story, only it's all made up and nothing to do with the first two movies? That sounds fun.
We're here to celebrate and to raise a glass to one of our own.
And by glass, I mean carefully labeled product placement that everyone is drinking at the same time. This guy John Wicks everyone in the nearby circle before anyone can react and get a shot off. And no one moves that fast. Not even John Wick.
I'm done, Mike.
Oh, here we go again.
Weird, I've said this same thing to myself at least 30 times during the opening 10 minutes of this movie. It would take something absolutely bonkers to make this sequel somewhat unique. I'm talking bonkers. Like, Mike has to have an illegitimate son with a cartel, or there are supernatural implications, and that would never fly in a franchise like this.
This time is different. When I looked into that little baby's eyes, something changed.
Fuck off, dude. You held your own babies and looked at them in the eye and you had no problem. Just say you're old and tired and old.
Oh my god, the ears!
It's hilarious to me that everyone has been commenting on how big Will Smith's ears are for ages.
They go down the ears.
But this is the second time they've mentioned Martin Lawrence's giant lobes.
What's ammo?
Advanced Miami Metro operations. A small team trained on new tactics and investigative methods.
New tactics? And new investigative methods? I'm sold.
Gonna replace us old dogs.
Or teach them some new tricks.
I'd be happy if you'd teach them some fresh dialogue, because this banter is stale with a capital really fucking stale.
Dumbass. What? She's perfect for you.
Ah, I see we're going with the Vicky Vale, Selena Kyle transition here, where the love interest, which was a huge plot point in the previous movie, changes with little to no explanation from movie to movie. Was Gabrielle Union really too busy competitively working out with Dwayne Wade to be available for this film?
Oh, hell no.
I feel like Will Smith has built this phrase of dialogue as a writer into all of his contracts since Independence Day. Like, remember when he dropped an "oh hell no" in The Pursuit of Happiness, and then again in Concussion? That was distracting. So they're about to foot race, and the bet is they either retire or they never retire, and that is a stupid bet for both these idiots. This may be the most hilariously overdramatic guy getting shot sequence of all time. Front wheelie, terrible CG on the blood splatter, slow motion. I feel like Drake getting shot in that very special episode of Degrassi was more realistic. Also, how the did Armando know exactly where Mike was going to be at this moment? Maybe he knew they were partying at a certain bar, but did he seriously overhear the talk about the fucking foot race? This is a group of highly trained police officers, and even if they're freaked out, no one attempts even rudimentary first aid on Mike. And no one even tries to pursue the suspect. They're literally just huddled around his ass, yelling at each other. Hell, did anyone even look at the license plate of the motorcycle?
Dear God. It's me, Marcus.
Oh my God.
If you just spare him, I swear to you, I will put no more violence in this world.
Unkeepable promises.
This is personal for me, too. Let's bring every single thing we got.
As opposed to our normal investigations, where we happily half-ass that and everyone gets to clock out at 4:30 just in time for the happy hour special at Buffalo Wild Wings. So Terminator Mom is upset he went after Mike first because she wanted him to see all the others suffer. And my question is, why did she send a hothead son she had to know was a hothead that made up his own rules? This is on her. This is a failure of leadership sin. 2 government employees killed by sniper headshots, and city should be in a full-blown serial killer panic at this point. And yet it's not. I mean, is this the worst way to go? The dude sipping VSOP at a pool party with a bunch of hotties. If Armando really wanted revenge, he'd have killed this guy on the can like Tywin Lannister or something. Is Armando seriously just Googling these assholes to figure out where they're at? Is this judge seriously updating his Insta to let everyone know when he's walking out of court?
Same shooter as Mike.
Connected how?
Traffic cams, witnesses, tire treads.
So then all the same outfit of shooter as Mike, right? Black bike, same make, dark armor, and helmet. Could be a different rider each time, no? Therefore, different shooter? God, do cops in real life jump to this many conclusions? Oh, cop movie. I know this isn't a funeral. I'd sooner believe that Killmonger actually killed T'Challa halfway through Black Panther than I believe you killed off Will Motherfucking Smith's character 20 minutes into this Bad Boys sequel.
You guys are great. Ladies and gentlemen,
Bad Boys for Life!
Wow, it's like a group orgy of credits rolling.
You know the rule. The rules, Cap.
This entire series in a nutshell.
Ammo's gonna find the dealer that supplied your shooter.
Look, I know police work is hard, but it's been 6 fucking months since they made that discovery, and they haven't gotten anywhere? Did they not get the bullets that were used in the other killings to match them up? I hate to side with Mike here, but this supposedly elite unit is a little JV.
That fool put holes in me.
Man, he is angry about someone that shot him, and he's yelling about it to Marcus, a guy that he shot in the ass last movie. If that fool put holes in me was a trump card in this partnership, it wouldn't be Mike that would be playing it.
A sign to turn up. Turn up? What are you, 20?
Dude, it's weird that ever since he found religion, Marcus would be excellent at cinema scenes.
No, Mike. No.
The end. Man, that was a short Bad Boys movie, because usually they're a lot... Oh, he didn't mean that, no, did he? God damn it. Man found snake in his engine. That headline is the most Florida thing about this entire movie set in Florida. Expositional nostalgia via Google. Expostalgical. Ah, the character cries single tear that was probably created by eyedrop shortly before the director yelled action cliche.
Video of a shooting of a Miami detective has surfaced online, going viral in a matter of hours.
This is really the weirdest Peloton motivational program I've ever seen. I know they think outside the box and all, but that's pretty fucking dark. By the way, even though news operations can be scuzzy, this is some real nightcrawler for them to be showing the actual shooting video on a mainstream service. Mike keeps his shiny-ass tower of hand weights out on the patio? Do you realize what the humidity of Miami, let alone a couple good rains, would do to these weights?
You know they say you did, boy.
The irony here is that the meat cutter doesn't eat fish.
Captain, come on.
I know you guys got history together.
It's always got to be someone sleeping with someone or reconciling with someone that they used to sleep with. Can't ever just be a man character and a woman character.
Mike will consult. He'll observe.
Seriously, how long do we have to sit through this? Mike's totally not going to take over. He's just going to consult. Not going to shoot anyone at all because he's not all turned up and stuff nonsense.
Picked up chatter. The dealer we think custom those Herschel rounds. He's making another sale.
First off, do detectives seriously discuss super sensitive details about a case in the middle of the fucking station like this? What if there are criminals being transported back and forth for questioning? This is like the lobby. Second, this is the only goddamn lead they've gotten in 6 months. Jesus, put anyone on this case instead of Ammo and they'd find something. Have they even talked to DJ Khaled, let alone threatened him? No wonder they haven't gotten done. They have the same video of Mike getting shot on every monitor playing on a loop. And this motherfucker's working on his dribbling skills. God damn it, I hate this fucking team.
Ah, so you send the drone in.
Mike Lowry suddenly becomes Will Smith's anti-tech character from iRobot before our very eyes. There are like 16 people in this meeting, some of which are looking in this exact direction, but no one notices the super obvious drone. Hell, it's not even a mini drone. I call that Big Barry, for fuck's sake.
There's our deal. Audio?
These will put a hole through anyone.
Why did they wait on the audio? Why wasn't the audio feed broadcast with the video feed?
No. I'm not risking the collateral damage.
Arnold would have risked it. You know, in the late 80s, a popular trend for boys' haircuts, but at least in the Midwest, was to shave 2 to 3 lines in the side, above, and behind the ear. This shot here makes me think of that failed hairstyle and laugh. Laugh at my own dumb youth, but laugh even more at this stupid ass for shaving lines in his beard and hair along the same line. Loser. It says a lot about this movie that I'm actually relieved to see a goddamn shootout happen after what feels like 90 minutes of crying, exposition, and arguing. Not only is the rest of Ammo ridiculously slow to act, they're not even going to call in any backup to at least help contain this obvious massacre.
Don't die.
Listen, the guy who shot Mike, he's trying to kill me.
Bull. Why is it so hard for Marcus to believe? Sure, he's retired, but he's had to have heard about the other fools Armando is off, and they all have a connection to Mike, like this dude. So this incredulousness is disingenuous, deleterious, outrageous.
Please, man, use me as bait. Whatever.
Look, when a former informant offers themselves as bait, you can take that offer and find the bad guy and save the fucking day, even if you're technically retired.
What did I say?
Hey, we've got the captain yelling at Mike Wow at the crime scene. I love it when they do this one. Playing all the hits today, kids. Coming up will be a reprise of the Diddy, Nelly, and Murphy Lee collaboration, Shake Your Tail Feather 2, Money Never Sleeps. Not to get too Seinfeldian, but the fuck is up with this shirt? Why is this top button? How would it ever be possible to use that button? Even the second one would be a stretch, but that top one's nearly on the side of his fucking neck. That button.
Just because I'm your mother, don't make me your grandma.
Oh. That doesn't even make sense. Mike literally just went over how they need to be quick to act, and the body just fell into the car, so why isn't his ass immediately busting up to the top of this building to see who's there? Oh, sure, he stunts Mike as a tempting look about as real as watching a CG character from Gemini Man on an iPhone 5. I know he's police, but that vehicle would definitely be impounded as evidence in the murder of Snitchy McWhat's-his-face that landed on it. Jesus, look how easy it was for her to drive the wing. This lack of effort really makes me miss NBA defenses.
Where are you going? Where are you going, Mike?
What even is this scene? Cap called Mike up and said, "Hey, meet me at my kid's basketball game. I have some wisdom to impart."
Bingo.
Wait, suddenly Armando has help? This whole time he's been a lone gunman. Now the rando guy with the Post Malone tattoos is helping him take the captain out? You're telling me that everyone left the funeral before Mike and Marcus? Family members didn't want to have the last moments at the burial site to themselves? No?
One last time. One last time.
Can you just unretire whenever you want? Also, this is definitely the case, because this movie didn't do anything at the box office. Hell, it was a January release. 2020 is all f***ed up. Let me check. It's gonna be multiple last times. This is like a Jay-Z retirement announcement. This is a pretty great apartment, except for one thing. All these 4 levels above to the right can see whatever naked fun time you have out here in the pool. Unless you're saying Mike owns all those levels too, in which case, what a waste of money.
Hey, yes, I'm in a fast food fist you.
I can't tell if this dialogue was written by Shane Black, Kevin Smith, or a drunk 4th grader. And because of the confusion, let's add 3 cents. Mike puts his gun away to settle this with fisticuffs. And why do people in movies always do this? The other cops taser the guy before the fight can happen, but Mike didn't know they were there. He was really going to go to punchies with this discount John Goodman.
Bring it, big boy.
What the hell are y'all doing here? I called.
Hold on, Marcus didn't even know about this lead until Mike told him on the way to the apartment. So how the did he tell Ammo about it, and when had they shown that they were capable of getting the drop on anyone?
Be celebrating, there's 3 spots for a cat like that. Ditto, Ice 45, Zillion.
You narrowed down possible birthday spots for a mid-level criminal from all of Miami down to 3 spots? 3? That's amazing. What if he's a child at heart and still likes Chuck E. Cheese? What if he stays home and orders some strippers and blow? She makes a big deal out of this being a non-lethal raid, but they are all using rubber bullets, which, if The Last Castle has taught me anything, and it hasn't, can actually kill. As the Bad Boys theme song from these movies and the show Cops plays, I can't help but think about how rich Inner Circle must be. He's not even wearing a goddamn disguise of any kind. Mike is the most well-known cop in the city right now. He's just gonna cruise up into this club like nothing. This is like Edward Snowden walking back into the CIA and sitting at his old desk like nothing happened, a la George Costanza. God damn it, why do bad guy parties always rule? Blade, Triple X, Godfather 2, Eyes Wide Shut, Wolf of Wall Street, Rules of Attraction, hell, even Bad Boys 2 had one of these. I want to go to a bad guy party, god damn it.
Stay with the A-Plan. Kelly, you're on Zoela's bodyguard.
I know they have radios, but I still refuse to believe they can hear a goddamn thing in this place. Have you ever been to a club? You have to scream into the ear of the person you're dancing with, and even then you have a 50-50 chance that you're so hot gets her to suck my
It's wishing my birthday on 1, 3, 2, 1.
I guess I see why Rafe is such a detective, considering he's apparently been spending all his time getting embedded into this club as the trusted house DJ. I'm not going to play it, because music companies be dickheads, but the movie is now playing a song by J-Lo and DJ Khaled, who's already a non-DJ Khaled character in this movie. This breaks the whole suspension of disbelief. I was fine with everything up until now, but this is too far. This works. Hell, Eddie Vedder couldn't even pull this trick off on the 10 tour back in 1992. Look, I don't want to belabor the... I'm belabored, but aren't there 4 other detectives in Ammo that were supposed to be strategically placed? And Zuelo runs right through them like the 49ers against the Packers in the 2020 NFC Championship. This complex plan by a special unit police force to arrest a guy that had no one stationed outside the door. No one!
Zuelo just turned left on 2nd Ave.
How do they know that? They got a guy in a van, but I didn't see any scenes where anyone homing beacons Zuelo.
saying?
Marcus has worked in Miami as a cop for several decades, but doesn't have a handle on even rudimentary Spanish.
No, Mike. I made a promise to God.
See what I told you? The movie only had him make the promise earlier so that he could hem and haw for action comedy laughs later.
I don't need no gas laughs. You ain't hitting.
Well, to be fair, he could be hitting one of these completely innocent cars that are just driving down the road, not being criminals. What? I like how the driver of this truck just keeps on going after the car in his bed blows the fuck up. He's like, they pay me to tow it. They don't pay me to retrieve it if it was blown up by some random dude with a pistol in a high-speed chase. Besides, if I get home in time, I can probably catch the end of Vanderpump Rules. We can't do this as an outtake anymore, since music companies will stick various things in our various orifices. So, there you go. Piano, piano, piano. This is the end. Hold your breath and count to 10.
That's Waylo's phone. Didn't break it?
Well, considering the dip you just took, I'll assume you have to put it in a bowl of dry rice for at least 24 hours first, but after that, I guess you can talk.
I'm gonna have to go on the dark side.
All right. You good with that?
Yeah.
Every single Bad Boys movie has a hacker saying something is impossible or illegal, but that he does it anyway. Every single one. Though, in the first two movies, it's the same guy. An average basketball player whose name escapes me.
He looks like a killer. Used to be a bouncer. Guy one night was getting physical with the woman.
Yeah, big man lost it. Had him master job dead.
Avoided the fight ever since.
But he kept the fighter bouncer's body? Anyway, the point is, we're going to see him beat some ass now that this is out there. Probably even one-punching someone to death. This is Chekhov's manslaughter story.
We're shut down. Almost done.
Oh, and right when they were really hitting their stride, too.
Think he's my son.
What?
Hey, Mazel Tov, who's got a cigar? Sure, he's tried to murder you multiple times, but it's not every day you discover a new love child.
24 years ago, before we partnered up.
Wait, you're saying that the first Bad Boys movie was their first year together as partners? Stop spitting out years if you're not going to do the math.
His wife, Isabel. I was her driver.
So, fresh out of police academy, they send a black guy to Mexico to infiltrate a cartel by becoming the cartel leader's driver? I'm not saying it's impossible, but when you say it out loud, it sounds kind of hilarious.
We connected so deep. We talked about everything.
You thought Anakin's dialogue in Attack of the Clones was bad.
He's the right age. He's crazy like me. He's ruthless like me. He's fearless like me.
So what? You had a better argument with the timeline of her arrest and giving birth in prison. This son of a drug lord's widow being ruthless is not any kind of a proof that you're his daddy. God damn. So Mike is going to Mexico to, I guess, surrender to the witch lady, or maybe or some more, I don't know. But Marcus cares and wants to help, and somehow finds out not only that Mike is going to Mexico, but also what flight he's on, and manages to buy the seat directly behind him. What is this, Convenience Airlines?
Jamaican fall off. I'm in penis. You should be minding your own business anyway.
Okay, a few things. First of all, assuming that's her dad behind her, and I'm sure it is, nice job sitting the whole thing out, Dad. Second, penis is probably as bad or worse a word for a teenager as there's no safety here in medical terminology. Third, she probably was minding her own business until the grown-ass man next to her started loudly talking about falling off.
Killing your own son, brother, that's a darkness that swallows you whole.
Just ask Thomas Jane from The Mist. Pro tip, if you're having a torrid affair with the cartel's boss's wife, who also happens to probably be an evil supernatural conjurer, maybe don't take a picture posing like you're on your honeymoon. That will bite you in the ass every time. Trust me. Could a cab seriously not drop them off nearer to where they were staying? Even if they were trying to keep their location a secret. At least drive them up that steep-ass hill, man. Wait, the last time he looked at Suelo's phone, that screen was cracked as hell. So how the is it so pristine now? Did he stop at the airport in Mexico City to have it repaired? I suppose it's possible, but come on. It's really not possible. They're in Mexico, ready to go meet Mike's son and try to arrest him, and there's a knock at the door. They draw their guns because they've never seen a movie before, so they do not realize it's the rest of the ammo team. Honest truth, I've never seen this movie, and I'm 100% confident that I'm right. Watch me now. You gotta be quick to get past me. I'm from Erie, PA.
You called him again.
Thank God, otherwise this mission would be right? And it's just like this bumbling band of cluster nuggets to knock on the goddamn door without announcing themselves instead of calling ahead, or at least saying, hey dude, it's that incompetent asshole that you're eventually gonna bang.
I'm tired.
You make sure we both come home.
My favorite kind of movie love interest is the kind where all the action happened before the movie, and the movie just hints at it, mentions it, but doesn't do anything of substance about it at all. Those kind of movie relationships rule. I jerk off to them. He's going to a place the bad guys know he will be, and he knows there will be a sniper, and this is the ending of Assassins, and you can't convince me otherwise. I don't think I've ever seen a more obvious drone in my entire life. This drone might as well be playing the Ice Cream Truck song on repeat at top volume. It's so obvious. And the dude says he's jamming signals in case they're running counter surveillance. Like they can't look out with the naked eye and see that obvious drone. This place is wasted and dilapidated, yet somehow a huge stained glass dome has remained entirely intact.
Ya me hice cargo de esto.
I just lost all comms.
Oh, the entire surveillance system for Mike was isolated to that one super noticeable necklace? You put all the comms in that one necklace? Doesn't seem very practical, right? Shouldn't it at least still be working? God damn it, these movies piss me off so much. I want to tase a coked up accountant right now. When a Mexican standoff actually happens in Mexico, is it just a regular standoff? How many bullets can a drone this size even carry? This is automatic gunfire. That's many bullets per second. Do you have any idea how heavy bullets are?
Big man, I'm gonna need you to hurt some people. I'll pay for the therapy, all right?
Well, if it's anything like the therapy they showed in the last Bad Boys movie, Dorn is about to get a bunch of free blowjobs after this mission. This one shot up the center column thinks it's hot as it spins and lifts through the various floors of CGI conflict, but at the end I still have no idea who was where, who might have been injured, and who gives a This is pretty cool, I'll admit, but it was in the trailer, and it's nowhere near cool enough to make up for all the lame leading up to this. Okay, so it's at this point I'm checked out of any reasonable stakes or action in this movie. Homeboy reached up through the ceiling of the story below and pulled Mike through the goddamn floorboards. This movie has some surprises. The captain getting killed was legitimately a curveball, but now we've moved back into a regular Bad Boys, i.e. every action movie finale ever, and it's tedious as... She's using a shard of glass as a weapon. If she's cutting him deep into the muscle, then her hand is also taking damage and maybe even about to fall apart in half. Hell, add some white doves and even hokier dialogue, and this might as well be the end of Face Off. You let him live? Well, since it's a movie, the kid will respect that somehow, I bet, and not kill Mike for attempting to choke him out earlier, or the whole mom avenging. Holy hell, when did this building become a gateway to Satan's lair? Abort! Evacuate! Everyone leave now! Rita ex machina. And was it really necessary for it to be her? Was Marcus really going to sit there and watch Mike get his ass killed? Gotta be some guns lying around here somewhere, right? You and you and you. I hate this turn for this tool. He's killed a lot of dudes.
To our new captain.
Thank God she drinks Heineken, which is second on the list of job requirements.
Bad boys, what you gonna do?
Tell you what I'm gonna do at this point in the movie is
Opportunity may have presented itself for you to pay down some of that debt. You interested?
Holy, it's the anti-suicide squad, and it looks even worse. Run!
We have found the witch, may we burn her!
Make sure you click that bell icon.
Sellouts.
But clicking the little bell icon is how you make sure you get notified every time we release a video. So click it.
Sellouts. He was the black sheep, permanent pariah. He asked no quarter of the bosses and none was given.
We're gonna need some loyal employees. Who wants a job?
Our operation is small, but there's a lot of potential for aggressive expansion.
I win, we lay it down. We turn in our papers and we retire.
I choose not to run.
Lord, hallowed be thy name. May our feet be swift. May our beds be mighty.
Dewey, I don't know if you can hear me in there, but the wrong key died.
It's my daughter's wedding, Mike. Do we have to do this right now? Yeah.
What have I ever done to make you treat me so disrespectfully?
You lay me down some cover.
Come with me if you want to live.
Oh, what? You embarrassed to be seen like this?
Dodson, we've got Dodson here.
Nobody cares.
Kill shot! That's a kill shot!
You jump into conclusions.
You see, it would be this map that you would put on the floor and would have different conclusions written on it that you could jump to.
Yo, Mike, they're moving up to the chopper.
Apocalyptic movie opens with grainy news footage of a montage of apocalyptic cliché. A Clockwork Orange at hand. Man, for a super secret evil 8 testing lab, this is really easy to access. There's no security around or even a goddamn lock on the door.
Chimps are infected.
Infected with what?
In order to cure, you must first understand.
Infected with what?
Rage.
Oh, I'm sure that's an acronym for a much more scientific term of the actual infection, right?
We have to get on there!
Well, your first problem is that in a laboratory that probably has many sharp objects, you chose to pick up a stool that will probably not even hurt a child. Jesus Christ, the beginning of this movie is as dark and confusing as the opening of The Rise of Skywalker, when Kylo is beating all that random ass on his way to the Wayfinder. Reading? Roll credits? Read credits? Roll reading? Louis Boone-Wells, 28 days later. I don't know at what point Jim was abandoned in the hospital, but I do know that the last person that took care of him would have made sure he had a gown on, man. What the hell? I've forgotten we were pretty much immediately subjected to Killian's Murphy in this movie. Also, main character wakes up in a hospital bed unaware there's a global pandemic cliche much? Much like George Romero did, this movie totally ripped off The Walking Dead. Can't wait to read all the YouTube commenters backing me up on that one. If the post-apocalypse informs you of anything, I guess it's who finally won the soft drink wars. Hey, where's that asshole going? Oh man, I don't mind the mass zombification of London, but did they have to be so disrespectful to these Big Ben replicas? And to collectibles? Homeboy is walking right down the middle of the goddamn road in central London and screaming his ass off, and this attracts 0 zombies for this long? Hey, isn't it weird that this one car is stopped in the middle of the road here? There really should be either a million more or none in this area of the city, right? Once again, no zombie hears this. Cool, there's a big sale going on right over there. I bet the bargains these days are killer. Yeah, I'm a nitpicky asshole, but I have to admit, the opening 13 minutes of this film are fucking outstanding. No dialogue, and one person walking around London, especially with the backdrop of that awesome music. I get the gist of everything that has happened up to this point. It's brilliant storytelling. I know he's pretty out of sorts right now, but out of all the empty places in London, Jim goes to a church? Not a restaurant or a department store or a residential area to see if people are around. It's a cool shot and all, but I'm just saying there were a ton of options that would have been better at this point. Why did they blow up this gas station and cause a massive explosion that you could see from space? There were like 5 or 6 zombies that were pursuing them. If they're going to do this much overkill on a regular basis, I'm not sure about their odds.
It's completely humorless.
CinemaSins comment sections.
So who are you?
Given Selena's ruthless nature, how is her first question not, are you bit? I don't know where his ass has been.
Okay, Jim. Got some bad news.
28 understatements later. Wouldn't it have made more sense to leave that note at the hospital, so if he did wake up, maybe he would be less likely to take the chance of coming to find his family and not get eaten by the infected?
We went to Paddington Station, hoping maybe we could get on a plane, maybe we could buy our way onto a plane.
This movie has a lot of great qualities, but is so disjointed. Great opening, scary zombies, explosion, and let's slow this down to a depressing crawl. And don't even talk to me about the ending, dude. I'll get there soon enough.
We'll all sleep in the same room. It's safer.
Gotta admit, I wasn't expecting a post-apocalyptic threesome, especially this early in the movie, but I guess it's been done before. Remember that scene with Jason Robards, Jo Beth Williams, and Steve Guttenberg in The Day After? What? That zombie just jumped in through the skylight? What, was he a SWAT member before he got infected? And it's just impulse to try and get the jump on his prey? Considering this was a possibility and this isn't Selena and Mark's first infected rodeo, why the hell wasn't someone staying up and on watch?
Did any of the blood get in your mouth?
I'm not even sure how you would know that. And even if it didn't get into the mouth, what about the nose, eyes, and ears? And why wouldn't she have him up and washing all of it off his skin right away if this is that dire of a situation?
Staying alive's as good as it gets.
Look, I know it's the most popular, but I actually prefer Night Fever, or even You Should Be Dancing.
So you're crashing. Unfortunately, there isn't a lot we can do about that.
So pump me full of painkillers and give you more sugar.
Hey, this is how I typically get through my Tuesday afternoons.
Quiet! It's infected.
Yes, remain quiet, goddammit. We don't want to draw attention to ourselves, okay? The sprinting dead.
That isn't much, but, well, cheers.
As soon as Selena found Jim, she both interrogated and exposited out the ass. But these two find Frank and Hannah, and no one said about anyone's background, or how safe this place is, or anything about anyone's situation until long after they meet.
Okay, nephew. Yeah.
Just practicing my shaving moans. Nothing to be concerned about, and it's totally normal. Carry on.
You'd never think it. Needing rain so badly. Not in England.
Brendan Gleeson won't turn in a performance this lovable and charming until Paddington 2, and I love it so much that it deserves us in awe.
27 miles northeast of Kansas. You must find us.
Man, this dude couldn't sound more obviously diabolical if he were speaking in parcel tongue.
Just so you know, I don't take checks or credit cards.
Dad jokes.
No, see, this is a really idea. You know why? Because it's really obviously idea.
Jim would be zombie-tastic at CinemaSins.
World's worst place to get a flat, huh? Agreed.
I agree as well, but I don't understand how they only got one. So maybe look at the cup half full every now and then, Jimbo?
3, 2, 1.
Jesus Christ, did Hannah used to work in a pit crew for NASCAR? That was a ridiculously fast tire change. There are 2 fouls on the play. Personal foul, taunting, offense. Excessive celebration, offense. Both penalties will be enforced in about 20 movie minutes when the paternal figures become infected. This is the heart of the city, and they didn't have to break in. I know it's only been 28 days, but there's no way this store would still be this fully stocked. It's at this point that Granddaddy's AM 180 is playing, which is an awesome song, and I have to give it to this movie for its music and key scenes. One more sin-off, damn it, but that's it! Wait, how in the hell is this store lit up like a typical Walmart on a Monday? I thought the electricity has been off for several weeks. This place should be pitch black, right?
Either we do this now, or we're walking.
Or you could have just locked it down and stayed at a fully stocked grocery store and not have to worry about any of this. Why didn't he just pull the cab up to the tanker to do this directly? It's not like Hannah doesn't roll up on the truck in a few minutes anyway. Jim, who just threw a fit about them driving through the tunnel, just wanders into this dark place in the hopes of scoring an edible cheeseburger. God damn it, what a dumbass. This is every horror movie dumbass cliche combined into one dumbass decision. I have to say the British Highway Service really earned their paychecks during this zombocalypse by clearing this entire stretch of road both ways.
I was wrong when I said that staying alive is as good as it gets.
Clearly Frank was playing Children of the World on the cab stereo, and Selena finally came to her senses.
Getting late. Think we better stay here for the night.
In the ruins? I know it's cinematically appealing, but they couldn't find like a cottage or a former B&B nearby to crash. It'd be just as safe and much more comfortable.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
To me, I don't care if it's a dream. At this point, I'm sick of Jim yelling hello into the void. Try something new, like tacos. No one remembers all the driving scenes in this movie. Well, except for Cliff Booth, probably his favorite part.
The whole of Manchester, the whole city.
No fire crews to put it out.
Damn it, what's up with the Manchesters being so depressing? This one's on fire. The one by the sea is interminably sad. Don't get me started on Bonnaroo.
I don't understand, Dad. Did they leave?
What is there not to understand? You knew it was a recording and not live, so really there were unlimited possibilities of what would be going on when they arrived. Also, kids. Are you kidding me? What are the odds that A, Frank is this stupid to stand right under a dead body, and B, that this drop of blood would hit right in his eye? Also, if this corpse is infected, why isn't it reanimated? Which one's turned into zombies and which one's just dying? Are there rules for any of this? If so, can we get them printed and notarized so I can follow along? So these assholes have been here this whole time? Are they waiting for this freak accident to occur? I know they mostly just want the females, but would Frank pose much of a threat to them if they brought him back to the compound?
We've got beds with clean sheets and a boiler that produces hot water, so you can all have a shower. You look like you need one.
Damn, I can't tell if it's Major West or Danny Boyle that wants Cillian Murphy to get naked again in this movie. Selena realizes the quality of the movie from this point forward and is understandably devastated.
A wood-fired boiler providing us with hot water. The first step towards civilization.
Is this guy's obsession with hot water? Heat up a cauldron over a fire, asshole. There are many other steps towards civilization that would precede hot water. Have you thought about electricity, plumbing, Twitter?
Meet Mela.
I've been calling it one, but this technically isn't a zombie film since the infected are still alive. But it sure does have all the zombie, including a very stupid keeping live subjects so you can try and find out what they are, and then literally having this bite you in the ass later on trope.
James, did you notice while cooking that these eggs are off?
I thought the salt might cover the taste, sir.
James also think the salt would cover the food poisoning, because that's what everyone that ate them would get.
I saw those eggs. I thought it was Christmas. We'll all have eggs again once everything's back to normal.
Why don't they have eggs now? Looks like animals are pretty much unaffected, and I'm sure there are some chickens running around the countryside out here, right? Hell, there should be beef, lamb, all kinds of protein running around, and these motherfuckers have guns.
This is what I've seen in the 4 weeks since infection.
Okay, maybe he's generalizing a bit, but it was 4 weeks when Jim woke up. Since then, he found Selena, they went back to his place, then they found Frank and Hannah, stayed at least one night, then struck out for Manchester, which would have taken 2 to 3 days, as Frank said, so it's probably been around another week since the beginning of the movie. At this point, we should be at 32 or 35 days later. Do we know how you're supposed to kill these? I've seen like one headshot this whole movie, and they're wasting a lot of ammo. Some can die with a simple whack of a baseball bat, and some need a goddamn landmine to blow them up. I feel like the design concept of these ghouls stopped at make them fast this time.
Yeah, that's enough of Mitch.
Come on, Beach, give us some.
How about right?
Because this movie doesn't have enough villainy on its plate with the rampaging infected, let's make sure we throw in a rapist or two for good measure.
I moved us from the blockade, I set the radio broadcasting, and I promised them women.
So what was the plan if only men showed up? What is it with characters making as much noise as humanly possible when it's totally necessary to remain silent in this movie? Hey guys, at large guns, I want my female companions. We're leaving. See you. Bye. Is there a reason to march these assholes all the way out here to execute them? Why does this happen in all the movies? Assuming Jim's not hallucinating this, and there's no indication he is, how do the rest of the military dickheads not see this plane with the enormous jet stream following it? Based on this and the two guys trying to shoot down Jim back in the forest, these appear to be some of the worst soldiers in movie history. They just start firing without any knowledge of where the prey is. Clearly the policy of this platoon is shoot first, ask questions never, and waste all of our ammo. Oh yeah, did I mention that Jim, a bicycle courier, recently awoken from a coma, has suddenly turned into Ninja Rambo? Wow, he not only knocked this grown-ass military man to death, Jim drug him all the way back to the Jeep and set him upright as a decoy? So Jim's grand plan is to turn Nina and Hannah are still there? How does he know they'll attack each other before that? God damn, this ending can blow my taint. Wait, did he just go straight into that secret door? How in the ever-loving did he know that was there? That's as hidden as the secret passageway to the Queen's bedroom in The Favorite. Hey, remember the start of the movie when Selena was a super badass that saved Jim's life several times? Well, she's officially turned into a damsel in distress. Even if she thought Jim was infected, she could take them both out right now, based on what we've seen her do before this point. Why wouldn't you just say, hey, Selena, not infected? Dude, there's a lot of blood on his face right now, and you have no idea where it came from. Also, take your time, lovebirds. It's not like Hannah's around here somewhere, possibly fighting for her life.
Hannah!
Hannah, who's up on pills, by the way, has a plan that involves backing up toward the house. Wes, doing nothing to stop her except yelling, have a zombie appear at the exact moment she stops, then punch through the back window to kill Wes. And that works. Wait, just a few weeks ago, that cab ran the f*** into a locked wrought iron fence, and there's no damage to the front end at all?
What do you think you saw us this time?
Happy endings.
You're so old.
Make sure you click that bell icon.
Sellouts.
But clicking the little bell icon is how you make sure you get notified every time we release a video. So click it.
Sellouts.
There's Big Ben, there's Parliament.
There were horses and a man on fire, and I killed a guy with a trident.
First rule of Fight Club is, you do not talk about Fight Club.
Do you need a break?
But when we get to 20, tell me. I'm gonna throw up.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Did you think that miserable oaf would have led you into the woods if I hadn't suggested it?
We have to go.
Yeah.
Go! Where? There's no need to shout.
That is American, isn't it? Choice is yours. Exile or death.
You're gonna be okay. Say it. You're gonna be okay. Say it.
55 seconds of logos. Also Comcast and Miramax. While they didn't give Aaron Corey an apple, that scarf might as well be one, because it makes him look straight up like an asshole.
For years he's been kept here to be studied. I suppose the state has lost interest in discovering anything further.
I get this is supposed to be a direct sequel to the original 1978 film, but Michael Myers disappeared at the end of that film after Dr. Loomis
Shot him 6 times.
So how did Michael get back to the hospital? And yeah, they try to retcon it a bit with the Hawkins character, but you, movie, and you better believe this will not be the only time I bring up why this being a direct sequel to the original doesn't work at all.
Oh, make no mistake, he's aware. He was watching as we arrived.
How? Maybe one thing they discovered about Michael Myers was that he literally has eyes in the back of his head, or eyes connected to the security cameras when they drove up?
Perhaps you'd like to tie your left shoelace? Mr. Tovoli here. There's a fixation for such things. Underestimate no one.
But feel free to walk amongst them. They usually just ignore you.
I've been following your case for years and still know very little about you.
Probably because all he did was kill his sister and then years later showed back up and killed a trucker, a couple of teenage girls, and some horny dude named Bob who may or may not have been a pedophile. I mean, his murder spree story wouldn't even get a whiff from My Favorite Murder. So why is this podcast bothering with it? Now, if you had 9 more movies worth of murders...
You feel it, don't you, Michael? You feel the mask.
No, he sees it, remember? Also, we're really going to say Michael has this big connection to a mask he stole from a hardware store back in 1978? Besides, we know this bull wouldn't be in this good a condition after all these years anyway. Also, man, I would give every sin back if they had a scene showing the podcasters opening up a 1978 Captain Kirk mask and painting it to turn it into this. Also, ×3. This might make for great television, but it would make for a terrible podcast. You'd just hear some guy saying bullshit like this, and he could be in his mom's basement reciting this as far as you know. Oh. Say something! Basically, that was 7 minutes of nothing happening, all before the main title screen. Nobody dies because of this guy taunting Michael with his old mask, and oh sure, we now know he's connected to it, and that will come up later when he escapes. But that's all nostalgia bull. I just can't take this seriously. Also, out of 11 films, we have 3 named simply Halloween? This seems stupid. Should have just bit the bullet and called it Halloween H40, because it's one Josh Hartnett and a girl from the creek away from being just that.
Could it be that one monster has created another?
Dude, can't you wait to record this when you're not driving? Don't zoom and drive, man. Besides, can't your partner do the driving while you do this?
How does $3,000 sound?
Whoa, why start at $3,000? Why not try like 1,000 first and see if that does the trick? Movie doesn't know how to lowball.
Our last project shed new light on a murder case from 20 years ago.
Well, actually, it raised more questions than it answered, and people still think Adnan did it.
I believe in Michael Myers, a deranged serial killer, but the boogeyman...
He's not a serial killer, right? Especially if we're, let's all say it together now, making this a direct sequel to the original film. Maybe a spree killer or simply a mass murderer, but not a serial killer, since he killed just about everyone in the same goddamn place, and with one exception, on the same goddamn day.
2 failed marriages, rocky relationship with your daughter and granddaughter.
This is how you get a story? Bringing up failed marriages and bad relationships?
Michael Myers murdered 5 people.
Oh, come on. We're not even going to acknowledge all those deaths he was responsible for in Halloween 3 Season of the Witch? I have a photographic memory.
He'll be locked away until the end of his days. That's the idea.
He already was, though. He's perfectly fine at Haddonfield. A hospital with a 40-year containment streak should not be messed with.
I showed him the mask. It was nothing. No response, nothing.
With the exception of a random gust of wind, a bunch of other inmates cackling, and a dog barking. But yeah, nothing out of the ordinary.
Oh, man. I got peanut butter on my penis.
Well, that's why you don't pull your out while making a sandwich. At least not that kind of sandwich.
Can you stop?
I gotta clean this peanut butter off my hand.
You clearly said penis earlier, and now I'm wondering if you just did that for the shock value in front of your daughter.
Wasn't it her brother who, cold-blooded murderlated all those teenagers?
Murderlated?
No, that's just a bit that some people made up to make them feel better, I think.
Why would Michael being Laurie's brother make people feel better? Of all the reasons people would make up about a story, why would making them feel better be the first thing you think of? This is the I did it to protect you of urban legend coping.
Fate took a different course.
Fate took a different course. More like Fate took the same course that the original Halloween and Halloween H2O did. Nice try, movie. Your rhyming couplets. Jamie Lee Curtis.
Dr. Samuel Loomis, January 22nd. 1979.
My suggestion is termination.
That's not Sam Loomis. That's 100% Ernst Stavro Blofeld. Completely different characters with no connection whatsoever. Don't even look it up. Looks like Jamie Lee Curtis went to the Denzel Washington School of drinking inside a parked car for actors portraying alcoholism and took advanced placement courses. I guess it's a heavy night for Haddonfield hospital transfers, huh? Weird they decided that Michael Myers and a whole bunch of his fellow patients needed to get moved on the same night.
Michael Myers is still my patient until he's in somebody else's care, so I'm seeing my duty through till the end.
Yeah, but you could drive your self and not ride in a bus of convicted mentally ill patients, which they would never let you do anyways.
Or going as Bonnie and Clyde.
Skip!
Yeah.
Judy Greer looks as irritated as I am that she's being wasted in yet another terrible movie.
I'm glad you got to see that. I never told you how I spent my childhood.
But I will conveniently right now before Michael Myers comes back to terrorize the family after being dormant for 40 years. Also, Halloween movie steals the John Connor backstory from Terminator 2.
Lumpy, you stay here. I'm gonna make sure no one's hurt. You call the police.
Or how about you call the police and protect your son from what appears to be a bunch of lunatics walking in the middle of the road. Or just be a parent. That seems to be a pretty common occurrence in Haddonfield. Dude, do you really think I go around taking advice from people with bloody faces? Michael couldn't just steal the truck while the kid was outside. He had to make sure that the kid died, I guess. This Halloween, evil isn't practical. Also, movie takes 31 minutes to Halloween.
Did he escape?
Asshole plays the pronoun game so that Officer Hawkins has to ask who the hell he is. I mean, I get that they didn't think the bus was going to crash and Myers would escape, but how about you not tempt fate by transferring the night before Halloween.
As she sat combing her hair, unaware.
Why are they taking these audio notes here at the graveyard? They know this story by memory. They aren't filming anything here. They're not even saying anything specific about the cemetery. If you really wanted to get the feel of things and translate that to your podcast listeners, you'd do this at the old Myers house. But this could be done at the studio. Hey, good thing the people with Michael's mask are just hanging out at his sister's gravesite right as he's paying a visit.
He continued stabbing.
And as we sinned before and will sin again, he curiously looked up at the knife instead of the person he was stabbing.
Oh, still checking IDs of the patients we recovered to figure out who's who.
Holy shit, Omar J. Dorsey has clearly wandered off the set of another movie, and I'm pretty sure it's one I'd rather be watching.
But hey, what are we gonna do? Cancel Halloween?
In the first Halloween, which is the only movie this one counts, the story is mental patient escapes, comes back to his hometown, and kills babysitters and their boyfriends on Halloween night, which was the anniversary of the night he killed his sister. That's all you need to cancel Halloween, and you can lose the snark as well. Teeth confetti. Contifi? Let's face it, the only reason the podcasters existed in this movie was for exposition and to be murder fodder for Michael Myers so he could get his mask back. Did Laurie take trapdoor building lessons from Ken Adam? Also, good to know that when she really needs this shelter, it'll only take 5 hours for this kitchen island to rotate out of the way.
You have no security system, Karen.
Sure, Laurie broke into their house to prove a point. I just don't know why she didn't just make a phone call and explain that Michael is on the loose first. And I'm not sure why she thought this would win Karen over.
The bus crashed.
What?
Yeah, exactly. What? The bus crashed is as useful as the new Pitfall album is out. There's nothing you can do with that information.
The world is not a dark and evil place. It is full of love and understanding.
I mean, I get not every town has a Michael Myers, but the dark and evil place is pretty accurate. And also, this town does actually have a Michael Myers. So listen to your mom, maybe? Jesus Christ, how did Laurie get here so fast? True, we don't know how much time has passed, but it feels like Laurie's apparating into every scene. We saw her at her house playing with the trapdoor, then she broke into her daughter's house, and now she's here, all in a span of 3 minutes of movie time. Hey man, you were just at a gas station and an auto mechanic shop. You couldn't have picked up a weapon there? Or do you have rules about carrying weapons with you to your killing site? Just think, if this tool shed isn't left comically open during Halloween, then what?
I don't have my stethoscope. I need it. I'm gonna get it. I'll be right back. You're not gonna believe this. They were in my pocket the whole time.
They meaning your stethoscope? You went back in to get a stethoscope, and they were in your pocket the whole time? I am not for 1 minute going to believe that a woman that is this into Halloween isn't dressed up and doesn't have any decorations inside the place. She just carved 67 pumpkins and put them on the front porch, but otherwise she's not obsessed or anything. Also, while it's disturbing that Michael is killing a bunch of randos in this neighborhood, it's done with the least amount of suspense possible. It's a fun one-shot and everything, but in the original Halloween, Michael seemed almost curious about who he was killing, creeping around in the shadows and the edges of the frame. His presence always felt even when he wasn't there. This is just murder porn. I'm so glad this movie that's supposed to be all about an older woman dealing with a traumatic past and conquering her fears found a way to have a wasted section with a bunch of teenagers doing dumb teenager.
You used to be my favorite, but now you're like my 10th favorite boy that I nanny. And I babysit some loser kids.
If I had some other kind of babysitter, she'd be reading me a story. I wouldn't be up clipping my nasty ass toenails.
Okay, while there's not enough of these two together, it doesn't change the fact that they're awesome and a welcome distraction and feeling generous enough to knock off a sin for Vicky and Julie.
She came up to me and whispered in my ear, okay, you don't have to cry about it.
Why is this scene?
Tonight is the night. The one we'll remember for the rest of our lives.
You were so getting dry tonight.
So this movie is not only wasting Judy Greer, but apparently Virginia Gardner as well. I mean, Jesus, there are some good actors in this movie, which somehow makes it worse.
You checked behind the curtains?
I checked the whole place.
This kid knows that's a lie, because he watched her the whole time, and the curtains were in view. The rest of the time, she spent pulling the prank. Oh no, the closet door won't close. That's a closet's main function. It's right there, right in the word. Anyway, I'm sending this because, does anybody remember what Hitchcock said about suspense? Something to the effect of, if you're having a conversation and a bomb blows up, that's a surprise. But if the audience knows there's a bomb while they're having a conversation, that's suspense. Somehow this scene invokes neither surprise nor suspense. So let's go back to this scene for a second. Dave starts up the motorbike creating a loud noise, which would make anyone who's ever seen a horror movie realize when Vicky calls for Dave, he won't hear her. However, he's already tipped the bike over and can hear her perfectly fine. So why'd the movie even bother with that if the noise wasn't ever going to be a factor? It would have been classic horror movie trope nonsense, but goddammit, it's our kind of horror movie trope nonsense. The movie wants us to believe that Michael recognizes Laurie, a random babysitter he stalked one night 40 years ago. Halloween purists can call the plot twist dumb all they want, but do you know the only way this scene works? He's
Michael!
Did you not see him go down the stairs? You're just going to fire shots from this room at this angle. Also, why the f*** is he still here? He went through all this trouble to stage the bodies and then just camped out at the house. There's nothing inherently special about the people he just killed other than they're secondary characters in this movie. They're no more special than the two women he killed before this. This is really one of those the movie needed it, so this happened moments.
Like Michael's daughter, Ranbir Satine.
You're the new Loomis.
I love how this movie just throws Sam Loomis' name around like everyone knows who that is. Like there are people out there that would use that name for a f***ing Twitter handle or something.
Did you know our friend Hawkins here was was the first responding deputy when Michael was apprehended in 1978.
I mean, she was literally there that night, so most likely.
Do you know that I pray every night that he would escape?
That sounds insane. Sounds like you have a reason for that. Why would you just stop before giving the reason?
You see, this is what has intrigued me through my studies. How does a crime like Michael's affect him?
That is really interesting.
What are you doing?
You deserve better.
This character didn't need to happen. Also, you know, if it got rid of all this teenage drama nonsense that even the CW wouldn't touch, it would almost be a mediocre film.
Their beautiful bodies got me all choked out, Allison.
Just want to point out that Vicky and Dave had to die before this quad.
I'm a doctor. Lock your doors.
That would make about as much sense as me saying, I'm a dick on YouTube. Make sure you eat a sandwich.
All right, pick your poison. I like a revolver. They never jam.
That's 100% not true. The cylinder gaps can get blocked and prevent the cylinder from rotating, and or the axle can begin to unthread as you shoot, just to name a couple things.
This is tactical. He waited for this night. He's waited for me.
Interesting. So what was all that other killing that had nothing to do with you at all about then?
Here we go. Brace yourselves.
I'm just about to run this motherfucker down with these two civilians in the car, because what are we going to do? Cancel Halloween?
Get away from the body. Stand back.
I'm not going to say it again. Step away from the suspect. Step away.
Yeah!
Man, just the stupid twist so hard. And yet again, we're killing off the most interesting characters in the movie. Also, this twist is way more interesting if we get to know his character better. If he had truly been the new Loomis, he could have been pretending to help everybody like Loomis did, only to spring a trap on them in the end. Laurie would have been smart enough to figure it out because she's been training for this night for 40 years, but this comes sort of out of nowhere because he spent most of the movie's time recovering from a gunshot wound. That he's the secondary antagonist kind of makes me shrug. As the multiple edits with dark photography and close-ups suggest, the doctor, who is currently wearing the mask, just lifted Michael into the back seat of this truck. And knowing how big Michael is, I'm going to go ahead and say I don't believe he has the strength to do that.
No, a banh mi sandwich. Banh mi is essentially just the Vietnamese version of a French baguette. Mm-hmm. And the term actually refers to the bread and not so much the contents therein.
This is some very nice Tarantino-esque dialogue in a Halloween movie, but I'm going to go ahead and say the movie has time for this, mainly because it's one of the only instances where they try to fit this kind of dialogue into the movie. Running! 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 Excitement? Okay, supposedly Michael drives a cop car to Laurie's place, and in the time it takes Ray to walk outside, he manages to get out of the car without being seen and stage a murder scene, where he's turned one of the cops' heads into a jack-o'-lantern. And I'm saying that the speed at which he did this, plus the know-how, is more terrifying than the act itself. Do you know how long it takes to hollow out a human head for this purpose? Like, a super long time. I could barely get through half of the job, I mean, I've never done anything like that before in my life, so what do I know? Also, how did Michael drive in here without going to the gate first? The podcasters came here and had to talk to Laurie through an intercom before being allowed access. And I feel like Laurie's the type of person who would have an alarm set if the fence was breached. She's also the type that would see a cop car and still ask the driver questions before allowing them in. How? This movie seems to forget the podcasters were here and that we saw a giant cage door in front of the main door. We should be seeing some part of that cage coming through the glass at the very least. How did he punch through that and the glass? If he's that strong, he should have just battle rammed the door down. Also, unless Michael can contort his body to be as thin as the middle section of that door, there is no way Laurie couldn't see he was there when she looked out the window. Also, the f*** is Laurie just standing in front of the door for? She has trained for this, and I am certain staying away from doors and windows is part of that. Wow, Laurie looks remarkably unharmed and without concussions after taking several severe blows to the head.
I was wrong to raise you the way I did, but at least I can protect you.
Last minute parenting. Yep, it's your grandmother's shooting range. It's not all that scary. Maybe it is to you, but the audience saw this in the daylight, and it simply does not matter. No way. After Laurie shot Michael's fingers off, she went down into the shelter and turned on all the lights outside. The camera was very particular about showing Ray's body there. Not long after, we saw Michael sans 2 fingers and a thumb standing in the kitchen with nobody in sight. Laurie tried shooting at him, threw him down to the basement, and then immediately walked upstairs to confront him. He did not have the means or time or even 2 hands to be able to pick up Ray and display him in an upstairs closet without being seen or heard. I don't understand at this point why Laurie doesn't just turn on a light. In fact, while it made sense at first to turn off all the lights before he got here, I now wonder what the wisdom was of that, considering that he's a pure evil entity where lights or lack thereof shouldn't even be an issue for him. I'm not saying a woman in her late 50s fighting a man in his early 60s can't be exciting, but I am saying this scene of a woman in her late 50s fighting a man in his early 60s is not exciting. See, this is cool because she was looking down on him in the first Halloween, except it actually wasn't her, it was Lewis. But he's dead, so now they have to do the reversal.
5 disturbing police cover-up cases. Police swear to protect and serve, but this doesn't mean the system doesn't have its flaws. In fact, in some cases, they're the ones breaking the law. The cases on this list are truly appalling, even alarming. These are 5 disturbing police cover-up cases. Number 5. Jody Husin-Truitt. It was June 27, 1995. 27-year-old Minnesota native Jody Husin-Truitt called her producer at KIMT-TV saying she had overslept and was heading into the office. As a TV reporter, Jody was due to be on screen by 6 a.m. By 7 a.m., co-workers had called police asking for a welfare check on her. When they got there, they found Jody's car still parked at her apartment complex. On the ground was a hairdryer, a pair of red shoes, along with a bottle of hairspray. There was a palm print on her car and signs of a struggle were present. Police believe she may have been abducted as she was unlocking her vehicle. A week before her disappearance, Jody was seen water skiing at Coralville Lake with John Van Cise. He has become the primary person of interest in the case because he was the last person to see Jody alive. Vances cooperated with police but kept mum about the case. Many saw his silence as guilt, and after 20 years of silence, Vances finally released a statement through media consulting executive Steve Ridge. In it, he denied involvement in Jody's disappearance. He said he had submitted requests for DNA and fingerprints at least twice by local, state, and federal police, and says ever since Jody's disappearance, he has lived in a suspended hell. Since 1995, Jody's family has hired private investigators, consulted psychics, and pursued every lead possible. Police and private investigators interviewed over 1,000 people, but not one pointed to any conclusive evidence leading to a suspect. Jody was legally declared dead in May of 2001. Then in 2016, controversy erupted after retiring state representative John Kuiker of Sioux County, who was trying to gather attention in the Jody case and its 20th anniversary, was rebuffed by local police and Mason city officials. He sent a letter asking to recognize the 20th anniversary and appeal to the public for more information, but was begged to withdraw the letter and not send it to the media. The adverse reaction made him question and ask if there's something being covered up in the case. In 2011, a former local cop, Maria Ohl, came forward and alleged that 2 other Mason officers were behind the abduction of Jody in 1995. She said she got the information from a credible informant. She first learned of it in 2007 and heard of it again in 2009, but said nothing has been done with the information. In March of 2017, a warrant was released against John Van Cise, asking for GPS data for 2 of his vehicles. But for a third time, the information gathered was sealed by a judge and kept hidden from the public. The warrant will be unsealed in September of 2020. Some people are questioning this move and believe there might be a cover-up happening behind the scenes after all.
This was just part of an experiment. Put some pictures up online, got some good feedback.
Number 4. Matt Lawson. At 14 years old, Matt Lawson was working part-time for a cleaning crew in Biddeford, Maine. In 2000, Matt was cleaning a bank parking lot when a stranger, Michael McCone, offered to get him food from a Burger King. Matt declined, but McCone got him food anyway. After he was done cleaning, the two headed towards McCone's house.
For what?
Matt entered the home, but once inside, McCone initiated oral sex on him.
What?
Matt recalls leaving the home crying. He kept the abuse a secret.
What the fuck? You cleaning, somebody just comes up and offers you to buy you food. They buy you food anyway, and then after you get off, you go to their house, and then it's not like you walked in the door and all of a sudden his mouth was on your dick. Like, nigga, you had to get it out your pants and all the shit. How did a nigga just even convince you to come to his house?
Months later, McCohen would call Lausen's home, prompting his father to call police and report it. Apparently, McCowen was on the sex offender registry. 2 police officers came and took the report, and they asked Matt if he was abused, but he was too embarrassed to admit anything and denied it. One of the supervising officers that signed off on the report was Sergeant Stephen Dodd. Later that year, Dodd contacted Matt via instant message saying he knew what happened to McCown. Matt thought it meant the officer would help him. Sergeant Dodd picked him up in a civilian vehicle but drove past the and onto a dirt road past the town line. There, the officer told him it was okay to be gay and proceeded to perform oral sex on him. This pattern of abuse went on several times. When Matt finally refused to see Dodd, the officer would park his cruiser outside their home and flash his lights, threatening him. It took years for Matt to find the courage to tell anyone of the abuse he suffered under the officer. He filed a report in October 2014. An officer took it, but he never heard anything back. After no action from the Attorney General's office, Matt took his story to Facebook. To his surprise, he found other victims, not just of Officer Dodd, but of another officer on the force, Captain Norman Gaudet. Apparently, Sergeant Dodd had had a history of abuse filed against him, but the police chief, Roger Beaupre, and the entire department didn't do anything to stop the abuse or remove the officer from their duty. In 2015, even Maine Attorney General Janet Mills refused to file charges against Dodd and McCown, citing insufficient evidence. Another victim, Bert Gerard, came forward in 2016. He says Dodd assaulted him when he was 14 or 15 years old. Dodd would visit their home offering clothes and alcohol. He offered Gerard a place to stay, and that's when the abuse started. 4 years later, and the case is still ongoing. There are 4 separate civil rights lawsuits against Dodd and Gaudet, 2 for each. Lausen also discovered during the lawsuit filing that several key documents regarding the previous abuse complaints against the officers have gone missing. Talk of a cover-up by the local police, even those in the town who knew of the system of abuse happening but decided not to do anything or speak up, is speculated. But there is some hope for the case. A motion to dismiss the lawsuit against the Biddeford officers was denied by U.S. District Judge D. Brock Hornby. The judge cited that the statute of limitations doesn't bar any claims of sexual abuse. Matt Lausen can finally look forward to his day in court. Despite the various roadblocks thrown in by the city, they are moving forward with the case. Victims were young black men. Burge and his henchmen called themselves the Midnight Crew and Burge's Ass Kickers. Their main method of torture involved suffocation, burning, beating, and sending an electric shock to the mouth and genitals of the victims, among others. On February 9, 1982, 2 officers were shot down and killed. Burge wanted to capture the suspect and instigated a dragnet of sorts, picking up suspects and arresting them. Each suspect was then tortured in various ways. Some were held handcuffed to a single object for days. Minors had guns held against their heads, while some had their pets violently killed in front of them. Despite protests, the arrests and torture continued. Soon, Tyrone Sims identified Donald Kojak White as the main shooter. In turn, White was linked to brothers Andrew and Jackie Wilson, since the 3 had committed a robbery earlier that day. Both brothers were arrested for the murder on February 14, 1982. Wilson and his brother were tortured. Andrew was tortured with a cattle prod and suffered multiple lacerations on his head, face, chest, and had thigh burns, all of which forced him to admit to a murder he didn't commit. The doctor at the Mercy Hospital and Medical Center that attended to him at the end of the day sent a memo to Richard M. Daly, then the Cook County State Attorney, to investigate the matter on suspicion of police brutality, but it turns out Daly let it slide. The brothers were convicted of the killings. Andrew was sentenced to death, while Jackie sentenced to life. Upon appeal, these were overturned or remanded. It wasn't until 1989 when Andrew Wilson filed a civil suit against 4 detectives, including Burge himself. The jury acquitted the other officers, but was indecisive about Burge. It would soon turn out Wilson wasn't the only torture victim. According to lawyer Flint Taylor, the torture cases involved an official cover-up and ran deeper than Burge. It involved various police superintendents, prosecutors, and over 30 police detectives and supervisors, especially the former mayor and state attorney, Richard M. Daley. Despite evidence, confessions against the brutality, and the countless victims that came forward, Burge was never imprisoned for the torture crimes. Instead, he was imprisoned for perjury in 2008 and served only 4.5 years in home confinement, not even in a real jail cell. He died in September of 2018 at the age of 70.
We hear a lot about cursed films around horror productions. Crazy things that happen on the set of The Exorcist, or The Omen, or Poltergeist.
Number 2, Sandra Bland. In 2015, Sandra Bland was ready to start a new temporary job with Prairie View in Texas. Bland was known as a civil rights activist, often posting about police mistreatment of black people. On July 10, 2015, Texas officer Brian Encenia followed Bland around University Drive in Prairie View, Texas. The officers had a history of pretextual traffic stops, meaning he would use minor violations to stop a vehicle and search it, hoping to find something more criminal. That day, the officer closed in on Sarah's vehicle. Thinking the officer was in an emergency, Sarah switched lanes to give him right of way, but failed to signal before doing so. As a result, the officer pulled her over. As recorded by the officer's dash cam, Sarah's phone, and that of a bystander, the two got into a heated argument. The officer repeatedly told Sarah to step outside her vehicle, but she remained defiant. She finally stepped out when she was threatened to be tased if she didn't comply. The two were out of frame from the camera, but continued the argument. Sarah was forced on the ground, handcuffed, and then arrested. According to the DPS report, Bland was arrested after kicking Encenia and was charged with assaulting a public servant. Officers brought her to the Waller County Jail and placed her in a cell, alone, deeming her high risk to others. On July 13th at 6:30 a.m., Bland was offered breakfast but refused. Half an hour later, she told the jailer, "I'm fine." At 9 a.m., Bland was found in a semi-standing position hanging in her cell. The next day, police issued a statement that Bland was discovered dead in her cell, and they believed that she hanged herself. An autopsy revealed she died from asphyxiation after using a plastic garbage bag to suffocate and hang herself. There was a huge outcry over what had happened. Her family believed, while she had ups and downs, she was not suicidal. The FBI and DPS launched their own investigation on Bland's death, and Encenia was placed on admin duties for violating traffic stop procedures. He was terminated by DPS for perjury charges, which were later dropped. Those managing the jail, particularly the guards, were found to be in violation of failing to check on her in a timely manner. Various people claim a police cover-up occurred. This was further brought up when in May of 2019, a video recorded on Sarah Bland's cell phone of the encounter shows Officer Encenia pointing the stun gun at her and telling her to get out of the car. According to Cannon Lambert, a lawyer representing the Bland family, despite claiming Encenia was in fear for his life, the video shows he wasn't in fear of his safety at all. Even more, later examination showed discrepancies in the timeline provided by the jailers against the exact time Sarah died. She was also found to have high levels of THC in her system despite being in jail for 3 days. In the end, Sarah's family filed a federal wrongful death lawsuit and sought damages from DPS, Encenia, Waller County, along with 2 jailers. They settled for $1.9 million in 2016. In 2017, the Sandra Bland Act went into effect. It mandated changes and corrections to police policy when dealing with people with mental and substance abuse issues. It also mandated de-escalation training for officers, which would have them trained to minimize the use of force. Number 1. Jason Van Dyke. On October 20th, 2014, Chicago teen Laquan McDonald was walking in the middle of South Pulaski Road carrying a knife. He was breaking into vehicles and trucks in the area. About 8 officers responded, including Officer Jason Van Dyke. As the officers confronted McDonald, he used the knife to slice a patrol vehicle's tires and damage its windshield. After multiple verbal instructions from the officers to drop the knife, McDonald started walking away. The dashcam video shows him doing this. At the same time, Officer Jason Van Dyke is seen advancing towards him. It was at this exact moment that he shot the teen. It hit McDonald and he spun to the ground while still holding the knife. As he lay there, Van Dyke fired 16 shots in a matter of 14 to 15 seconds. It was noted Van Dyke had only been on the scene less than 30 seconds before he opened fire. No other officer fired at the teen except for Van Dyke. Laquan McDonald was rushed to Mount Sinai Hospital, where he was pronounced dead at 10:42 p.m. Toxicology reports later revealed the drug PCP, which causes erratic behavior among users.
That plate was good to the motherfucker. Some Winco already made. But that shit was good. Felt like I just ate a homemade dinner.
When I was 12, my dad was driving me to school when we got stopped by the police. We were not doing...
The holiday weekend violence tops our newscast here at 6.
This is video of the scene from early this morning. Take a look here. It happened near Mexican Town. In total, 5 people were shot. 1 adult was killed. Another remains in critical condition. 3 children were also shot. This happened on the 8300 block of Homer, right near I-75, and it was just one shooting event in a total of at least 6 that you can see here on this map. Larry Spruill is live tonight with a closer look for us at the incident that left 4 people hurt and 1 dead. And Larry, what are you learning? Closer look for us, 6 that you can see 75, and it was just one shooting event in a total of at least 6 that you can see here on this map. Larry Spruill is live tonight with a closer look for us at the incident that left 4 people hurt and 1 dead. And Larry, what are you learning tonight?
Well, Sandra and Steve, police are telling me that they were hoping for a better outcome or a better beginning for this holiday weekend. As we mentioned, a family of 5 was shot inside their van. 1 person of that family is dead tonight. Police lights and cars blocked off this intersection of Homer Street in Detroit early Saturday morning around 1 a.m. Detroit officers say someone shot a family of 5 while they were inside their white Dodge Durango driving on Homer Street. They were leaving a family barbecue. A 39-year-old woman is dead and a 40-year-old man is in critical condition.
1 adult fatally wounded, 1 adult in critical condition, and then we have 3 children, 15, 9, and 12, and the 50-year-olds in critical condition. They were traveling westbound on Homer when they noticed that several cars were driving behind them like they were trying to get past them. They pulled over to the side of the road to let the vehicles get by. It was maybe a 2014 GMC Arcadia, a burgundy Chevy Malibu, and then a darker color SUV that drove past, and we believe the darker color SUV is the one that fired shots into the vehicle.
Police are now looking for security cameras and even talking to witnesses looking for answers. Once again, they're looking for a 2014 GMC Acadia, a burgundy Chevrolet Malibu, and a dark color SUV. So once again, if you were in that area earlier this morning and you happened to see those 3 vehicles driving away, you are asked to call police and give them any information that you can. We're live at DPD headquarters tonight. Larry Spruill, Local 4.
Sit down.
Hey parents, would you like to help boost your child's confidence in math? Motivate them with Prodigy's fun and engaging membership.
If you've been following the news during the pandemic, then you'd know that the reported statistics have been as inconsistent as the Wi-Fi at your mama's house. The same Wi-Fi you told her ass to speed up a long time ago, but you get quarantining with your mama during a pandemic.
If we didn't do it, you would have had 1 million people, 1.5 million people, maybe 2 million people dead. But we're going toward 50 or 60,000 people.
100 to 200,000 deaths.
And it looks more like the 60,000 than the 100 to 200,000.
We have between 100 and 200,000.
It's like an auction, but there's one credible source whose numbers are trusted globally.
One website tracking the coronavirus has become one of the most vital resources for people seeking accurate and updated numbers on the pandemic. ncov2019.live.
And I scored a sit down with its creator. Hey, who the f are you? I'm looking for Avi Schiffman.
I'm afraid that's me.
How old are you?
17.
Are you 17?
If you call again with these statements and it isn't a separate police emergency you need us for, we're going to have to arrest you. Because
that don't make no sense.
Because what we're going to arrest you for is for false reporting. Because you're.
That's not false reporting. I have a condition.
Somebody need to do something with that big. That big gun.
Okay. We're not responding to the hospital, then you have to take a few minutes and send it under control first. Did you read the update?
Yeah, that AMR's refusing to come out. She called 8 or 9 times yesterday.
8 or 9 times that she was at the hospital and left only a few minutes after she was there.
Cause I ain't gonna lie, this shit is
5
so
images
garbage.
with terrifying backstories. They say a picture tells 1,000 words. The images on this list, though they may look like innocent photos, also hold a deep story behind them. Some are tragic, others unbelievably disturbing. These are 5 images with terrifying backstories. Number 5. Chris Kremers and Lizanne Froon. For Dutch nationalists, Chris Kremers and Lizanne Froon, they wanted their trip to Panama to be a memorable one. The 2 girls, ages 21 and 22, arrived in the country on March 14, 2014 to study Spanish, volunteer, and go sightseeing. They headed to Boquete, Panama, a small mountain town, but it seems there was a bit of miscommunication in their arrangements, causing the girls to arrive a week early for their scheduled Spanish program. On April 1st, Kremers expressed her disappointment in a diary, saying they'll get in touch with the head teacher. They still wanted to make the most out of their trip. They had plans to go up the Panista Trail that day and also made arrangements to hike with a local guide on April 2nd. The girls left their homestay at 10 a.m. on April 1st, 2014. The weather was great that day, so they dressed in light clothing with hiking boots. Lizanne had a small backpack with some essentials. The owners of the home said a neighborhood dog named Blue accompanied them on the trek, as he often does with other tourists. The trail they wanted to take was around 3 miles up the Baru volcano. Although winding through a mountain, the path was clearly marked and regularly used by locals like cattle herders and more. There were also no step embankments or cliffs leading to the summit. The local innkeeper said the girls asked for directions, and he advised them to take a taxi and head back to town. That afternoon, the dog, Blue, returned to the homestay, but without the girls. And they still didn't return the next day, and their family inquired because they didn't do their usual check-in. They were finally reported missing. On April 3rd, authorities, locals, and volunteers began searching for the girls on foot and by air. Their families and several detectives from the Netherlands also arrived in Panama on April 6th. A huge search followed for the next 10 days, and the families even offered a $30,000 reward for their safe return. But days turned into weeks, and the girls were still missing. 10 weeks after they had initially gone missing, the local woman turned in a blue backpack to authorities. She said she found it in a rice paddy around the banks of the river close to their village. Inside that backpack were all the items belonging to the girls, including 2 pairs of sunglasses, $83 in cash, Froon's passport, 2 bras, and a water bottle. They also found Froon's digital camera and the 2 girls' cell phones. Forensics revealed the phones had remained in service for up to 10 days after they had gone missing. In the first 4 days, there were 77 attempts at calling emergency numbers in the Netherlands and in Panama. The first call was made just hours after they went hiking. There was a signal at the summit of the trail, but elsewhere and further, the signal was spotty due to the dense jungle. When the cameras were examined, the first few photos were taken on April 1st. It showed the girls happily exploring and taking pictures of themselves on the trail and summit. What's unusual is that after the daytime photos ended, no other pictures were taken using the camera until several days later, well after they had gone missing. The next set of photos were taken in the middle of the night between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. on April 8th. It showed the girls' items spread out on rocks with plastic bags, candy wrappers, mounds of dirt, a mirror, and a photo of the back of Kremer's head with supposedly blood from her temples. Police searched the area where the backpack was located and found Kremer's clothing on the edge of the river on the other side.
Hello, America. This is Hello, America saying, hello, America. I'm Nish Kumar, brown comedian and British man.
2 months later, they found a pelvic bone and a foot that was still inside a boot. That foot belonged to Liz Ann. Liz Ann's foot and bones seemed to have decomposed naturally. In contrast, Kremer's bones were stark white and looked like they had been bleached. The official standing of the Panama police is that the girls got lost on the trail or were attacked by large animals. However, despite finding their remains, police still have no idea how they died. As a result, their disappearance and deaths have turned up a lot of conspiracy theories. Some suggest they were abducted and killed, or that there was a third party that followed the girls to hurt them. Finally, there are also suggestions of a cover-up by Panama officials in order to protect tourism in the country. Some speculate the girls were killed and eaten by local tribesmen or were murdered by cartels or organ traffickers. Today, the case still remains a mystery. Number 4, father and daughter. Ordinarily, you look at this photo and see a fun moment between a father and his daughter. The problem is, the man in the photo is no ordinary man. His name is Dennis Rader, a guy that killed more than 10 women. Despite looking like an ordinary, even upstanding citizen, Rader had a dark side. On January 15, 1974, 4 members of the Otero family were brutally killed in Wichita, Kansas. The victims were 38-year-old Joseph, 33-year-old Julie, and their 2 children, Joseph Jr., who was 9, and 11-year-old Josephine. Their bodies were found by their eldest child, Charlie, who was in 10th grade at the time. Rader had brutally killed them. In April of 1974, Rader waited inside the apartment of Catherine Bright, then stabbed and strangled her once she got home. By October, he began sending out letters. The first letter was placed between the pages of an engineering book at the Wichita Public Library, where he took responsibility for the killing of the Oteros. In it, he said he will kill again and warned he will bind them, torture them, and kill them. BTK. The initials stuck, and he became known as the BTK Killer. He struck again in '77, killing Shirley Vann, Nancy Fox, and an unknown victim. For several years, he was quiet, but began killing again in April of '85. This time, he killed his neighbor, Maureen Hedge. The next year, he killed Vicki Wegerl, then his final known victim, Dolores Davis, in January of 1991. There were gaps in the times that he killed. During these years, Rader focused on his family, his education, or his work. It wasn't until 2004 when Rader surfaced after renewed interest in the Otero case. Several letters were mailed to local media outlets containing details, pictures, and even a word puzzle and an outline for a BTK story. There was also a computer disk with clues. This last item ultimately led to Rader's church, where officials noticed his Jeep and security cameras where the packages had been dropped off. This led them to obtain a DNA sample from his daughter and family, later on proving Dennis Rader was indeed the BTK killer. What's unusual with Rader is not just his sadistic ways of killing, but the fact he completely fooled his family and those around him. After his arrest in February of 2005, he was charged with 10 counts of murder. He pleaded guilty in 2006, and as part of his plea, he provided horrifying details about the crimes. Rader was given 10 life sentences as a result. His daughter recently published her memoir about her life with Dennis. For her, he was a father she admired without realizing the monster he truly was underneath. Number 3, Darsh Patel. 22-year-old Dash Patel was a senior majoring in information technology at Rutgers University in New Jersey. On September 21st of 2014, Patel, along with 4 other friends, decided to go out on a hike at the Apshawa Preserve. As the group hiked the trail, they realized a black bear was stalking them. In a panic, they decided to run and split up. When police received a 911 call, the students said they were separated from their friends, but they knew that the bear was close to one of them. When police and forest rangers got to the area, they searched for over 2 hours before finding Patel's lifeless body. Close to the area, as if protecting its kill, the black bear was milling around. The officers tried to scare it away, but they eventually shot the bear twice, killing it. According to officers, his body had claw and bite marks. When they retrieved Patel's phone, they discovered at least 5 photos of the bear. Apparently, the friends saw the animal beforehand, but decided to take photos of it from what they thought was a safe distance. When the bear saw them, it decided to approach, and the men decided to turn around. However, the bear closed the gap easily, and the students split up and fled in a panic. Officers believe the hikers likely agitated the animal when they stopped to take photos, hence it decided to attack them. Typically, bears are shy of humans and would run away when they see one. Black bears are also much more docile than grizzlies, but experts say they are still large, strong animals that need to be respected. Police say Patel's death was a rare and unique situation. Despite a large population of black bears in New Jersey, fatal attacks are rare. There have only been a total of 60 fatal attacks all across North America in the span of a century. Number 2, Michael Gargillo. Known as the Hollywood Ripper, Michael Gargillo once lived in Glenview, Illinois, before moving to Southern California in the late 90s. But before leaving his hometown, apparently he had already killed his first victim. Just 6 months before his 18th birthday, Gargillo attacked and killed his neighbor, 18-year-old Tricia Picasso. Tricia had left with friends on August 13, 1993 for a scavenger hunt. At 1 a.m., she left to drop off a friend before ultimately heading home. She would not make it inside. Tricia was found by her father, stabbed to death on their back doorstep. Autopsies showed that she'd been stabbed almost 50 times. Although Gargillo became a suspect, there was not enough evidence to link and charge him with that crime. To escape police scrutiny, he decided to move to Southern California in 1998, 5 years after Tricia's death. He began training to be a model and actor before working for a heating and cooling company. While here, he met 22-year-old Ashley Ellerin. She was a part-time fashion student living in the Hollywood Hills. Gargillo showed interest in her, but Ashley didn't feel the same way. She was having fun and was seeing a lot of men. Then, on February 21st, 2001, Ashley was getting ready to go out on a date with actor Ashton Kutcher. But Kutcher was running late and arrived at her house at around 10:45 p.m. When he rung the doorbell, no one answered, and thinking he had been stood up, he left. The next day, Ellerin was found dead inside her apartment, right outside her bathroom. She had been stabbed 47 times in the neck, stomach, chest, and back. Kutcher, along with another man, Mark Durbin, were interviewed by police because they had been seeing Ellerin at the time of her death. Both men were cleared, though, and detectives still had no clue who Gargillo was. If you're bored with the same old board games, then I've got a solution for you. Hunted Killer is the game that's getting massively popular and is changing the entire gaming industry, in my opinion. It's a ton of fun because they send you a box of evidence that you sift through as you get to play the role of detective and solve a murder mystery. It's called Hunted Killer, and we're lucky to have them sponsoring us on this video because it's a match made in heaven. And right now, they're offering 20% off your order if you use the promo code SCARY. Hunted Killer launches you right into the middle of an ongoing murder mystery investigation. It's a lot of fun because you get to decipher codes, examine clues, and solve puzzles, all in the name of hunting down a killer. You get to actually sift through evidence, case files, and even audio recordings until you crack the case. So check out Hunted Killer and use our discount code SCARY for 20% off your first box. Just click the link in the description below to get 20% off with the discount code SCARY. 6 chilling final moments caught on camera. Death comes to us all, but it's not all the time that it's captured for posterity, for all the world to share, see, and remember. The cases on this list are haunting because it features people's moments before they were killed. These are 6 chilling final moments caught on camera. Number 6, Darren Mitchell. Rise, covering roads and homes and causing hundreds of residents to evacuate. Those heavily hit were Texas cities located alongside rivers and creeks. Darren Mitchell, who was 21 years old, served as a National Guardsman in Navasota. While on his way home, his truck got trapped in the floodwaters on Highway 105 right outside of Brenham. While there, Mitchell called his brother, Roe, telling him the floodwaters were rising and that he had managed to get out of his truck. But later on, they were horrified to see Darren post a photo on Facebook showing floodwaters covering his truck windows. He added the heartbreaking caption, "And all I wanted to do was go home." Days later, search and recovery teams would find his body downstream. To fill in the blanks, several witnesses came forward saying they saw Darren's truck get caught up in the floodwaters. At one point, this was when he likely called his brother and told him he was out of the truck, but for some reason he decided to go back inside the cab. About 10 to 15 minutes later, after going back inside, the floodwaters rushed in and flipped the truck upside down, covering everything with water. After Mitchell vanished in the waters, his body was found close to Kai Kendall Creek. His death was one of several fatalities in the state when the floodwaters rushed in that weekend. At least 6 people died, and 3 were missing, 2 of whom were children. Even city areas like Houston had suffered during the torrential downpour. In April 2016, Houston was declared a disaster zone after receiving 14 inches of rain. Over 1,000 homes were flooded in April of 1976. Number 5, Colleen Ritzer. Colleen Ritzer was last captured alive on a video surveillance camera inside Danvers High School in Massachusetts on October 22, 2013. The 24-year-old high school math teacher was on her way to the students' second-floor bathroom after class. When she didn't come home that evening, she was reported missing in the bathroom of the high school. But as it turns out, she wasn't the only person reported missing that day. Ritzer's student, 14-year-old Philip Chisholm, was also reported missing after he didn't come home from school. Shortly after midnight of the 23rd, Chisholm was found in Topsfield, a nearby town, by a local officer. He was seen walking north on Route 1, and the officer took him in after he realized that he was the teenager reported missing by Danvers police. The officer searched through Chisholm's backpack and frisked him for safety reasons. Police found a knife, and inside his backpack were credit cards, driver's licenses, and a pair of women's underwear. There was also a blood-stained box cutter. When the officer asked Chisholm where the blood came from, he replied, "The girl." At 3 a.m. on October 23rd, police scoured the nearby woods of the high school and discovered the body of Colleen Ritzer. She had been strangled, raped, and stabbed several times. Her body was also defiled after she was dead and posed suggestively after it was dumped in the woods. Authorities pieced together what happened and concluded Chisholm had attacked, raped, and killed Ritzer at the school. At 2:30 p.m. on October 22nd, Ritzer had spoken with a teacher before leaving classroom A209. She couldn't access the faculty bathroom, so she headed to the second-floor students' bathroom. Moments later, Chisholm followed her, wearing a mask to hide his identity. At 3:06 p.m., a student walked into the bathroom but quickly left after seeing someone's butt. The student assumed someone was changing and left. 1 minute later, Chisholm is seen leaving the bathroom after spending 12 minutes inside. A few minutes after that, the camera catches Chisholm entering the bathroom again. This time his clothes were different and he had with him a plastic recycling bin. He took the bin and pushed it out through the school and into a wooded area where it was later found 20 yards away from Ritzer's body. One student later came forward saying that on October 22nd after school, Ritzer and Chisholm were in the same classroom so he could get help with math. The student went on to say Ritzer mentioned something about Tennessee. At this point, Chisholm was visibly upset about the mention of it. Ritzer, aware of this, changed the topic. However, the student said Chisholm continued to be upset even after the subject was changed. Chisholm was indicted and found guilty of raping and killing Colleen in 2016. He was sentenced to life in prison with eligibility of parole after 40 years. Colleen Ritzer was described by friends and family as a young woman who loved her job, her students, and life. Number 4, the stowaway. Regarded as a wanderer, 14-year-old Keith Sapsford from Sydney, Australia, had an itch to see the world. His parents described him as incredibly restless, and he often left home several times to satiate his curiosity. To help him, his parents took him on a trip around the world, but when they returned home, the teen ran away again. Not knowing what to do, his parents decided to send him to a Roman Catholic institution to help straighten him out. But Keith continued in his wayward ways and ran away from the institution several times as well. After attending only 2 weeks, Keith decided to leave for good.